Weeks out of the academy, his twin brother just started. Also wounded with minor injuries, Officer Corey Galloway, who investigators say killed the shooter.
I can't hear her voice anymore. I can't touch her. I can't tell her how much I love her.
The details do nothing to numb Monessa Bard's pain. Her 45-year-old daughter, Juliana Farmer, among the dead. Amid a successful career in banking, she was just recruited back to Louisville and Old National Bank 3 weeks ago.
How do you make sense of that? She just got back there.
There is no sense to be had. I just feel like that man stole her from us. I don't understand his reasoning. I don't understand why she's gone.
Thanks to Maggie for that update.
69 Republican lawmakers have asked the conservative Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals to let an abortion pill ban move forward. The brief was signed by Representatives Lauren Boebert and Jim Banks and Senators Rick Scott and Marco Rubio, among others. It's a response to the appeal by the Department of Justice filed Monday against the ruling by a radical Texas judge that could ban the drug mifepristone nationwide. For the latest, let's go live to D.C. and Drew Petrimo. Drew, good morning to you. Do we know when the appeals court will rule on this?
Well, good morning, Corey and Philip. The timeline for the Fifth Circuit Court is unclear. What we do know that is if the court does not intervene by midnight on Friday Central Time, mifepristone could effectively be banned nationwide. If the Fifth Circuit Court allows the ban to proceed, then the Biden administration will almost certainly bring the case all the way to the Supreme Court. It's the same Supreme Court that overturned Roe v. Wade just last year. If the court now upholds the Texas ruling, it would take off the market a drug that's been approved for 23 years and used more than 5 million times in the U.S. Data suggests that mifepristone is safer than Tylenol, Viagra, even penicillin. More than 600 drug manufacturers and biotech industry leaders have signed an open letter condemning the decision to invalidate the FDA approval, a scathing condemnation from Big Pharma, accusing the Texas judge of judicial anti-abortion activism. As Americans wait for the next development, states have been stockpiling years' worth of mifepristone and other abortion drugs. Massachusetts, Washington State, and New York, California all say they're making those preparations. Some lawmakers have urged the Biden administration to simply ignore the ruling and continue manufacturing and selling mifepristone as before. The Biden administration, however, is dismissing those appeals, with a spokesperson saying it would set a dangerous precedent. Instead, the administration putting its hope in the Supreme Court, adding, "We are confident that the law is on our side." Now, the stakes are high. If the Texas ruling is allowed to stand by the Supreme Court, that precedent could have far-reaching implications. Some fear that more judges could ban other commonly used drugs just as abruptly. Corey and Philip, back to you.
It certainly does add confusion to the mix. Even more confusion, I should say. Drew, thank you.
On Tuesday, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg filed a lawsuit against House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan, who's investigating Bragg's own probe of former President Trump. Bragg's suit seeks to block Jordan's subpoena of a former prosecutor in the Trump case. The suit calls these actions by Jordan and other House Republicans an unprecedentedly brazen and unconstitutional attack into an ongoing investigation. In a tweet, Jordan wrote that the lawsuit attempts to block congressional oversight. Jordan's subpoena was issued just days after former President Trump was charged with 34 counts of felony business fraud in a case spearheaded by Bragg's office. A hearing in Bragg's case against Jordan is set for April 19th.
We now know where two of the biggest political stages will be set in the lead up to the 2024 election. President Biden has chosen Chicago for the Democratic National Convention. Illinois is part of the so-called blue wall in the Midwest that was crucial to Biden's 2020 victory. The Democratic National Convention is slated for August of next year. Republicans chose Milwaukee for their 2024 convention, which will also be held in the summer in July.
China is flexing its military power in Taiwan's territory. Beijing declared that it's ready to fight days after carrying out military exercises near the island nation, calling the drills a serious warning against the Taiwanese separatist forces. Now, this comes just a week after Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen wrapped up meetings with leaders from the Western world. Taiwan is self-governed, but China claims
it's part of its territory. For more on this, we go to NBC's Claudio Lavanga in Rome. Claudio, good morning. What more can you tell us about this warning from China?
Good morning, Philip. Well, tension continues to rise in the Strait of Taiwan, despite the fact that the latest round of Chinese military drills should have officially ended on Monday. Now, the Defense Ministry in Taiwan says that they detected at least 35 Chinese military aircrafts and 8 ships in the last 24 hours alone around the island. 14 of those aircrafts, at least according to Reuters, crossed the median line, which is the unofficial barrier between China and Taiwan, which is not recognized, by the way, by China. Now, these latest military drills, as you mentioned, by China, were triggered by the visit by the Taiwanese president to Central America and the United States. But despite that reaction by China, she continues to reach out to the international community. This morning, she welcomed lawmakers from Canada in her office in Taipei, and she told them that her last overseas trip will send a strong message to the international community that Taiwan is determined to safeguard democracy and freedom, and she says that that has won acknowledgement and support by Taiwan's international and democratic partners. Philip, Corey?
All right, Claudio Lavanga with the very latest on the tensions between China and Taiwan this morning. Claudio, thank you.
All right, now let's turn to NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman with your Wednesday forecast. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. It's time to break out the sleeves. We're feeling like summer across the country. We have widespread warmth, and you'll see these highs are no joke. 88 degrees in Omaha later today. We are running 20 to even 30 degrees above normal in a lot of spots. We'll see Denver hit 83 degrees. Amarillo ends up at 85 later this afternoon, and that warmth continues through the east over the next few days. This is a look at tomorrow. 78 in Chicago, 79 in Indianapolis. Nashville, you'll hit 79 degrees, with Wichita coming in at 80 degrees by later into the afternoon hours tomorrow. And we'll also see the potential for numerous record highs across more than 10 states. Pittsburgh, 81 degrees on Friday. You'll finish off the weekend into the upper 70s. New York hits 83 on Friday, mid 70s Saturday, low 70s Sunday. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of people out and about for this. The downside of this weather, though, is that we have low humidity in a lot of spots and elevated winds. That means fire alerts are up from the Midwest to the Northeast, including places like Boston. And out west, we have rapid snow melt because of these warm temperatures, and that means we'll be keeping an eye on river flooding over the next couple of days. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's take a peek at what's happening in your neighborhood. It's warm for the Midwest, from Des Moines to Omaha and into Sioux Falls. Temperatures are into the 80s. Meanwhile, down through the southeast, nice day in Atlanta at 76 degrees. But New Orleans, Mobile, Miami, and Tampa will deal with some showers and thunderstorms through the afternoon. And we have a low pressure system developing in the Gulf of Mexico. That's going to be problematic for folks along the Gulf Coast. We've got flood conditions that we're watching out there as well. We'll talk about it coming up, guys.
I'll see you in a few minutes, Angie. Thank you. 48 minutes was not enough for the Lakers and Timberwolves in the NBA play-in tournament. Mike Conley sent the game to overtime after drawing the foul with 0.1 second left. Both teams struggled to score in OT, but the Lakers eventually pulled ahead and didn't look back. LA wins it 108-102. Earlier in the night, Atlanta dominated the glass against the Heat, out-rebounding Miami by 34. Hawks swoop into South Beach and win it 116-105.
All right, after the break, the eerie rise in ghost kitchens and where they're coming from.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas,
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite
liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
from
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space
in Texas.
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now? I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now? I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, family.
Ghost kitchens have skyrocketed as people in the U.S. order food through delivery apps. More people are starting to realize they're actually ordering from virtual kitchens, leaving customers confused. NBC's Valerie Castro takes a look at how to know if your order is legit.
Last month, Ryan Benson had a late-night craving and picked up a delivery app to place an order.
I thought maybe this was like some kind of like artisan grilled cheese place. I was like, oh, I'll try it.
But Benson soon learned his order from The Meltdown was not the small artisanal restaurant he thought it was. The Meltdown turned out to be a virtual restaurant.
I feel like I've been catfished by Denny's. They put on like a fake profile where they were The Meltdown. And it was really just some chef in a Denny's, like, making my food.
It's all owned by the corporate diner chain. That online menu only available through the apps. A Denny's spokesperson says the company prioritized transparency, pointing out the connection is disclosed on the Meltdown's website.
Ghost kitchens and virtual restaurants became a way for small businesses like food trucks to expand their reach, but some say it's gotten out of control.
I think a lot of it, with anything in business, I feel like it totally got oversaturated for a minute there.
Kyle Hollenbach with BLT Kitchens in Arizona says his ghost kitchens provide the space for a business to test out a menu without the cost of investing in a full-blown restaurant, becoming a virtual presence instead.
And they're able to roll out a concept or several concepts. Usually most of them are doing multiple concepts. So, for example, one person or two people might be cooking 5 different restaurants on the Uber Eats and DoorDash kind of platforms.
Since 2021, the number of virtual restaurants listed on Uber Eats has quadrupled in the U.S. and Canada. In Nashville, 31% of restaurant listings were for virtual restaurants, according to a recent analysis of Uber Eats listings.
Consumers are choosing platforms before they choose restaurants. And so if you don't exist in all the relevant places where consumers are searching, you might as well not exist.
But with seemingly no limits as to how many rebrands or personas a virtual restaurant can take on, it's the customer who can feel duped.
In a way, it makes it harder to know, where is this food coming from? Do I trust who it's actually coming from? Are they being honest about everything else?
In this world, you can simply shut that listing down and start a new one, and no one would be the wiser.
Delivery companies like Uber Eats and DoorDash are cracking down. Uber Eats guidelines say a virtual restaurant menu must be differentiated from its associated brick-and-mortar menu with at least 5 distinct main dishes that cannot be found on your brick-and-mortar menu. DoorDash saying, quote, virtual restaurants are labeled and customers can access details about the physical location of the kitchen. Experts worry it's the small businesses missing out on the growing delivery culture.
I worry about these independent businesses who are getting left behind with this trend, but don't even understand why.
While customers are left to wonder if the convenience of delivery is worth the mystery.
Because when you go in, at least you have the chance of like watching them make the food, and you're like, I know exactly who prepared my food.
That's right. Our thanks to Valerie for that report.
Something to watch out for.
Yeah.
All right, still to come. Yeah, it is, right? Jenny, from the Blockbuster, a first look at Jennifer Lopez's latest role.
And super spenders may swing into action for this, the Swarovski Spider-Man.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
The storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Run!
What's your plan?
She needs protection right now. Who are you? From here on, you do everything I say. You're driving. I'm 12. Let's go.
All right, Jenny from the Block is heading back to the big screen in a new action-packed thriller. The Mother stars Jennifer Lopez as a former assassin who's forced out of hiding to save her daughter from kidnappers. Streams on Netflix May 12th, just in time for Mother's Day. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, again, we're used to seeing, at least I'm used to seeing her in,
in different roles.
Yeah, you know, trying to get married or trying to get out of marriage or something like this. But no, this is Mama Bear protecting her cubs to the nth degree here.
Yeah.
All right, we got flood alerts that are washing all over the South at this hour. Angie is tracking that storm system next.
Also still to come, change set in concrete, how a skateboarding legend is helping the Navajo Nation, in a report you're not going to want to miss.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
This is what it looks and feels.
The storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast. We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've got flooding concerns as we look throughout the southeast. That's where we're watching for ample moisture to work on shore with a low pressure nearby. And we do have some of these flash flood warnings in effect for New Orleans and a flood watch in effect for parts of South Florida as well. They've seen rounds and rounds of rain over the past couple of days, and there's more on the way. You can see just how unsettled it is on the satellite and radar. Even this morning, Fort Myers, Tampa, going to see some of these rounds of rain as well. Looking to what we'll expect over the next couple of days, you can see the low brings plenty of moisture into Louisiana, parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle here as we get into the later parts of today and even into tomorrow. We'll watch for some unsettled weather when it comes to stronger storms developing too. This starts to stretch into places like Atlanta here as we get into the later parts of tomorrow. We will watch for some damaging winds, maybe some tornadoes, isolated tornadoes as we head into tomorrow in that area too.
Important heads up. Thank you, Angie. Coming up, a new jewelry collection that'll have Thanos wanting to trade in the Infinity Gauntlet.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
For many skateboarders, finding a place to skate can be as hard as landing that first ollie. The Navajo Nation is no exception until Tony Hawk came in to help. NBC's Steve Patterson has the story.
The Navajo Nation is breathtaking, 27,000 square miles of quiet beauty. But for kids growing up here, maybe too quiet. That's why so many are attracted to this sound. Navajo Nation loves to skate. Just check out their president doing an ollie.
Friends that come out, you skate, you challenge one another, and you keep each other accountable.
But the reservation itself has been a skateboarding desert. Kids had to find a ride dozens of miles away just to get their wheels running. 12-year-old Cheyenne has been doing it for years.
I just like doing it because it's fun. It teaches me to be more active.
These remote communities need more opportunities to have outdoor recreations.
Something skaters could call their own became a community's cause. And with assistance from an organization called the Skate Park Project and its famous founder, Tony Hawk.
Thank you for bringing change to this community.
The Dene Skate Garden was set in concrete.
How important is this to have an outlet, especially for kids in a community that's been less served traditionally?
I think it's hugely important, especially in a community like this. When kids find skateboarding, I think they find something that speaks to them in a deeper way and something that can teach them a lot of life lessons about overcoming their goals, about overcoming challenges.
Now, somewhere like that exists right here.
I'm really excited for them so that they can be here, they can be a part of the community.
A place of pride, a culture of tradition, now embracing the great sanctuary of skate. Steve Patterson, NBC News, Navajo Nation.
Wow, how cool is that?
That's really neat. And, you know, some of these communities can be so disjointed, so to be able to bring everybody together under one space is
Yeah, and I mean, you can see people throw maybe a basketball hoop, you know, something like that. Yeah. But I mean, too, not everybody likes basketball, you know, and like you said, it's something that motivates them to get out there and be active. And, you know, skating's fun if you can do it.
A new challenge. Yeah, I definitely cannot. Marvel has a new superhero crossover. This time it's covered in crystals. They're teaming up with this Swarovski for a jewelry collection featuring rings, bracelets, and more with Marvel heroes on them. A superhero collection coming with super prices, of course. The most expensive piece being a Spider-Man figurine. It costs, get this, $23,000. Wow. Swarovski says it's made of over 32,000 crystals and takes over 200 hours to make.
I mean, it looks like something that a villain would try to get. To steal, exactly, in the superhero.
It's a beautiful piece of artwork, but I think I'm going to keep my money in the bank.
Yeah, smart decision, I'd say. Thanks for waking up with us here on Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Corey Coffin. Have a great one. We'll see you back here tomorrow. The GOP breaking their silence in the high-stakes case that could end access to a key abortion pill across the country.
Is China on the brink of war with Taiwan? Our Claudio Lavanga joins us live to break down the escalating tensions between the two countries.
AI revolutionizing the world of medicine, how a group of scientists are using the technology to detect cancer before it develops.
It's almost time to break out those bathing suits, why old weight loss methods aren't making the cut this year, inside the biggest diet trends. It's Wednesday, April 12th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Corey Coffin. We begin with the ongoing crisis over abortion rights in America. 69 Republican lawmakers have asked the conservative Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals to let an abortion pill ban move forward. It is a response to the appeal filed by the Department of Justice on Monday against the ruling by a radical Texas judge that could ban the drug mifepristone nationwide. For the latest, let's go live to D.C. and Drew Petrimo. Drew, good morning. Do we know exactly when the appeals court will rule on this?
Well, good morning, Corey. The timeline for the Fifth Circuit is unclear. What we do know is that if the court does not intervene by midnight Friday Central Time, mifepristone could effectively be banned nationwide. Now, the Biden administration will almost certainly appeal that case all the way to the Supreme Court, which overturned abortion rights when it reversed Roe v. Wade just last year. If the court now upholds the Texas ruling, it would take off the market a drug that has been approved for 23 years and used more than 5 million times in the U.S. Data suggests that mifepristone is safer than Tylenol, Viagra, even penicillin. More than 600 drug manufacturers and biotech industry leaders have signed an open letter condemning the decision to invalidate the FDA approval, a scathing condemnation from Big Pharma accusing the Texas judge of judicial anti-abortion activism. As Americans wait for the next development, states have been stockpiling years' worth of mifepristone and other abortion drugs. Massachusetts, Washington State, New York, and California all say they are making those preparations. Some lawmakers have urged the Biden administration to simply ignore the ruling and continue manufacturing and selling mifepristone as before. The Biden administration, however, dismissing those appeals, with a spokesperson saying it would set a dangerous precedent. Instead, the administration putting its hopes in the Supreme Court, adding, "We are confident the law is on our side." The stakes are high. If the Texas ruling is allowed to stand by the Supreme Court, that precedent could have far-reaching implications. Some fear that more judges could ban other commonly used drugs just as abruptly. Obviously, this is going to be an ongoing case the rest of this week as that deadline approaches this weekend, and we'll continue to follow it. Guys?
Yeah, we'll be closely watching the developments. Drew, thank you.
Turning now to Louisville, Kentucky, where we have an update in the mass shooting at a bank that left 5 dead. New body cam footage has been released by police showing the response to the massacre. Authorities say the gunman purchased a high-power rifle less than a week before opening fire at his workplace. NBC's Jay Gray has the latest.
Images of horror and heroism. Officers rushing in to confront a mass shooter just minutes after he opened fire inside the Old National Bank in downtown Louisville.
They stopped the threat so other lives could be saved.
Police confirmed the 25-year-old shooter was a current employee at the bank, armed with an AR-15 rifle legally purchased just last week. And investigators say he was live streaming the massacre online. Now, after the attack, 5 dead, 8 injured, 2, including a police officer, still in critical condition. Louisville becomes the latest city caught in the vicious and sadly familiar cycle of mass shootings in America. A spray of bullets followed by a string of questions, including how and why.
There's only so many times you can walk into a room and tell someone they're not coming home tomorrow.
Raw emotion and grief.
We are despondent.
Quickly giving way to anger and demands for change.
Put those policies in place that put people first. People over guns, kids over guns, public safety over guns.
Words echoed in some form after more than 140 mass shootings this year alone. Words, to this point, many say, without any real action, hollow and empty, like the hearts of those now struggling after the latest attack. Jay Gray, NBC News, Louisville.
We now know where 2 of the biggest political stages will be set in the lead up to the 2024 election. President Biden has chosen Chicago for the Democratic National Convention. Illinois is part of the so-called blue wall in the Midwest that was crucial to Biden's 2020 victory. The Democratic Convention slated for August of next year. Meantime, Republicans chose Milwaukee for their 2024 convention, also part of the blue wall. Their convention in 2024 will be held in July.
On Tuesday, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg filed a lawsuit against House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan, who is investigating Bragg's own probe of former President Trump. Bragg's suit seeks to block Jordan's subpoena of a former prosecutor in the Trump case. The suit calls these actions by Jordan and other House Republicans an unprecedentedly brazen and unconstitutional attack into an ongoing investigation. In a tweet, Jordan wrote that the lawsuit attempts to block congressional oversight. Jordan's subpoena was issued just days after former President Trump was charged with 34 counts of felony business fraud in a case spearheaded by Bragg's office. A hearing in Bragg's case against Jordan is set for April 19th.
China is flexing its military power in Taiwan's territory. Beijing declared that it is, quote, ready to fight days after carrying out military exercises near the island nation, calling the drills a serious warning against the Taiwan separatist forces. Now, this comes a week after Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen wrapped up meetings with leaders from the Western world. Taiwan is self-governed, but China claims it as part of its territory. For more, let's head over to NBC's Claudia Lavanga in Rome for us. Claudia, tell us more about this warning from China.
Good morning, Corey. Yes, tension continues to rise in the Strait of Taiwan, despite the fact that China's latest round of military drills should have ended officially on Monday. Now, according to the Defense Ministry in Taiwan, in the last 24 hours alone, they detected at least 35 military aircrafts from China and 8 ships. Now, According to Reuters, 14 of those aircrafts cross the median line, which is considered the barrier between the two sides, even though China does not officially recognize it as a border. Now, this latest round of military drills, as you mentioned, were triggered by the angered response by China to the visit by the president of Taiwan to Central America and the United States. And despite that, the president of Taiwan continues to reach out to the international community. Now, this morning, she welcomed in her office in Taipei a delegation of lawmakers from Canada, and she told them that her latest trip overseas will send out a strong message to the international partners that Taiwan is determined to safeguard democracy and freedom, which has acknowledged, it's been acknowledged, she said, by Taiwan's democratic partners. Corey, Philip.
All right, we appreciate that update, Claudio. Thank you.
20 tons of contaminated soil from East Palestine, Ohio, ended up in the highway Monday following a truck crash. State officials say the tractor trailer that was carrying the toxic turf traveled off the roadway and overturned, releasing 40,000 pounds of dirt onto the road. East Palestine was the site of a train derailment in February that resulted in a massive chemical spill. Officials have since said that the highway spill was contained and no longer poses a threat to public health.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is not giving up the struggle for power over Disney World, according to a proposal obtained by the Orlando Sentinel. The state's new Tourism Oversight Board is looking to exert control over the two cities where the park is located. The resolution would give the board authority over planning and zoning. They would have the power to review any new development in and around the Disney parks. Governor DeSantis has also threatened to add toll roads and hotel taxes for Disney. Now, before the State Oversight Board was formed, Disney pushed through changes to limit the panel's power for decades.
All right, we're in mid-April and we are midweek, and finally a warm-up. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is here tracking that forecast for us. Morning, Angie.
Morning, guys. It feels more like, I don't know, mid-June in a lot of places across the country. Omaha being one of them, that's going to hit 88 degrees today. We're running 26 degrees above normal for this time of year, so it feels really warm. This is going to be the kind of trend that we'll see at least for the next couple of days. Some other highs across the country. Rapid City hits 66 degrees later this afternoon. Denver at 83. Amarillo, you'll end up at 85 degrees, and this spreads out towards the east as well. Detroit ends up at 78 degrees this afternoon, and Nashville at 77. These temperatures stick with us for tomorrow, so prepare for it. Again, 78 for Chicago, 79 for Indianapolis, and 80s for St. Louis into the afternoon hours tomorrow. Meanwhile, we head into the weekend, and we could be looking at some record highs. We'll see those become likely for at least 10 states throughout this time period. 83 degrees on Friday in New York. I cannot wait for that. 76 on Saturday, and we'll end up into the low 70s by Sunday, and that's the story for a lot of places across the east. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. In the Midwest, we end up at 55 degrees for Fargo. Not so much, though, in Minneapolis. Just to the south and east, we'll end up into the low 80s. Meanwhile, along the Gulf Coast, it's going to be unsettled. We have a whole lot of rain working in over the next couple of days, and today that means showers and thunderstorms throughout the afternoon. And we've got to talk about the rain that is impacting so many across the Gulf Coast. We do have those flood concerns over the next few days, guys. It's something to watch, so I'll tell you all about it coming up.
Yeah, major caveat with that sunshine. Angie, thank you. We'll check in soon. We are back in a minute as the creator of the failed Fire Festival teases a comeback just a year out of prison.
But first, how new AI tech is catching cancer before symptoms arise.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite
liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now? I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now to the advancements being made in AI, making uncharted strides into cancer screenings. A new algorithm is tracking warning signs years before cancer is detected. Dr. John Torres catches us up to speed.
Don Roberts is lucky to be alive.
No one ever thinks they're at risk for developing lung cancer.
During a treatment for a kidney stone, doctors found a mass in his lung and were able to operate before the cancer spread.
They would never have found it, and in all likelihood, I would not be here talking with you today.
Breathe in. The CDC recommends people at high risk for the disease get screened with a low-dose CT scan. But even with regular screening, the most skilled radiologists can't spot everything.
This looks normal to you. You don't see a cancer here.
How often are we missing lung cancer diagnoses right now?
Well, most people who get diagnosed with lung cancer unfortunately present with stage 4 metastatic disease because it has spread someplace that is causing them a pain or a symptom, and then they go to their doctor. So we're missing most cases of early stage lung cancer when people don't have symptoms. The possibilities are limitless.
Dr. Leisha Sequest is part of a team of doctors and engineers from Massachusetts General Hospital and MIT trying to revolutionize cancer detection. Meet Sybil, an artificial intelligence program, the name inspired by the oracles of ancient Greece.
We developed Sybil, an algorithm that is able to tell who might be at risk for lung cancer 1, 3, 5 years down the road.
Lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer death in the U.S., killing more than 127,000 a year. The MassGen MIT study, using 3 sets of independent scans, found that Sybil could accurately predict whether a person will develop lung cancer in the next year, up to 94% of the time.
There's an immense amount of data in a CAT scan, and we're only scratching the surface when we just look at it with our eyes.
Usually a radiologist is looking for nodules or a mass, but Sybil has the power to look so closely at a CT scan that it can identify patterns of data associated with cancer even before a tumor appears. So this is AI in action. What do we see here?
AI circled this area in red and said this area has a dangerous pattern. It looks like cancer might come up. 2 years later, there's a cancer right in that same spot where the AI predicted it would be.
That's not to say AI will replace radiologists, but the research team in Massachusetts believes Sybil's assistance is the future of the field. Is AI going to save lives?
Yes, it will save lives because it will enable us to do more, see more, and manage better than we did without AI.
Clinical trials for Sybil are ongoing. FDA approval likely years away. And while doctors are still studying the technology, Don Roberts, who is now cancer-free, believes technology like Sybil could help him live longer.
You need every weapon you can possibly get to combat cancer.
And AI could be a powerful one.
Absolutely.
Dr. John Torres, NBC News, Boston.
That's the right use of AI right there.
Finally, a good use of it. First one I've heard.
To be excited about. A California woman is urging the public to avoid standing water after she said her son died from a flesh-eating bacteria. 41-year-old Jeff Bova passed away Friday after wading into a pond last month with a small cut on his arm. He was going after his dog. Bova's mother said that her son was diagnosed with necrotizing fasciitis. Symptoms include warm skin with red or purplish areas of painful swelling, fever, fatigue, and vomiting. NBC News has not confirmed the flesh-eating bacteria as the official cause of death, but it is still a warning.
Fire Festival is gearing up to make its return. That's right. Yesterday, entrepreneur Billy McFarland announced on Twitter, Fire Festival 2 is finally happening. He is notorious for advertising the festival in 2017 alongside his then partner, Ja Rule, as a luxury music festival on Pablo Escobar's former private island in the Bahamas. It was even promoted by high-profile celebrities, models, and influencers, but people there showed up to emergency relief tents, styrofoam lunch sandwich containers, soaked mattresses, and no performances at all. He served 4 years in prison for swindling millions from investors. No word on where or when this new festival would happen.
I just have no words for this.
Well, just hopefully nobody falls for it a second time.
Yeah. All right, still to come, the cinematic twist on a classic children's novel is finally hitting the box office.
And later, weight loss companies wave Hello Ozempic to diet trends.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now? I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
We're back now from Las
From
Vegas.
Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I've decided I want you to join my secret club. If you want to be in the club, then you have to wear a bra.
Oh. You think you need one?
Are you okay?
From the bestsellers list to the silver screen. After 5 decades, Judy Blume's Are You There, God? It's Mean Margaret gets its film adaptation, starring Rachel McAdams, Kathy Bates, and more. The beloved classic opens in theaters in a week on April 19th. Do you remember that?
You know, I've never read the book.
I guess you're not really the target audience for it.
No, but I do know what it's about, and I'm surprised that it's taken this long for a story that's supposed to be so relatable for so many middle school girls, you know, to finally get its time on the screen.
Yeah, it really is a classic. Looks like a good one.
There you go, a week from today. All right, after the break, Angie is tracking a system of showers headed to the southeast.
And later, the weight loss industry gains major changes to help people drop pounds.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Grab your umbrella if you live in the southeast, extending into parts of Miami, Louisiana. We're going to see some of these flooding concerns. This is something we've been dealing with for a couple days, especially for Miami. They've already picked up a couple of inches of rain, and more is on the way with this low pressure system that's working through. There it is. You can see it brings heavy rain to folks in New Orleans, extending into Lake Charles later today. We'll also see parts of the southeast get in on this. Notice what happens in Atlanta later into the week.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, France. Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now? I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
Okay. Well, with the rise of weight loss drugs, counting calories, exercising, and all that, it's no longer as popular. So what does this trend mean for weight loss companies like Weight Watchers? And what is the best option for shedding those extra pounds? NBC's Vicki Nguyen explains.
For decades, companies like Weight Watchers have been telling members they can lose weight by tracking how much they eat and adding more movement to their routines.
If you're ready, Weight Watchers is ready for you.
But these days, as reported in the Wall Street Journal, some weight loss companies are embracing new medications too.
Alongside with using Ozempic, I am also on Weight Watchers.
Weight Watchers, which lost more than 1.5 million members over the past 2 years, is now offering access to drugs like Wegovy, Saxenda, and Contrave, with doctors' prescriptions from their telehealth company, Sequence. But the company's chief scientific officer says Weight Watchers' core message hasn't changed.
Why should someone sign up for Weight Watchers if they can go ahead and get one of these prescriptions and lose weight with just the medicine?
Because there's no medication, no pill nor injection that will teach you healthy eating habits or increased patterns of physical activity. Behavior change is not less important. It's just as important as it always was.
On social media, many say they're doing both, counting points and taking medication.
I am down 10 pounds today. I'm so excited. So, but I'm also doing, I just started last week, I started Weight Watchers. So I'm combining that.
While weight loss drugs may be appropriate for some, doctors say there's no substitute for thorough in-person consultations.
So there are certain things you need to physically see, touch, measure on a patient that you can't do in a telehealth visit.
Yes, there are certain components of the physical exam which we may not be able to do if it's via a telemedicine platform.
For example, checking a patient's thyroid and taking body measurements, not just looking at weight.
Is this the appropriate diagnosis for them? Are they living with overweight or obesity? 2 would be, what is their history? Have they been on medications before? Have they had a surgery?
People considering weight loss drugs should first consult with their doctor to determine which type of medication is right for them, whether insurance can help cover the costs, and how to maintain a healthy diet while losing weight. Ultimately, experts say there's no single silver bullet when it comes to obesity, which is a chronic and complex condition requiring a comprehensive approach.
Thanks to Vicki for that report. Of course, we always want an easier way. In the end, it's just eating less, eating healthier, and getting out there and moving a little bit. Not so complicated, but it is hard. It's very hard.
Yeah, to be motivated, but you still got to do it. You got to stick to the old school action.
That's right. There is no way around it. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Be safe. Be healthy.
Good morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Good to be with you. Joe and Savannah are on assignment this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, horror and heroism caught on camera in Kentucky. And a warning, some of the video we're showing you is disturbing. Louisville police released video of Monday's mass shooting. It is noteworthy because it's a perspective the public rarely sees. It's body camera video from the 2 officers who first responded to the calls for help, directly engaged the shooter, and were injured in the process. Their heroism praised by a community and the country grappling with this nation's plague of gun violence.
I'm a doctor. I don't know what the answers are. But to everyone who helps make policy, both at state, city, federal, I would simply ask you to do something.
Plus, new information this morning about the 5 victims and that 25-year-old gunman. Will bring you all of the latest details. Also this morning, diplomatic relations. President Biden is waking up in Northern Ireland to mark a milestone anniversary of the Good Friday peace agreement. We'll take you overseas for more on his plans. Time to file. That's right, procrastinators. This year's tax deadline is less than a week away. We'll get some tips for last-minute filers, plus why your refund may be less than you expected this year. And playing with your food, literally, from Trivia Tuesdays to pickleball at happy hour, we'll tell you why so many bars and restaurants have added friendly competition to their menus. The rise of entertainment.
Entertainment. I love that. You know what? It's like dinner and a show, dinner and a game.
I could get on both. Good to be with you.
Good to be with you, Ellison.
All right, we have a lot of news this morning, and we begin with that police body camera footage we mentioned from Monday's deadly shooting in Kentucky.
That's right. This video shows the moment officers confronted the shooter at Old National Bank, and a warning, some viewers may find the following images distressing. This edited video was released by Louisville's police department. The clip shows two officers approaching the building. Officer Nichols Wilt is then shot in the head. He remains in critical condition in the hospital. The other officer, Corey Galloway, is then seen tumbling to the ground before retreating and taking cover back down the stairs. Reacting to the footage, Louisville's interim police chief paid tribute to her officers.
It shakes the core to know that life was being lost and that a potential additional lives could have been lost. But to sit there with the pride that I had and the respect that came over me for my officers to actually immediately engage that individual and to exchange gunfire and to make every effort and attempt to stop that threat.
All this comes amid growing anger at yet another act of gun violence in America. As the local community mourns the latest victims, the chief medical officer at University of Louisville Health expressed his frustration at the lack of action.
It's more than tired. I'm weary. There's only so many times you can walk into a room and tell someone they're not coming home tomorrow. And it just breaks your heart. When you hear someone screaming, "Mommy," or "Daddy," it just becomes too hard day in and day out to be able to do that. But to everyone who helps make policy, both at state, city, federal, I would simply ask you to do something. Because doing nothing, which is what we've been doing, is not working.
Emotional sentiments from so many in the community. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the very latest from Louisville.
Yeah, as chilling as these videos are to watch, police say they show officers doing exactly what they're trained to do, run towards the gunman to eliminate the threat. Now, the Louisville Police Department has edited and blurred portions of these videos, but they captured that crucial 4-minute window from the moment police arrived here at Old National Bank to the moment that gunman was fatally shot. And we do want to warn you, some of the video you're about to see is tough to watch. Now, in it, you'll see the arrival of both officers Galloway and Officer Christopher Wilt, who was dispatched to this scene and arrived within just 3 minutes to a hail of gunfire from the gunman that police say was positioned inside a lobby behind reflective glass and a higher vantage point, essentially in a position to ambush the officers upon arrival. And we see the exchange of gunfire. We do know that Officer Wilt was struck in the head. However, Officer Galloway continued to engage the gunman despite being grazed himself until being able to fire from a defensive position and take him down. Important to note here that no one inside the building was shot or even fired upon from the moment police arrived. Now, in light of all of this, there's been discussion on how to reform potential gun laws here in Kentucky. Something that is enraging to local leaders is the fact that this very rifle may be auctioned off instead of being destroyed. That's one of the reasons that the mayor of Louisville is asking for autonomy to create their own gun policy going forward. Meanwhile, the state of Kentucky is considered a Second Amendment sanctuary state because outside of federal law that prohibits someone with a felony conviction of buying a firearm, there are currently no laws on the books that would prohibit someone with a mental disorder or a substance abuse disorder from being able to go out and buy a gun. Meanwhile, in neighboring Tennessee, Republican Governor Bill Lee has just signed an executive order specifically designed to strengthen background checks and red flag laws. We'll send it back to you.
Morgan, thanks so much.
As Louisville comes to terms with this act of violence, a new survey is shining a spotlight on the dramatic impact of gun violence on the United States. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has that report.
As the U.S. reels from yet another rash of shootings, a new survey is out that shows the extent that Americans are dealing with gun violence in their everyday lives.
As a funeral for a shooting victim wrapped up in D.C., gunfire erupted again. 1 man killed, 3 others hurt. From workplace violence to school shootings, according to a new survey from the Kaiser Family Foundation, a majority of U.S. adults have either personally or had a family member who's been impacted by a gun-related incident. Including suicide, nearly 1 in 5 Americans have lost a family member to gun violence, with people of color disproportionately impacted.
So is this about mental health or is it about easy access to guns?
It's about both of them.
Jackie Rowe Adams lost 2 sons, Anthony and Tyrone, to gun violence. She now runs a support group in Harlem.
When I hear about this constant shooting, it pains me. I hurt so bad because I know another family, another mother, father family is hurting for the loss of their loved one.
As the nationwide debate over access to guns heats up, a day after the mass shooting in Louisville, the city's mayor fumed over a state law that requires confiscated firearms, like the rifle the killer used on Monday, to be resold at auction.
It's time to change this law and let us destroy illegal guns and destroy the guns that have been used to kill our friends and kill our neighbors.
While in Tennessee, Republican Governor Bill Lee today called for stronger background checks for gun purchases.
The executive order will, for one thing, set a 72-hour clock for reporting new criminal activity.
Other states like Maryland, Washington, and Colorado are moving forward with new restrictions as gun rights advocates push back on what they consider unconstitutional overreach.
No amount of gun control is going to stop a criminal hell-bent on murder from gaining some tools to do it.
The Kaiser survey also shows that about 1/3 of adults have avoided large crowds due to the possibility of gun violence. Back to you.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. We're following breaking news out of Indiana this morning. Thousands have been ordered to evacuate as a toxic warehouse fire burns out of control. Look at this. This was the scene yesterday when the fire first broke out. It's at a plastics recycling processing facility in the town of Richmond. That's right on the border with Ohio. Plastic and other toxic materials are burning. Thick flumes of black smoke can be seen billowing up into the sky. According to the National Weather Service of Indiana, the smoke was visible on satellite images. Schools in the area, they are closed today under the guidance of Indiana's Emergency Management Agency. The cause of the fire is still unknown, but officials say the fire could burn for days.
And now to Northern Ireland, where President Joe Biden is starting a historic visit to mark the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, which helped end decades of violent conflict. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is near the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland and joins us now to give a preview of the president's day. Good morning, Mike. So I know President Biden is scheduled to talk in Belfast shortly, and a big part of his talk is going to focus on the Good Friday Agreement, which has been looking a lot more fragile lately. Can you first just talk about this fine line the president has to walk between being supportive of the agreement and overstepping it?
Well, Zinkley, we got a really strong indication of just the tightrope that President Biden is walking, just how sensitive the political situation is in Northern Ireland. In the last hour, as President Biden was sitting down with the British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, the president was asked what his message is going to be to the Northern Ireland political leaders who he'll also be meeting with today. His answer was that he's there to listen, not to speak to them. And that really speaks to just the sensitivity of the situation right now. It's interesting, the president, we will hear from him in the next hour. He's scheduled to give remarks at a university campus in Belfast, and that setting is significant because as we are marking the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Peace Accords, President Biden is going to be speaking directly to a generation that has only known a more peaceful situation, didn't live through the troubles that began in the late 60s through the 1990s. That's really the president's message to the public today, which is that too much has been gained economically, demographically, through the situation because of the Good Friday Agreement, to put it at risk now. Why is it at risk? Well, there are all sorts of economic complications because of the British vote in 2016 to exit the European Union. There has been a new agreement, they call it the Windsor Accord, to try to settle some of those trade disputes, but still there are these lingering tensions, and it's now hoped that rather than a celebration, this 25th anniversary will help be a moment to rescue that agreement.
And I mean, Mike, while we're on the agreement, I know there was an increase in tensions in Northern Ireland ahead of the visit. You touched on it a bit. What's the mood like there today, and where's President Biden headed next?
Yeah, one of the reasons why many of the commentators here are listening to the president's remarks so closely, because there is a fear that just an errant comment, maybe a quick joke, could even further inflame the situation. There has been an increase in tensions. Just over the Easter weekend, we saw marches by paramilitary groups resembling the new IRA throughout Northern Ireland. There was also an attempted murder attempt on a local law enforcement officer. We've seen the members of the different political parties on both sides of the debate showing unity in the weeks and months since then. President Biden has made a point of calling out that unity and saying how important it is at this moment. But that, again, is all the more reason why President Biden is really walking that diplomatic tightrope here today.
Mike Memley, thank you so much.
Turning now to the latest fallout from that classified documents leak as the international community continues to react and U.S. officials scramble to try and control the damage. NBC News Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell has more.
U.S. officials are scrambling to control the fallout from the disclosure of sensitive intelligence secrets after dozens of classified documents were leaked online. Those leaked documents causing tough conversations between Washington and U.S. allies. On Ukraine, a U.S. intelligence assessment that Ukraine's military will fall well short of retaking most of the territory it's lost to Russia, according to a document obtained by the Washington Post. And a document seen by NBC News revealing Ukrainian agents launched drone attacks against targets in Russia and its ally Belarus, including just outside Moscow, despite promising the U.S. it would not strike Russia. Secretary of State Blinken spoke with Ukraine's foreign minister. Are you concerned about cross-border attacks?
Ukraine has to make decisions about how it can most effectively defend itself against Russian aggression.
Another leaked document says Egypt's President el-Sisi recently ordered 40,000 rockets to be produced for Russia, according to the Washington Post. Egypt denies it. Since Camp David in 1978, Egypt has received more than $50 billion in military aid and $30 billion in economic aid from the U.S., more than any other country in the Middle East except Israel. How could intelligence officials not know sooner about the leaks? Sir, why didn't you know about it before April 6th? That means that they were up for at least many weeks, if not months, before U.S. intelligence knew that they were in the public domain.
They were somewhere in the web, and where exactly and who had access at that point, we don't know.
The Pentagon is now in damage control, limiting the number of people who can see such highly classified documents.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you.
Now let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with more on the heat wave we are currently having. Good morning.
Morning, guys. Yeah, summer is here, ready or not. We're continuing to see temperatures running way warm for this time of year, with many people ending up in the high 80s. Omaha is one of those places. 86 degrees later today. Amarillo also at 86. Still the upper 70s for St. Louis. And as we look down towards Nashville, we'll hit 78 degrees there as well. Washington, D.C. ends up at 83 today. And as we get into tomorrow, these temperatures stick with us. 84 degrees for New York tomorrow. It's going to be a really nice day out there. But again, feeling like summer, and many locations are going to see the potential to break some records. We'll see that potential across more than 10 states. And this takes us into the weekend. Friday, 84 degrees in New York, low 70s by Saturday, still hanging out into the moderate 60s as we get into Sunday to wrap up the weekend. In places like Pittsburgh, will be low 80s to upper 70s. So still really nice, really comfortable conditions if you're looking for some warmth. The issues that we're seeing, though, that come with that lower humidity and those elevated winds are going to be some fire alerts that we have up for more than 63 million people. We have the warm temperatures on top of that. And it does include places like Chicago, Washington, D.C., Boston through the day today. So watching for fire to spread quickly. Not a great day to have any of those outdoor burns. Also, out towards the west, where temperatures are, of course, warm, we're seeing quick rapid snow melt. This is something that's happening quickly. We're seeing the river flooding continuing to be an issue, with the flood watches already up there. And speaking of flooding concerns down through the south, specifically South Florida has had rounds and rounds of heavy rain and flooding concerns for days now. And we have more moisture working on to the Sunshine State. This is going to be problematic for some flooding concerns, and we will see the potential for some flash flooding through the day today and even into tomorrow. Already this morning, we do have a flood watch in effect for places like Miami. It's all thanks to this low pressure system that's bringing bringing more of that moisture onshore. New Orleans, parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, we're going to continue to see that rain through the day today. And as we get into tomorrow, we could see a couple of isolated strong to even severe storms that'll include some damaging winds, maybe an isolated tornado along the east central Gulf. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. By the time we get into the end of the work week, guys, we'll start to see the rain working through the Carolinas, but it'll quickly exit and we'll be left with some drier conditions for folks there.
I like dry conditions for the weekend.
Yes, I know.
How about the warm conditions?
Yes.
Short sleeves, guys.
But the fire warning, that's what I told people when I was getting dinner last night. I informed everyone around me. I was like, do you know what I learned at work today?
Oh, good.
Aspen.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and coming up on Morning News Now, a campaign of harassment. That's what Manhattan's DA is calling House Republicans' efforts to allegedly interfere in his investigation of Donald Trump.
Up next, the new lawsuit that he just filed and how it could impact the former president's case.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're back with the escalating tensions between Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and Trump allies in Congress.
Yeah, Bragg filed a federal lawsuit yesterday against Republican House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan. He's looking to block a subpoena the committee issued to Bragg related to the Trump investigation and indictment in Manhattan.
Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, good morning. Break down for us what is in this lawsuit and remind viewers how we got to this point.
Yeah, Allison, first of all, this is a long lawsuit. It's 50 pages, and it has a lot of information in it. The most important part of it is the tangible ask that Bragg makes to the court that prevents the Judiciary Committee from subpoenaing Mark Pomerantz, who's a former member of the district attorney's office, who is the first prosecutor who led the case against Trump before leaving the office earlier this year. And then, of course, it asks to block any future possible subpoena of Bragg himself. But also within this lawsuit are the details behind which the district attorney's office claims is a campaign by House Republicans to tarnish Bragg's image, to threaten him, and to prevent him from doing his job of prosecuting Donald Trump, in this case, for a crime they believe he committed within Manhattan that has no jurisdiction from the United States Congress. So they're trying to lay down the line here, and it shows that Bragg and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is not just going to take the attacks from Jim Jordan and House Judiciary Republicans lying down, but they are going to fight back.
And Ryan, notably here, Congress does not have the power to supervise state criminal prosecution. So talk to us about what Jordan's reasoning is here. And I know he's fired back in response to Bragg's lawsuit. What exactly is he saying?
Yeah, and that's such an important point, Zinkley. And the way that the Judiciary Republicans are trying to get at this is claiming that they have oversight over the federal funds that the Manhattan District Attorney's Office takes advantage of as part of their budget. Now, the District Attorney's Office has said that the federal funds that they use, their federal grants, aren't specifically involved in this particular prosecution. But Jordan claims that he wants answers regardless. He said in a tweet yesterday, first, they indict a president for no crime. Then they sue to block congressional oversight when we ask questions about the federal funds they say they used to do it. Now, Zinkley and Ellison, we cannot have this conversation without reminding our viewers that Jim Jordan himself was subpoenaed by the January 6th Select Committee and essentially ignored that subpoena, did not respond to that subpoena. Now he's on the other end of this, issuing these subpoenas, and is expecting his targets of the subpoenas to comply in a way that he never did.
And Ryan, really quickly, last 10, 15 seconds here, what should we expect next? Is there going to be a hearing soon?
Yeah, there's a hearing that'll happen later this month. The judge has already declined a temporary injunction to prevent the ask from Bragg against these subpoena requests to go into effect. So we'll have to see what happens at that hearing coming up in the next couple of weeks.
All right, great information, Ryan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Turning now to international news, Italy has announced a state of emergency over a wave of migrants.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and a whole lot more. Good morning.
Alison Zinkley, good morning. That's right. Italy declared a state of emergency yesterday after what they say was a sharp rise in migrants arriving across the Mediterranean. Now about €5 million funding will go toward this effort. The Ministry for Sea and Civil Protection says the state of emergency should last about 6 months. Now to Myanmar, where a devastating airstrike has killed at least 100 people. This happened yesterday, just north of the country's second largest city. A witness said a fighter jet dropped bombs onto a crowd of people, including children. Many in the crowd were gathering for a ceremony put on by opponents of army rule. The military is using these airstrikes to combat an active fight against their control. Finally, let's go to Mexico, where an ancient scoreboard has just been discovered. The circular stone was used to track points in a ritual ball game played by Mesoamerican people. Archaeologists say it could date between 800 and 900 AD. The stone, weighing about 88 pounds, shows ancient hieroglyphic writing. Archaeologists working with the piece are calling it an especially rare find, and a team is now working to preserve it, guys.
So fascinating.
Yeah, pretty impressive scoreboard.
Yes.
Love to see that.
88 pounds. Can you imagine trying to just get that up out?
No, thank you. Good workout, though. Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, an emerging threat. New this morning, a warning from the president's drug czar about a new mix of drugs that's led to a startling spike in overdose deaths.
And driving up the stakes, the new standards that are being rolled out today to speed up the transition from gas to electric. That's next on Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back with the growing tensions over the future of medical abortions. All eyes are on the appeals court this morning as the deadline approaches for both the plaintiffs that filed the Texas lawsuit and the Justice Department to file last-minute motions. We could see a decision come down at any time. Meanwhile, Democratic lawmakers are pushing back alongside some of the biggest drug makers in the country. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the details.
The fight over mifepristone access is raging in federal court right now, but the case is also attracting some notable attention outside of the courtroom. A show of force from Big Pharma, now wading into the battle over a widely used abortion pill. More than 600 drug makers and biotech leaders signing on to a scathing condemnation of that ruling by a federal judge in Texas, invalidating the FDA's longtime approval of mifepristone, accusing the judge of activism.
Now it's been shown that courts can step in and overturn a scientific decision.
Dr. Amanda Banks, former CEO of Blackfin Therapeutics, who co-authored the letter, says the judge's ruling sets a dangerous precedent that extends beyond the abortion issue.
If one medicine is subject to this kind of outcome, really any medicine is.
President Biden also slamming the decision.
My thoughts are it's completely out of bounds what the judge did.
While the anti-abortion group that filed the Texas lawsuit is doubling down, writing in a statement, quote, the FDA failed to abide by its legal obligations to protect the health, safety, and welfare of girls and women. With the Texas order set to go into effect early Saturday unless blocked in the courts, Democratic governors are not wasting any time taking matters into their own hands.
We're taking a close look at all of our options.
Massachusetts, Washington State, New York, and California all now stockpiling years' worth of mifepristone or an alternative abortion pill.
So I'm proud to announce that New York State will create a stockpile of misoprostol, another form of medication abortion.
It's all in preparation for a decision that would apply nationwide.
Our thanks to Laura Jarrett for that report. The appeals court is expected to deliver a decision after midday today. If no decision comes down, the Department of Justice will likely rush to push the case up to the Supreme Court.
And we have more medical headlines now. In our weekly checkup, we're taking a closer look at the deadly toll opioid use disorder has on mental health.
Plus, with serious concerns over vaping, why one flavor of vapes could actually be more damaging to your health.
So let's dig in with NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. Good morning, Dr. Torres. So before we get to the studies, we want to start with the growing fentanyl crisis. This morning, the director of the Office of National Drug Control Policy actually declared that fentanyl mixed with an animal tranquilizer is an emerging threat. So what do we know about what's being called tranq, and what does this mean for the Biden administration?
And since the drugs are declared an emerging threat, what that means is the government now has 90 days to come up with a policy and 120 days to give guidelines to agencies on how to handle this. But what is happening here is this drug tranquilizer known as xylazine, which is used for horses, lambs, cows, animals, has now been moved over to the human community, and it's being used to adulter fentanyl, which adulters other types of drugs as well. And we're seeing huge amounts of this sweep throughout the country. As a matter of fact, in some areas, it's increased tenfold the amounts of overdoses we're seeing because of the xylazine. So the concern is there that this is an emerging threat, could turn into an emergency type situation, and so they're trying to get a handle on it right now.
So let's turn, Dr. Torres, to our first study we have here. This is looking at the deadly toll opioid use has on mental health. Research from Columbia University is showing that limiting opioid prescriptions might actually help limit suicide. What's the connection here?
And the concern was actually that limiting opioid doses, because over the last few years, they've really talked to doctors about decreasing prescription for opioids, trying to get patients off of it as quick as we can. And what the concern was that people would become desperate and might even use opioids for suicides and increase the suicide rate. But instead, what they found out is that limiting the opioid prescriptions actually lowered the rates of suicide, because 40% of overdose suicides involved opioids. So if they're not as available, they're not going to be able to use them. And people are turning to other alternatives other than opioids opioids for pain control, so that's helping them out as well. The researchers predicted the suicide rate would have actually spiked, but instead it ended up coming down. So what are doctors' orders? Well, first and foremost, have Narcan on hand for you or some loved one, because it could be possible you need that, and then follow prescribing guidelines to get off of it as soon as you can, those opioids.
And then, of course, because you touched on self-harm, I do want to note that if you or someone you know is struggling with mental health and you're watching this, you can reach out to the National Suicide Hotline at 988. Now, I do want to turn to vaping. Research shows that the mint flavor is the vape of choice for many teenagers, but a new study is suggesting that that flavor specifically could actually be worse for you. Why is that?
And a lot of people use this mint or menthol flavor because it's smoother on the throat. It doesn't hurt as much as regular smoke when you're inhaling a cigarette. But this flavor actually ends up having more particulates and produces more toxins than those that don't have the menthol flavor in them. On top of that, researchers found that menthol vapors actually ended up taking shallower breaths, and they think the reason they did that is because they had poor lung function. They weren't able to breathe as well as those that didn't use menthol vapes. So again, big concern here. So what are doctors' orders here? Well, first and foremost, you want to steer clear of flavors, because flavors themselves we now know have more particulates. And try and quit. There's a variety of ways to quit. One of them is right there. 1-800-QUIT-NOW can help you with methods and with actually prescription drugs that could possibly help you quit as well.
All right, Dr. John Torres, thank you.
Thank you so much. And this morning, the Biden administration is taking new steps aimed at battling climate change. The EPA will roll out strict new emission standards later today. These new standards will require automakers to speed up the transition from gas to electric vehicles. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on what we can expect.
They're among America's fastest-selling cars. Average price, an eye-popping $58,000. Electric vehicles, EVs, make up 7% of new car sales. Now the Biden administration wants to accelerate the green revolution with tougher emission standards. And industry sources say requiring that EVs make up at least 54% of automakers' new car sales by 2030, 2/3 of sales by 2032.
Running on a cleaner grid, making and inventing the technologies that are going to power the future.
Automakers are already investing billions to transition from gas to electric. General Motors CEO Mary Barra.
The quicker we can bring everyone along to EVs, the better it's going to be for climate.
We've seen the green revolution firsthand from the assembly line. 3,000 pounds of lithium-ion cells helping the Hummer to accelerate from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. To the front line. Eventually, they want to take their whole fleet electric. Just 2 years ago, automakers agreed that EVs would make up half their sales by 2030. Now the industry says the new White House goals aren't realistic. Writing in a statement, this requires a massive 100-year change to the U.S. industrial base and the way Americans drive.
And there are a lot of things that have to happen to get us to a full EV culture,
including raw materials, charging stations, and the electric grid to power it. For now, sticker shock may convince many Americans to stick with their gas guzzlers. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
And coming up, an incredible survival story. How a veteran surfer was able to fight off a shark after it pulled him underwater.
Plus, it's being called juice jacking. Why you may want to pause before plugging into those public charging stations. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Now for a tale of friendship and heroism that helped save a veteran surfer. Mike Morita was attacked over the weekend by an 8-foot tiger shark in Hawaii. He managed to fight off the predator and survived thanks to the quick actions of his friends. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz has the incredible story.
Hey there, the man you're about to meet, Mike Morita, says he has been surfing the same spot in Oahu for more than 20 years. Then Sunday, a sudden shark attack from below threw him into the fight of his life. Miraculously, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. He stayed calm, fought back, and started punching that shark right in its nose.
For a man who was just a whisper away from death, Mike Morita is in a pretty good mood.
So with the pain medication, and this nice soft hospital bed, I'm at about a 2 or a 3 as far as pain.
The 58-year-old surfer had been catching waves in Oahu this past Sunday when he felt what he first thought was a seal latching onto his leg.
I just felt the pressure and the strength of it.
The longtime surfer quickly realized he was face to face with an 8-foot tiger shark.
I started to pray to God and I said, God, let this shark let go of my leg. And I was going back and forth with it. It didn't let go. So I guess God wanted me to fight.
So fight is exactly what he did.
I started punching it as hard as I could, but I felt my punches were so weak and slow.
The shark dragged him underwater with one leg in his mouth, so Morita says he wrapped his other leg around the shark like a bear hug and squeezed.
My hand went right to the gill, and as soon as I got to the gills, it released me.
While he bled heavily from his leg, other nearby surfers rushed to help.
I looked back, and I saw how bad my leg was. From my ankle to like almost, halfway to my knee, there was no meat. It was only the bone. My brave friends, they saved my life because they got the tourniquets on.
Without that first aid, lifeguards say Morita probably wouldn't have survived.
Very fortunate for this individual, too. The guys that he was surfing with, able to use that leash as a tourniquet, definitely saved his life.
Morita says his deep faith is what kept him calm.
At no point was I scared. At no point was I thinking that I was going to die.
Crediting his friends with saving his life.
I cannot believe the courage my friends had, because I'm getting attacked and they paddled towards me. They are my heroes.
Now, unfortunately, Morita lost his right foot in that attack and is getting ready to go into surgery again this week to try to save as much of his leg as possible. But look, Morita is one of those unstoppable spirits. He says he's not only at peace, he can't be more grateful for his friends that saved his life, and he also can't wait to get back in the ocean. Back to you.
So glad he's safe. Gotti Schwartz, thank you.
A federal judge has denied a request by Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes to remain out of prison while she appeals her fraud conviction. The 39-year-old was convicted in January 2022 on 4 counts of fraud and conspiracy in connection with her leadership at the blood testing company. Last November, Holmes was sentenced to more than 11 years in prison. She's expected to begin her sentence April 27th.
And the FBI has issued a warning for people who charge their phones at public charging stations, commonly found in airports, hotels, and hospitals.
Yeah, the agency is warning about something called juice jacking. That's where bad actors are using those charging stations to infect phones and other devices with malware.
For more on this, we're joined now by Mark Rash. He's a former U.S. computer crime prosecutor and the vice president of the computer security company Unit 221B. Mark, good morning. Thank you for being here. So this is really alarming. How at risk are we by using these public charging stations? How are these bad agents actually getting access to our devices? And also, is this a new problem?
I'll answer the last one first, and it's not really a new problem. There's always been a problem whenever you're connecting a computer, which is a phone is a form of a computer, to something that you don't know what you're connecting to. So this deals with public Wi-Fi, and now what we're dealing with is public access to electricity. Because what happens is when you plug the phone in, you're actually connecting your computer or phone to something that you don't know where it came from. So the cable itself contains a chip that can be used to steal information, or you're just plugging it into what amounts to another computer, and it's sucking out data or infecting you with malware. So it's always been a theoretical problem. It has always been something that security people have been aware of. It's not a major problem. It's not happening in droves, but if you want to be careful about it, you can just use a power supply like this and just plug it into your own power supply.
Yeah, Mark, a little more on the how do you protect yourself, even if this is something that's rare. So many of us live on our phones and it feels like you just have a lot of information there. You want to be as careful as possible. Is there anything you should physically look for before you plug in to a public charging station? Is there any sort of setting on the phone where it can ask, are you sure, or anything like that that you could tap into here?
Sure. So the first thing is there's usually nothing you can look for on the device. It's just going to look like a USB plug. And that's by design. If you're going to be a hacker and you're going to create a corrupt charging station, you're going to make it look like a regular charging station. So a physical inspection usually isn't going to find anything. If they're corrupting an existing charging station, maybe they've taken the plate off, maybe there's some loose wires, but probably not. The second thing to look for is your cable itself. We've seen an explosion of cables that are fake cables. And in the cable itself, there's a chip. And that chip can be corrupted, and that can be the device that's used to steal the information. So it's both the power supply and the cable that you make sure that you get genuine authorized cables, and then you plug it into your own brick instead of plugging it into a USB port at an airport or something like that. Now, most phones have, like the iPhone, for example, when you plug it into somebody else's computer, it will ask you, do you want to trust this computer? So when you plug it into a charging station, if it's asking you, do you want to trust this? The answer will always be no. There's no reason you should be getting anything out of that charging station other than electricity. And if your phone is asking you to trust it, it means you're getting something more than just mere electricity.
Yep, that's what we call news you can use. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thanks,
we appreciate it.
Now let's get into some financial news. Warner Brothers Discovery is adding a new service to the streaming world.
All right, here comes another one. CNBC's markets reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now for this and other money headlines. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, Warner Brothers Discovery will unveil its new Max streaming service at an event this afternoon. It combines HBO Max and Discovery Plus, and there will reportedly be multiple subscription plans. That includes the ad-free plan for $16 per month, which is the same price as the current HBO Max. There will also be a cheaper ad-supported tier that may cost $10 per month. The new Max could launch as soon as the next month or two. Meantime, Elon Musk says Twitter will remove the legacy blue check marks on April 20th or 4/20. In a tweet, he says this is the final date. If the move goes ahead, Twitter will have verification marks only for paid users and businesses, governments, and government officials. Twitter Blue costs $8 per month if you sign up through the web and $11 if you subscribe through iOS or Android devices. And IKEA has a new virtual interior design service that brings in a professional to pick out your furniture. It costs $99 per room or $299 for a business setting. It's accomplished digitally over 3 video calls after you book an appointment and fill out a wish list to help IKEA figure out your needs. The designer will build a mood board, map out your space in 3D, and work with you on furnishings, materials, and lighting. You can also use IKEA's TaskRabbit service to take the plans and build them out in your own home. I have never been one of those people that can build my own IKEA furniture. So.
Oh my gosh, I know. Yeah, forget the design. Could we have an informational video?
But I got to say, I'm pretty handy. So if y'all ladies need help.
Right,
good to know.
Pippa Stevens, thank you so much.
All right, tax day is fast approaching, and if you have not started yet, you have a few extra days to get it done.
But just a few. The deadline to file your returns is next Tuesday, April 18th. That's because April 15th falls on a Saturday this year.
Joining us now is Mark Stieber. He's Senior Vice President and Chief Tax Officer at Jackson Hewitt Tax Service. Mark, good morning. Thank you for joining us. All right, let's start with the question that I thankfully don't have right now, but some people do. If I haven't filed it, What do I need to do?
Well, first, don't panic. There's still 5 whole days and 16 hours. And you've got 60 million friends with you lining up in the queue as of about a week ago. So it is important to pay attention to the deadline. You do not want to miss that. There's late filing penalties, late payment penalties, and there's still plenty of time and plenty of resources, but lots of changes. So if you're going into it with, I'm just going to cookie cut last year's tax return, that's probably a big mistake. As is, I'll get to it this summer. I'll kick the can down the road. Also a big mistake.
And Mark, I know you wrote an article on Jackson Hewitt's website talking about why our tax returns may be a little smaller this year. No one ever likes to hear that. What are the reasons?
It's unfortunate, but it's really an adjustment to the pre-pandemic amounts. So when I say they're lower than last year, which was higher because they put in a bunch of things to help people out. So they're down about $2,900 for about the 70 or 80 million people that have got refunds so far. About 3 out of 4. And so I don't want to mislead people. Still a nice, healthy refund, $3,000, 3 out of 4 people getting it, but it won't look like last year's because there was a lot of supersized stuff in last year's return. But there's also a lot of other things to watch out for. A lot more people are self-employed this year, a lot more crypto activity, a lot more people doing a lot of different things, getting married, having children, going back to college. All of those can add money to your tax return. And the biggest mistake you make, rushing through just to get it done and you leave something off, because trust me, the IRS is not your friend when it comes to finding you extra money. They find themselves money. So you leave it off, it stays off. So pay attention, use your time wisely, find those documents, find last year's return, and get some help from a trusted, branded, trained pro. Time is of the nigh.
You mentioned earlier that there are new laws this year. Can you remind us of those and tell people what they should be looking at?
Yeah, there's a lot of new changes that were really same as the refund. Reversion back to pre-pandemic amounts. Child credit lower. Dependent care credit lower. No longer can take a charitable donation unless you itemize. So a lot of things changed, but they really just changed back. Bigger than tax changes, and I tell people this every year, are life changes. Taking care of your dependent parents. Starting some new side gig. You know, doing things out of your home because of the pandemic. All of those can have a material impact and a bigger refund if you don't overlook them.
And Mark, you importantly mentioned crypto. It's really important people remember, even though those are digital assets, they do need to be filed.
Number one mistake I see every year is 2 things. One, they think they don't have to put it on the tax return if they didn't cash out. That's not true. If you traded or converted or had a fork or any of those other things and got new crypto, that's probably a taxable transaction. The second bigger mistake is calculating your gain based on your basis. If you don't calculate what you paid for it and what all went into that, you might calculate your gain incorrectly, and in many cases too large and pay too much in tax. And again, your IRS friends are not going to say that's too big a number, you need to lower that. Pay too much, they keep it.
And that's even if you're someone who only has like a little bit of crypto on Robinhood or what have you.
Exactly.
Everybody's got to report it.
If you had transactions and you had a gain, if you're happy, you probably had a deal that you need to report.
That's a good morning. If you're happy, tax it. Okay.
I like that, Mark.
Mark, thank you. We
Good to be
appreciate
here.
it.
5 days.
5 days. Thanks, Mark. And coming up, food and drinks with friendly competition on the side. From Scrabble to Uno, even axe throwing at happy hour. We'll explain why so many restaurants and bars are adding games to their menus. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're back now with today's Good Talker, a story that has everyone buzzing. Marvel actor Jeremy Renner has made a victorious return to the red carpet after a snowplow accident in January. With the help of a cane, the actor arrived with his family at the premiere of Rennervations, his new Disney Plus reality series. During his press interviews, Renner used a motorized scooter to assist him. The actor had said he was determined to make the event and was still recovering from his injuries, but we always love to see our favorite superheroes on the mend.
Yes, absolutely. No matter how he's getting right, it's amazing that he's back out and at it, and seems like he's in good spirits. Yes,
so which we love to see
for him. Yes. All right. So for skateboarders, if you're a skateboarder out there, finding somewhere to skate can be as hard as landing your very first ollie. So a group of athletes in Navajo Nation got some help from none other than skateboarding superstar Tony Hawk. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has more.
The Navajo Nation is breathtaking, 27,000 square miles of quiet beauty. But for kids growing up here, maybe too quiet. That's why so many are attracted to this sound. Navajo Nation loves to skate. Just check out their president doing an ollie.
Friends to come out, you skate, you challenge one another, and you keep each other accountable.
But the reservation itself has been a skateboarding desert. Kids had to find a ride dozens of miles away just to get their wheels running. 12-year-old Cheyenne has been doing it for years.
I just like doing it because it's fun. It teaches me to be more active.
These remote communities need more opportunities to have outdoor recreations.
Something skaters could call their own became a community's cause. And with assistance from an organization called the Skate Park Project and its famous founder, Tony Hawk.
Thank you for bringing change into this community.
The Dene Skate Garden was set in concrete.
How important is this to have an outlet, especially for kids in a community that's been less served traditionally?
I think it's hugely important, especially in a community like this. When kids find skateboarding, I think they find something that speaks to them in a deeper way and something that can teach them a lot of life lessons about overcoming their goals, about overcoming challenges.
Now, somewhere like that exists right here.
I'm really excited for them so that they can be here, they can be a part of the community.
A place of pride, a culture of tradition, now embracing the great sanctuary of skate. Steve Patterson, NBC News, Navajo Nation.
And finally this hour, bars and restaurants are looking to make a comeback after taking some major hits during the pandemic.
Yes, there's nothing like a good drink with friends and a little friendly competition. These bars are bringing customers in with trivia and honestly a whole lot more. So for more on this, let's bring in a familiar face, one of our favorites, our very own Joe Fryer. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, good morning. Are you guys both trivia buffs?
I'm not good at it.
You're not good.
I'm also not good, but I love to.
You don't have to be good. That's the key. If you are a history buff, if you're a pop culture aficionado, this trend might be for you. A growing number of bars and restaurants across the country are adding trivia nights to the menu to bring people together for a few drinks and a whole lot of fun.
Ben Affleck and what other actor are both returning as the Caped Crusader in the movie The Flash?
If it's Tuesday night, it's trivia night at Lexington Public on Manhattan's Upper East Side.
Michael Keaton.
We've been coming here like pretty much every week. Tuesday night trivia brings me to the bar. I really love pop culture.
I love geography, like current events, politics, and sports.
Teams like this one meet up weekly for some friendly competition.
Gets us out on a Tuesday night, so it's nice to have a routine.
Owner Chloe Patelis added the trivia night as a way to draw customers to the newly opened bar. And she says it's a winning answer. Tuesday night business is up 50%.
It's brought in so many people that might not have found this location.
NYC Trivia League supplies bars like Lexington Public with equipment, hosts, everything they need to run their own trivia nights, besides the beers and wings. The group has seen a rush of interest post-pandemic and added 24 new trivia nights since November.
We've seen more players. We've seen them coming back more often.
And it's not just a New York City phenomenon. The company King Trivia runs events in about 35 states. They've gone from 200 weekly events before the pandemic to more than 300 now.
More different types of venues are open to it today. So the popularity has surged. It's way higher. But it's a much more difficult landscape today than it was before.
It's part of a larger trend combining eating and drinking with entertainment. More than 80% of Americans have tried it out. For customers watching their wallets, it provides added value, while bars get an influx of patrons and improve their bottom line.
Before the pandemic, is a trivia night something that you would have even considered?
I know a lot of bars did it, but that's not something that I would have considered. It's amazing. I would never go back.
And if you're looking to add a dose of competition to your nights out, trivia is not the only option. Some places, customers can throw an axe in between sips of beer or even play pickleball during happy hour.
An event night like this, that's their personal trainer, so they have to go. They have to commit to it. Otherwise, they might have just thought, I'm going to go out tonight. Maybe I'll just stay in and watch TV.
You're like a personal trainer.
Just like a personal trainer, yeah.
Personal trainer gives you a little extra oomph to get out the door and go drink and eat wings. The team we spoke to, by the way, at the beginning of the piece did actually end up winning that trivia tournament last night. They call themselves Shark Shank Redemption. One of the team members told us that she was actually a contestant on Jeopardy. So there's some serious competition there.
That makes me nervous.
That's a bit of an unfair.
I was going to Google trivia, and then I'm like, wait, what? Wait, real expert. I love that.
But
good for
clearly
them, though.
A growing trend.
Yes, very cool. Thanks,
Joe.
Joe.
Thank you. Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, evacuation order. Breaking this morning, a massive fire at a plastics recycling center in Indiana is burning out of control. Towering plumes of toxic black smoke pouring into the sky, with thousands of people ordered to evacuate. We'll have more on the growing concern over air quality as firefighters say the flames will likely burn for days. Ambush attack less than 48 hours after police say a gunman opened fire in a Louisville bank. Police have released body camera video of what they call 7 minutes of horror.
Really shakes the core. It shakes the core to know that life was being lost.
Officers are now saying about the nature of the attack and what we're learning about the victims, including one who had just moved to Louisville only 3 weeks ago. Decision day. Just days after being expelled, a second Tennessee lawmaker could soon make his return to the state house. We're live in Memphis ahead of today's critical vote and the impact it could have on the battle over gun laws. Biden in Belfast. The president landing in Northern Ireland this morning. He's there to mark 25 years of the Good Friday Agreement that ended decades of political and religious violence. But the visit comes amid heightened tensions. Why this trip is both political and personal for the president. And super bloom. After record rainfall hammered the West Coast, a colorful surprise is lighting up California. We're taking you inside the spring surge that has lines at state parks looking more like lines at theme parks. And I got to say, I've actually seen them firsthand, so I'm very excited for that story.
Good. Yeah, I love to see that. I love when it's like everyone's excited to be outside and do things.
Especially with this warm weather, which we'll get to later this hour.
All right, so we begin, though, with breaking news out of Indiana this morning. That's where a toxic fire is burning, forcing thousands of people to evacuate.
Yeah, that fire started in a tractor trailer before quickly spreading to a nearby plastics facility. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest.
This morning, firefighters are battling a massive blaze at a warehouse in Indiana that led to the evacuation order of more than 2,000 residents. Toxic fumes and smoke floating over the city of Richmond for more than 12 hours. Fire officials say the blaze broke out Tuesday afternoon at a plastics recycling processing facility.
Right now it's just a trailer, but it's spreading fast.
The fire reportedly starting in a tractor trailer on site, quickly engulfing the rest of the plant and spewing thick plumes of black smoke.
It was fully loaded with unknown type of plastics.
The blaze becoming so large it could be seen from space. The National Weather Service tweeting this satellite image. Residents within a half-mile of the fire are being ordered to evacuate, while those just outside the half-mile radius are being asked to shelter in place and turn off HVAC units. A precaution because officials are increasingly concerned over what chemicals may be in the air.
The smoke is definitely toxic. As the wind changes, we may change the direction of the evacuations.
Officials say the cause of the blaze is under investigation, but there are questions surrounding the history of the building and its owner.
He has been warned several times. We do have an unsafe citation that was issued to him. We knew it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when this was going to happen.
As firefighters work around the clock on a potentially dangerous inferno that could burn for days.
It's a big enough fire, it's going to burn a while.
That was Gabe Gutierrez reporting. As Gabe mentioned, public schools remain closed today, but nearby Indiana University East will hold virtual classes as the rest of the campus operates on a limited basis.
We're also getting a clearer picture this morning of what happened at that deadly bank shooting in Louisville. Police released dramatic body camera video showing officers rushing toward the gunman as he was firing at them. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the latest.
As chilling as these videos are, police say they show these two officers doing exactly what they were trained to do, engage the gunman to eliminate that threat. Now, these videos have been edited by the Louisville Police Department, but they do capture that crucial 4-minute window from the moment police arrive to when that gunman was taken down. And we do want to warn you, some of what you're about to see is tough to watch.
Intense new police body cam video captures two Louisville officers rushing towards the gunman, hidden inside Old National Bank. One bullet grazing officer Corey Galloway, who scrambled to take cover and return fire after his rookie partner, Nicholas Wilt, was shot in the head.
I think I got him down. I think he's down.
Authorities say the suspect, 25-year-old Connor Sturgeon, was in an ambush position, shooting from behind the lobby's reflective glass until Officer Galloway fired the fatal shot.
Yeah, suspect down. Get the officer.
These new images show the shooter inside the bank. Armed with an AR-15, investigators say he purchased legally less than a week earlier from a Louisville gun store. Officials say Sturgeon waited for police, shooting at bystanders before striking Officer Wilt, who remains in critical but stable condition.
This young man went back in to the line of fire in order to protect others.
In a statement to NBC News overnight, the shooter's family, writing in part, their son had mental health challenges, which we as a family were actively addressing. There were never any warning signs or indications he was capable of this shocking act. Dr. Jason Smith, who treated the victims, getting emotional and pleading for action.
To everyone who helps make policy, both at state, city, federal, I would simply ask you to do something. Because doing nothing, which is what we've been doing, is not working.
We're also learning more about the 5 lives lost. James Tutt had just celebrated his 64th birthday. Those who knew him called him a finance genius with a heart of gold. 63-year-old Thomas Elliott, a beloved mentor to many friends. 40-year-old Joshua Barrick, a husband and father of 2, was an active church member.
The last thing he said to me was, "I'll do whatever you need me to do."
45-year-old Juliana Farmer had moved to Louisville to be closer to her daughter and grandchildren.
My grief is that I can't hear her voice anymore. I can't tell her how much I love her.
And today, regarding the family of the gunman acknowledging some existing mental health issues, there are no laws in Kentucky outside of federal laws that would prohibit someone with a felony conviction from purchasing a firearm, that would keep someone with a mental health disorder or substance abuse disorder from being able to go out and legally purchase a gun. Not only that, but the mayor here is outraged because under existing law, this very rifle won't be destroyed but auctioned off and could potentially end up back on the streets. In the meantime, in neighboring Tennessee, Republican Governor Bill Lee just signed an executive order that would strengthen background checks and red flag laws for anyone looking to purchase a firearm. We'll send it back to you.
Sobering reporting, Morgan. Thank you.
Later today, a Tennessee council is expected to vote on the future of Justin Pearson, one of those 2 state representatives ousted last week as a result of leading gun law protest on the state legislative floor. This was the scene on Monday, moments after Justin Jones, the other ousted representative, was sworn in again. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Memphis, Tennessee, with whether or not Pearson may have a similar fate. Blaine, the council is voting later today. What are we expecting to happen?
Well, Ellison, good morning to you. That's right. They are going to be voting at 1:30 here local time at a specially called commission meeting here behind me. It is going to require 7 votes of the 13 commissioners in order for Pearson to be sent to the seat from which he was booted last week. And already a couple of commissioners at least have come out and said that they publicly plan to support him. Now, he's also going to be walking into that meeting today with a public show of support. A few hours before this meeting is set to begin, there's going to be a rally at the nearby Civil Rights Museum here in Memphis. And then those supporters are going to march over, and attend that commission meeting. So we certainly expect to see a show of support. We're expecting the possibility of some public comment around all of this. And remember, this is something that's garnered a lot of attention, not just here in Tennessee, but from around the country. Now, as for the timing of this, we're waiting to see what that would look like if he is reinstated, how quickly he could be sworn in. And it's very possible, Ellison, that we could see those 2 ousted but now possibly reinstated lawmakers back on the floor for session tomorrow morning.
Wow. The second person, Representative Jones, who was sworn back into the state legislature yesterday, is he fully back in office? Are all of his responsibilities as they were 3-4 days ago?
Well, he's there on an interim basis. And so what that means is that, yes, the council sent him back there, but there still has to be a special election. The governor has to decide when that's going to take place, likely in one of the summer months to come. But remember, this is something that he has said that he fully plans to run for his old seat. Pearson, if he is appointed on an interim basis, says that he'll do the same thing as well. Already, Democrats here in the state are raising money to help make sure that they get those seats back. And all indications, Ellison, are that they will, because remember, they're running for the same seats that they recently just won not too long ago.
And all of this series of events, it stemmed from protest over new gun laws following that horrific school shooting last month. We understand Tennessee's governor signed an executive order that relates to tightening gun laws. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Governor Bill Lee did sign an executive order yesterday, essentially strengthening background checks for people who purchase guns. He also made a strong call to lawmakers here in the state. He wants legislation to take up with a so-called red flag law, essentially something that would keep guns out of the hands of people who have been deemed dangerous to themselves or a danger to others. Here's what he said when he signed that executive order yesterday. Take a look.
If we're going to get something accomplished that's here to date been incredibly difficult, if not virtually impossible to do, it's going to require coming together, laying down our previously held positions potentially, and it really is just going to require finding the things that we agree upon together and moving forward with those things, and I suspect the chairman will do that.
Now, as for finding things to agree on, that's what he was saying. Remember, the legislature here is led by Republicans, both chambers. It's still yet unknown rather, whether or not they will take up that legislation and what that could possibly look like before the end of the session. Ellison.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you for your reporting as always.
And this morning, President Biden is kicking off a historic trip to Ireland, and it's a visit filled with both political and personal significance. The trip is timed to mark the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, which helped end decades of violent conflict in Northern Ireland. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is traveling with the president and has the latest from Belfast.
A blustery Belfast arrival for President Biden, a journey about roots, both political and personal. Greeted by the United Kingdom's Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. New this morning, the president and prime minister spending one-on-one time together. Today is about marking 25 years since the Good Friday Agreement that ended Northern Ireland's decades of civil war and conflict with Great Britain.
Keep the peace. That's the main thing. And it looks like we're going to keep your fingers crossed.
Joined by Joe Kennedy, the special envoy for Northern Ireland, part of the president's message will be that economic development is crucial to maintain stability here. Tensions are heightened after protests in Northern Ireland marred the anniversary.
The wet
people tend to use when they talk about the peace in Northern Ireland is fragile.
Turning back to the U.S., a new verbal round in the 2024 presidential race, with former President Trump reacting to these comments from President Biden to Al here on Today, that Mr. Biden plans to run for re-election.
Help a brother out. Make some news for me. I plan on running Al, but we're not prepared to announce it yet.
The former president asked if he expects President Biden to stay in the race.
I watch him just like you do. And I think it's almost inappropriate for me to say it, but I deal with other people. I don't see how it's possible. Look, I don't think he can.
Mr. Trump, who was recently indicted on felony charges in Manhattan and faces additional criminal investigations, also says a potential conviction would not deter him from his own campaign.
No, I'd never. It's not my thing. I wouldn't do it.
Back here in Belfast, the president is speaking at Ulster University, and part of his focus will be on that economic message as an important part of the next phase of the peace process. He will then head to Dublin and be in the Republic of Ireland. He'll be meeting officials there, but he will also venture to County Louth and County Mayo, and part of what they have waiting is to welcome back a distant cousin, a distant relation. And they'll be showing the Biden family and the president some of the genealogical tours and some of the family roots of the Biden family. And we expect that that will be a part of the president's tour that will be especially personal. Politics and the personal side during his time here on the island of Ireland. Back to you.
Kelly, thanks so much.
Now to the latest on the imprisonment of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich in Russia. Earlier this week, the State Department designated him as being, quote, wrongfully detained. Gershkovich was arrested last month on espionage charges, which the paper denies. This morning, the special presidential envoy for hostage affairs, Roger Carstens, spoke with our colleagues on the Today Show about this case.
So I had a chance to talk to his family a few days ago. Of course, I'm grateful that the president was able to call him yesterday. I'll have a chance to visit the family in the coming days. Typically, when a family is designated as a wrongful detainee, or an American is rather, we move over to wherever they're located in the United States or frankly around the world and spend time in their living room talking to the family, giving them a sense of how we plan to progress, to partner with the family and pursue the release of their loved one. In terms of how he's doing, we don't have that much information right now. As you know, the Russians have not yet granted consular access. We do have some reports coming out of a legal team that he seems to be okay and in good health and in good spirits. But Lefortovo prison is famous for isolating its captives, so we don't really have a strong sense yet, and hopefully we'll have a chance to gain consular access and be able to give you a better report.
As you mentioned, the administration has officially designated Evan Gershkovich wrongfully detained. This seems to be a diplomatic term of art, but what does it mean? What does that enable you to do to secure his release? What is the strategy?
What it does, when someone's declared to be wrongful, it gives us now the obligation required by laws after the passage of the Levinson Act. That obligation requires us to go bring Evan home in this case. So instead of what you might have in a normal case where an American might be arrested, that American might be guilty, for example, or they may not be guilty, once someone's declared to be wrongful, that the United States government tries to harness all of its resources and start working for that release. And frankly, that's what we're doing now. We're trying to bring all elements of this government, and not just this government, but we're trying to partner with members on Capitol Hill, members of the media, frankly, third-party intermediaries, nonprofits, NGOs, and also the family to bring Evan home.
What leverage does the U.S. have over Russia when it comes down to negotiations? I mean, do you foresee this comes down to, as it did with Trevor Reed, as it did with Brittany Griner, a prisoner swap?
Well, I really can't get into the specifics. Every time we start negotiating in public, we start to my mind, we start to lose our leverage. We lose our ability to affect that release. So some things I think have to be done in secret so that we can maintain that open chain with the Russians to determine what's it going to take. But, you know, we've also been working on Paul Whelan's case for quite some time, and we have to find a way to get both Paul Whelan and Evan out. And frankly, it's going to be hard. It's never easy, but I'm confident that we'll find that way.
Evan Gershkovich was 31 years old. He'd grown up in New Jersey. He was the son of parents who had fled the Soviet Union. The Wall Street Journal said he loved Russia. He loved Moscow. It was like a second home for him. If he is convicted, he faces up to 20 years in prison.
Always alarming to see a journalist detained. We're hoping he's released soon. Now, let's turn to some parts of the country that got a taste of summer heat just yesterday. Let's get a check on what else to expect this week with your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with more. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Spoiler alert, more heat on the way for a lot of folks, but we also have some other things to worry about, and that comes in the form of some flooding with some heavy rain working through parts of the Gulf Coast. You can see in the state of Florida, rounds and rounds of heavy rain. This is impacting Tampa, Fort Myers, Miami, even as far south as Key West. Additionally, along the Gulf Coast, places like Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi are going to get in on some of this rain as well. Here's the areas we're watching for the concern for some flash flooding. You can see a marginal risk for most of the region, but we do have parts of, again, South Florida under that slight risk. That means that there's a better chance that we could see some flash flooding concerns through that area over the next couple of days. We have seen some of the alerts come down. Daytona Beach was under a flash flood warning earlier today. That has since come down, but you'll notice it stays with us for New Orleans right now. And in parts of Miami, flood watch remains in effect for now. And here's why. We have a low pressure system that's hanging out in the Gulf of Mexico. It's eventually going to move on shore, but in the meantime, it's just bringing some really unsettled weather to much of the Gulf Coast. A lot of that rain is going to push into parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle today. But just off to the east, you can see the rounds of rain that are kind of floating on in over the next day or so. By the time we get into tomorrow, the system moves on shore. We'll start to get some of that rain impacting folks in Georgia as well. Atlanta could be a little iffy for that afternoon commute tomorrow. And we'll also watch for the potential for a few isolated strong to even severe thunderstorms, maybe some damaging wind, maybe some heavy rain, as well as the potential for an isolated tornado. By the time we wrap up the work week and head into Friday, we'll start to see this rain work into the Carolinas. And then by the time the weekend gets here, we'll start to see that moving out and we'll have better, quieter, drier conditions. But between now and then, localized amounts up to 5, even as high as 8 inches. So again, we've already seen super saturated grounds in a lot of these areas. So it doesn't take much for us to see some of that flooding. So we'll watch for that over the next few days. We're also watching for the really warm temperatures. Did you notice it yesterday? In a lot of places across the country, we were continuing to see those temperatures well above normal. And that's the story today, too. Omaha, 86 degrees this afternoon. St. Louis, 79. Nashville at 78. Some of these numbers are very summer-like, and it spreads to the east and stays with us for tomorrow. 84 degrees if you're out and about New York tomorrow afternoon. Pittsburgh ends up at 80 degrees, and we'll see these conditions lasting well through the weekend, ladies. This will be something that we'll see for record highs possibly being broken across 10 states. So it's pretty incredible, and it also comes with a couple of issues with our fire alerts that are up for 63 million people.
Are those fire alerts this time of year for this region normal?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, if you have low humidity, if you have some gusty winds, it doesn't take much when the grounds are a little dry after winter. So yeah, we're going to watch it, and hopefully we'll start to see those conditions alleviate here in the next couple days.
People should be watching closely. Angie Lassman, thank you.
Coming up, congressional leaders have begun receiving classified documents found in possession of former President Trump and former Vice Presidents Biden and Pence.
Yeah, up next, we're digging into what that means for the investigation and where things go from here.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Key leaders in Congress have gotten a closer look at those classified documents that were found in the possession of former President Donald Trump, President Joe Biden, and also former Vice President Mike Pence. So according to a source familiar with the matter, the leaders known as the Gang of Eight have been reviewing the materials, the first step in determining how Congress will respond to these revelations. We're joined now by NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, good morning to you. First of all, tell us who is in this Gang of Eight. It feels like there are often gangs of eights on Capitol Hill. What's this one, and what are they doing with these materials?
It's a great question, Allison. So the Gang of Eight are the leaders of the intelligence committees in both the House and Senate and the congressional leaders in the House and Senate. So you've got the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Speaker of the House, the Democratic Leader, and then the chairs and ranking members of both the Senate and House Intelligence Committee. So this is the group that gets access to the most highly classified information, and these documents fall under that banner. This is the documents that were recovered from the homes of former President Donald Trump, President Joe Biden, and former Vice President Mike Pence. And this was a back and forth between the two sides. The Department of Justice did not initially want to hand over this information. They said it was part of an ongoing investigation. They were concerned the material could get leaked to the public. But Congress argued that they have a very specific oversight responsibility here. And if Congress needs to act, they need to see which specific documents are at issue here to see if Congress needs to form some sort of policy prescription to prevent this from happening again.
So you have Congress looking at all of this, and then when it comes to former President Trump and President Biden, you have two different special counsels looking into their handling of classified documents. Explain to us a little bit of what's going on at this point with those investigations. Is Congress frustrated with DOJ's handling of those cases?
So we really do need to separate the investigations into the congressional oversight. And that's the point that these congressional leaders have made over and over again, that they're not specifically concerned about the special counsel investigation and whether or not that leads to charges for any of the men involved. What they're more concerned about is the problem with classified documents being taken from secure facilities and ending up in the private homes and personal offices of these former leaders. That's a problem that they believe needs to be rectified, and whether it means reforms to the National Archives in the form of actual legislation, or if it just means that the National Archives needs to get its house in order and there needs to be a little bit more careful understanding of them enforcing the laws that are on the books. That's what Congress needs to know. They believe they need to see these documents to see just where they came from and how they got into the hands of these leaders to figure out what role Congress should play in preventing this from happening again.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much.
More international headlines now. Tensions rising as China announces plans to close up airspace near Taiwan.
Yeah, let's bring back in NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. He joins us now from Rome for this and a whole lot other news from around the world. Claudio, good morning.
Alison Zinkler, good morning. Well, there seems to be some confusion over China's plan. Now, originally, it announced that it will close the airspace north of Taiwan for 3 days next week. But now, Taiwan's transport minister said that after their complaint, this no-fly zone will only last half an hour and only on Sunday. Now, Taiwan's defense ministry says the no-fly zone falls within the country's air defense identification zone, and it will disrupt flights around the region. Now, turning to southern Italy, where 400 migrants are still stranded 2 days since activists called for support for an overcrowded fishing boat. The Italian Coast Guard says difficult waters are impacting the rescue. A message left on an immigration hotline said the situation is, quote, dramatic, with several medical emergencies on board and water filling the boat. We are now in Germany, where a defiant squirrel found itself in a sticky situation. This all happened after a pedestrian located a little head poking out of a hole in the road and called for help. Turns out the animal was stuck in a manhole cover. Firefighters had to work to free the squirrel, but found it a little difficult, of course. They say it was quite, quote, uncooperative. Thankfully, they have some experience. The same situation actually happened back in 2019, but firefighters don't know if it's the same culprit. After some determination, the squirrel made it out and ran to a nearby tree. Back to you.
You can't say squirrels aren't resilient, Claudio. They know how to get in and out.
A lot of emotions there. I'm like worried, I'm upset, it's cute. I don't know how to process it all. Claudio Lavanga, thank you.
Thank you. And turning now to Ukraine, where President Volodymyr Zelensky appointed British billionaire Richard Branson as the new ambassador for the country's official fundraising platform, United 24. Branson has become one of the central figures in the fundraising efforts for the war in Ukraine, alongside tycoon Howard Buffett. The two sat down for an exclusive interview with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. And Matt Bradley joins us now from Kyiv, Ukraine, with more on his groundbreaking interview. So, Matt, good morning. Let's start with the big picture here. What did Branson and Buffett have to say about Western support for Ukraine? Do they think enough is being done?
Yeah, good morning, Zinkley and Ellison. Yeah, I mean, basically, these two men, they've been dealing with this for the past year, ever since this invasion started, and they've been real cheerleaders for Ukraine the entire time. But at the same time, as you mentioned, while they're supporting Ukraine, they're also scathing in their criticism, particularly Richard Branson, of those who are not supporting Ukraine or are continuing to do business with Russia. And I pitched this directly to Mr. Branson. Here's what he told me.
We just have to stay 100% united in support of Ukraine as a free world. We've got to supply Ukraine everything it needs to push Russia out of Ukraine, and we just need to give them our complete support. And anyone who dithers from that, I have little respect for.
Very little respect for anyone who did this from that. So as you can see, this is not just supporting Ukraine. This is slamming those who he feels aren't doing enough. Guys?
Yeah, strong words there. And Matt, I know the question of when to start rebuilding is already on the international agenda. According to the World Bank, it will cost $411 billion to rebuild Ukraine over the next decade. How do Branson and Buffett think rebuilding should play out?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we've been asking people. We've been working on a separate story about this, and we're asking them, Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, and others, they're saying invest right now. And they're not just calling on governments and international institutions like NATO or the European Union. They're calling on private businesses. And their message is that this isn't just about doing something for the goodness of your heart, that there's a real reason that you can do this. You can expect, as a private business person, a healthy return on your investment. And I put that to Howard Buffett. He says, that we should be investing right now, rebuilding right now, not waiting until the war is over. Here's what he told me. Is there wisdom in rebuilding while the war is still going on?
Absolutely rebuild. I learned this lesson in Afghanistan.
But rebuild now?
Yes, because it's imperative to give people hope. And you do that by showing that things are going to recover, and you do it by showing that people have the confidence in the country. Now, the question is, who's going to rebuild during the war? We look at a lot of what we're doing as an investment in the country, and we're willing to take the risk.
So it's a lot about risk. I mean, one of the things that we've been talking about with folks here is, would you want to reconstruct, say, a bridge or a train line if Russia could simply and very easily just bomb it again? And that's a decent question. And it's one that Ukrainians, of course, they have a vested interest. They say rebuild right now before the war stops. That this is something that should be done right now, because, as we heard from one man, why would you wash your face in the morning if you know it's just going to get dirty again? Well, good point.
A lot to dig into there. And Matt, I wonder, did Branson have a message here to U.S. businesses about what they can be doing in Ukraine?
Yeah, and one of the things that it's a continuation of what he was saying earlier about businesses really need to sever ties with Moscow. And again, a scathing criticism from Richard Branson for those businesses who are still doing business in Russia. But, you know, he was also talking about, again, whether or not you can expect, as a private business person, to actually get a return on your investment, or whether this is just a sort of, you know, goodwill gesture or something that is playing into lofty notions of defending democracy. And again, I asked Mr. Branson this directly. Here's what he told it.
You guys are still promoting what is essentially a philanthropic effort. Is there a for-profit argument for investing in Ukraine? Is there a hard-nosed dollars and cents argument to American private business people to say, put your money back in Ukraine, open up a Starbucks down the street? And are you guys prepared to make that argument?
I think Starbucks is a really good example. Why shouldn't Starbucks set up in Kiev and other companies like that? It's got a big population. Why should people outsource work to people who are living in Kiev and give them jobs on an outsourced basis?
So obviously, guys, there's a lot of risk when it comes to business people who are investing in a place like Ukraine. But as you've heard the old adage before, when there's blood in the streets, buy property. So maybe that's what's at play here. Guys?
Important reporting. Matt Bradley, thank you.
All right, coming up, feeling the pinch. Consumers say they're having a harder time getting credit. What that could mean for the long run and your bottom line.
Plus, breaking news this morning, the March inflation report was released just moments ago. We're breaking down the numbers next.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, so let's talk about the economy. We've got some breaking data to bring you.
That's right. Inflation fell by more than expected in March to 0.1% from the previous month and 5% on the year. So let's break down what this all means with NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Investopedia's editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Good morning to you both. Big news. So, Brian, let's start big picture. Walk us through what these numbers are showing and how they compare to previous months.
Yeah, Zinkley, Ellison, the broad story is that inflationary pressures are still there, but they're alleviating a little bit. So when we take a look at the year-over-year changes in prices, if we look at March, the number came in at 5%. That's how much more things got expensive in March of this year compared to March of last year. And you'll notice that's a slower pace than the 6% that we saw in February of this year compared to February of last year. Again, this shows that prices are still increasing, albeit at a slower pace. Now, where did we see price pressures and where did we see not price pressures? Well, in the food category, some good news with changes essentially not between February and March, prices staying the same for all of those food categories at home and outside of the house. Energy prices continuing to fall, down 3.5% in the month of March. These are monthly comparisons, so this is actually compared to February. And then shelter, the cost of just putting a roof over your head, mortgages and rent staying expensive, but still actually slowing at a pace of 0.6%. That is a little bit lower than the 0.8% that we saw monthly in the month prior. So again, price pressures are still high, but again, to see that headline number coming down is certainly good news.
Okay, so Caleb, inflation pressure is still there, but alleviating a little bit. That's what Brian said. Is that your read on this data as well?
Yeah, it is. But you see the things that we pay for the most, food and shelter, we can't get away from that. Plus utilities, all of those things cost American households a lot of money. So while prices aren't screaming down, they are stabilizing a little bit, which could make the Fed decide to either pause or just maybe do one more rate hike in just 21 days and 5 hours. Not that I'm counting, but this is what we're watching for. How's the Fed going to respond to this? This looks like the interest rate hikes are working just super slowly.
And let's talk about how this is impacting people's wallets. Brian, where are we seeing prices fall the most, and are there any areas where prices are still high or maybe even increasing?
Yeah, well, Caleb was pointing out that the things that we spend the most on, like food and like shelter, are still very expensive. But when you look at some categories like meat and eggs, those prices going down over the month pretty substantially. And we also saw that some of the travel categories, as people get out and get ready for summer travel, car and truck rentals went down, although airline fares remain very expensive. Actually, get this, between February and March, airline fares went up by 4%, so it could be very expensive to book a trip this summer.
Not a great time to travel.
Yeah. Caleb, you mentioned Federal Reserve, 21 days, cool, 5 hours, give or take now. What are you watching for there specifically? And for the average person who isn't tracking this all the time, what should they be watching for out of that meeting?
They should be watching any of the interest rates that are floating in their household budget. So if you have a floating interest rate, a variable interest rate, that's going to start to trickle down a little bit because we may be at the end of those rate hikes. We may have topped out at what we call the Fed's terminal rate. So rates are going to be high. You're still going to be paying a lot, credit card rates, et cetera, but they're going to cool down a little bit as we go into the summer, hopefully.
And Brian, briefly here, I know the Fed is also releasing minutes from last month's meeting later today. What will investors be watching for there?
Yeah, well, we have to recall that in the Fed's last meeting, which happened a few weeks ago, that they raised interest rates by 0.25 percentage point. Now, that was in response to inflation remaining high, but also in the face of concerns in the banking industry after the abrupt collapses of both Silicon Valley Bank and then also Signature Bank. Now, whether or not those minutes show that some policymakers maybe preferred to not raise interest rates at all or wanted to get more aggressive with interest rates, or rather with inflation still high, will be very interesting to see. But again, a reminder that those minutes cover a meeting that happened weeks ago and don't necessarily tell us anything about what the Fed might be doing in their next meeting in a few weeks.
All right. Well, thank you both for this timely breakdown, Brian and Caleb. Thank you.
Okay, we have more money news for you now. Consumers say they are starting to feel like it's getting harder to get credit. That is according to survey results released Monday by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York.
And consumers are also starting to feel the pinch from inflation and expect most prices to rise, at least in the short term.
For more on this and what it all means, we are joined by Farnoosh Torabi. She is a financial expert and host of the Webby Award-winning podcast, So Money. Good morning to you, Farnoosh. Can you help us just put this in perspective, this report? Why is people's perception of how easy it is to get credit important? And how does the government use data like this to try and shape their future economic decisions?
Well, good morning to the both of you. You know, this report, the New York Fed report, it's a monthly report. It looks at consumer expectations with regards to things like inflation, the job market, the credit market, as you point out. Expectations are important because just think about how we react as humans. When we expect something, we tend to act upon that, and it can be irrational. And so the government, the Federal Reserve, is concerned when reports like this come out showing that we expect, for example, that credit's going to get harder or that we expect that prices are going to go up, because then that may mean that we will overreact in some ways. We might overbuy, for example, products that we think are going to get higher in the future. We may not go for that mortgage. We may not go for that car loan, and that can depress those markets, sometimes artificially, just because we have these expectations. And so this report is something that the Fed certainly does look at closely, although I will say that this report in March contradicts what we saw in February. And so we have to sort of look more at the broader picture. I think today's inflation report, looking at March more broadly, is more significant when it comes to fueling what the Fed will actually do at its next interest rate meeting.
And Farnoosh, we're not just looking at expectations for credit, but also for inflation. The Fed measures that, and that expectation is a mixed bag as well. Can you walk us through what exactly is happening there?
Right. And so it is a mixed bag. And I'm glad we're going to walk through this because the headline is a little startling. You know, consumers expect more inflation in the next year. But if you look closely at what they expect to go up, it's not food or gas. It is housing, it is college costs, these bigger ticket prices, which is not great, but it's less alarming than, say, if they thought food prices were going to go up dramatically in the next year, because that may mean that they're going to go and hoard on food, on meat and other sorts of groceries. And what the Fed doesn't want is a heating of the economy. They don't want consumers going out there and buying things more than they should, putting more money into the economy. That has the adverse effect on prices, and it combats their effort to bring down inflation. So good news, we didn't see higher expectations with these sort of day-to-day prices, and we actually saw that track in this most recent March inflation report, where prices sort of stabilized in those core groups. But it is the sort of thing that we do watch closely because we want to make sure that this expectation doesn't become reality. That's the idea around this. So this is what the Fed sort of sees this expectation report as, a sort of a litmus test of forecasting of what will actually happen. So we want to make sure that people are pretty much aligned with where inflation is and what the Fed's trying to do.
Okay, Farnoosh Torabi, thank you so much for breaking that all down. We appreciate it.
Sure. And coming up, a medication shortage is forcing cancer patients to look for alternative treatments.
What's behind the shortage and the devastating impact it's having? Next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with a warning from health officials that cancer patients are being put in life-threatening situations because of a shortage of medications.
Yeah, health officials say these 5 drugs are in short supply, leaving patients turning to alternative options that may not work as well. So joining us now to discuss is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar.
Walk us through these shortages. Is there any indication as to why this is happening in 2023 in a country that seems to have so much wealth?
Right, I know. We have one of the most innovative medical industries really in the world. So experts say it really boils down to how drugs are made and sold in this country. And there's 3 main reasons. One is the generic market. Think about it from a pharmaceutical company's perspective. You are making a generic drug. You are not going to make any money off of that drug. There's always a financial incentive behind these things. So any chemotherapy that's available as a generic, you're bound to eventually have a shortage there because you're just not funneling any kind of money into it. The second thing has to do with consolidation in the market, meaning let's say there's one drug company that makes one drug. If that company runs into labor issues or manufacturing, limitations, you are going to be stuck. And then finally, supplies. About 80% of the active ingredients that are used in a lot of these chemotherapies are manufactured outside of the U.S. So when problems happen overseas, we have no control over that. We just get log jammed here in this country.
And Dr. Azar, I also wanted to dig into a 2020 study from BMJ, and it actually found some alarming statistics that the risk of death rose around 10% every month. Cancer patients delayed treatment. How are drug shortages factoring into that?
Well, think about it. And this is, if you are a cancer patient or you have a loved one who is being treated for cancer, every hour, every day, every week that you are not being treated is psychologically devastating. And for certain cancers, the longer you go before treatment is initiated, this can have a significant impact in your survival. Hospitals are resorting to using less effective drugs. In some cases, they are also, for example, prior to surgery, a lot of times people are given what's called neoadjuvant chemo to shrink a tumor before surgery. They can't do that now. So maybe the surgical outcome isn't going to be as successful. You can see how the sort of downstream effect of not having chemo available can really impact cancer patients' survival.
Are there any solutions on the horizon?
Well, first of all, addressing all the issues of why.
Yeah.
But the FDA has issued guidance, essentially to manufacturers of drugs and biological products in this country that basically will be able to allow them, the FDA is saying we need to have timely and informative information about when you think you're going to hit a logjam and where you think your shortages are going to be so that we can act on that. And then we can go and outsource and get supplies from different places. But there's no one company right now that is, you would think the FDA has control over that, but they actually don't have the capacity to oversee this. So they're aware, and that's the first step, right? But it's not something that's going to be fixed overnight. For the time being, gosh, if you're a cancer patient waiting for one of those medications, you're going to be waiting until supply can keep up with demand, unfortunately.
Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you for being here. We'll check back with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are just days away from tax day, and for new moms, that deadline can be just another source of stress.
But one program is looking to help struggling mothers with the filing process by pairing them with special nurses with knowledge about taxes. So NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now for more on her report. Emily, good morning.
Zinclay, Ellison, good morning to you. As if we didn't already know, nurses can really do it all. Nonprofit Nurse Family Partnership serves 56,000 families across 40 states every year. The nurses part of this program visit expecting and new mothers regularly to help with a whole gamut of things, including, yes, even taxes, making sure these growing families are getting their due.
Are you hearing her say things like mama, dada?
Yeah. From noting developmental milestones to monitoring blood pressure and helping families budget.
Show us how you clap.
Amanda Drum, a nurse with Pennsylvania's Geisinger Health, wears many hats.
So you're always going to be her first teacher. So.
Multitasking is essential to her work through the Nurse Family Partnership, or NFP, a free national program that pairs specially educated nurses with first-time moms impacted by social and economic inequality.
She gets impatient when you don't feed her right away.
Yeah. First-time moms like Erin Barrios alongside her 9-month-old daughter, Ida.
I don't trust a lot of people. And then Amanda, I got a good positive vibe from her.
I mean, it seems like you guys have a great relationship now.
Yeah, I don't feel like she's my nurse, though. More than a nurse.
That's really special.
Amanda has been there from the very beginning of Erin's pregnancy, and those regular visits will continue through her daughter's 2nd birthday, prepping the young family for every scenario, even taxes.
Would you ever have anticipated you stepping into the role of tax preparer in a way?
Never.
Amanda says the benefits can be life-changing.
No, I would say that to my clients. You know, you could be eligible for $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, you know, for your refunds. Is this something that you would be interested in? Of course, you know, the responses you get are, oh my gosh, how do I do this?
Last year, nurses like Amanda walked 1,000 families through NFP's partnership with Let's Get Set, a fintech startup that focuses on helping lower-income families with their taxes. Founder Claire Hersick estimates every year families miss out on $12 billion in unclaimed tax credits, unaware of perks like the child tax credit, the child and dependent care credit, and the earned income tax credit.
You hear these forms, W-2, 1099, it feels like a different language. Why is it so important to simplify it for people?
Tax time is this moment where the government is actually giving you benefits in your tax refund. And so it's so important that families understand how to navigate this process so they can successfully get that money.
I got Ida a new car seat and a stroller.
Erin never got more than a few $100s in her refund. This year, it's nearly $7,000, more than she's ever had in her bank account.
It's a life-changing amount. I know I would have got a nice refund amount, but if I didn't get what I got, I don't know what I would do with like half the bills that I had to pay for.
For Amanda, care for these families means making them both medically and financially healthy.
My passion is women and babies, and knowing that I'm going to make a difference in their life, knowing that I'm someone that they can rely on, it's empowering for me.
So tax experts say new parents are one of the groups at highest risk of missing out on money in their refunds because they're newly eligible for additional tax credits. Some don't know they exist, which is why educating families on what's out there is so important. The other thing to keep in mind, guys, after you file your taxes, double check your 1040. Think of it as your receipt in a way. That way you can see if you got the credits successfully.
That's good. We just got that from a tax expert, too.
Tax
Keep it
advice.
accurate.
All right, Emily.
Thank you.
Coming up, in bloom, record-breaking storms have created a colorful explosion in California.
Up next, we're taking you inside the super bloom that's attracting visitors from all around the world.
So familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We end this hour with a wildflower.
So excited you can't get it out.
I honestly am, because it's a super bloom. Spring is in full bloom in California with wildflowers budding all across the Golden State thanks to an extra wet winter.
Finally here, NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff got a first-hand view of the stunning sights.
In the high desert north of Los Angeles, the hills are alive, literally bursting with color. Poppies, lilies, sunflowers, and more.
It's like a lot of color. It looks really cool.
It's known as a super bloom, a rare and unpredictable outpouring of nature's beauty.
We don't irrigate this, we don't seed this. About the only thing that we do artificially is manage the invasive species.
The way you get a super bloom is to have a bunch of dry years followed by a really wet one, because in those years of drought, you got seeds that don't germinate and they're all just sitting out here. And when we get the rain like we did this year, it creates the perfect conditions for a super bloom that looks just like this.
And thousands of visitors from all over the world are coming to experience the magic.
I would say it's absolutely amazing. Like, it's so many different flowers.
But anyone dreaming of rolling in the flower beds for a selfie should reconsider. Park rangers say this is a delicate ecosystem that needs to be protected.
The plants themselves are fairly fragile. If they get crushed, it is very unlikely that they will continue to bloom and grow seeds for the next year.
For people who are watching us and thinking about coming out and walking through the fields and taking a selfie, your message to them is?
So the message to them is don't doom the bloom. If you step on the don't doom the bloom. That is an official hashtag. We'll reference that as much as we can.
During the 2019 Super Bloom, also dubbed the Poppy Apocalypse, theme park-style crowds forced officials to limit the number of visitors to some areas. In state parks like this one, going out of bounds comes at a cost.
You don't want to cross the sergeant if you're coming out here to take selfies, everybody.
I've written enough tickets this year. I'd prefer not to write more.
Is that true? You can really get a ticket if you're walking in?
Absolutely.
Don't worry. You can get fantastic shots from the road. And the Super Bloom is happening all over the state, from Northern California to the desert.
When you see it ablaze in color like this, it reminds you of, just how beautiful and important it is.
The Golden State in rare spring form after a wild winter.
Our thanks to Jacob Soboroff for that reporting. And remember, as incredible as these flowers are, people are being asked not to pick them because not only do they wilt almost immediately, but they also destroy an entire seed bank left unable to reproduce for next year. So don't ruin the flowers. We all want to see them.
Don't ruin the flowers. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Breaking right now, a large industrial fire burns out of control in Indiana. Thousands of people forced to evacuate their homes. We'll have the latest on the fight to get it under control and the concerns over toxic chemicals coming from those flames.
Also happening now, newly released body camera video from that deadly Louisville bank shooting. It shows officers responding and then being met by a hail of gunfire. More on what this video reveals and what we're learning about the gunman's plans and the latest on the officer still fighting for his life.
And President Biden is in Northern Ireland this morning. He's there to mark 25 years since the Good Friday Agreement. His message to the country as tensions still exist and Biden's personal connection to the trip. Thank you for joining us. I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Zinkley Asamoah. Thanks for starting your day with us. Joe and Savannah are on assignment.
We will start with that extraordinary body camera footage released by the Louisville Police Department. It shows the moments officers confronted the gunman from Monday's fatal shooting. It comes amid growing anger and frustration at yet another act of gun violence in America. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Louisville with the latest. Morgan, this is some really dramatic, disturbing footage. It's also footage that we don't typically see. It is from the officers who first responded and first engaged the shooter. Walk us through what this video shows and why it's so notable.
Yeah, Allison, good morning. In this video, as chilling as it is to watch, police say it shows these two officers, Officer Galloway and Officer Christopher Wilt, doing exactly as they were trained to do, and that is approach that gunman, rush the gunman, and eliminate that threat as quickly as possible. And you can see from various vantage points, both body camera and other video provided by the police department, which has been edited and blurred to some degree. That's exactly what the officers did when they pulled up to this Old National Bank early Monday morning following reports of an active aggressor, an active shooter. And you can see them approach the entrance behind me and then begin to take heavy gunfire from that 25-year-old shooter that authorities say was perched from a higher vantage point in the lobby, firing from behind reflective glass, essentially creating an ambush for any police who responded. We see that moment where Officer Galloway, as he's firing back, he gets grazed, tumbles down the very steps behind me before taking a defensive position and firing that fatal shot. And important to note, he did all of this after his partner, Officer Christopher Wilt, a 26-year-old who had just been sworn into the force, was critically injured with a gunshot wound to the head. From start to finish, from the moment they arrived until that gunman was taken down, 4 minutes, Ellison. That is how quickly all of this transpired, and important to note that from the moment police arrived here on the scene, not a single person inside was fired upon or threatened by the gunman. Police essentially taking the fight themselves and taking him down. Ellison.
Horrifying video, but acts of absolute heroism. Morgan, I know we also heard from a doctor who took care of some of the victims in this shooting. What did he have to say?
Yeah, it was tough to hear him recount the process of these gunshot victims showing up at an area hospital here. And it was very telling as well, because he said they almost had to didn't have to alter their typical plan whatsoever, because unfortunately they are so used to seeing victims of gun violence in this city. 40 people have already been killed so far this year. And here's some of the emotional words he shared in a press conference yesterday. Take a listen.
It's more than tired. I'm weary. There's only so many times you can walk into a room and tell someone they're not coming home tomorrow. And it just breaks your heart. When you hear someone screaming, "Mommy," or "Daddy," it just becomes too hard day in and day out to be able to do that. But to everyone who helps make policy, both at state, city, federal, I would simply ask you to do something. Because doing nothing, which is what we've been doing, is not working.
If there is any silver lining in any of this, it is that we've heard numerous patients who were wounded or injured in the shooting have been discharged from the hospital. The only one remaining in critical condition is 26-year-old Officer Christopher Wilt, who had to undergo emergency brain surgery and is currently listed in critical but stable condition. Ellison.
And Morgan, what's been the reaction to some of those calls for more gun restrictions in the wake of this tragedy? Is there going to be any sort of change in Louisville or Kentucky?
Yeah, time will certainly tell. There's different layers to this conversation. Important to note that here in Kentucky, outside of a federal law that would prohibit anyone with a felony conviction from being able to purchase a firearm, there are no laws on the books that would keep someone with a mental health disorder or a substance abuse disorder from being able to go out and legally purchase a firearm. The family of the shooter acknowledged that he was dealing with ongoing mental issues that they were actively trying to help him with, although there was no law in place to keep him from doing so anyway. The mayor also pointed out here, Allison, that this very rifle used in this shooting, under current Kentucky rules, will be auctioned off, could potentially end up back on the streets, and it's his wish that it's permanently destroyed. Whether or not those rules are changed, however, is up to state lawmakers here in this state. Ellison.
Morgan Chesky, thank you. We appreciate your reporting.
Turning now to Northern Ireland, where President Biden is making a historic trip, both personally and politically, to mark the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, which helped end decades of violent conflict. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is in Belfast, where President Biden has been speaking this morning. She has the very latest. Good morning, Kelly. So I know President Biden had said that marking the Good Friday Agreement is a major focus of his visit. Can you talk about that and some of the other points he made during this keynote?
Yes, Tyler, thank you.
Good morning and good to be with you. Marking this anniversary is critically important because peace is something that was long desired in Northern Ireland, and now a new generation of young people has lived with peace. But right now, politically, there is concern that because the United Kingdom has left the European Union and there are new political tensions among the different parties, that peace is fragile. And so having an American president come here to reinforce the support of the people of of Northern Ireland is considered important. And of course, historically, the Good Friday Agreement is one of the important achievements here in Northern Ireland, also supported by the Republic of Ireland and Great Britain. And so the president wanted people here to know that the United States, even with all of our political problems, supports the people here in Northern Ireland. Here's what President Biden told them.
Supporting the people of Northern Ireland, protecting the peace, preserving the Belfast Good Friday Agreement is a priority for Democrats and Republicans alike in the United States, and that is unusual today because we've been very divided on our parties.
He also emphasized that investment, economic opportunity is a real way to sustain peace over time. That was a big focus of his message today. He brought with him Special Envoy for Northern Ireland, Joe Kennedy III, who will continue to work on those issues. And the president is saying that he doesn't want to make any decisions for Northern Ireland, and that's his movements here, and what he has to say has been watched very carefully because there are divisions, but he wanted to show support and encouragement. He also met with the British Prime Minister earlier this morning at his hotel. Zincle?
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much for your reporting. We're turning now to thousands of people who've been evacuated because of this fire at a plastics processing facility in Richmond, east of Indianapolis, near the Ohio border. There are fears of toxic smoke in the air. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now with the latest on this breaking news. So, Ron, let's just dig in here. What do we know about this fire? How exactly did it start?
Well, there's a briefing going on right now as we speak. The mayor, the fire marshal, the fire chief there, and they are basically saying that there are still about 2,000 people who are evacuated from about a half-mile radius around this facility. It's a massive place, 175,000 square feet. There are multiple buildings on the site, and the fire effort has been hampered by the fact that there's only one way to get to the fire on this property because there are so many trucks and so much plastic there. There's a lot of plastic. The plastic is what's burning, and it is emitting toxic chemicals, the officials there say, which is why they're evacuating. It's a challenging fire because they can't get to it, and it's expected to burn for several days is the last estimate, so it's going to go on for a while. And interestingly, this morning, city officials are honing in on the fact that the owner of this facility had been warned that there was a fire hazard. There was a process underway where they were trying to get the owner to make improvements, and one official said it wasn't a matter of if there would be a fire there, but when there would be a fire there. So there's that as well. But for the moment, unclear how it started. Firefighters in a nearby firehouse saw the fire before they even got a call about it and started racing there. And it apparently started near or in a truck that was parked near the facility that was either arriving or leaving from the facility. It's unclear, but that's one clue that officials have noted, that there was a truck filled with plastic where the fire apparently seem to be starting. However, again, you see it's a massive plume of toxic smoke over this community, about 2,000 people evacuated, and it's going to burn for some time as the firefighters there struggle to try and put it out. They say it is contained, meaning it did not spread to a nearby neighborhood, but still that neighborhood has been evacuated, and they're going to assess the evacuation order depending upon which way the smoke blows. Now it's blowing in one direction, but the weather could change and more residents could be affected. So it's an ongoing situation.
Yeah, and I'm sure the community is really concerned about the health and environmental effects. Ron Allen, thank you so much for that.
Turning now to Tennessee, where a key vote is being held today about one of those two Democratic lawmakers who were ousted from the House there. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has been following this and joins us now from Memphis, Tennessee. Blaine, this council is voting later today regarding the status of former state representative Justin Pearson. What are we expecting to happen?
Well, we're expecting to see a number of things, Ellison. One, this is a specially called meeting. 13 commissioners are coming together to fill this recently vacated seat. He needs 7 of those votes in order to be sent back to Nashville. A couple of commissioners have already come out and said publicly that they do intend to support him. So we're certainly going to be watching to see how that goes. But there are a number of external things that we're watching as well. For one, about an hour and a half before this meeting begins here at 1:30 local time, we're going to see a sort of rally of sorts at the Civil Rights Museum nearby. It's the Lorraine Motel, the place where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was killed. They're going to hold a rally there to support ousted Representative Pearson and then march over here to the Commission building. The other thing is that we could very likely see public comment here, and there's no time limit on just how long that could stretch. But the big thing, of course, Ellison, that we're watching for is the vote to see if he is sent back to Nashville and back to his seat from which he was expelled last week.
And Blaine, the other guide, I guess, if you will, is the fact that the other ousted Representative Justin Jones, he was sworn into the state legislature again on Monday. Do we think that we are going to see something similar here? And explain to us what happens next in terms of Jones holding his seat. Is it everything back to normal, or are there going to be additional elections?
Yeah, every indication, Ellison, is that he will be sent back to his seat on an interim basis. You know, this is something where, you know, this is the council members, 9 of them are Democrats, 4 of them are Republicans, the commissioners, rather, I should say. So certainly very likely that we'll see a similar course there. And then he'll be sworn in relatively quickly, we expect, so that he can be back on the House floor for session beginning tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. But to the second part of your question, you're right. This isn't the end. These 2 representatives would only be back on an interim basis. There still has to be a special election. That's something that the governor sets the calendar for, sets the date for. We would expect it to happen sometime later this summer. And every indication, again, is that they would accept those nominations, they would run for their old seats, and they would likely win them back, Ellison.
You know, Blaine, we can't forget this is all politics right now, but this started because of a very simple reason. You had a school shooting, an elementary school, children dying, and a lot of people saying, hey, we want to see something change. That's what these lawmakers were involved in. Is there any indication that there will be legislative changes in this state?
Well, it's something that the governor is calling for. Republican Governor Bill Lee. First, he signed an executive order yesterday that essentially strengthens background checks. I want to tick through a couple of things that does. One, it requires criminal information to be entered in 72 hours, for that to be reported to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, and also that they have to examine, the TBI has to re-examine the current process for which guns are purchased and issue some sort of report on that within 60 days. But the governor went a slight step further and called on lawmakers here to put in place a so-called red flag law, something that essentially would keep guns out of the hands of people who are deemed to be dangerous for themselves and for others. Still no word yet exactly on when or if they'll take that up. Ellison.
All right, Blaine Alexander in Memphis. Thank you.
Turning now to your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with more on record high temperatures. What are you seeing, Angie?
A whole lot of record high temperatures are possible, guys, over the next couple of days across 10 states. Look at them all. We'll be watching for Sioux Falls, Denver. We'll look towards Milwaukee here as we get through the next couple of days. And even as far east as Hartford, Boston, Charlottesville, all have the potential to see some of these record-breaking afternoon temperatures. Here's where we stand for our highs as we head into the afternoon today. 80 degrees for Green Bay, 85 in Omaha, St. Louis heading to 79 degrees. These temperatures running 10, 20, even close to 30 degrees above normal. And this is where we expect these kind of temperatures. July 15th for Minneapolis is usually when we hit a temperature around 84 degrees. Of course, we are far from that. June 10th for Chicago is where we usually hang out into the upper 70s. And it's not just parts of the Midwest and the Northern Plains. It's also parts of the Northeast, places like Syracuse, 79 degrees, running 24 degrees above average. New York into the mid 80s, running 25 degrees above normal, and looking at temperatures that we usually see around the 4th of July. So it gives you just a little bit of perspective of how warm we are for this time of year. And it sticks with us. This isn't just a day or so. This is a couple of days stretching into the weekend in a lot of places like Washington, D.C. We hit the mid 80s there on Friday, and we keep the upper 70s around through any weekend plans you have. Even warmer for Richmond. You see those peak temperatures happening around Sunday when you hit 84 degrees. So perfect couple of days to be outdoors, but a couple things to note, not great for open burning. We're going to see any of that dry brush kind of have the potential to catch fire really quick and spread quick. And that's because we have low humidity and we have strong winds. And that means that those fire alerts are going to be up for 63 million people for at least a little while longer. We also have river flooding that we're watching for Nevada and parts of Montana. Thanks to that warm weather, we're seeing really quick snow melt, and that's causing some problems with flooding there. Now we move to the south, where over the next couple of days, flooding will also be an issue. Parts of Florida are going going to be inundated with rain, guys, and we're looking at up to 5 to 8 inches. We'll see that along the Gulf Coast here as we go through at least the next couple of days. We'll watch for some flooding concerns there, too.
Oh, wow. And I mean, Angie, I know you said unseasonably high. Should we expect that into the summer?
Yeah, you know, time will tell. Really, this is just kind of the setup. We have a jet stream a little farther to the north, a high pressure that has left us with these really warm temperatures in place.
All right, Angie Lassman, thank you so much. Coming up, public phone charging stations are nearly everywhere, but the FBI says maybe don't use them.
Later this hour, why getting that extra battery charge is not worth the risk. You're watching Morning News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back with the escalating tensions between Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and Trump allies in Congress.
Yeah, Bragg filed a federal lawsuit yesterday against Republican House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan. He's looking to block a subpoena the committee issued to Bragg related to the Trump investigation and indictment in Manhattan.
Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, good morning. Break down for us what is in this lawsuit and remind viewers how we got to this point.
Yeah, Allison, first of all, this is a long lawsuit. It's 50 pages, and it has a lot of information in it. The most important part of it is the tangible ask that Bragg makes to the court that prevents the Judiciary Committee from subpoenaing Mark Pomerantz, who's a former member of the district attorney's office, who is the first prosecutor who led the case against Trump before leaving the office earlier this year. And then, of course, it asks to block any future possible subpoena of Bragg himself. But also within this lawsuit are the details behind which the district attorney's office claims is a campaign by House Republicans to tarnish Bragg's image, to threaten him, and to prevent him from doing his job of prosecuting Donald Trump, in this case, for a crime they believe he committed within Manhattan that has no jurisdiction from the United States Congress. So they're trying to lay down the line here, and it shows that Bragg and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is not just going to take the attacks from Jim Jordan and House Judiciary Republicans lying down, but they are going to fight back.
And Ryan, notably here, Congress does not have the power to supervise state criminal prosecution. So talk to us about what Jordan's reasoning is here. And I know he's fired back in response to Bragg's lawsuit. What exactly is he saying?
Yeah, and that's such an important point, Zinkley. And the way that the Judiciary Republicans are trying to get at this is claiming that they have oversight over the federal funds that the Manhattan District Attorney's Office takes advantage of as part of their budget. Now, the District Attorney's Office has said that the federal funds that they use, their federal grants, aren't specifically involved in this particular prosecution. But Jordan claims that he wants answers regardless. He said in a tweet yesterday, first, they indict a president for no crime. Then they sue to block congressional oversight when we ask questions about the federal funds they say they used to do it. We cannot have this conversation without reminding our viewers that Jim Jordan himself was subpoenaed by the January 6th Select Committee and essentially ignored that subpoena, did not respond to that subpoena. Now he's on the other end of this, issuing these subpoenas, and is expecting his targets of the subpoenas to comply in a way that he never did.
And Ryan, really quickly, last 10, 15 seconds here, what should we expect next? Is there going to be a hearing soon?
Yeah, there's a hearing that'll happen later this month. The judge has already declined a temporary injunction to prevent the ask from Bragg against these subpoena requests to go into effect. So we'll have to see what happens at that hearing coming up in the next couple of weeks.
All right, great information, Ryan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Turning now to international news, Italy has announced a state of emergency over a wave of migrants.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and a whole lot more. Good morning.
Alison Zinkley, good morning. That's right. Italy declared a state of emergency yesterday after what they say was a sharp rise in migrants arriving across the Mediterranean. Now about €5 million funding will go toward this effort. The Ministry for Sea and Civil Protection says the state of emergency should last about 6 months. Now to Myanmar, where a devastating airstrike has killed at least 100 people. This happened yesterday, just north of the country's second largest city. A witness said a fighter jet dropped bombs onto a crowd of people, including children. Many in the crowd were gathering for a ceremony put on by opponents of army rule. The military is using these airstrikes to combat an active fight against their control. Finally, let's go to Mexico, where an ancient scoreboard has just been discovered. The circular stone was used to track points in a ritual ball game played by Mesoamerican people. Archaeologists say it could date between 800 and 900 AD. The stone, weighing about 88 pounds, shows ancient hieroglyphic writing. Archaeologists working with the piece are calling it an especially rare find, and a team is now working to preserve it, guys.
So fascinating.
Yeah, pretty impressive scoreboard.
Yes.
Love to see that.
88 pounds. Can you imagine trying to just get that up out?
No, thank you. Good workout, though. Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, an emerging threat. New this morning, a warning from the president's drug czar about a new mix of drugs that's led to a startling spike in overdose deaths.
And driving up the stakes, the new standards that are being rolled out today to speed up the transition from gas to electric. That's next on Morning News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle.
From Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back with the growing tensions over the future of medical abortions. All eyes are on the appeals court this morning as the deadline approaches for both the plaintiffs that filed the Texas lawsuit and the Justice Department to file last-minute motions. We could see a decision come down at any time. Meanwhile, Democratic lawmakers are pushing back alongside some of the biggest drug makers in the country. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the details.
The fight over mifepristone access is raging in federal court right now, but the case is also attracting some notable attention outside of the courtroom. A show of force from Big Pharma, now wading into the battle over a widely used abortion pill. More than 600 drug makers and biotech leaders signing on to a scathing condemnation of that ruling by a federal judge in Texas, invalidating the FDA's longtime approval of mifepristone, accusing the judge of activism.
It's now been shown that courts can step in and overturn a scientific decision.
Dr. Amanda Banks, former CEO of Blackfin Therapeutics, who co-authored the letter, says the judge's ruling sets a dangerous precedent that extends beyond the abortion issue.
If one medicine is subject to this kind of outcome, really any medicine is.
President Biden also slamming the decision.
My thoughts are it's completely out of bounds what the judge did.
While the anti-abortion group that filed the Texas lawsuit is doubling down, writing in a statement, quote, the FDA failed to abide by its legal obligations to protect the health, safety, and welfare of girls and women. With the Texas order set to go into effect early Saturday unless blocked in the courts, Democratic governors are not wasting any time taking matters into their own hands.
We're taking a close look at all of our options.
Massachusetts, Washington State, New York, and California all now stockpiling years' worth of mifepristone or an alternative abortion pill.
So I'm proud to announce that New York State will create a stockpile of misoprostol, another form of medication abortion.
It's all in preparation for a decision that would apply nationwide.
Our thanks to Laura Jarrett for that report. The appeals court is expected to deliver a decision after midday today. If no decision comes down, the Department of Justice will likely rush to push the case up to the Supreme Court.
And we have more medical headlines now. In our weekly checkup, we're taking a closer look at the deadly toll opioid use disorder has on mental health.
Plus, with serious concerns over vaping, why one flavor of vapes could actually be more damaging to your health.
So let's dig in with NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. Good morning, Dr. Torres. So before we get to the studies, we want to start with the growing fentanyl crisis. This morning, the director of the Office of National Drug Control Policy actually declared that fentanyl mixed with an animal tranquilizer is an emerging threat. So what do we know about what's being called tranq, and what does this mean for the Biden administration?
And since the drug czar declared an emerging threat, what that means is the government now has 90 days to come up with a policy and 120 days to give guidelines to agencies on how to handle this. But what is happening here is this drug tranquilizer known as xylazine, which is used for horses, lambs, cows, animals, has now been moved over to the human community, and it's being used to adulter fentanyl, which adulters other types of drugs as well. And we're seeing huge amounts of this sweep throughout the country. As a matter of fact, in some areas, it's increased tenfold the amounts of overdoses we're seeing because of the xylazine. So the concern is there that this is an emerging threat, could turn into an emergency type situation, and so they're trying to get a handle on it right now.
So let's turn, Dr. Torres, to our first study we have here. This is looking at the deadly toll opioid use has on mental health. Research from Columbia University is showing that limiting opioid prescriptions might actually help limit suicide. What's the connection here?
And the concern was actually that limiting opioid doses, because over the last few years, they've really talked to doctors about decreasing prescription for opioids, trying to get patients off of it as quick as we can. And what the concern was that people would become desperate and might even use opioids for suicides and increase the suicide rate. But instead, what they found out is that limiting the opioid prescriptions actually lowered the rates of suicide, because 40% of overdose suicides involved opioids. So if they're not as available, they're not going to be able to use them. And people are turning to other alternatives other than opioids for pain control, so that's helping them out as well. The researchers predicted the suicide rate would have actually spiked, but instead it ended up coming down. So what are doctors' orders? Well, first and foremost, have Narcan on hand for you or some loved one, because it could be possible you need that, and then follow prescribing guidelines to get off of it as soon as you can, those opioids.
And of course, because you touched on self-harm, I do want to note that if you or someone you know is struggling with mental health and you're watching this, you can reach out to the National Suicide Hotline at 988. Now, I do want to turn to vaping. Research shows that the mint flavor is the vape of choice for many teenagers, but a new study is suggesting that that flavor specifically could actually be worse for you. Why is that?
And a lot of people use this mint or menthol flavor because it's smoother on the throat. It doesn't hurt as much as regular smoke when you're inhaling a cigarette. But this flavor actually ends up having more particulates and produces more toxins than those that don't have the menthol flavor in them. On top of that, researchers found that menthol vapors actually ended up taking shallower breaths, and they think the reason they did that is because they had poor lung function. They weren't able to breathe as well as those that didn't use menthol vapes. So again, big concern here. So what are doctors' orders here? Well, first and foremost, you want to steer clear of flavors, because flavors themselves we now know have more particulates. And try and quit. There's a variety of ways to quit. One of them is right there. 1-800-QUIT-NOW can help you with methods and with actually prescription drugs that could possibly help you quit as well.
All right, Dr. John Torres, thank you.
Thank you so much. And this morning, the Biden administration is taking new steps aimed at battling climate change. The EPA will roll out strict new emission standards later today. These new standards will require automakers to speed up the transition from gas to electric vehicles. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on what we can expect.
They're among America's fastest-selling cars. Average price, an eye-popping $58,000. Electric vehicles, EVs, make up 7% of new car sales. Now the Biden administration wants to accelerate the green revolution with tougher emission standards. And industry sources say requiring that EVs make up at least 54% of automakers' new car sales by 2030, 2/3 of sales by 2032.
Running on a cleaner grid, making and inventing the technologies that are going to power the future.
Automakers are already investing billions to transition from gas to electric. General Motors CEO Mary Barra.
The quicker we can bring everyone along to EVs, the better it's going to be for climate.
We've seen the green revolution firsthand from the assembly line. 3,000 pounds of lithium-ion cells helping the Hummer to accelerate from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. To the front line. Eventually, they want to take their whole fleet electric. Just 2 years ago, automakers agreed that EVs would make up half their sales by 2030. Now the industry says the new White House goals aren't realistic. Writing in a statement, this requires a massive 100-year change to the U.S. industrial base and the way Americans drive.
And there are a lot of things that have to happen to get us to a full EV culture,
including raw materials, charging stations, and the electric grid to power it. For now, sticker shock may convince many Americans to stick with their gas guzzlers. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
And coming up, an incredible survival story. How a veteran surfer was able to fight off a shark after it pulled him underwater.
Plus, it's being called juice jacking. Why you may want to pause before plugging into those public charging stations. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from France. Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm zone.
Bigger piece of the puzzle. Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Now for a tale of friendship and heroism that helped save a veteran surfer. Mike Morita was attacked over the weekend by an 8-foot tiger shark in Hawaii. He managed to fight off the predator and survived thanks to the quick actions of his friends. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz has the incredible story.
Hey there, the man you're about to meet, Mike Morita, says he has been surfing this same spot in Oahu for more than 20 years. Then Sunday, a sudden shark attack from below threw him into the fight of his life. Miraculously, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. He stayed calm, fought back, and started punching that shark right in its nose.
For a man who was just a whisper away from death, Mike Morita is in a pretty good mood.
So with the pain medication, and this nice soft hospital bed, I'm at about a 2 or a 3 as far as pain.
The 58-year-old surfer had been catching waves in Oahu this past Sunday when he felt what he first thought was a seal latching onto his leg.
I just felt the pressure and the strength of it.
The longtime surfer quickly realized he was face to face with an 8-foot tiger shark.
I started to pray to God and I said, God, let this shark let go of my leg. And I was going back and forth with it. It didn't let go. So I guess God wanted me to fight.
So fight is exactly what he did.
I started punching it as hard as I could, but I felt my punches were so weak and slow.
The shark dragged him underwater with one leg in his mouth, so Morita says he wrapped his other leg around the shark like a bear hug and squeezed.
My hand went right to the gill, and as soon as I got to the gills, it released me.
While he bled heavily from his leg, other nearby surfers rushed to help.
I looked back, and I saw how bad my leg was. From my ankle to like almost, halfway to my knee, there was no meat. It was only the bone. My brave friends, they saved my life because they got the tourniquets on.
Without that first aid, lifeguards say Morita probably wouldn't have survived.
Very fortunate for this individual, too. The guys that he was surfing with, able to use that leash as a tourniquet, definitely saved his life.
Morita says his deep faith is what kept him calm.
At no point was I scared. At no point was I thinking that I was going to die.
Crediting his friends with saving his life.
I cannot believe the courage my friends had, because I'm getting attacked and they paddled towards me. They are my heroes.
Now, unfortunately, Marita lost his right foot in that attack and is getting ready to go into surgery again this week to try to save as much of his leg as possible. But look, Marita is one of those unstoppable spirits. He says he's not only at peace, he can't be more grateful for his friends that saved his life, and he also can't wait to get back in the ocean. Back to you.
So glad he's safe. Gotti Schwartz, thank you.
A federal judge has denied a request by Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes to remain out of prison while she appeals her fraud conviction. The 39-year-old was convicted in January 2022 on 4 counts of fraud and conspiracy in connection with her leadership at the blood testing company. Last November, Holmes was sentenced to more than 11 years in prison. She's expected to begin her sentence April 27th.
And the FBI has issued a warning for people who charge their phones at public charging stations, commonly found in airports, hotels, and hospitals.
Yeah, the agency is warning about something called juice jacking. That's where bad actors are using those charging stations to infect phones and other devices with malware.
For more on this, we're joined now by Mark Rash. He's a former U.S. computer crime prosecutor and the vice president of the computer security company Unit 221B. Mark, good morning. Thank you for being here. So this is really alarming. How at risk are we by using these public charging stations? How are these bad agents actually getting access to our devices? And also, is this a new problem?
I'll answer the last one first, and it's not really a new problem. There's always been a problem whenever you're connecting a computer, which is a phone is a form of a computer, to something that you don't know what you're connecting to. So this deals with public Wi-Fi, and now what we're dealing with is public access to electricity. Because what happens is when you plug the phone in, you're actually connecting your computer or phone to something that you don't know where it came from. So the cable itself contains a chip that can be used to steal information, or you're just plugging it into what amounts to another computer and it's sucking out data or infecting you with malware. So it's always been a theoretical problem. There's always been something that security people have been aware of. It's not a major problem. It's not happening in droves, but if you want to be careful about it, you can just use a power supply like this and just plug it into your own power supply.
Yeah, Mark, a little more on how do you protect yourself, even if this is something that's rare. So many of us live on our phones that it feels like you just have a lot of information there. You want to be as careful as possible. Is there anything you should physically look for before you plug in to a public charging station? Is there any sort of setting on the phone where it can ask, are you sure, or anything like that that you could tap into here?
Sure. So the first thing is there's usually nothing you can look for on the device. It's just going to look like a USB plug. And that's by design. If you're going to be a hacker and you're going to create a corrupt charging station, you're going to make it look like a regular charging station. So a physical inspection usually isn't going to find anything. If they're corrupting an existing charging station, maybe they've taken the plate off, maybe there's some loose wires, but probably not. The second thing to look for is your cable itself. We've seen an explosion of cables that are fake cables. And in the cable itself, there's a chip. And that chip can be corrupted, and that can be the device that's used to steal the information. So it's both the power supply and the cable that you make sure that you get genuine authorized cables, and then you plug it into your own brick instead of plugging it into a USB port at an airport or something like that. Now, most phones have, like the iPhone, for example, when you plug it into somebody else's computer, it will ask you, do you want to trust this computer? So when you plug it into a charging station, if it's asking you, do you want to trust this? The answer will always be no. There's no reason you should be getting anything out of that charging station other than electricity. And if your phone is asking you to trust it, it means you're getting something more than just mere electricity.
Yep, that's what we call news you can use. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thanks,
we appreciate it.
Now let's get into some financial news. Warner Brothers Discovery is adding a new service to the streaming world.
All right, here comes another one. CNBC's markets reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now for this and other money headlines. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, Warner Brothers Discovery will unveil its new Max streaming service at an event this afternoon. It combines HBO Max and Discovery Plus, and there will reportedly be multiple subscription plans. That includes the ad-free plan for $16 per month, which is the same price as the current HBO Max. There will also be a cheaper ad-supported tier that may cost $10 per month. The new Max could launch as soon as the next month or two. Meantime, Elon Musk says Twitter will remove the legacy blue check marks on April 20th or 4/20. In a tweet, he says this is the final date. If the move goes ahead, Twitter will have verification marks only for paid users and businesses, governments, and government officials. Twitter Blue costs $8 per month if you sign up through the web and $11 if you subscribe through iOS or Android devices. And IKEA has a new virtual interior design service that brings in a professional to pick out your furniture. It costs $99 per room or $299 for a business setting. It's accomplished digitally over 3 video calls after you book an appointment and fill out a wish list to help IKEA figure out your needs. The designer will build a mood board, map out your space in 3D, and work with you on furnishings, materials, and lighting. You can also use IKEA's TaskRabbit service to take the plans and build them out in your own home. I have never been one of those people that can build my own IKEA furniture. So.
Oh my gosh, I know. Yeah, forget the design. Could we have an informational video?
But I got to say, I'm pretty handy. So if y'all ladies need help,
good to know.
Pippa Stevens, thank you so much.
All right, tax day is fast approaching, and if you have not started yet, you have a few extra days to get it done.
But just a few. The deadline to file your returns is next Tuesday, April 18th. That's because April 15th falls on a Saturday this year.
Joining us now is Mark Stieber. He's Senior Vice President and Chief Tax Officer at Jackson Hewitt Tax Service. Mark, good morning. Thank you for joining us. All right, let's start with the question that I thankfully don't have right now, but some people do. If I haven't filed it, what do I need to do?
Well, first, don't panic. There's still 5 whole days and 16 hours. And you've got 60 million friends with you lining up in the queue as of about a week ago. So it is important to pay attention to the deadline. You do not want to miss that. There's late filing penalties, late payment penalties, and there's still plenty of time and plenty of resources, but lots of changes. So if you're going into it with, I'm just going to cookie cut last year's tax return, that's probably a big mistake. As is, I'll get to it this summer. I'll kick the can down the road. Also a big mistake.
And Mark, I know you wrote an article on Jackson Hewitt's website talking about why our tax returns may be a little smaller this year. No one ever likes to hear that. What are the reasons?
It's unfortunate, but it's really an adjustment to the pre-pandemic amounts. So when I say they're lower than last year, which was higher because they put in a bunch of things to help people out. So they're down about $2,900 for about the 70 or 80 million people that have got refunds so far. About 3 out of 4. And so I don't want to mislead people. Still a nice, healthy refund, $3,000, 3 out of 4 people getting it, but it won't look like last year's because there was a lot of supersized stuff in last year's return. But there's also a lot of other things to watch out for. A lot more people are self-employed this year, a lot more crypto activity, a lot more people doing a lot of different things, getting married, having children, going back to college. All of those can add money to your tax return. And the biggest mistake you make, rushing through just to get it done and you leave something off, because trust me, the IRS is not your friend when it comes to finding you extra money. They find themselves money. So you leave it off, it stays off. So pay attention, use your time wisely, find those documents, find last year's return, and get some help from a trusted, branded, trained pro. Time is of the nigh.
You mentioned earlier that there are new laws this year. Can you remind us of those and tell people what they should be looking at?
Yeah, there's a lot of new changes that were really same as the refund. Reversion back to pre-pandemic amounts. Child credit lower. Dependent care credit lower. No longer can take a charitable donation unless you itemize. So a lot of things changed, but they really just changed back. Bigger than tax changes, and I tell people this every year, are life changes. Taking care of your dependent parents. Starting some new side gig. Doing things out of your home because of the pandemic. All of those can have a material impact and a bigger refund if you don't overlook them.
And Mark, you importantly mentioned crypto. It's really important people remember, even though those are digital assets, they do need to be filing.
Number one mistake I see every year is 2 things. One, they think they don't have to put it on the tax return if they didn't cash out. That's not true. If you traded or converted or had a fork or any of those other things and got new crypto, that's probably a taxable transaction. The second bigger mistake is calculating your gain based on your basis. If you don't calculate what you paid for it and what all went into that, you might calculate your gain incorrectly, and in many cases too large and pay too much in tax. And again, your IRS friends are not going to say that's too big a number, you need to lower that. Pay too much, they keep it.
And that's even if you're someone who only has like a little bit of crypto on Robinhood or what have you. Exactly. Everybody's got to report it.
If you had transactions and you had a gain, if you're happy, you probably had a deal that you need to report.
That's a good morning. If you're happy, tax it. Okay.
I like that, Mark.
Mark, thank you. We
Good
appreciate
to be here.
it.
5 days.
5 days. Thanks, Mark. And coming up, food and drinks with friendly competition on the side. From Scrabble to Uno, even axe throwing at happy hour. We'll explain why so many restaurants and bars are adding games to their menus. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're back now with today's Good Talker, a story that has everyone buzzing. Marvel actor Jeremy Renner has made a victorious return to the red carpet after a snowplow accident in January. With the help of a cane, the actor arrived with his family at the premiere of Rennervations, his new Disney Plus reality series. During his press interviews, Renner used a motorized scooter to assist him. The actor had said he was determined to make the event and was still recovering from his injuries, but we always love to see our favorite superheroes on the mend.
Yes, absolutely. No matter how he's getting right, it's amazing that he's back out and at it, and seems like he's in good spirits. Yes, so which we love to see for him. Yes. All right. So for skateboarders, if you're a skateboarder out there, finding somewhere to skate can be as hard as landing your very first ollie. So a group of athletes in Navajo Nation got some help from none other than skateboarding superstar Tony Hawk. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has more.
The Navajo Nation is breathtaking, 27,000 square miles of quiet beauty. But for kids growing up here, maybe too quiet. That's why so many are attracted to this sound. Navajo Nation loves to skate. Just check out their president doing an ollie.
Friends to come out, you skate, you challenge one another, and you keep each other accountable.
But the reservation itself has been a skateboarding desert. Kids had to find a ride dozens of miles away just to get their wheels running. 12-year-old Cheyenne has been doing it for years.
I just like doing it because it's fun. It teaches me to be more active.
These remote communities need more opportunities to have outdoor recreations.
Something skaters could call their own became a community's cause. And with assistance from an organization called the Skate Park Project and its famous founder, Tony Hawk.
Thank you for bringing change to this community.
The Dene Skate Garden was set in concrete.
How important is this to have an outlet, especially for kids in a community that's been less served traditionally?
I think it's hugely important, especially in a community like this. When kids find skateboarding, I think they find something that speaks to them in a deeper way and something that can teach them a lot of life lessons about overcoming their goals, about overcoming challenges.
Now, somewhere like that exists right here.
I'm really excited for them so that they can be here, they can be a part of the community.
A place of pride, a culture of tradition, now embracing the great sanctuary of skate. Steve Patterson, NBC News, Navajo Nation.
And finally, this hour, bars and restaurants are looking to make a comeback after taking some major hits during the pandemic.
Yes, there's nothing like a good drink with friends and a little friendly competition. These bars are bringing customers in with trivia and honestly a whole lot more. So for more on this, let's bring in a familiar face, one of our favorites, our very own Joe Fryer. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, good morning. Are you guys both trivia buffs?
I'm not good at it.
You're not good.
I'm also not good, but I
You
love
don't have to be good. That's the
Oh,
key. If you are
okay.
a history buff, if you're a pop culture aficionado, this trend might be for you. A growing number of bars and restaurants across the country are adding trivia nights to the menu to bring people together for a few drinks and a whole lot of fun.
Ben Affleck and what other actor are both returning as the Caped Crusader in the movie The Flash?
If it's Tuesday night, it's trivia night at Lexington Public on Manhattan's Upper East Side.
Michael Keaton.
We've been coming here like pretty much every week. Tuesday night trivia brings me to the bar. I really love pop culture.
I love geography, like current events, politics, and sports.
Teams like this one meet up weekly for some friendly competition.
Gets us out on a Tuesday night, so it's nice to have a routine.
Owner Chloe Patelis added the trivia night as a way to draw customers to the newly opened bar. And she says it's a winning answer. Tuesday night business is up 50%.
It's brought in so many people that might not have found this location.
NYC Trivia League supplies bars like Lexington Public with equipment, hosts, everything they need to run their own trivia nights, besides the beers and wings. The group has seen a rush of interest post-pandemic and added 24 new trivia nights since November.
We've seen more players. We've seen them coming back more often.
And it's not just a New York City phenomenon. The company King Trivia runs events in about 35 states. They've gone from 200 weekly events before the pandemic to more than 300 now.
More different types of venues are open to it today. So the popularity has surged. It's way higher. But it's a much more difficult landscape today than it was before.
It's part of a larger trend combining eating and drinking with entertainment. More than 80% of Americans have tried it out. For customers watching their wallets, it provides added value, while bars get an influx of patrons and improve their bottom line.
Before the pandemic, is a trivia night something that you would have even considered?
I know a lot of bars did it, but that's not something that I would have considered. It's amazing. I would never go back.
And if you're looking to add a dose of competition to your nights out, trivia is not the only option. Some places, customers can throw an axe in between sips of beer or even play pickleball during happy hour.
An event night like this, that's their personal trainer, so they have to go. They have to commit to it. Otherwise, they might have just thought, I'm going to go out tonight. Maybe I'll just stay in and watch TV.
You're like a personal trainer.
Just like a personal trainer, yeah.
A personal trainer gives you a little extra oomph to get out the door and go drink and eat wings. The team we spoke to, by the way, at the beginning of the piece did actually end up winning that trivia tournament last night. They call themselves Shark Shank Redemption. One of the team members told us that she was actually a contestant on Jeopardy. So there's some serious competition there.
That makes me nervous.
That's a bit of an unfair.
I was going to Google trivia, and then I'm like, wait, what? Wait, realize I love that.
But
Good for
clearly,
them, though.
a growing trend.
Yes, very cool. Thanks,
Joe Fryer.
Joe.
Thank you. Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, evacuation order. Breaking this morning, a massive fire at a plastics recycling center in Indiana is burning out of control. Towering plumes of toxic black smoke pouring into the sky, with thousands of people ordered to evacuate. We'll have more on the growing concern over air quality as firefighters say the flames will likely burn for days. Ambush attack less than 48 hours after police say a gunman opened fire at a Louisville bank. Police have released body camera video of what they call 7 minutes of horror.
Really, it shakes the core. It shakes the core to know that life was being lost.
Officers are now saying about the nature of the attack and what we're learning about the victims, including one who had just moved to Louisville only 3 weeks ago. Decision day. Just days after being expelled, a second Tennessee lawmaker could soon make his return to the state house. We're live in Memphis ahead of today's critical vote and the impact it could have on the battle over gun laws. Biden in Belfast. The president landing in Northern Ireland this morning. He's there to mark 25 years of the Good Friday Agreement that ended decades of political and religious violence. But the visit comes amid heightened tensions. Why this trip is both political and personal for the president. And super bloom. After record rainfall hammered the West Coast, a colorful surprise is lighting up California. We're taking you inside the spring surge that has lines at state parks looking more like lines at theme parks. And I gotta say, I've actually seen them firsthand, so I'm very excited for that story.
Good. Yeah, I love to see that. I love when it's like everyone's excited to be outside and do things.
Especially with this warm weather, which we'll get to later this hour.
All right, so we begin, though, with breaking news out of Indiana this morning. That's where a toxic fire is burning, forcing thousands of people to evacuate.
Yeah, that fire started in a tractor trailer before quickly spreading to a nearby plastics facility. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest.
This morning, firefighters are battling a massive blaze at a warehouse in Indiana that led to the evacuation order of more than 2,000 residents. Toxic fumes and smoke floating over the city of Richmond for more than 12 hours. Fire officials say the blaze broke out Tuesday afternoon at a plastics recycling processing facility.
Right now, it's just a trailer, but it's spreading fast.
The fire reportedly starting in a tractor trailer on site, quickly engulfing the rest of the plant and spewing thick plumes of black smoke.
It was fully loaded with unknown type of plastics.
The blaze becoming so large it could be seen from space. The National Weather Service tweeting this satellite image. Residents within a half-mile of the fire are being ordered to evacuate, while those just outside the half-mile radius are being asked to shelter in place and turn off HVAC units. A precaution because officials are increasingly concerned over what chemicals may be in the air.
The smoke is definitely toxic. As the wind changes, we may change the direction of the evacuations.
Officials say the cause of the blaze is under investigation, but there are questions surrounding the history of the building and its owner.
He has been warned several times. We do have an unsafe citation that was issued to him. We knew it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when this was going to happen.
As firefighters work around the clock on a potentially dangerous inferno that could burn for days.
It's a big enough fire, it's going to burn a while.
That was Gabe Gutierrez reporting. As Gabe mentioned, public schools remain closed today, but nearby Indiana University East will hold virtual classes as the rest of the campus operates on a limited basis.
We're also getting a clearer picture this morning of what happened at that deadly bank shooting in Louisville. Police released dramatic body camera video showing officers rushing toward the gunman as he was firing at them. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the latest.
As chilling as these videos are, police say they show these two officers doing exactly what they were trained to do, engage the gunman to eliminate that threat. Now, these videos have been edited by the Louisville Police Department, but they do capture that crucial 4-minute window from the moment police arrive to when that gunman was taken down. And we do want to warn you, some of what you're about to see is tough to watch.
Intense new police body cam video captures two Louisville officers rushing towards the gunman, hidden inside Old National Bank. One bullet grazing officer Corey Galloway, who scrambled to take cover and return fire after his rookie partner, Nicholas Wilt, was shot in the head.
I think I got him down. I think he's down.
Authorities say the suspect, 25-year-old Connor Sturgeon, was in an ambush position, shooting from behind the lobby's reflective glass until Officer Galloway fired the fatal shot.
Yeah, suspect down. Get the officer.
These new images show the shooter inside the bank. Armed with an AR-15, investigators say he purchased legally less than a week earlier from a Louisville gun store. Officials say Sturgeon waited for police, shooting at bystanders before striking Officer Wilt, who remains in critical but stable condition.
This young man went back in to the line of fire in order to protect others.
In a statement to NBC News overnight, the shooter's family, writing in part, their son had mental health challenges, which we as a family were actively addressing. There were never any warning signs or indications he was capable of this shocking act. Dr. Jason Smith, who treated the victims, getting emotional and pleading for action.
To everyone who helps make policy, both at state, city, federal, I would simply ask you to do something. Because doing nothing, which is what we've been doing, is not working.
We're also learning more about the 5 lives lost. James Tutt had just celebrated his 64th birthday. Those who knew him called him a finance genius with a heart of gold. 63-year-old Thomas Elliott, a beloved mentor to many friends. 40-year-old Joshua Barrick, a husband and father of 2, was an active church member.
The last thing he said to me was, "I'll do whatever you need me to do."
45-year-old Juliana Farmer had moved to Louisville to be closer to her daughter and grandchildren.
My grief is that I can't hear her voice anymore. I can't tell her how much I love her.
And today, regarding the family of the gunman acknowledging some existing mental health issues, there are no laws in Kentucky outside of federal laws that would prohibit someone with a felony conviction from purchasing a firearm, that would keep someone with a mental health disorder or substance abuse disorder from being able to go out and legally purchase a gun. Not only that, but the mayor here is outraged because under existing law, this very rifle won't be destroyed but auctioned off and could potentially end up back on the streets. In the meantime, in neighboring Tennessee, Republican Governor Bill Lee just signed an executive order that would strengthen background checks and red flag laws for anyone looking to purchase a firearm. We'll send it back to you.
Sobering reporting, Morgan. Thank you.
Later today, a Tennessee council is expected to vote on the future of Justin Pearson, one of those 2 state representatives ousted last week as a result of leading gun law protest on the state legislative floor. This was the scene on Monday, moments after Justin Jones, the other ousted representative, was sworn in again. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Memphis, Tennessee, with whether or not Pearson may have a similar fate. Blaine, the council is voting later today. What are we expecting to happen?
Well, Ellison, good morning to you. That's right. They are going to be voting at 1:30 here local time at a specially called commission meeting here behind me. It is going to require 7 votes of the 13 commissioners in order for Pearson to be sent to the seat from which he was booted last week. And already a couple of commissioners at least have come out and said that they publicly plan to support him. Now, he's also going to be walking into that meeting today with a public show of support. A few hours before this meeting is set to begin, there's going to be a rally at the nearby Civil Rights Museum here in Memphis. And then those supporters are going to march over, and attend that commission meeting. So we certainly expect to see a show of support. We're expecting the possibility of some public comment around all of this. And remember, this is something that's garnered a lot of attention, not just here in Tennessee, but from around the country. Now, as for the timing of this, we're waiting to see what that would look like if he is reinstated, how quickly he could be sworn in. And it's very possible, Ellison, that we could see those 2 ousted but now possibly reinstated lawmakers back on the floor for session tomorrow morning.
Wow. The second person, Representative Jones, who was sworn back into the state legislature yesterday, is he fully back in office? Are all of his responsibilities as they were 3-4 days ago?
Well, he's there on an interim basis. And so what that means is that, yes, the council sent him back there, but there still has to be a special election. The governor has to decide when that's going to take place, likely in one of the summer months to come. But remember, this is something that he has said that he fully plans to run for his old seat. Pearson, if he is appointed on an interim basis, says that he'll do the same thing as well. Already, Democrats here in the state are raising money to help make sure that they get those seats back. And all indications, Ellison, are that they will, because remember, they're running for the same seats that they recently just won not too long ago.
And all of this series of events, it stemmed from protest over new gun laws following that horrific school shooting last month. We understand Tennessee's governor signed an executive order that relates to tightening gun laws. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Governor Bill Lee did sign an executive order yesterday, essentially strengthening background checks for people who purchase guns. He also made a strong call to lawmakers here in the state. He wants legislation to take up with a so-called red flag law, essentially something that would keep guns out of the hands of people who have been deemed dangerous to themselves or a danger to others. Here's what he said when he signed that executive order yesterday. Take a look.
If we're going to get something accomplished that's here to date been incredibly difficult, if not virtually impossible to do, it's going to require coming together, laying down our previously held positions potentially, and It really is just going to require finding the things that we agree upon together and moving forward with those things. And I suspect the chairman will do that.
Now, as for finding things to agree on, that's what he was saying. Remember, the legislature here is led by Republicans, both chambers. It's still yet unknown rather, whether or not they will take up that legislation and what that could possibly look like before the end of the session. Ellison.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you for your reporting as always.
And this morning, President Biden is kicking off a historic trip to Ireland, and it's a visit filled with both political and personal significance. The trip is timed to mark the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, which helped end decades of violent conflict in Northern Ireland. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is traveling with the president and has the latest from Belfast.
A blustery Belfast arrival for President Biden, a journey about roots, both political and personal. Greeted by the United Kingdom's Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. New this morning, the president and prime minister spending one-on-one time together. Today is about marking 25 years since the Good Friday Agreement that ended Northern Ireland's decades of civil war and conflict with Great Britain.
Keep the peace. That's the main thing. And it looks like we're going to keep your fingers crossed.
Joined by Joe Kennedy, the special envoy for Northern Ireland, part of the president's message will be that economic development is crucial to maintain stability here. Tensions are heightened after protests in Northern Ireland marred the anniversary.
The word people tend to use when they talk about the peace in Northern Ireland is fragile.
Turning back to the U.S., a new verbal round in the 2024 presidential race, with former President Trump reacting to these comments from President Biden to Al here on Today, that Mr. Biden plans to run for re-election.
Help a brother out. Make some news for me. I plan on running Al, but we're not prepared to announce it yet.
The former president asked if he expects President Biden to stay in the race.
I watch him just like you do. And I think it's almost inappropriate for me to say it, but I deal with other people. I don't see how it's possible. Look, I don't think he can.
Mr. Trump, who was recently indicted on felony charges in Manhattan and faces additional criminal investigations, also says a potential conviction would not deter him from his own campaign.
No, it's not my thing. I wouldn't do it.
Back here in Belfast, the president is speaking at Ulster University, and part of his focus will be on that economic message as an important part of the next phase of the peace process. He will then head to Dublin and be in the Republic of Ireland. He'll be meeting officials there, but he will also venture to County Louth and County Mayo, and part of what they have waiting is to welcome back a distant cousin, a distant relation. And they'll be showing the Biden family and the president some of the genealogical tours and some of the family roots of the Biden family. And we expect that that will be a part of the president's tour that will be especially personal. Politics and the personal side during his time here on the island of Ireland. Back to you.
Kelly, thanks so much.
Now to the latest on the imprisonment of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich in Russia. Earlier this week, the State Department designated him as being, quote, wrongfully detained. Gershkovich was arrested last month on espionage charges, which the paper denies. This morning, the special presidential envoy for hostage affairs, Roger Carstens, spoke with our colleagues on the Today Show about this case.
So I had a chance to talk to his family a few days ago. Of course, I'm grateful that the president was able to call him yesterday. I'll have a chance to visit the family in the coming days. Typically, when a family is designated as a wrongful detainee, or an American is rather, we move over to wherever they're located in the United States or frankly around the world and spend time in their living room talking to the family, giving them a sense of how we plan to progress, to partner with the family and pursue the release of their loved one. In terms of how he's doing, we don't have that much information right now. As you know, the Russians have not yet granted consular access. We do have some reports coming out of a legal team that he seems to be okay and in good health and in good spirits. But Lefortovo prison is famous for isolating its captives, so we don't really have a strong sense yet, and hopefully we'll have a chance to gain consular access and be able to give you a better report.
As you mentioned, the administration has officially designated Evan Gershkovich wrongfully detained. This seems to be a diplomatic term of art, but what does it mean? What does that enable you to do to secure his release? What is the strategy?
What it does, when someone's declared to be wrongful, it gives us now the obligation required by law after the passage of the Levinson Act that obligation requires us to go bring Evan home in this case. So instead of what you might have in a normal case where an American might be arrested, that American might be guilty, for example, or they may not be guilty, once someone's declared to be wrongful, that the United States government tries to harness all of its resources and start working for that release. And frankly, that's what we're doing now. We're trying to bring all elements of this government, and not just this government, but we're trying to partner with members on Capitol Hill, members of the media, frankly, third-party intermediaries, nonprofits, NGOs, and also the family to bring Evan home.
What leverage does the U.S. have over Russia when it comes down to negotiations? I mean, do you foresee this comes down to, as it did with Trevor Reed, as it did with Brittany Griner, a prisoner swap?
Well, I really can't get into the specifics. Every time we start negotiating in public, we start to my mind, we start to lose our leverage. We lose our ability to affect that release. So some things I think have to be done in secret so that we can maintain that open chain with the Russians to determine what's it going to take. But, you know, we've also been working on Paul Whelan's case for quite some time, and we have to find a way to get both Paul Whelan and Evan out. And frankly, it's going to be hard. It's never easy, but I'm confident that we'll find that way.
Evan Gershkovich was 31 years old. He'd grown up in New Jersey. He was the son of parents who had fled the Soviet Union. The Wall Street Journal said he loved Russia. He loved Moscow. It was like a second home for him. If he is convicted, he faces up to 20 years in prison.
Always alarming to see a journalist detained. We're hoping he's released soon. Now, let's turn to some parts of the country that got a taste of summer heat just yesterday. Let's get a check on what else to expect this week with your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now with more. Good morning, Angie.
Morning, guys. Spoiler alert, more heat on the way for a lot of folks, but we also have some other things to worry about, and that comes in the form of some flooding with some heavy rain working through parts of the Gulf Coast. You can see in the state of Florida, rounds and rounds of heavy rain. This is impacting Tampa, Fort Myers, Miami, even as far south as Key West. Additionally, along the Gulf Coast, places like Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi are going to get in on some of this rain as well. Here's the areas we're watching for the concern for some flash flooding. You can see a marginal risk for most of the region, but we do have parts of, again, South Florida under that slight risk. That means that there's a better chance that we could see some flash flooding concerns through that area over the next couple of days. We have seen some of the alerts come down. Daytona Beach was under a flash flood warning earlier today. That has since come down, but you'll notice it stays with us for New Orleans right now, and in parts of Miami, flood watch remains in effect for now. And here's why. We have a low pressure system that's hanging out in the Gulf of Mexico. It's eventually going to move on shore, but in the meantime, it's just bringing some really unsettled weather to much of the Gulf Coast. A lot of that rain is going to push into parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle today. But just off to the east, you can see the rounds of rain that are kind of floating on in over the next day or so. By the time we get into tomorrow, the system moves on shore. We'll start to get some of that rain impacting folks in Georgia as well. Atlanta could be a little iffy for that afternoon commute tomorrow. And we'll also watch for the potential for a few isolated strong to even severe thunderstorms, maybe some damaging wind, maybe some heavy rain, as well as the potential for an isolated tornado. By the time we wrap up the work week and head into Friday, we'll start to see this rain work into the Carolinas. And then by the time the weekend gets here, we'll start to see that moving out and we'll have better, quieter, drier conditions. But between now and then, localized amounts up to 5, even as high as 8 inches. So again, we've already seen super saturated grounds in a lot of these areas, so it doesn't take much for us to see some of that flooding. So we'll watch for that over the next few days. We're also watching for the really warm temperatures. Did you notice it yesterday? In a lot of places across the country, we were continuing to see those temperatures well above normal. And that's the story today, too. Omaha, 86 degrees this afternoon. St. Louis, 79. Nashville at 78. Some of these numbers are very summer-like, and it spreads to the east and stays with us for tomorrow. 84 degrees if you're out and about New York tomorrow afternoon. Pittsburgh ends up at 80 degrees, and we'll see these conditions lasting well through the weekend, ladies. This will be something that we'll see for record highs possibly being broken across 10 states. So it's pretty incredible. And it also comes with a couple of issues with our fire alerts that are up for 63 million people.
Are those fire alerts this time of year for this region normal?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, if you have low humidity, if you have some gusty winds, it doesn't take much when the grounds are a little dry after winter. So yeah, we're going to watch it, and hopefully we'll start to see those conditions alleviate here in the next couple days.
People should be watching closely. Angie Lassman, thank you.
Coming up, congressional leaders have begun receiving classified documents found in possession of former President Trump and former Vice Presidents Biden and Pence.
Yeah, up next, we're digging into what that means for the investigation and where things go from here.
We're back. Now from Las Vegas,
from Seattle, Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
This is what it looks and feels.
Storm
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are. Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Key leaders in Congress have gotten a closer look at those classified documents that were found in the possession of former President Donald Trump, President Joe Biden, and also former Vice President Mike Pence. So according to a source familiar with the matter, the leaders known as the Gang of Eight have been reviewing the materials, the first step in determining how Congress will respond to these revelations. We're joined now by NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, good morning to you. First of all, tell us who is in this Gang of Eight. It feels like there are often gangs of eights on Capitol Hill. What's this one, and what are they doing with these materials?
It's a great question, Allison. So the Gang of Eight are the leaders of the intelligence committees in both the House and Senate and the congressional leaders in the House and Senate. So you've got the Senate Majority Leader, the Senate Minority Leader, the Speaker of the House, the Democratic Leader, and then the chairs and ranking members of both the Senate and House Intelligence Committee. So this is the group that gets access to the most highly classified information, and these documents fall under that banner. This is the documents that were recovered from the homes of former President Donald Trump, President Joe Biden, and former Vice President Mike Pence. And this was a back and forth between the two sides. The Department of Justice did not initially want to hand over this information. They said it was part of an ongoing investigation. They were concerned the material could get leaked to the public. But Congress argued that they have a very specific oversight responsibility here. And if Congress needs to act, they need to see which specific documents are at issue here to see if Congress needs to form some sort of policy prescription to prevent this from happening again.
So you have Congress looking at all of this, and then when it comes to former President Trump and President Biden, you have different. Two different special counsels looking into their handling of classified documents. Explain to us a little bit of what's going on at this point with those investigations. Is Congress frustrated with DOJ's handling of those cases?
So we really do need to separate the investigations into the congressional oversight. And that's the point that these congressional leaders have made over and over again, that they're not specifically concerned about the special counsel investigation and whether or not that leads to charges for any of the men involved. What they're more concerned about is the problem with classified documents being taken from secure facilities and ending up in the private homes and personal offices of these former leaders. That's a problem that they believe needs to be rectified, and whether it means reforms to the National Archives in the form of actual legislation, or if it just means that the National Archives needs to get its house in order and there needs to be a little bit more careful understanding of them enforcing the laws that are on the books. That's what Congress needs to know. They believe they need to see these documents to see just where they came from and how they got into the hands of these leaders to figure out what role Congress should play in preventing this from happening again.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much.
More international headlines now. Tensions rising as China announces plans to close up airspace near Taiwan.
Yeah, let's bring back in NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. He joins us now from Rome for this and a whole lot other news from around the world. Claudio, good morning.
Alison Zinkler, good morning. Well, there seems to be some confusion over China's plan. Now, originally, it announced that it will close the airspace north of Taiwan for 3 days next week. But now, Taiwan's transport minister said that after their complaint, this no-fly zone will only last half an hour and only on Sunday. Now, Taiwan's defense ministry says the no-fly zone falls within the country's air defense identification zone, and it will disrupt flights around the region. Now, turning to southern Italy, where 400 migrants are still stranded 2 days since activists called for support for an overcrowded fishing boat. The Italian Coast Guard says difficult waters are impacting the rescue. A message left on an immigration hotline said the situation is, quote, dramatic, with several medical emergencies on board and water filling the boat. We are now in Germany, where a defiant squirrel found itself in a sticky situation. This all happened after a pedestrian located a little head poking out of a hole in the road and called for help. Turns out the animal was stuck in a manhole cover. Firefighters had to work to free the squirrel, but found it a little difficult, of course. They say it was quite, quote, uncooperative. Thankfully, they have some experience. The same situation actually happened back in 2019, but firefighters don't know if it's the same culprit. After some determination, the squirrel made it out and ran to a nearby tree. Back to you.
You can't say squirrels aren't resilient, Claudio. They know how to get in and out.
A lot of emotions there. I'm like worried, I'm upset, it's cute. I don't know how to process it all. Claudio Lavanga, thank you.
Thank you. And turning now to Ukraine, where President Volodymyr Zelensky appointed British billionaire Richard Branson as the new ambassador for the country's official fundraising platform, United24. Branson has become one of the central figures in the fundraising efforts for the war in Ukraine, alongside tycoon Howard Buffett. The two sat down for an exclusive interview with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. And Matt Bradley joins us now from Kyiv, Ukraine, with more on his groundbreaking interview. So, Matt, good morning. Let's start with the big picture here. What did Branson and Buffett have to say about Western support for Ukraine? Do they think enough is being done?
Yeah, good morning, Zinkler and Ellison. Yeah, I mean, basically, these two men, they've been dealing with this for the past year, ever since this invasion started, and they've been real cheerleaders for Ukraine the entire time. But at the same time, as you mentioned, while they're supporting Ukraine, they're also scathing in their criticism, particularly Richard Branson, of those who are not supporting Ukraine or are continuing to do business with Russia. And I pitched this directly to Mr. Branson. Here's what he told me.
We just have to stay 100% united in support of Ukraine as a free world. We've got to supply Ukraine everything it needs to push Russia out of Ukraine, and we just need to give them our complete support. And anyone who did this from that, I have little respect for.
Very little respect for anyone who did this from that. So as you can see, this is not just supporting Ukraine. This is slamming those who he feels aren't doing enough. Guys?
Yeah, strong words there. And Matt, I know the question of when to start rebuilding is already on the international agenda. According to the World Bank, it will cost $411 billion to rebuild Ukraine over the next decade. How do Branson and Buffett think rebuilding should play out?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we've been asking people. We've been working on a separate story about this, and we're asking them, you know, Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, and others, they're saying invest right now. And they're not just calling on governments and international institutions like NATO or the European Union. They're calling on private businesses. And their message is that this isn't just about doing something for the goodness of your heart, that there's a real reason that you can do this. You can expect, as a private business person, a healthy return on your investment. And I put that to Howard Buffett. He says, you know, that we should be investing right now, rebuilding right now, not waiting until the war is over. Here's what he told me.
Is there wisdom in rebuilding while the war is still going on?
Absolutely rebuild. I learned this lesson in Afghanistan.
But rebuild now?
Yes, because it's imperative to give people hope. And you do that by showing that things are going to recover, and you do it by showing that people have the confidence in the country. Now, the question is, who's going to rebuild during the war? We look at a lot of what we're doing as an investment in the country, and we're willing to take the risk.
So it's a lot about risk. I mean, one of the things that we've been talking about with folks here is, you know, would you want to reconstruct, say, a bridge or a train line if Russia could simply and very easily just bomb it again? And that's a decent question. And it's one that Ukrainians, of course, they have a vested interest. They say rebuild right now before the war stops. That this is something that should be done right now, because, as we heard from one man, why would you wash your face in the morning if you know it's just going to get dirty again? Well, good point.
A lot to dig into there. And Matt, I wonder, did Branson have a message here to U.S. businesses about what they can be doing in Ukraine?
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that it's a continuation of what he was saying earlier about businesses really need to sever ties with Moscow. And again, a scathing criticism from Richard Branson for those businesses who are still doing business in Russia. But, you know, he was also talking about, again, whether or not you can expect, as a private business person, to actually get a return on your investment, or whether this is just a sort of, you know, goodwill gesture or something that is playing into lofty notions of defending democracy. And again, I asked Mr. Branson this directly. Here's what he told it.
You guys are still promoting what is essentially a philanthropic effort. Is there a for-profit argument for investing in Ukraine? Is there a hard-nosed dollars and cents argument to American private business people to say, put your money back in Ukraine, open up a Starbucks down the street? And are you guys prepared to make that argument?
I think Starbucks is a really good example. Why shouldn't Starbucks set up in Kiev and other companies like that? It's got a big population. Why should people outsource work to people who are living in Kiev and give them jobs on an outsourced basis?
So obviously, guys, there's a lot of risk when it comes to business people who are investing in a place like Ukraine. But as you've heard the old adage before, when there's blood in the streets, buy property. So maybe that's what's at play here. Guys?
Important reporting. Matt Bradley, thank you.
All right, coming up, feeling the pinch. Consumers say they're having a harder time getting credit. What that could mean for the long run and your bottom line.
Plus, breaking news this morning, the March inflation report was released just moments ago. We're breaking down the numbers next.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Morning, Al.
Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so let's talk about the economy. We've got some breaking data to bring you.
That's right. Inflation fell by more than expected in March to 0.1% from the previous month and 5% on the year. So let's break down what this all means with NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung and Investopedia's editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Good morning to you both. Big news. So Brian, let's start big picture. Walk us through what these numbers are showing and how they compare to previous months.
Yeah, Zinkley, Ellison, the broad story is that inflationary pressures are still there, but they're alleviating a little bit. So when we take a look at the year-over-year changes in prices, if we look at March, the number came in at 5%. That's how much more things got expensive in March of this year compared to March of last year. And you'll notice that's a slower pace than the 6% that we saw in February of this year compared to February of last year. Again, this shows that prices are still increasing, albeit at a slower pace. Now, where did we see price pressures and where did we see not price pressures? Well, in the food category, some good news with changes essentially not between February and March, prices staying the same for all of those food categories at home and outside of the house. Energy prices continuing to fall, down 3.5% in the month of March. These are monthly comparisons, so this is actually compared to February. And then shelter, the cost of just putting a roof over your head, mortgages and rent staying expensive, but still actually slowing at a pace of 0.6%. That is a little bit lower than the 0.8% that we saw monthly in the month prior. So again, price pressures are still high, but again, to see that headline number coming down is certainly good news.
Okay, so Caleb, inflation pressure is still there, but alleviating a little bit. That's what Brian said. Is that your read on this data as well?
Yeah, it is. But you see the things that we pay for the most, food and shelter, we can't get away from that. Plus utilities, all of those things cost American households a lot of money. So while prices aren't screaming down, they are stabilizing a little bit, which could make the Fed decide to either pause or just maybe do one more rate hike in just 21 days and 5 hours. Not that I'm counting, but this is what we're watching for. How's the Fed going to respond to this? This looks like the interest rate hikes are working just super slowly.
And let's talk about how this is impacting people's wallets. Brian, where are we seeing prices fall the most, and are there any areas where prices are still high or maybe even increasing?
Yeah, well, Caleb was pointing out that the things that we spend the most on, like food and like shelter, are still very expensive. But when you look at some categories like meat and eggs, those prices going down over the month pretty substantially. And we also saw that some of the travel categories, as people get out and get ready for summer travel, car and truck rentals went down, although airline fares remain very expensive. Actually, get this, between February and March, airline fares went up by 4%, so it could be very expensive to book a trip this summer.
Great time to travel.
Yeah. Caleb, you mentioned Federal Reserve, 21 days, cool, 5 hours, give or take now. What are you watching for there specifically? And for the average person who isn't tracking this all the time, what should they be watching for out of that meeting?
They should be watching any of the interest rates that are floating in their household budget. So if you have a floating interest rate, a variable interest rate, that's going to start to trickle down a little bit because we may be at the end of those rate hikes. We may have topped out at what we call the Fed's terminal rate. So rates are going to be high. You're still going to be paying a lot, credit card rates, et cetera, but they're going to cool down a little bit as we go into the summer, hopefully.
And Brian, briefly here, I know the Fed is also releasing minutes from last month's meeting later today. What will investors be watching for there?
Yeah, well, we have to recall that in the Fed's last meeting, which happened a few weeks ago, that they raised interest rates by 0.25 percentage point. Now, that was in response to inflation remaining high, but also in the face of concerns in the banking industry after the abrupt collapses of both Silicon Valley Bank and then also Signature Bank. Now, whether or not those minutes show that some policymakers maybe have preferred to not raise interest rates at all or wanted to get more aggressive with interest rates, or rather with inflation still high, will be very interesting to see. But again, a reminder that those minutes cover a meeting that happened happened weeks ago and don't necessarily tell us anything about what the Fed might be doing in their next meeting in a few weeks.
All right. Well, thank you both for this timely breakdown. Brian and Caleb, thank you.
Okay, we have more money news for you now. Consumers say they are starting to feel like it's getting harder to get credit. That is according to survey results released Monday by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York.
And consumers are also starting to feel the pinch from inflation and expect most prices to rise, at least in the short term.
For more on this and what it all means, we are joined by Farnoosh Torabi. She is a financial expert and host of the Webby Award-winning podcast, So Money. Good morning to you, Farnoosh. Can you help us just put this in perspective, this report? Why is people's perception of how easy it is to get credit important? And how does the government use data like this to try and shape their future economic decisions?
Well, good morning to the both of you. You know, this report, the New York Fed report, it's a monthly report. It looks at consumer expectations with regards to things like inflation, the job market, the credit market, as you point out. Expectations are important because just think about how we react as humans. When we expect something, we tend to act upon that, and it can be irrational. And so the government, the Federal Reserve, is concerned when reports like this come out showing that we expect, for example, that credit's going to get harder or that we expect that prices are going to go up, because then that may mean that we will overreact in some ways. We might overbuy, for example, products that we think are going to get higher in the future. We may not go for that mortgage. We may not go for that car loan, and that can depress those markets, sometimes artificially, just because we have these expectations. And so this report is something that the Fed certainly does look at closely, although I will say that this report in March contradicts what we saw in February. And so we have to sort of look more at the broader picture. I think today's inflation report, looking at March more broadly, is more significant when it comes to fueling what the Fed will actually do at its next interest rate meeting.
And Farnoosh, we're not just looking at expectations for credit, but also for inflation. The Fed measures that, and that expectation is a mixed bag as well. Can you walk us through what exactly is happening there?
Right. And so it is a mixed bag. And I'm glad we're going to walk through this because the headline is a little startling. You know, consumers expect more inflation in the next year. But if you look closely at what they expect to go up, it's not food or gas. It is housing, it is college costs, these bigger ticket prices, which is not great, but it's less alarming than, say, if they thought food prices were going to go up dramatically in the next year, because that may mean that they're going to go and hoard on food, on meat and other sorts of groceries. And what the Fed doesn't want is a heating of the economy. They don't want consumers going out there and buying things more than they should, putting more money into the economy. That has the adverse effect on prices, and it combats their effort to bring down inflation. So good news, we didn't see higher expectations with these sort of day-to-day prices, and we actually saw that track in this most recent March inflation report, where prices sort of stabilized in those core groups. But it is the sort of thing that we do watch closely because we want to make sure that this expectation doesn't become reality. That's the idea around this. So this is what the Fed sort of sees this expectation report as, a sort of a litmus test of forecasting of what will actually happen. So we want to make sure that people are pretty much aligned with where inflation is and what the Fed's trying to do.
Okay, Farnoosh Torabi, thank you so much for breaking that all down. We appreciate it.
Sure. And coming up, a medication shortage is forcing cancer patients to look for alternative treatments.
What's behind the shortage and the devastating impact it's having? Next.
This is what it looks and feels like.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are. Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you? This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi,
family. NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been crowned. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with a warning from health officials that cancer patients are being put in life-threatening situations because of a shortage of medications.
Yeah, health officials say these 5 drugs are in short supply, leaving patients turning to alternative options that may not work as well. So, joining us now to discuss is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar.
Walk us through these shortages. Is there any indication as to why this is happening in 2023 in a country that seems to have so much wealth?
Right, I know. We have one of the most innovative medical industries really in the world. So experts say it really boils down to how drugs are made and sold in this country. And there's 3 main reasons. One is the generic market. Think about it from a pharmaceutical company's perspective. You are making a generic drug, you are not going to make any money off of that drug. There's always a financial incentive behind these things. So any chemotherapy that's available as a generic, you're bound to eventually have a shortage there because they're just not funneling any kind of money into it. The second thing has to do with consolidation in the market, meaning, let's say there's one drug company that makes one drug. If that company runs into labor issues or manufacturing, limitations, you are going to be stuck. And then finally, supplies. About 80% of the active ingredients that are used in a lot of these chemotherapies are manufactured outside of the U.S. So when problems happen overseas, we have no control over that. We just get log jammed here in this country.
And Dr. Azar, I also wanted to dig into a 2020 study from BMJ, and it actually found some alarming statistics that the risk of death rose around 10% every month. Cancer patients delayed treatment. How are drug shortages factoring into that?
Well, think about it. And this is, if you are a cancer patient or you have a loved one who is being treated for cancer, every hour, every day, every week that you are not being treated is psychologically devastating. And for certain cancers, the longer you go before treatment is initiated, this can have a significant impact in your survival. Hospitals are resorting to using less effective drugs. In some cases, they are also, for example, prior to surgery, a lot of times people are given what's called neoadjuvant chemo to shrink a tumor before surgery. They can't do that now. So maybe the surgical outcome isn't going to be as successful. You can see how the sort of downstream effect of not having chemo available can really impact cancer patients' survival.
Are there any solutions on the horizon?
Well, first of all, addressing all the issues of why.
Yeah.
But the FDA has issued guidance essentially to manufacturers of drugs and biological products in this country that basically will be able to allow them, the FDA is saying we need to have timely and informative information about when you think you're going to hit a logjam and where you think your shortages are going to be so that we can act on that. And then we can go and outsource and get supplies from different places. But there's no one company right now that is, you would think the FDA has control over that, but they actually don't have the capacity to oversee this. So they're aware, and that's the first step, right? But it's not something that's going to be fixed overnight. For the time being, gosh, if you're a cancer patient waiting for one of those medications, you're going to be waiting until supply can keep up with demand, unfortunately.
Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you for being here. We'll check back with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are just days away from tax day, and for new moms, that deadline can be just another source of stress.
But one program is looking to help struggling mothers with the filing process by pairing them with special nurses with knowledge about taxes. So NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now for more on her report. Emily, good morning.
Zinclay, Ellison, good morning to you. As if we didn't already know, nurses can really do it all. Nonprofit Nurse Family Partnership serves 56,000 families across 40 states every year. The nurses part of this program visit expecting and new mothers regularly to help with a whole gamut of things, including, yes, even taxes, making sure these growing families are getting their due.
Are you hearing her say things like mama, dada?
Yeah. From noting developmental milestones to monitoring blood pressure and helping families budget.
Show us how you clap.
Amanda Drum, a nurse with Pennsylvania's Geisinger Health, wears many hats.
So you're always going to be her first teacher. So.
Multitasking is essential to her work through the Nurse Family Partnership, or NFP, a free national program that pairs specially educated nurses with first-time moms impacted by social and economic inequality.
She gets impatient when you don't feed her right away.
Yeah.
First-time moms like Erin Barrios alongside her 9-month-old daughter, Ida.
And I don't trust a lot of people. And then Amanda, I got a good positive vibe from her.
I mean, it seems like you guys have a great relationship now.
Yeah, I don't feel like she's my nurse, though. More than a nurse.
That's really special. Amanda has been there from the very beginning of Erin's pregnancy, and those regular visits will continue through her daughter's 2nd birthday, prepping the young family for every scenario, even taxes. Would you ever have anticipated you stepping into the role of tax preparer in a way?
Never.
Amanda says the benefits can be life-changing.
No, I would say that to my clients. You know, you could be eligible for $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, you know, for your refunds. Is this something that you would be interested in? Of course, you know, the responses you get are, oh my gosh, how do I do this?
Last year, nurses like Amanda walked 1,000 families through NFP's partnership with Let's Get Set, a fintech startup that focuses on helping lower-income families with their taxes. Founder Claire Hersick estimates every year families miss out on $12 billion in unclaimed tax credits, unaware of perks like the child tax credit, the child and dependent care credit, and the earned income tax credit.
You hear these forms, W-2, 1099, it feels like a different language. Why is it so important to simplify it for people?
Tax time is this moment where the government is actually giving you benefits in your tax refund. And so it's so important that families understand how to navigate this process so they can successfully get that money.
I got Ida a new car seat and stroller.
Erin never got more than a few $100s in her refund. This year, it's nearly $7,000, more than she's ever had in her bank account.
It's a life-changing amount. I know I would have got a nice refund amount, but if I didn't get what I got, I don't know what I would do with half the bills that I had to pay for.
For Amanda, care for these families means making them both medically and financially healthy.
My passion is women and babies, and knowing that I'm going to make a difference in their life, knowing that I'm someone that they can rely on, it's empowering for me.
So tax experts say new parents are one of the groups at highest risk of missing out on money in their refunds because they're newly eligible for additional tax credits. Some don't know they exist, which is why educating families on what's out there is so important. The other thing to keep in mind, guys, after you file your taxes, double check your 1040. Think of it as your receipt in a way. That way you can see if you got the credits successfully.
That's good. We just got that from a tax expert, too.
Tax
Keep it
advice.
accurate.
All right, Emily.
Thank you.
Coming up, in bloom, record-breaking storms have created a colorful explosion in California.
Up next, we're taking you inside the super bloom that's attracting visitors from all around the world.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We end this hour with a wildflower.
So excited you can't get it out.
I honestly am, because it's a super bloom. Spring is in full bloom in California with wildflowers budding all across the Golden State thanks to an extra wet winter.
Finally here, NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff got a first-hand view of the stunning sights.
In the high desert north of Los Angeles, the hills are alive, literally bursting with color. Poppies, lilies, sunflowers, and more.
It's like a lot of color. It looks really cool.
It's known as a super bloom, a rare and unpredictable outpouring of nature's beauty.
We don't irrigate this, we don't seed this. About the only thing that we do artificially is manage the invasive species.
The way you get a super bloom is to have a bunch of dry years followed by a really wet one, because in those years of drought, you got seeds that don't germinate and they're all just sitting out here. And when we get the rain like we did this year, it creates the perfect conditions for a super bloom that looks just like this.
And thousands of visitors from all over the world are coming to experience the magic.
I would say it's absolutely amazing. Like, it's so many different flowers.
But anyone dreaming of rolling in the flower beds for a selfie should reconsider. Park rangers say this is a delicate ecosystem that needs to be protected.
The plants themselves are fairly fragile. If they get crushed, it is very unlikely that they will continue to bloom and grow seeds for the next year.
For people who are watching us and thinking about coming out and walking through the fields and taking a selfie, your message to them is?
So the message to them is don't doom the bloom. If you step on the
doom
the bloom. That is an official hashtag. We'll reference that as much as we can.
During the 2019 Super Bloom, also dubbed the Poppy Apocalypse, theme park-style crowds forced officials to limit the number of visitors to some areas. In state parks like this one, going out of bounds comes at a cost.
You don't want to cross the sergeant if you're coming out here to take selfies, everybody.
I've written enough tickets this year. I'd prefer not to write more.
Is that true? You can really get a ticket if you're walking in?
Absolutely.
Don't worry. You can get fantastic shots from the road. And the Super Bloom is happening all over the state, from Northern California to the desert.
When you see it ablaze in color like this, it reminds you of, just how beautiful and important it is.
The Golden State in rare spring form after a wild winter.
Our thanks to Jacob Soboroff for that reporting. And remember, as incredible as these flowers are, people are being asked not to pick them because not only do they wilt almost immediately, but they also destroy an entire seed bank left unable to reproduce for next year. So don't ruin the flowers. We all want to see them.
Don't ruin the flowers. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Breaking right now, a large industrial fire burns out of control in Indiana. Thousands of people forced to evacuate their homes. We'll have the latest on the fight to get it under control and the concerns over toxic chemicals coming from those flames.
Also happening now, newly released body camera video from that deadly Louisville bank shooting. It shows officers responding and then being met by a hail of gunfire. More on what this video reveals and what we're learning about the gunman's plans and the latest on the officer still fighting for his life.
And President Biden is in Northern Ireland this morning. He's there to mark 25 years since the Good Friday Agreement. His message to the country as tensions still exist and Biden's personal connection to the trip. Thank you for joining us. I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Zinklea Asamoah. Thanks for starting your day with us. Joe and Savannah are on assignment.
We will start with that extraordinary body camera footage released by the Louisville Police Department. It shows the moments officers confronted the gunman from Monday's fatal shooting. It comes amid growing anger and frustration at yet another act of gun violence in America. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Louisville with the latest. Morgan, this is some really dramatic, disturbing footage. It's also footage that we don't typically see. It is from the officers who first responded and first engaged the shooter. Walk us through what this video shows and why it's so notable.
Yeah, Allison, good morning. In this video, as chilling as it is to watch, police say it shows these two officers, Officer Galloway and Officer Christopher Wilt, doing exactly as they were trained to do, and that is approach that gunman, rush the gunman, and eliminate that threat as quickly as possible. And you can see from various vantage points, both body camera and other video provided by the police department, which has been edited and blurred to some degree. That's exactly what the officers did when they pulled up to this Old National Bank early Monday morning following reports of an active aggressor, an active shooter. And you can see them approach the entrance behind me and then begin to take heavy gunfire from that 25-year-old shooter that authorities say was perched from a higher vantage point in the lobby, firing from behind reflective glass, essentially creating an ambush for any police who responded. We see that moment where Officer Galloway, as he's firing back, he gets grazed, tumbles down the very steps behind me before taking a defensive position and firing that fatal shot. And important to note, he did all of this after his partner, Officer Christopher Wilt, a 26-year-old who had just been sworn into the force, was critically injured with a gunshot wound to the head. From start to finish, from the moment they arrived until that gunman was taken down, 4 minutes, Ellison. That is how quickly all of this transpired, and important to note that from the moment police arrived here on the scene, not a single person inside was fired upon or threatened by the gunman. Police essentially taking the fight themselves and taking him down. Ellison.
Horrifying video, but acts of absolute heroism. Morgan, I know we also heard from a doctor who took care of some of the victims in this shooting. What did he have to say?
Yeah, it was tough to hear him recount the process of these gunshot victims showing up at an area hospital here. And it was very telling as well because he said they almost had to alter, or didn't have to alter their typical plan whatsoever because, unfortunately, they are so used to seeing victims of gun violence in the city. 40 people have already been killed so far this year. And here's some of the emotional words he shared in a press conference yesterday. Take a listen.
It's more than tired. I'm weary. There's only so many times you can walk into a room and tell someone they're not coming home tomorrow. And it just breaks your heart. When you hear someone screaming, "Mommy," or "Daddy," it just becomes too hard day in and day out to be able to do that. But to everyone who helps make policy, both at state, city, federal, I would simply ask you to do something. Because doing nothing, which is what we've been doing, is not working.
If there is any silver lining in any of this, it is that we've heard numerous patients who were wounded or injured in the shooting have been discharged from the hospital. The only one remaining in critical condition is 26-year-old Officer Christopher Wilt, who had to undergo emergency brain surgery and is currently listed in critical but stable condition. Allison.
And Morgan, what's been the reaction to some of those calls for more gun restrictions in the wake of this tragedy? Is there going to be any sort of change in Louisville or Kentucky?
Yeah, time will certainly tell. There's different layers to this conversation. Important to note that here in Kentucky, outside of a federal law that would prohibit anyone with a felony conviction from being able to purchase a firearm, there are no laws on the books that would keep someone with a mental health disorder or a substance abuse disorder from being able to go out and legally purchase a firearm. The family of the shooter acknowledged that he was dealing with ongoing mental issues that they were actively trying to help him with, although there was no law in place to keep him from doing so anyway. The mayor also pointed out here, Allison, that this very rifle used in this shooting, under current Kentucky rules, will be auctioned off, could potentially end up back on the streets, and it's his wish that it's permanently destroyed. Whether or not those rules are changed, however, is up to state lawmakers here in this state. Elson.
Morgan Chesky, thank you. We appreciate your reporting.
Turning now to Northern Ireland, where President Biden is making a historic trip, both personally and politically, to mark the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, which helped end decades of violent conflict. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is in Belfast, where President Biden has been speaking this morning. She has the very latest. Good morning, Kelly. So I know President Biden had said that marking the Good Friday Agreement is a major focus of his visit. Can you talk about that and some of the other points he made during this keynote?
Yes, Tara, thank you. Good morning and good to be with you. Marking this anniversary is critically important because peace is something that was long desired in Northern Ireland, and now a new generation of young people has lived with peace. But right now, politically, there is concern that because the United Kingdom has left the European Union and there are new political tensions among the different parties, that peace is fragile. And so having an American president come here to reinforce the support of the people of Northern Ireland is considered important. And of course, historically, the Good Friday Agreement is one of the important achievements here in Northern Ireland, also supported by the Republic of Ireland and Great Britain. And so the president wanted people here to know that the United States, even with all of our political problems, supports the people here in Northern Ireland. Here's what President Biden told them.
Supporting the people of Northern Ireland, protecting the peace, preserving the Belfast Good Friday Agreement is a priority for Democrats and Republicans alike in the United States, and that is unusual today because we've been very divided on our parties.
He also emphasized that investment, economic opportunity is a real way to sustain peace over time. That was a big focus of his message today. He brought with him Special Envoy for Northern Ireland, Joe Kennedy III, who will continue to work on those issues. And the president is saying that he doesn't want to make any decisions for Northern Ireland, and that's his movements here, and what he has to say has been watched very carefully because there are divisions, but he wanted to show support and encouragement. He also met with the British Prime Minister earlier this morning at his hotel. Zincle?
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much for your reporting. We're turning now to thousands of people who've been evacuated because of this fire at a plastics processing facility in Richmond, east of Indianapolis, near the Ohio border. There are fears of toxic smoke in the air. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now with the latest on this breaking news. So, Ron, let's just dig in here. What do we know about this fire? How exactly did it start?
Well, there's a briefing going on right now as we speak. The mayor, the fire marshal, the fire chief there, and they are basically saying that there are still about 2,000 people who are evacuated from about a half-mile radius around this facility. It's a massive place, 175,000 square feet. There are multiple buildings on the site, and the fire effort has been hampered by the fact that there's only one way to get to the fire on this property because there were so many trucks and so much plastic there. There's a lot of plastic. The plastic is what's burning, and it is emitting toxic chemicals, the officials there say, which is why they're evacuating. It's a challenging fire because they can't get to it, and it's expected to burn for several days is the last estimate, so it's going to go on for a while. And interestingly, this morning, city officials are honing in on the fact that the owner of this facility had been warned that there was a fire hazard. There was a process underway where they were trying to get the owner to make improvements, and one official said it wasn't a matter of if there would be a fire there, but when there would be a fire there. So there's that as well. But for the moment, unclear how it started. Firefighters in a nearby firehouse saw the fire before they even got a call about it and started racing there. And it apparently started near or in a truck that was parked near the facility that was either arriving or leaving from the facility. It's unclear, but that's one clue that officials have noted, that there was a truck filled with plastic where the fire apparently seemed to be starting. However, again, you see it's a massive plume of toxic smoke over this community, about 2,000 people evacuated, and it's going to burn for some time as the firefighters there struggle to try and put it out. They say it is contained, meaning it did not spread to a nearby neighborhood, but still that neighborhood has been evacuated, and they're going to assess the evacuation order depending upon which way the smoke blows. Now it's blowing in one direction, but the weather could change and more residents could be affected. So it's an ongoing situation.
Yeah, and I'm sure the community is really concerned about the health and environmental effects. Ron Allen, thank you so much for that.
Turning now to Tennessee, where a key vote is being held today about one of those two Democratic lawmakers who were ousted from the House there. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has been following this and joins us now from Memphis, Tennessee. Blaine, this council is voting later today regarding the status of former state representative Justin Pearson. What are we expecting to happen?
Well, we're expecting to see a number of things, Ellison. One, this is a specially called meeting. 13 commissioners are coming together to fill this recently vacated seat. He needs 7 of those votes in order to be sent back to Nashville. A couple of commissioners have already come out and said publicly that they do intend to support him. So we're certainly going to be watching to see how that goes. But there are a number of external things that we're watching as well. For one, about an hour and a half before this meeting begins here at 1:30 local time, we're going to see a sort of rally of sorts at the Civil Rights Museum nearby. It's the Lorraine Motel, the place where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was killed. They're going to hold a rally there to support ousted Representative Pearson and then march over here to the commission building. The other thing is that we could very likely see public comment here, and there's no time limit on just how long that could stretch. But the big thing, of course, Ellison, that we're watching for is the vote to see if he is sent back to Nashville and back to his seat from which he was expelled last week.
And Blaine, the other guide, I guess, if you will, is the fact that the other ousted Representative Justin Jones, he was sworn into the state legislature again on Monday. Do we think that we are going to see something similar here? And explain to us what happens next in terms of Jones holding his seat. Is it everything back to normal, or are there going to be additional elections?
Yeah, every indication, Ellison, is that he will be sent back to his seat on an interim basis. You know, this is something where, this is the council members, 9 of them are Democrats, 4 of them are Republicans, the commissioners, rather, I should say. So certainly very likely that we'll see a similar course there. And then he'll be sworn in relatively quickly, we expect, so that he can be back on the House floor for session beginning tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. But to the second part of your question, you're right. This isn't the end. These 2 representatives would only be back on an interim basis. There still has to be a special election. That's something that the governor sets the calendar for, sets the date for. We would expect it to happen sometime later this summer. And every indication, again, is that they would accept those nominations, they would run for their old seats, and they would likely win them back, Ellison.
Blaine, we can't forget this is all politics right now, but this started because of a very simple reason. You had a school shooting, an elementary school, children dying, and a lot of people saying, hey, we want to see something change. That's what these lawmakers were involved in. Is there any indication that there will be legislative changes in this state?
Well, it's something that the governor is calling for. Republican Governor Bill Lee, first, he signed an executive order yesterday that essentially strengthens background checks. I want to tick through a couple of things that does. One, it requires criminal information to be entered in 72 hours, for that to be reported to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, and also that they have to examine, the TBI has to re-examine the current process for which guns are purchased and issue some sort of report on that within 60 days. But the governor went a slight step further and called on lawmakers lawmakers here to put in place a so-called red flag law, something that essentially would keep guns out of the hands of people who are deemed to be dangerous for themselves and for others. Still no word yet exactly on when or if they'll take that up. Ellison.
All right, Blaine Alexander in Memphis. Thank you.
Turning now to your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with more on record high temperatures. What are you seeing, Angie?
A whole lot of record high temperatures are possible, guys, over the next couple of days across 10 states. Look at them all. We'll be watching for Sioux Falls, Denver. We'll look towards Milwaukee here as we get through the next couple of days. And even as far east as Hartford, Boston, Charlottesville, all have the potential to see some of these record-breaking afternoon temperatures. Here's where we stand for our highs as we head into the afternoon today. 80 degrees for Green Bay, 85 in Omaha, St. Louis heading to 79 degrees. These temperatures running 10, 20, even close to 30 degrees above normal. And this is where we expect these kind of temperatures. July 15th for Minneapolis is usually when we hit a temperature around 84 degrees. Of course, we are far from that. June 10th for Chicago is where we usually hang out into the upper 70s. And it's not just parts of the Midwest and the Northern Plains. It's also parts of the Northeast, places like Syracuse, 79 degrees, running 24 degrees above average. New York into the mid-80s, running 25 degrees above normal, and looking at temperatures that we usually see around the 4th of July. So it gives you just a little bit of perspective of how warm we are for this time of year. And it sticks with us. This isn't just a day or so. This is a couple of days stretching into the weekend in a lot of places like Washington, D.C. We hit the mid-80s there on Friday, and we keep the upper 70s around through any weekend plans you have. Even warmer for Richmond. You see those peak temperatures happening around Sunday when you hit 84 degrees. So perfect couple of days to be outdoors, but a couple things to note. Not great for open burning. We're going to see any of that dry brush kind of have the potential to catch fire really quick and spread quick. And that's because we have low humidity and we have strong winds. And that means that those fire alerts are going to be up for 63 million people for at least a little while longer. We also have river flooding that we're watching for Nevada and parts of Montana. Thanks to that warm weather, we're seeing really quick snowmelt, and that's causing some problems with flooding there. Now we move to the south, where over the next couple of days, flooding will also be an issue. Parts of Florida are going to be inundated with rain, guys, and we're looking at up to 5 to 8 inches. We'll see that along the Gulf Coast here as we go through at least the next couple of days. We'll watch for some flooding concerns there, too.
Oh, wow. And I mean, Angie, I know you said unseasonably high. Should we expect that into the summer?
Yeah, you know, time will tell. Really, this is just kind of the setup. We have a jet stream a little farther to the north, a high pressure that has left us with these really warm temperatures in place.
All right, Angie Lassman, thank you so much. Coming up, public phone charging stations are nearly everywhere, but the FBI says maybe don't use them.
Later this hour, why getting that extra battery charge is not worth the risk. You're watching Morning News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
This is what it looks and feels.
Storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are. Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night,
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We're back with the escalating tensions between Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and Trump allies in Congress.
Yeah, Bragg filed a federal lawsuit yesterday against Republican House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan. He's looking to block a subpoena the committee issued to Bragg related to the Trump investigation and indictment in Manhattan.
Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles. Ryan, good morning. Break down for us what is in this lawsuit and remind viewers how we got to this point.
Yeah, Allison, first of all, this is a long lawsuit. It's 50 pages, and it has a lot of information in it. The most important part of it is the tangible ask that Bragg makes to the court that prevents the Judiciary Committee from subpoenaing Mark Pomerantz, who's a former member of the District Attorney's Office, who is the first prosecutor who led the case against Trump before leaving the office earlier this year. And then, of course, it asks to block any future possible subpoena of Bragg himself. But also within this lawsuit are the details behind which the District Attorney's Office claims is a campaign by House Republicans to tarnish Bragg's image, to threaten him, and to prevent him from doing his job of prosecuting Donald Trump, in this case, for a crime they believe he committed within Manhattan that has no jurisdiction from the United States Congress. So they're trying to lay down the line here, and it shows that Bragg and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is not just going to take the attacks from Jim Jordan and House Judiciary Republicans lying down, but they are going to fight back.
And Ryan, notably here, Congress does not have the power to supervise state criminal prosecution. So talk to us about what Jordan's reasoning is here. And I know he's fired back in response to Bragg's lawsuit. What exactly is he saying?
Yeah, and that's such an important point, Zinkley. And the way that the Judiciary Republicans are trying to get at this is claiming that they have oversight over the federal funds that the Manhattan District Attorney's Office takes advantage of as part of their budget. Now, the District Attorney's Office has said that the federal funds that they use, their federal grants, aren't specifically involved in this particular prosecution. But Jordan claims that he wants answers regardless. He said in a tweet yesterday, first, they indict a president for no crime. Then they sue to block congressional oversight when we ask questions about the federal funds they say they used to do it. Now, Zinkley and Ellison, we cannot have this conversation without reminding our viewers that Jim Jordan himself was subpoenaed by the January 6th Select Committee and essentially ignored that subpoena, did not respond to that subpoena. Now he's on the other end of this, issuing these subpoenas, and is expecting his targets of the subpoenas to comply in a way that he never did.
And Ryan, really quickly, last 10, 15 seconds here, what should we expect next? Is there going to be a hearing soon?
Yeah, there's a hearing that'll happen later this month. The judge has already declined a temporary injunction to prevent the ask from Bragg against these subpoena requests to go into effect. So we'll have to see what happens at that hearing coming up in the next couple of weeks.
All right, great information, Ryan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Turning now to international news, Italy has announced a state of emergency over a wave of migrants.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and a whole lot more. Good morning.
Alison Zinkley, good morning. That's right. Italy declared a state of emergency yesterday after what they say was a sharp rise in migrants arriving across the Mediterranean. Now about €5 million funding will go toward this effort. The Ministry for Sea and Civil Protection says the state of emergency should last about 6 months. Now to Myanmar, where a devastating airstrike has killed at least 100 people. This happened yesterday, just north of the country's second largest city. A witness said a fighter jet dropped bombs onto a crowd of people, including children. Many in the crowd were gathering for a ceremony put on by opponents of army rule. The military is using these airstrikes to combat an active fight against their control. Finally, let's go to Mexico, where an ancient scoreboard has just been discovered. The circular stone was used to track points in a ritual ball game played by Mesoamerican people. Archaeologists say it could date between 800 and 900 AD. The stone, weighing about 88 pounds, shows ancient hieroglyphic writing. Archaeologists working with the piece are calling it an especially rare find, and a team is now working to preserve it, guys.
So fast.
Yeah, pretty impressive scoreboard.
Yes.
Love to see that.
88 pounds. Can you imagine trying to just get that up out?
No, thank you. Good workout, though. Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, an emerging threat. New this morning, a warning from the president's drug czar about a new mix of drugs that's led to a startling spike in overdose deaths.
And driving up the stakes, the new standards that are being rolled out today to speed up the transition from gas to electric. That's next on Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, my family.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, my family.
We're back with the growing tensions over the future of medical abortions. All eyes are on the appeals court this morning as the deadline approaches for both the plaintiffs that filed the Texas lawsuit and the Justice Department to file last-minute motions. We could see a decision come down at any time. Meanwhile, Democratic lawmakers are pushing back alongside some of the biggest drug makers in the country. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the details.
The fight over mifepristone access is raging in federal court right now, but the case is also attracting some notable attention outside of the courtroom. A show of force from Big Pharma, now wading into the battle over a widely used abortion pill. More than 600 drug makers and biotech leaders signing on to a scathing condemnation of that ruling by a federal judge in Texas, invalidating the FDA's longtime approval of mifepristone, accusing the judge of activism.
now it's now been shown that courts can step in and overturn a scientific decision.
Dr. Amanda Banks, former CEO of Blackfin Therapeutics, who co-authored the letter, says the judge's ruling sets a dangerous precedent that extends beyond the abortion issue.
If one medicine is subject to this kind of outcome, really any medicine is.
President Biden also slamming the decision.
My thoughts are it's completely out of bounds what the judge did.
While the anti-abortion group that filed the Texas lawsuit is doubling down, writing in a statement, quote, the FDA failed to abide by its legal obligations to protect the health, safety, and welfare of girls and women. With the Texas order set to go into effect early Saturday unless blocked in the courts, Democratic governors are not wasting any time taking matters into their own hands.
We're taking a close look at all of our options.
Massachusetts, Washington State, New York, and California all now stockpiling years' worth of mifepristone or an alternative abortion pill.
So I'm proud to announce that New York State will create a stockpile of misoprostol, another form of medication abortion.
It's all in preparation for a decision that would apply nationwide.
Our thanks to Laura Jarrett for that report. The appeals court is expected to deliver a decision after midday today. If no decision comes down, the Department of Justice will likely rush to push the case up to the Supreme Court.
And we have more medical headlines now. In our weekly checkup, we're taking a closer look at the deadly toll opioid use disorder has on mental health.
Plus, with serious concerns over vaping, why one flavor of vapes could actually be more damaging to your health.
So let's dig in with NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. Good morning, Dr. Torres. So before we get to the studies, we want to start with the growing fentanyl crisis. This morning, the director of the Office of National Drug Control Policy actually declared that fentanyl mixed with an animal tranquilizer is an emerging threat. So what do we know about what's being called tranq, and what does this mean for the Biden administration?
And since the drug czar declared an emerging threat, what that means is the government now has 90 days to come up with a policy and 120 days to give guidelines to agencies on how to handle this. But what is happening here is this drug tranquilizer known as xylazine, which is used for horses, lambs, cows, animals, has now been moved over to the human community, and it's being used to adulter fentanyl, which adulters other types of drugs as well. And we're seeing huge amounts of this sweep throughout the country. As a matter of fact, in some areas, it's increased tenfold the amounts of overdoses we're seeing because of the xylazine. So the concern is there that this is an emerging threat, could turn into an emergency type situation, and so they're trying to get a handle on it right now.
So let's turn, Dr. Torres, to our first study we have here. This is looking at the deadly toll opioid use has on mental health. Research from Columbia University is showing that limiting opioid prescriptions might actually help limit suicide. What's the connection here?
And the concern was actually that limiting opioid doses, because over the last few years, they've really talked to doctors about decreasing prescription for opioids, trying to get patients off of it as quick as we can. And what the concern was that people would become desperate and might even use opioids for suicides and increase the suicide rate. But instead, what they found out is that limiting the opioid prescriptions actually lowered the rates of suicide, because 40% of overdose suicides involved opioids. So if they're not as available, they're not going to be able to use them. And people are turning to other alternatives other than opioids for pain control, so that's helping them out as well. The researchers predicted the suicide rate would have actually spiked, but instead it ended up coming down. So what are doctors' orders? Well, first and foremost, have Narcan on hand for you or some loved one, because it could be possible you need that, and then follow prescribing guidelines to get off of it as soon as you can, those opioids.
And then, of course, because you touched on self-harm, I do want to note that if you or someone you know is struggling with mental health and you're watching this, you can reach out to the National Suicide Hotline at 988. Now, I do want to turn to vaping. Research shows that the mint flavor is the vape of choice for many teenagers, but a new study is suggesting that that flavor specifically could actually be worse for you. Why is that?
And a lot of people use this mint or menthol flavor because it's smoother on the throat. It doesn't hurt as much as regular smoke when you're inhaling a cigarette. But this flavor actually ends up having more particulates and produces more toxins than those that don't have the menthol flavor in them. On top of that, researchers found that menthol vapors actually ended up taking shallower breaths, and they think the reason they did that is because they had poor lung function. They weren't able to breathe as well as those that didn't use menthol vapes. So again, big concern here. So what are doctors' orders here? Well, first and foremost, you want to steer clear of flavors, because flavors themselves we now know have more particulates. And try and quit. There's a variety of ways to quit. One of them is right there. 1-800-QUIT-NOW can help you with methods and with actually prescription drugs that could possibly help you quit as well.
All right, Dr. John Torres, thank you.
Thank you so much. And this morning, the Biden administration is taking new steps aimed at battling climate change. The EPA will roll out strict new emission standards later today. These new standards will require automakers to speed up the transition from gas to electric vehicles. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on what we can expect.
They're among America's fastest-selling cars. Average price, an eye-popping $58,000. Electric vehicles, EVs, make up 7% of new car sales. Now the Biden administration wants to accelerate the green revolution with tougher emission standards. And industry sources say requiring that EVs make up at least 54% of automakers' new car sales by 2030, 2/3 of sales by 2032.
Running on a cleaner grid, making and inventing the technologies that are going to power the future.
Automakers are already investing billions to transition from gas to electric. General Motors CEO Mary Barra.
The quicker we can bring everyone along to EVs, the better it's going to be for climate.
We've seen the green revolution firsthand from the assembly line. 3,000 pounds of lithium-ion cells helping the Hummer to accelerate from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. To the front line. Eventually, they want to take their whole fleet electric. Just 2 years ago, automakers agreed that EVs would make up half their sales by 2030. Now the industry says the new White House goals aren't realistic. Writing in a statement, this requires a massive 100-year change to the U.S. industrial base and the way Americans drive.
And there are a lot of things that have to happen to get us to a full EV culture,
including raw materials, charging stations, and the electric grid to power it. For now, sticker shock may convince many Americans to stick with their gas guzzlers. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
And coming up, an incredible survival story. How a veteran surfer was able to fight off a shark after it pulled him underwater.
Plus, it's being called juice jacking. Why you may want to pause before plugging into those public charging stations. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now for a tale of friendship and heroism that helped save a veteran surfer. Mike Morita was attacked over the weekend by an 8-foot tiger shark in Hawaii. He managed to fight off the predator and survived thanks to the quick actions of his friends. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz has the incredible story.
Hey there, the man you're about to meet, Mike Morita, says he has been surfing this same spot in Oahu for more than 20 years. Then Sunday, a sudden shark attack from below threw him into the fight of his life. Miraculously, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. He stayed calm, fought back, and started punching that shark right in its nose.
For a man who was just a whisper away from death, Mike Morita is in a pretty good mood.
So with the pain medication, and this nice soft hospital bed, I'm at about a 2 or a 3 as far as pain.
The 58-year-old surfer had been catching waves in Oahu this past Sunday when he felt what he first thought was a seal latching onto his leg.
I just felt the pressure and the strength of it.
The longtime surfer quickly realized he was face to face with an 8-foot tiger shark.
I started to pray to God and I said, God, let this shark let go of my leg. And I was going back and forth with it. It didn't let go. So I guess God wanted me to fight.
So fight is exactly what he did.
I started punching it as hard as I could, but I felt my punches were so weak and slow.
The shark dragged him underwater with one leg in his mouth, so Morita says he wrapped his other leg around the shark like a bear hug and squeezed.
My hand went right to the gill, and as soon as I got to the gills, they released me.
While he bled heavily from his leg, other nearby surfers rushed to help.
I looked back and I saw how bad my leg was. From my ankle to like almost, halfway to my knee, there was no meat. It was only the bone. My brave friends, they saved my life because they got the tourniquets on.
Without that first aid, lifeguards say Morita probably wouldn't have survived.
Very fortunate for this individual, too. The guys that he was surfing with, able to use that leash as a tourniquet, definitely saved his life.
Morita says his deep faith is what kept him calm.
At no point was I scared. At no point was I thinking that I was going to die.
Crediting his friends with saving his life.
I cannot believe the courage my friends had, because I'm getting attacked and they paddled towards me. They are my heroes.
Now, unfortunately, Morita lost his right foot in that attack and is getting ready to go into surgery again this week to try to save as much of his leg as possible. But look, Morita is one of those unstoppable spirits. He says he's not only at peace, he can't be more grateful for his friends that saved his life, and he also can't wait to get back in the ocean. Back to you.
So glad he's safe. Gotti Schwartz, thank you.
A federal judge has denied a request by Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes to remain out of prison while she appeals her fraud conviction. The 39-year-old was convicted in January 2022 on 4 counts of fraud and conspiracy in connection with her leadership at the blood testing company. Last November, Holmes was sentenced to more than 11 years in prison. She's expected to begin her sentence April 27th.
And the FBI has issued a warning for people who charge their phones at public charging stations, commonly found in airports, hotels, and hospitals.
Yeah, the agency is warning about something called juice jacking. That's where bad actors are using those charging stations to infect phones and other devices with malware.
For more on this, we're joined now by Mark Rash. He's a former U.S. computer crime prosecutor and the vice president of the computer security company Unit 221B. Mark, good morning. Thank you for being here. So this is really alarming. How at risk are we by using these public charging stations? How are these bad agents actually getting access to our devices? And also, is this a new problem?
I'll answer the last one first, and it's not really a new problem. There's always been a problem whenever you're connecting a computer, which is a phone is a form of a computer, to something that you don't know what you're connecting to. So this deals with public Wi-Fi, and now what we're dealing with is public access to electricity. Because what happens is when you plug the phone in, you're actually connecting your computer or phone to something that you don't know where it came from. So the cable itself contains a chip that can be used to steal information, or you're just plugging it into what amounts to another computer, and it's sucking out data or infecting you with malware. So it's always been a theoretical problem. It has always been something that security people have been aware of. It's not a major problem. It's not happening in droves, but if you want to be careful about it, you can just use a power supply like this and just plug it into your own power supply.
Yeah, Mark, a little more on the how do you protect yourself, even if this is something that's rare. So many of us live on our phones, and it feels like you just have a lot of information there. You want to be as careful as possible. Is there anything you should physically look for before you plug in to a public charging station? Is there any sort of setting on the phone where it can ask, are you sure, or anything like that that you could tap into here?
Sure. So the first thing is there's usually nothing you can look for on the device. It's just going to look like a USB plug. And that's by design. If you're going to be a hacker and you're going to create a corrupt charging station, you're going to make it look like a regular charging station. So a physical inspection usually isn't going to find anything. If they're corrupting an existing charging station, maybe they've taken the plate off, maybe there's some loose wires, but probably not. The second thing to look for is your cable itself. We've seen an explosion of cables that are fake cables. And in the cable itself, there's a chip. And that chip can be corrupted, and that can be the device that's used to steal the information. So it's both the power supply and the cable that you make sure that you get genuine authorized cables, and then you plug it into your own brick instead of plugging it into a USB port at an airport or something like that. Now, most phones have, like the iPhone, for example, when you plug it into somebody else's computer, it will ask you, do you want to trust this computer? So when you plug it into a charging station, if it's asking you, do you want to trust this? The answer will always be no. There's no reason you should be getting anything out of that charging station other than electricity. And if your phone is asking you to trust it, it means you're getting something more than just mere electricity.
Yep, that's what we call news you can use. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thanks,
we appreciate it.
Now let's get into some financial news. Warner Brothers Discovery is adding a new service to the streaming world.
All right, here comes another one. CNBC's markets reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now for this and other money headlines. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, Warner Brothers Discovery will unveil its new Max streaming service at an event this afternoon. It combines HBO Max and Discovery Plus, and there will reportedly be multiple subscription plans. That includes the ad-free plan for $16 per month, which is the same price as the current HBO Max. There will also be a cheaper ad-supported tier that may cost $10 per month. The new Max could launch as soon as the next month or two. Meantime, Elon Musk says Twitter will remove the legacy blue check marks on April 20th or 4/20. In a tweet, he says this is the final date. If the move goes ahead, Twitter will have verification marks only for paid users and businesses, governments, and government officials. Twitter Blue costs $8 per month if you sign up through the web and $11 if you subscribe through iOS or Android devices. And IKEA has a new virtual interior design service that brings in a professional to pick out your furniture. It costs $99 per room or $299 for a business setting. It's accomplished digitally over 3 video calls after you book an appointment and fill out a wish list to help IKEA figure out your needs. The designer will build a mood board, map out your space in 3D, and work with you on furnishings, materials, and lighting. You can also use IKEA's TaskRabbit service to take the plans and build them out in your own home. I have never been one of those people that can build my own IKEA furniture. So.
Oh my gosh, I know. Yeah, forget the design. Could we have an informational video?
But I got to say, I'm pretty handy. So if y'all ladies need help.
Right,
good to know.
Pippa Stevens, thank you so much.
All right, tax day is fast approaching, and if you have not started yet, you have a few extra days to get it done.
But just a few. The deadline to file your returns is next Tuesday, April 18th. That's because April 15th falls on a Saturday this year.
Joining us now is Mark Stieber. He's Senior Vice President and Chief Tax Officer at Jackson Hewitt Tax Service. Mark, good morning. Thank you for joining us. All right, let's start with the question that I thankfully don't have right now, but some people do. If I haven't filed it, what do I need to do?
Well, first, don't panic. There's still 5 whole days and 16 hours. And you've got 60 million friends with you lining up in the queue as of about a week ago. So it is important to pay attention to the deadline. You do not want to miss that. There's late filing penalties, late payment penalties, and there's still plenty of time and plenty of resources, but lots of changes. So if you're going into it with, I'm just going to cookie cut last year's tax return, that's probably a big mistake. As is, I'll get to it this summer. I'll kick the can down the road. Also a big mistake.
And Mark, I know you wrote an article on Jackson Hewitt's website talking about why our tax returns may be a little smaller this year. No one ever likes to hear that. What are the reasons?
It's unfortunate, but it's really an adjustment to the pre-pandemic amounts. So when I say they're lower than last year, which was higher because they put in a bunch of things to help people out. So they're down about $2,900 for about the 70 or 80 million people that have got refunds so far. About 3 out of 4. And so I don't want to mislead people. Still a nice, healthy refund, $3,000, 3 out of 4 people getting it, but it won't look like last year's because there was a lot of supersized stuff in last year's return. But there's also a lot of other things to watch out for. A lot more people are self-employed this year, a lot more crypto activity, a lot more people doing a lot of different things, getting married, having children, going back to college. All of those can add money to your tax return. And the biggest mistake you make, rushing through just to get it done and you leave something off, because trust me, the IRS is not your friend when it comes to finding you extra money. They find themselves money. So you leave it off, it stays off. So pay attention, use your time wisely, find those documents, find last year's return, and get some help from a trusted, branded, trained pro. Time is of the nigh.
You mentioned earlier that there are new laws this year. Can you remind us of those and tell people what they should be looking at?
Yeah, there's a lot of new changes that were really same as the refund. Reversion back to pre-pandemic amounts. Child credit lower. Dependent care credit lower. No longer can take a charitable donation unless you itemize. So a lot of things changed, but they really just changed back. Bigger than tax changes, and I tell people this every year, are life changes. Taking care of your dependent parents. Starting some new side gig. You know, doing things out of your home because of the pandemic. All of those can have a material impact and a bigger refund if you don't overlook them.
And Mark, you importantly mentioned crypto. It's really important people remember, even though those are digital assets, they do need to be filing.
Number one mistake I see every year is 2 things. One, they think they don't have to put it on the tax return if they didn't cash out. That's not true. If you traded or converted or had a fork or any of those other things and got new crypto, that's probably a taxable transaction. The second bigger mistake is calculating your gain based on your basis. If you don't calculate what you paid for it and what all went into that, you might calculate your gain incorrectly, and in many cases too large and pay too much in tax. And again, your IRS friends are not going to say that's too big a number, you need to lower that. Pay too much, they keep it.
And that's even if you're someone who only has like a little bit of crypto on Robinhood or what have you. Exactly. Everybody's got to report it.
If you had transactions and you had a gain, if you're happy, you probably had a deal that you need to report.
That's a good morning. If you're happy, tax it. Okay.
I like that, Mark.
Mark, thank you. We
Good to be here.
It.
5 days.
5 days. Thanks, Mark. And coming up, food and drinks with friendly competition on the side. From Scrabble to Uno, even axe throwing at happy hour. We'll explain why so many restaurants and bars are adding games to their menus. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now with today's Good Talker, a story that has everyone buzzing. Marvel actor Jeremy Renner has made a victorious return to the red carpet after a snowplow accident in January. With the help of a cane, the actor arrived with his family at the premiere of Rennervations, his new Disney Plus reality series. During his press interviews, Renner used a motorized scooter to assist him. The actor had said he was determined to make the event and was still recovering from his injuries, but we always love to see our favorite superheroes on the mend.
Yes, absolutely. No matter how he's getting right, it's amazing that he's back out and at it, and seems like he's in good spirits.
Yes,
so
which we love
to see for him. Yes. All right. So for skateboarders, if you're a skateboarder out there, finding somewhere to skate can be as hard as landing your very first ollie. So a group of athletes in Navajo Nation got some help from none other than skateboarding superstar Tony Hawk. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has more.
The Navajo Nation is breathtaking, 27,000 square miles of quiet beauty. But for kids growing up here, maybe quiet. That's why so many are attracted to this sound. Navajo Nation loves to skate. Just check out their president doing an ollie.
Friends that come out, you skate, you challenge one another, and you keep each other accountable.
But the reservation itself has been a skateboarding desert. Kids had to find a ride dozens of miles away just to get their wheels running. 12-year-old Cheyenne has been doing it for years.
I just like doing it because it's fun. It teaches me to be more active.
These remote communities need more opportunities to have outdoor recreations.
Something skaters could call their own became a community's cause. And with assistance from an organization called the Skate Park Project and its famous founder, Tony Hawk.
Thank you for bringing change to this community.
The Dene Skate Garden was set in concrete.
How important is this to have an outlet, especially for kids in a community that's been less served traditionally?
I think it's hugely important, especially in a community like this. When kids find skateboarding, I think they find something that speaks to them in a deeper way and something that can teach them a lot of life lessons about overcoming their goals, about overcoming challenges.
Now, somewhere like that exists right here.
I'm really excited for them so that they can be here, they can be a part of the community.
A place of pride, a culture of tradition, now embracing the great sanctuary of skate. Steve Patterson, NBC News, Navajo Nation.
And finally this hour, bars and restaurants are looking to make a comeback after taking some major hits during the pandemic.
Yes, there's nothing like a good drink with friends and a little friendly competition. These bars are bringing customers in with trivia and honestly a whole lot more. So for more on this, let's bring in a familiar face, one of our favorites, our very own Joe Fryer. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, good morning. Are you guys both trivia buffs?
I'm not good at it.
I'm also not good, but I love
You don't have to be good. That's the key. If you are a history buff, if you're a pop culture aficionado, this trend might be for you. A growing number of bars and restaurants across the country are adding trivia nights to the menu to bring people together for a few drinks and a whole lot of fun.
Ben Affleck and what other actor are both returning as the Caped Crusader in the movie The Flash?
If it's Tuesday night, it's trivia night at Lexington Public on Manhattan's Upper East Side.
Michael Keaton.
We've been coming here like pretty much every week. Tuesday night trivia brings me to the bar. I really love pop culture.
I love geography, like current events, politics, and sports.
Teams like this one meet up weekly for some friendly competition.
Gets us out on a Tuesday night, so it's nice to have a routine.
Owner Chloe Patelis added the trivia night as a way to draw customers to the newly opened bar. And she says it's a winning answer. Tuesday night business is up 50%.
It's brought in so many people that might not have found this location.
NYC Trivia League supplies bars like Lexington Public with equipment, hosts, everything they need to run their own trivia nights, besides the beers and wings. The group has seen a rush of interest post-pandemic and added 24 new trivia nights since November.
We've seen more players. We've seen them coming back more often.
And it's not just a New York City phenomenon. The company King Trivia runs events in about 35 states. They've gone from 200 weekly events before the pandemic to more than 300 now.
More different types of venues are open to it today. So the popularity has surged. It's way higher. But it's a much more difficult landscape today than it was before.
It's part of a larger trend combining eating and drinking with entertainment. More than 80% of Americans have tried it out. For customers watching their wallets, it provides added value, while bars get an influx of patrons and improve their bottom line.
Before the pandemic, is a trivia night something that you would have even considered?
I know a lot of bars did it, but that's not something that I would have considered. It's amazing. I would never go back.
And if you're looking to add a dose of competition to your nights out, trivia is not the only option. Some places, customers can throw an axe in between sips of beer or even play pickleball during happy hour.
An event night like this, that's their personal trainer, so they have to go. They have to commit to it. Otherwise, they might have just thought, I'm going to go out tonight. Maybe I'll just stay in and watch TV.
You're like a personal trainer.
Just like a personal trainer, yeah.
A personal trainer gives you a little extra oomph to get out the door and go drink and eat wings. The team we spoke to, by the way, at the beginning of the piece did actually end up winning that trivia tournament last night. They call themselves Shark Shank Redemption. One of the team members told us that she was actually a contestant on Jeopardy. So there's some serious competition there.
That makes me nervous.
That's a bit of an unfair.
I was going to Google trivia, and then I'm like, wait, what? Wait, I love that.
But
Good for
clearly,
them,
a
though.
growing trend.
Yes, very cool. Thanks,
Joe.
Joe.
Thank you. Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Hi, everyone. Good Wednesday. We are so happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, April 12th. Chilling video. Authorities in Louisville, Kentucky are releasing dramatic new body camera footage that shows the confrontation between police and the gunman in the deadly bank shooting. But we're learning about that crucial 4-minute window.
Toxic smoke, a massive fire at a plastics recycling center in East Central Indiana, is causing major concerns about air quality. How officials are now trying to contain the spread of harmful chemicals.
Game night. Bars and restaurants are turning to competitive trivia to rake in business. How the new trend of mixing dining with entertainment is bringing a lot of people together for a whole lot of fun.
And skateboarding oasis. All-star Tony Hawk is working with organizations in the Navajo Nation to build a skate park for enthusiasts in the community. How the skate park project is taking young skaters to new heights.
Looking forward to that one. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with dramatic new body camera video from the deadly mass shooting at a bank in downtown Louisville, Kentucky. This is video from Officer Corey Galloway's body cam. You can see him scrambling for cover after a bullet grazed his shoulder. His partner, Officer Nicholas Wild, was shot in the head during that confrontation. He is still in critical condition.
The officers rushed to the scene as police say the gunman waited patiently inside with an AR-15 rifle and set up an ambush. In all, the shooter killed 5 people and hurt 8 others, including the 2 officers. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is live in Louisville. So, Morgan, police say this entire situation lasted about 9 minutes. That's from when the gunman actually started shooting to when the gunman was killed. Walk us through exactly what happened here.
Yeah, Joe, I think this video from the body cams and from bystanders taken nearby shows exactly what police encountered whenever they showed up here at this Old National location. This was about 8:30 in the morning. that initial dispatch went out. Officers Galloway and Wilt on the scene in just 3 minutes, Joe. And these videos show the heavy gunfire they took upon approaching the entrance. That's where, as you mentioned, this 25-year-old shooter was inside firing down on them from an elevated vantage point behind reflective glass in what police are calling an ambush position, stating that he had fired on bystanders and essentially appeared from surveillance inside to be waiting for police. Now, as you saw, Officer Galloway was struck tumbling down the stairs before he took up a defensive position and was able to return fire, all just seconds after his partner had been struck in the head. Important to note here that nobody inside was fired upon or threatened from the moment police arrived. And these videos show they did exactly what they're trained to do: engage the gunman as quickly as possible and eliminate that threat. And that was acknowledged by the deputy chief yesterday when he highlighted the bravery of these two officers, but particularly Officer Wilt. This was just his 4th shift on the department. Take a listen.
Officer Wilt was a brand new officer. He had no experience. He was going based on 2 things: his training and his character. And you will see that he never hesitates. Even after getting shot at, this young man went back in to the line of fire in order to protect others.
And we know that other officers arrived on the scene also within minutes, Joe. From the moment those 2 officers, Galloway and Wilt, arrived to the moment the gunman was taken down, 4 minutes. Joe?
It's a lifetime, and it's also so quick in the same breath, Morgan. The suspected shooter's family now speaking out about this massacre. What are they saying, Morgan?
They did release a statement to NBC News overnight, and they confirmed what there had been a suspicion of, and that is that this 25-year-old gunman who had been working at this bank for the last 3 years, according to his family, was suffering and going through some sort of mental distress, mental issues that the family says they were actively working with him to try and address when this took place, saying that they could have never imagined he would have been capable of such a horrific act.
NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky walking us through that video and the latest there from Louisville. Thank you so much, Morgan.
In other news, the massive fire you're seeing on your screen right now has forced residents out of their homes near Richmond, Indiana. Fire officials say the smoke is toxic from chemicals burning from a fire at a plastics recycling plant. You can see the black smoke from the fire billowing into the air.
It has been that way for 22 hours now after flames broke out Tuesday afternoon. The fire is so bad, officials from the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, are now surveying it. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now live on set. So, Ron, thanks for joining us. So first, what do we know about what caused this fire and why it's still burning so uncontrollably?
It's a massive site, some 14 acres, multiple buildings, and firefighters say they've had trouble getting to the fire because it's so intense. They have also said that the water pressure in that part of town is low, and that's been a problem. And the winds are blowing, and that's a problem. But it's contained to that place, and they think it's going to burn. It's plastic. They describe it as wall-to-wall, ceiling-to-floor plastic packed into this place. And the town officials said that they had told the owner of this place that it's a fire hazard, and they described it as a question of if, not if, but when there would be a fire there. So there's that as well. But the fire chief says it's contained to that place, and he also says it could have been a lot worse. Take a listen.
The fire is contained right now. We did have 6 other buildings that were on the site that had caught fire. We stopped it just before the Northwest 2nd Street, and we stopped it at the railroad tracks. So it did not jump into the residential neighborhood. We stopped it there.
That's the point. It didn't jump into a residential neighborhood where many people now are evacuated, but the fire didn't get there, which is something good that happened.
Still, we understand some people have been ordered to leave. Others have been told to shelter in place. I mean, how long could some people have to stay away from their homes?
The fire chief said that he thought the fire would be out the soonest Saturday morning. So we have several more days of this. And there are about 2,000 people who have been evacuated. Schools are closed. There are shelters open. A health official was at the press conference was talking about the situation, and she said that her throat was getting sore and she wanted to stop and leave leave the area. So that gives you a sense of how pervasive it is. There are residents who say they've found debris in their yards, and they've been told not to touch it because it could contain asbestos, because the buildings are that old at this plant that recycles and stores plastic. It's plastic that's burning. And that's what's causing this toxic cloud, and it's apparently going to be there for a while.
All right, certainly a concerning situation in Indiana. Ron Allen, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ron. Well, some potentially welcome news in the economy today. U.S. inflation is cooling for the 9th straight month.
The Consumer Price Index, which measures the total cost for goods and services in the U.S., only rose 0.1% from February to March. Now, the yearly CPI went up 5%, which is down more than 3% from this time last year. Editor-in-chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver, is here to explain it. Also, Caleb, break down what all this new data means for people's wallets.
Yeah, well, the rate of growth is slowing a lot, only to 0.1% month over month, which is great. But the Fed wants inflation closer to that 2% range. We're still at that 5% range. So we still have high prices, especially for food and shelter. And when you look inside the food component, it's really the grains, the cereals that are costing most. We've seen a nice price decrease in eggs and milk and that type of thing. We've also seen lower prices for used cars. So you see this imbalance in what's rising and what's falling, but the general trend is down and to the right, and that's the way we want to see inflation go.
Caleb, aside from food prices, rent is obviously another major expense where people are still seeing increases. How long could it take for us to see the rents starting to level out or perhaps even drop?
Yeah, great question, because a lot of that is tied to mortgage rates. And with mortgage rates up above 6% where they are for the 30-year, that pushes a lot of would-be buyers back into the rental market, and supply is pretty tight. So rental prices have been high for about the last 14 months. They're probably going to stay high until we get a real break in the housing market. And for that to happen, you need those 30-year fixed to come down below 6%, 5.5%. Then the rental market will open up and cheapen up a little bit.
All right, Editor-in-Chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver. Caleb, thanks so much for breaking it down for us. We appreciate it.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Consumers are getting tired of expensive subscription services. Cancellations have outpaced new signups for digital memberships and subscriptions for 2 straight months. That is according to the personal finance app Rocket Money.
CNBC anchor and correspondent Frank Holland joins us now. So, Frank, these cancellations are impacting big subscription services like HelloFresh, Netflix, many others. What are companies doing to combat this subscription fatigue?
Well, good afternoon, guys. You're absolutely right. So many companies are being actually forced to change their business model entirely or substantially, with a focus less on subscriptions and other business models. Some retail-related subscription services, they're actually adding a la carte offerings to make up for cancellations, while others are just getting out of that subscription model entirely. All right, meantime, the U.S. Postal Service is planning to hike the price of its first-class mail stamps to 66 cents. That's a 5% increase. The Postal Service previously won approval to raise stamp prices to 63 cents back in just January. The new hike would take effect on July 9th if approved by the Postal Regulatory Commission. And finally, Michael Jordan's black and red Air Jordan 13 selling for a record $2.2 million at a Sotheby's auction this week, topping his own sneaker auction record of $1.47 million back in 2021. Jordan wore these shoes during Game 2 of the NBA Finals back in 1998, where he scored 37 points as the Bulls beat the Utah Jazz 93-88. A lot of people might remember that series. That's where Michael Jordan pushes off of Byron Russell to win the game, and the game winner. Didn't wear those shoes in this game, but still very cool. And if anybody wants to know, I wear size 14. If you have an extra $2.2 million, you want to hook me up.
But you're not going to wear them, right? You're just going to stare at them every night before you go to bed.
You know, I'm not going to answer. I know a lot of sneakerheads will get mad at me, but I'm a big sneaker collector, but I do wear my sneakers.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, you got to put your feet in them. I mean, for $2.2 million, put on some socks or something. You got to slide those in.
Don't worry about it.
All right, CNBC anchor and correspondent Frank Holland. Frank, thanks so much. Good to see you.
Thank you.
In many cases, treating cancer comes down to how early it is detected. Coming up, how doctors are now using artificial intelligence for good to spot cancer earlier than ever. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer death for men and women in the U.S. That's according to the American Cancer Society. And a major factor is how long it takes to detect the cancer.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres spoke with one team of doctors in Massachusetts about how they are now using artificial intelligence technology to try and give people a fighting chance.
Don Roberts is lucky to be alive.
No one ever thinks they're at risk for developing lung cancer.
During a treatment for a kidney stone, doctors found a mass in his lung and were able to operate before the cancer spread.
They would never have found it, and in all likelihood, I would not be here talking with you today.
Breathe in. The CDC recommends people at high risk for the disease get screened with a low-dose CT scan. But even with regular screening, the most skilled radiologists can't spot everything.
This looks normal to you. You
Correct.
don't see a cancer here.
How often are we missing lung cancer diagnoses right now?
Well, most people who get diagnosed with lung cancer unfortunately present with stage 4 metastatic disease because it has spread someplace that is causing them a pain or a symptom, and then they go to their doctor. So we're missing most cases of early stage lung cancer when people don't have symptoms. The possibilities are limitless.
Dr. Leisha Sequest is part of a team of doctors and engineers from Massachusetts General Hospital and MIT trying to revolutionize cancer detection. Meet Sybil, an artificial intelligence program, the name inspired by the oracles of ancient Greece.
We developed Sybil, an algorithm that is able to tell who might be at risk for lung cancer 1, 3, 5 years down the road.
Lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer death in the U.S., killing more than 127,000 a year. The MassGen MIT study, using 3 sets of independent scans, found that Sybil could accurately predict whether a person will develop lung cancer in the next year, up to 94% of the time.
There's an immense amount of data in a CAT scan, and we're only scratching the surface when we just look at it with our eyes.
Usually a radiologist is looking for nodules or a mass, but Sybil has the power to look so closely at a CT scan that it can identify patterns of data associated with cancer even before a tumor appears. So this is AI in action. What do we see here?
AI circled this area in red and said this area has a dangerous pattern. It looks like cancer might come up. 2 years later, there's a cancer right in that same spot where the AI predicted it would be.
That's not to say AI will replace radiologists, but the research team in Massachusetts believes Sybil's assistance is the future of the field. Is AI going to save lives?
Yes, it will save lives because it will enable us to do more, see more, and manage better than we did without AI.
Clinical trials for Sybil are ongoing. FDA approval likely years away. And while doctors are still studying the technology, Don Roberts, who is now cancer-free, believes technology like Sybil could help him live longer.
You need every weapon you can possibly get to combat cancer.
And AI could be a powerful one.
Absolutely.
Dr. Torres, that is just fascinating. It's encouraging news. You mentioned this AI technology, Sybil, still in the clinical trials, but you mentioned in some cases 94% successful and accurate at predicting cancer. What would the approval process look like, and can hospitals use it even before the FDA approves it?
And Vicki, you're right. This is very impressive software, and it's a very impressive tool that doctors are going to use. And like I mentioned in the package, it's not going to replace doctors, but it's going to give us one more thing we can use to really hone in on that CAT scan and find out if there's any risk of cancer down the line. Right now, what they're doing in the clinical trials, they want to make sure it works the way they think it's going to work and it's not causing any issues. Then the FDA will step in and approve it at that point. When you talk to researchers, they talk anywhere from 2 to 10 years before it's ready to be used. They're leaning more towards a 2 to 3 year timeline. They're hoping they can get it out there as soon as they can, Vicki.
You know, Dr. Torres, we talked about how long it takes to detect lung cancer. So without access to this technology right now, what are the signs people should be watching out for that could prompt an earlier screening?
And Joe, thanks for asking a question, because it's important to detect it early. If people have a persistent cough, especially if it's a bloody cough, if they're starting to get chest pain, lose weight, excessive fatigue, things that aren't explained, go talk to your doctor, especially if you have a smoking history, because you might need to get a CAT scan to make sure you're okay.
All right, NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres shining a light on some of the good things that could come from AI. We appreciate that, Dr. John.
Thank you, Dr. Torres. All right, coming up, automakers could be facing new rules that will speed up the transition from gas cars to electric vehicles. The details later this hour. You are watching NBC News Daily.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A murder trial is underway in Idaho for Lori Vallow. She's a mother accused of killing her 2 kids. Prosecutors say it was doomsday-focused religious beliefs that led Vallow and her husband to commit the murders. Vallow has pleaded not guilty. Erica Stapleton from our NBC affiliate KPNX has more on the trial.
Money, power, sex. That's how prosecutors opened to the jury, saying that's what this case is all about. They painted the picture that defendant Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her latest husband, Chad Daybell, and brother, Alex Cox, to kill her own kids and Chad's first wife, Tammy Daybell. We learned in court that Tammy died by asphyxiation just a few weeks before Chad married Lori at the end of 2019. The root of all the deaths, prosecutors argued, dark religious doomsday beliefs taught by Chad Daybell.
At this point, I'm not even asking why. Her why would never be justification.
Larry Woodcock, JJ's grandfather, made eye contact with Lori in the courtroom.
She looked away rather quickly.
A long time coming, after more than 3 years of searching for answers. Tylee and JJ disappeared after Lori moved them from Arizona to Idaho in September 2019. Months later, in June 2020, their bodies were found buried in Chad Daybell's backyard. The jury was shown photos of their shallow graves.
Now it's about justice.
Lori's team tight-lipped about strategy going in and out of the courthouse. Her attorney only saying he hoped she trusted him after weighing in on her potential lunch.
Probably have a bologna sandwich downstairs.
But in their opening remarks, they said Lori was, quote, a good, responsible mother to her kids, and urged the jury to judge based on Lori's actions, not those of Chad or her brother Alex.
We just want justice, that's all.
Larry's wife, Kay, JJ's grandmother, was the first witness called to the stand. They were the first to alert police that the kids were missing, and Lori's niece's ex-husband was the second witness, testifying to Lori's changes in religious beliefs and family dynamics. He also told the court that in October 2019, he was shot at near his home in Gilbert.
I don't want anything to do with that.
Police records show he believed that Lori's brother, Alex Cox, was trying to kill him. Gilbert police investigated that case and recommended attempted murder charges for Chad and Lori in 2021, but charges were never filed. Cox died at his home in Gilbert in December 2019, before murder charges in Idaho were filed. Chad Daybell, who is facing similar charges to Lori, including murder, will have a separate trial at a later time.
Give us our day in court. Let the truth be known.
That was Erica Stapleton from KPNX for us.
A man in San Diego is dead after he was infected with a rare flesh-eating bacteria. His mother says he caught it from wading into a pond with an open wound. Shondell Menes from our NBC affiliate KNSD reports on what doctors say you need to know.
Jeff Bova chased his dog into a pond that the rain created 3 weeks ago and picked up a flesh-eating bacteria.
He got some water on an open wound, and it caused the infection.
Jeff's mom, Susan, says the infection started as a small red spot on his arm, became swollen, and then turned into something much worse.
Oh, it was nasty.
Jeff didn't like going to the doctors and tried to heal himself. By the time he couldn't handle the pain anymore and went to the hospital, it was too late. He died 2 days later.
It's hard. And everything just happened so fast.
The bacteria that killed him is called necrotizing fasciitis. Infectious disease Dr. Shweta Warner says it's not contagious and is rare but serious. This bacteria kills 20% of the people it infects.
It enters the body through your broken skin barrier, and it quickly reproduces in your tissue, moving through the tissues very rapidly and giving off toxins.
Dr. Warner says strep A, the bacteria that causes necrotizing fasciitis, is often found in warm, brackish water. It's especially dangerous for people like Jeff with weaker immune systems.
This is at our wedding.
Susan's message and Dr. Warner's is the same. If you notice a sore that turns red or swells, go get it checked immediately. This infection spreads within hours. In El Cajon, Shondell Menes, NBC 7.
Well, we have more NBC News Daily right after this, and you can watch us for free 24/7. Joe, check it out. You know our streaming network, NBC News Now. Look at all these places you can stream. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, Fire TV, Fubo. The news continues right after this.
come in the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
And we are back with you this Wednesday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. Making news right now, NPR is leaving Twitter after being falsely labeled as state-affiliated media on the social platform. In an article, NPR says it's a private nonprofit company with editorial independence and that less than 1% of its budget comes from a federally funded corporation. Now, NPR says going silent on the platform will protect its credibility because Twitter uses that same term to describe propaganda outlets in countries like Russia, China. Twitter did not respond to an NBC News request for comment.
North Dakota's governor is signing 2 transgender athlete bans into law. They prohibit trans girls and women from joining female sports teams in college and in grades K through 12. At least 19 other states have adopted similar restrictions.
In South Carolina, Senator Tim Scott is announcing the launch of an exploratory committee for a 2024 presidential run. Scott, a Republican, shared the news on Twitter, taking aim at President Joe Biden and what he calls the radical left. If his candidacy becomes official, Scott will become the second GOP candidate from the state of South Carolina, along with former Governor Nikki Haley.
Memphis area officials are meeting this afternoon to decide whether to reinstate former state representative Justin Pearson. Pearson was one of 2 black Democratic lawmakers expelled from Tennessee State House last week.
The other was his colleague Justin Jones. They were kicked out of the State House for protesting gun violence on the chamber floor. A third lawmaker, who is white, survived her expulsion vote. Now, Jones was reappointed to his seat earlier this week on Monday after a unanimous vote by elected officials in his own district. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Memphis, Tennessee. That's where the other vote's going to be taking place. So, Blaine, the Shelby County Board of Commissioners scheduled to meet just a couple of hours. What do we expect?
Well, we are expecting to, in all likelihood, see him reappointed to the seat from which he was just booted last week. You know, we do know that there are 13 members of this board. He needs 7 of them to vote in his favor. And there are 9 Democrats on this board. I've talked with a couple of commissioners this morning, and both of them seem very confident that he will get the votes to get back to his seat. Now, as for what happens before that and afterward, that's what we're also going to be watching. We know that he's going to walk into this meeting, guys, with a tremendous show of support. In fact, in just about 30 minutes or so, we're expecting a rally to get underway not too far away, about a mile from here at the Civil Rights Museum here in Memphis. That's where a number of people are going to rally around him, and they are going to march that mile or so from the Civil Rights Museum here to the Board of Commissioners and really just try and pack the room, show their support. There's also the possibility of public comment. We'll see if people from the public will get up and speak on his behalf. But we do expect at the end of the day likely to see him reinstated to that position, guys.
Blaine, the Republican governor of Tennessee, Bill Lee, signed an executive order yesterday that would strengthen background checks before people buy guns. Was this move a shock given his party's politics? And does it seem like Republicans in the state will follow suit with actual legislation?
Certainly a notable move. In fact, it's something that even Justin Pearson referenced in an op-ed that he wrote this morning, calling it a small victory. But you're absolutely right. He's calling for his party to essentially follow suit in instituting so-called red flag laws. Now, still TBD whether or not that's going to happen. Remember, Republicans lead both chamber of the legislature here, so certainly a question as to what that looks like going forward and if anything will happen this session, guys.
It is a small piece of action, though, so we will see. We'll be following that. Thank you so much, NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander.
President Biden is traveling through County Louth in Ireland right now after delivering remarks in Belfast earlier today. He was there to mark the 25th anniversary of the peace agreement between Northern Ireland and the UK. The president also met with UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak to discuss Northern Ireland's economic opportunity and overall relationship with the United States. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Dundalk, Ireland, which is just 50 miles north of Dublin. So, Mike, what did we hear from the president this morning, and what is the U.S.-UK relationship going to look like following Brexit?
Well, Joe, the centerpiece of that Good Friday peace accord that they're marking the 25th anniversary of this week was a power-sharing agreement among the 5 political parties in Northern Ireland that really did end nearly 3 decades of often violent conflict known as the Troubles. But that agreement is very much in doubt at the moment because of some of the lingering after effects of Brexit, primarily some difficult conversations around trade. So the president was meeting not just with the British Prime Minister, but also the leaders of those political parties in Northern Ireland today, not necessarily to dictate terms or try to put his thumb on the scale in any one direction in their policy dispute, but to make it clear that the United States was fully committed to making sure that that Good Friday peace accord remained in effect. In a public address that he delivered in Belfast, he said that this is an issue that has buy-in not just broadly based in the U.S., but from Democrats and Republicans alike, something that, as he noted, is very rare in Washington these days. He also did something I thought was very interesting. He invoked January 6th, that dark day in American history, recent American history, to say that he knows better than anybody what a struggle it is at times in a democracy, but now, as he put it, is a time for the champions to come forward, and that the U.S. was committed to doing its part to seeing that that agreement remains in force.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley traveling with the president. Thank you.
Well, Joe, the EPA is proposing an ambitious new plan to cut down on pollution from cars and trucks. It would require 2/3 of all new vehicles sold in the United States to be electric by 2032. That is almost 10 times the amount of EV sales happening right now. CNBC auto industry reporter Phil LeBeau joins us now. Phil, good to have you. So this is the Biden administration's most aggressive plan yet to cut greenhouse gas emissions. But let's talk about the reality here. How realistic is it? And what are automakers saying about the proposal?
Well, publicly, nobody's going to call the Biden administration out and say this is completely unrealistic, Vicky. Privately, almost everybody that I've talked with in the auto industry, whether automakers, auto suppliers, consultants, research firms that work on the development of EVs, they all say the same thing. The industry is this target. At best, most believe that 45 to 50% of the models sold in 2032 will be electric, not 67%. And that's if everything goes as planned. In order to hit 67%, it would require more change, which means job losses likely as you go from building internal combustion engine vehicles into all-electric models because fewer people are needed to build an electric vehicle. And also it would require even greater investment, tens of billions of dollars by the auto industry to add more plants, more battery production facilities, battery recycling plants. A lot of things would need to be added over the next decade, particularly the last 5 years of this 10-year period between 2027 and 2032.
Phil, pricing seems to be a big hurdle right now for getting Americans to buy EVs. And as you just alluded to, some of the other things like making the batteries, recycling the batteries. And what about infrastructure? I think that's people have a lot of range anxiety, right? They're like, well, okay, I buy this car, but then can I charge it? Can I actually get where I need to go?
And I think you're absolutely right, Vicky. I think we are entering a period where, we are essentially a 2-car household country. Not everybody has 2 cars in every house, but many do. And in many households, I think we are headed towards a period where instead of having 2 gasoline-powered vehicles, people will say, okay, I want to go green. And when the prices come down, I'm ready to buy maybe a $40,000 EV for doing most of the driving around town, around the neighborhood, commuting to work, whatever it might be. But I'm not getting rid of that gasoline-powered car because I don't know when I might want to take a trip to see a relative, friend, etc. That's going to be the big hurdle.
Exactly. All right. CNBC auto industry reporter Phil LeBeau, we appreciate your time so much. Thank you so much, Phil.
Now, since the pandemic and the rise of food delivery services, ghost kitchens have really taken off. That is when virtual restaurants, often with their own names and menus, are operating out of the kitchens of already existing restaurants.
So how do you actually know what you're ordering is legitimate? NBC's Valerie Castro explains how delivery apps are now cracking down.
Last month, Ryan Benson had a late-night craving and picked up a delivery app to place an order.
I thought maybe this was like some kind of like artisan grilled cheese place. I was like, oh, I'll try it.
But Benson soon learned his order from The Meltdown was not the small artisanal restaurant he thought it was. The Meltdown turned out to be a virtual restaurant.
I feel like I've been catfished by Denny's. They put on like a fake profile where they were The Meltdown, And it was really just some chef in a Denny's, like, making my food.
It's all owned by the corporate diner chain. That online menu only available through the apps. A Denny's spokesperson says the company prioritized transparency, pointing out the connection is disclosed on the Meltdown's website.
Ghost kitchens and virtual restaurants became a way for small businesses like food trucks to expand their reach, but some say it's gotten out of control.
I think a lot of it, with anything in business, I feel like it totally got oversaturated for a minute there.
Kyle Hollenbach with BLT Kitchens in Arizona says his ghost kitchens provide the space for a business to test out a menu without the cost of investing in a full-blown restaurant, becoming a virtual presence instead.
And they're able to roll out a concept or several concepts. Usually most of them are doing multiple concepts. So, for example, one person or two people might be cooking 5 different restaurants on the Uber Eats and DoorDash kind of platforms.
Since 2021, the number of virtual restaurants listed on Uber Eats has quadrupled in the U.S. and Canada. In Nashville, 31% of restaurant listings were for virtual restaurants, according to a recent analysis of Uber Eats listings.
Consumers are choosing platforms before they choose restaurants. And so if you don't exist in all the relevant places where consumers are searching, you might as well not exist.
But with seemingly no limits as to how many rebrands or personas a virtual restaurant can take on, it's the customer who can feel duped.
In a way, it makes it harder to know, where is this food coming from? Do I trust who it's actually coming from? Are they being honest about everything else?
In this world, you can simply shut that listing down and start a new one, and no one would be the wiser.
Delivery companies like Uber Eats and DoorDash are cracking down. Uber Eats guidelines say a virtual restaurant menu must be differentiated from its associated brick-and-mortar menu with at least 5 distinct main dishes that cannot be found on your brick-and-mortar menu. DoorDash saying, quote, virtual restaurants are labeled and customers can access details about the physical location of the kitchen. Experts worry it's the small businesses missing out on the growing delivery culture.
I worry about these independent businesses who are getting left behind with this trend, but don't even understand why.
While customers are left to wonder if the convenience of delivery is worth the mystery.
Because when you go in, at least you have the chance of like watching them make the food, and you're like, I know exactly who prepared my food.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
All right, straight ahead, legendary skateboarder Tony Hawk giving Navajo Nation its first skate park. How it is inspiring the newest crop of high flyers. More NBC News Daily right after this.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
More and more bars and restaurants are finding new ways to draw in customers. Along with daily specials and happy hour prices, they're adding trivia nights to the menu. Some are calling it Eatertainment. I stopped by one bar here in New York City to see how well it's working.
In the official trailer, Ben Affleck and what other actor are both returning as the Caped Crusader in the movie The Flash.
If it's Tuesday night, it's trivia night at Lexington Public on Manhattan's Upper East Side.
Michael Keaton.
We've been coming here like pretty much every week. Tuesday night trivia brings me to the bar. I really love pop culture.
I love geography, like current events, politics, and sports.
Teams like this one meet up weekly for some friendly competition.
Gets us out on a Tuesday night, so it's nice to have a routine.
Owner Chloe Patelis added the trivia night as a way to draw customers to the newly opened bar. And she says it's a winning answer. Tuesday night business is up 50%.
It's brought in so many people that might not have found this location.
NYC Trivia League supplies bars like Lexington Public with equipment, hosts, everything they need to run their own trivia nights, besides the beers and wings. The group has seen a rush of interest post-pandemic and added 24 new trivia nights since November.
We've seen more players. We've seen them coming back more often.
And it's not just a New York City phenomenon. The company King Trivia runs events in about 35 states. They've gone from 200 weekly events before the pandemic to more than 300 now.
More different types of venues are open to it today. So the popularity has surged. It's way higher. But it's a much more difficult landscape today than it was before.
It's part of a larger trend combining eating and drinking with entertainment. More than 80% of Americans have tried it out. For customers watching their wallets, it provides added value, while bars get an influx of patrons and improve their bottom line.
Before the pandemic, is a trivia night something that you would have even considered?
I know a lot of bars did it, but that's not something that I would have considered. It's amazing. I would never go back.
And if you're looking to add a dose of competition to your nights out, trivia is not the only option. Some places, customers can throw an axe in between sips of beer or even play pickleball during happy hour.
An event night like this, that's their personal trainer, so they have to go. They have to commit to it. Otherwise, they might have just thought, I'm going to go out tonight. Maybe I'll just stay in and watch TV.
You're like a personal trainer.
Just like a personal trainer, yeah.
Different definition of personal trainer. All right, so the team we spoke to at the beginning of that story actually ended up winning the trivia tournament. They call themselves Shark Shank Redemption, so you get to think of a fun name. One of the team members told us she was actually a contestant on Jeopardy.
Quite the advantage to have her on your team.
No
All right,
kidding.
thank you, Joe. Legendary skater Tony Hawk is helping young skaters in Navajo Nation finally get a taste of big air tricks. His foundation is bringing the community their first full skate park, inspiring the next generation of skaters. Here's NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson.
The Navajo Nation is breathtaking, 27,000 square miles of quiet beauty. But for kids growing up here, maybe too quiet. That's why so many are attracted to this sound. Navajo Nation loves to skate. Just check out their president doing an ollie.
Friends that come out, you skate, you challenge one another, and you keep each other accountable.
But the reservation itself has been a skateboarding desert. Kids had to find a ride dozens of miles away just to get their wheels running. 12-year-old Cheyenne has been doing it for years.
I just like doing it because it's fun. It teaches me to be more active.
These remote communities need more opportunities to have outdoor recreations.
Something skaters could call their own became a community's cause. And with assistance from an organization called the Skate Park Project and its famous founder, Tony Hawk.
Thank you for bringing change to this community.
The Dene Skate Garden was set in concrete.
How important is this to have an outlet, especially for kids in a community that's been less served traditionally?
I think it's hugely important, especially in a community like this. When kids find skateboarding, I think they find something that speaks to them in a deeper way and something that can teach them a lot of life lessons about overcoming their goals, about overcoming challenges.
Now, somewhere like that exists right here.
I'm really excited for them so that they can be here, they can be a part of the community.
A place of pride, a culture of tradition, now embracing the great sanctuary of skate. Steve Patterson, NBC News, Navajo Nation.
Look at all those smiles on there.
Oh my gosh, I love it. And Tony Hawk is such an ambassador for the sport in general. To have him be a part of this and to expand the reach of skateboarding for all those young people, that was really inspiring to see.
Love to see it. All right, you are watching NBC News Daily.
Fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This Saturday marks 10 years since the Boston Marathon bombing, an attack that killed 3 people and hurt hundreds more. One of those people was Heather Abbott, who lost her leg that day.
But after struggling with her new reality, Heather found a way to help herself and other amputees with things that most of us take for granted. NBC Boston's Susan Tran has her story.
When I lost my leg, some of the questions I had when I was sitting in the hospital bed were things like, what kind of shoes am I going to be able to wear? What kind of clothes will I wear? Like, these were never things that I thought would be such a big deal, but they were.
Those initial questions Heather Abbott had 10 years ago about what life would look like put her on a path of hope and healing.
For me, being able to have, especially those cosmetic legs and my high heel leg, made me feel like I didn't lose something.
The world embraced Heather and the 16 other survivors who lost limbs. But the Rhode Island native quickly realized that type of support did not exist for other amputees. And a year after the bombings, she started the Heather Abbott Foundation.
I think it's just helped me to make sense out of what happened, a senseless act.
I gotta get back used to it,
These tentative steps for Kendra Casino D'Alessandro show major progress since July of 2021.
That first year, it killed me. It was a lot of ups and downs and emotions. Yeah, it feels good.
That summer, Kendra was in a motorcycle crash, and when the active wife and mom lost her right leg, she struggled to find her way until she met Heather.
That woman has turned my whole perspective on prosthetics and limb loss right around.
The high heel leg is very specific. It is designed for 4-inch heels.
These expensive prosthetics insurance companies consider luxuries and don't cover, but the Heather Abbott Foundation has raised enough money to already help roughly 4 dozen people, like Corey Tickle, who was in a lawnmower accident as a toddler.
Sometimes I just wonder why it had to happen to me.
But a running blade means the 16-year-old can play volleyball.
It allows me to run more normal if I would have 2 legs.
There's Savannah, who had a simple dream.
And that's all she wanted to do, was wear high heels to her prom.
The doll who questioned being able to live independently.
And, I went on to see videos of him learning how to drive a car.
For Stephanie Schaefer, she got a life-changing microprocessor knee.
With my spinal cord injury, I would have just fallen onto the floor.
The double amputee has had a long recovery since a tour boat explosion during a family vacation in the Bahamas.
And it was this first glimpse of, this beautiful woman as an amputee. That's what I think Heather gave me, was that, my legs were gone, but I could still, there were these tools to look like myself and feel like myself.
Heather turned trauma into inspiration, but still gives herself the grace to accept there are obstacles she won't easily overcome.
One of the things that's really hard for me is the beach. I used to love the beach. Not only is it just difficult to maneuver around on the sand on the beach, people are looking at me. It really reminds me of my limitations.
Purpose continues to push her forward, bringing her back every year to the Boston Marathon. Now it's become an annual triumphant walk across the finish line.
For you to turn this around where you look forward to going, I think must be a big deal.
I've had a lot of positive things happen in the last 10 years. I'm proud of the accomplishments I've had, and I'm most proud of...
I don't even need the bars anymore.
...the number of lives that we've been able to touch.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Susan Tran.
Well, that was inspiring. My goodness, so much inspiration there.
Yeah, incredible to see when someone goes through something adverse like that for themselves and sees an opportunity to help other people, and what a wide range of people she's helped.
No kidding. Love that. All right, here's what's trending now. Prince Harry, well, he will be attending the upcoming coronation of his father, King Charles. Buckingham Palace, however, says Meghan Markle will not be going with the Duke of Sussex. Markle will stay in California with their 2 kids.
Actor Jeremy Renner is making his first red carpet appearance since his near-fatal snowplow accident. The Avengers star was at the premiere of his new Disney Plus series Renovations on Tuesday. Renner suffered life-threatening injuries earlier this year when he was run over by a nearly 15,000-pound snowplow. The actor told Variety walking the red carpet was one of his goals in recovery.
What a quick recovery.
Yeah, really. He looks great.
And HBO's House of the Dragon is getting ready for its second season. The prequel series to Game of Thrones has started shooting in the United Kingdom with the original cast and some new faces. That series is expected to make a return next year in 2024.
I can't come sooner. I'm a big fan. How about you?
Yeah, I've never watched any of
Really?
those. I'm the only one.
I've read all the books and the shows.
Never seen any. I like dragons, though.
Okay. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey there, everyone. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
Good to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, April 12th. Body cam footage. Shocking new video shows the Louisville bank gunman in ambush position, shooting at officers from behind reflective glass. Plus, the new details we're learning from the suspect's family.
Medical alert. A shortage of cancer medications is creating a crisis situation for millions of Americans who rely on these life-saving drugs. How patients are coping with a lack of treatment.
Shark attack. A veteran surfer lost his foot after an incredible encounter with an 8-foot tiger shark in Hawaii. A terrifying tale of how he fought off one of the ocean's top apex predators.
It's a remarkable story. On the brain, understanding how your child retains information can give you the tools to help them succeed. Our parenting expert is here to break down the different types of learning styles that you need to know.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with the newly released body cam video of the deadly mass shooting in Louisville, Kentucky. It shows the chaotic moment when 2 police officers responded to the scene.
Both officers were wounded as the gunman unleashed a barrage of bullets using an AR-15 rifle. Police say the shooter set up an ambush and waited for the officers to arrive at the bank. But the gunman's family is now breaking their silence about the massacre. In a statement, they said they did not see any noticeable warning signs or indications that he was capable of committing what they described as a shocking act.
NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is live in Louisville. So, Morgan, break down exactly what happened from when the officers arrived at the bank to when the shooter was killed.
Yeah, Joe, Vicki, these videos are so telling, both the body cams and other additional video that's been provided by Louisville police. We're looking at about a 4-minute window from the moment police arrived here at Old National Bank and engaged the gunman until the moment that Officer Galloway fired the fatal shots, taking that gunman down. And in the videos, you can see just how heavy the gunfire was that they fell under as they approached this entrance, where, as you mentioned, the gunman was positioned to ambush them. We do know that Officer Galloway tumbled down these stairs after being grazed in the shoulder, but he was able to take a defensive position and return fire, eventually killing the 25-year-old gunman. And surveillance images from inside show him standing there with no body armor on, holding that AR-15 we learned he purchased legally as recently as April 4th. And what we do know is that from the second police arrived here on the scene, and it just took them 3 minutes to respond after getting that initial call, no one inside was fired upon, no one inside was threatened, and police say that was the officer's job, to take the attention of the gunman away from potential victims and then eliminate that threat. There's more evidence that we expect to come out in the next 12 hours or so that should paint a better picture as to how things transpired. But these videos really go a long way in helping people understand just the gravity of the tragedy that took place Monday morning here.
Yeah, an incredible amount of transparency here with the release of these videos and the explanations from the deputy chief and the chief yesterday, Morgan. There is a vigil, we understand, scheduled for later today to honor the victims. What is the latest on that, and also the survivors who are still in the hospital, Morgan?
Of course, this is a community-wide vigil that'll be held not too far away from the scene. Hundreds, if not more, are expected to pay their respects to these 5 lives lost. And it's interesting, being here in Louisville now, these people were not strangers. We've heard from the mayor, we've heard from the governor, who had personal relationships with these individuals, some of whom had worked at this bank for years. So we're anticipating that vigil to start around 5 o'clock this evening. As far as the status of those in the hospital, that has provided a glimmer of hope throughout all of this. We know that multiple people have been discharged. As of right now, there is one patient there who's been upgraded to fair condition. And then, of course, we have 26-year-old Officer Nicholas Wilt in critical but stable condition. He was the one of the two officers, the first to arrive here on the scene, and the body cameras captured some of what they encountered. He had to undergo emergency brain surgery, but right now, again, in critical but stable condition. Guys.
We're all praying for them. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky. Morgan, thank you.
In neighboring Tennessee, officials in the Memphis area will vote this afternoon on whether to put their ousted representative back in the state house. Justin Pearson was expelled, along with his colleague from Nashville, for joining gun control protesters on the chamber floor. But Representative Gloria Johnson, who is white, was also part of the protest, yet she survived her expulsion vote. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joined us now from Memphis. So, Blaine, in an op-ed in the New York Times, Pearson said he wants to walk back into the state house where Republicans voted to expel him. What else did he say, and what do we expect to see from the Shelby County Board of Commissioners today?
Well, Joe, it looks that he is poised to do just that. I've spoken with a couple of commissioners today who are planning to make those votes in just about an hour or so, 2 hours or so. And it certainly does appear that he will get the 7 of 13 votes needed to send him back to the state house. But he's been very clear all along that he plans to go back. He wants to run in the special election. He wants to regain his seat. I'll read you a little bit of that op-ed today that was published in the New York Times just a few hours ago. He says, "I was elected early this year by the people of Memphis and Millington to stand up for all of us against encroachments on our freedoms. I will continue to fight with and for our people, whether in or out of office. We and the young protesters are the future of Tennessee. Those who seek to silence us will not have the final say." Now, as for what's happening right here in Memphis, we know that there's a rally underway just about a mile away from where I am right now. It's happening outside of the National Civil Rights Museum. We know that all members of the so-called Tennessee Three are there. We do know that they're going to be standing with Pearson, and they're going to march over here and essentially fill the chamber of the commission and be present for that meeting. Joe.
So, Blaine, yesterday there was a pretty big headline there in Tennessee. The Republican governor, Bill Lee, signed an executive order that strengthens background checks. Tell us more about that order and what the governor is calling for from the Republican General Assembly there.
Absolutely, Joe, and that's very notable because of what you just said. His party, he is the Republican governor. He did two things. One, that executive order strengthens background checks. So essentially it means that crimes have to be reported within a shorter window, a 72-hour period. It's also directing the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, to conduct a look at the way purchases take place right now and report back within 60 days. So now where he's putting pressure on the Republican-led state house is that he wants lawmakers to pass a so-called red flag law. Essentially what that does is it would be a mechanism to keep guns out of the hands of people who are deemed a danger either to themselves or to other people around them. Now, remember, Republicans lead both chambers there, so it's still undecided, TBD, what that would actually look like and whether they would actually take it up, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander in Memphis. Thank you.
Joe, inflation is cooling for the 9th month in a row. The U.S. Labor Department released its newest report earlier today. The Consumer Price Index, that measures the total cost for goods and services, that rose 0.1% from February to March. The yearly CPI also went up 5%. That's down from 8% this time last year. Here's NBC business and data reporter Brian Chung with the very latest.
Well, a fresh look at economic data in the form of an updated read on how inflation looks in America. The government reporting this morning that prices in March of 2023 grew by 5% compared to March of the year prior. Now, that's still well above what's comfortable for Americans going to the stores and getting sticker shock, but it is indeed a lower pace than the 6% that we had seen in the February yearly report prior to that. Now, when it comes to what got more expensive, we did see that prices and specifically the cost of putting a roof over year-over-year head, rose by about 0.6% between February and March, although that is slower than the 0.8% we saw in the month prior. But those rent and mortgage rate increases certainly impacting American wallets, although we did get some good news in the fact that energy prices, gasoline prices going down, and then food prices flattening essentially between February and March. We did see some price declines in some categories. Meat and also eggs got less expensive between February and March, and car and truck rentals did decrease pretty substantially between February and March as well, although in a somewhat discouraging sign for those headed out for summer travel, airline fares were up 4%. So it's a very mixed report, and we have to remember, even at a 5% yearly rate, where economists say would be healthier for this economy, would be somewhere closer to 2%. So as the Federal Reserve continues to raise interest rates to try to lower inflation, that mission definitely far from accomplished. But good to see that overall number is slowing a little bit. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Brian. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Elon Musk says Twitter is close to turning a profit. The company's CEO gave updates on Twitter's progress during an interview with the BBC, saying it's now, quote, roughly break even.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. Steve, so Musk says Twitter was just 4 months away from going bankrupt when he took over last October. What has Twitter done, and how confident are we that they really have turned things around?
Yeah, Vicky, well, remember, we only know what Elon Musk has told us about Twitter's finances, and he doesn't exactly have the best relationship with the truth. But look, here's what Musk says. Twitter has slashed thousands of roles since the acquisition, and that the company has around 1,500 employees. That's down from 8,000 when he took over. Musk has also made moves to increase revenue from subscriptions, charging users $8 a month to get those blue check marks, and Twitter's verification programs allows users to edit tweets and access to more characters, all with fewer ads. Meantime, 4 new companies have joined Google parent Alphabet, Meta, and Shopify, among others, to speed up the development of permanent carbon removal technologies. Autodesk, H&M, JP Morgan Chase, and Workday committing a combined $100 million, bringing the total to over $1 billion for carbon removal. And finally, Google announcing that it's adding more than 800 free channels to its Google TV software on the Chromecast streaming device and select TVs. Google's aggregation of several existing free TV services is a move to differentiate its streaming operating platform from competitors. That includes Roku, Apple, and Amazon. Vicky, Joe, I'll send it back over to you.
800 free channels. There's a channel for everything now,
Right.
isn't there?
Truly, it's very niche.
Exactly.
Well, that's the important one.
CNBC's Steve Kovac, thank you so much.
Well, the Food and Drug Administration is sounding the alarm about a medication shortage. Up next, what is causing the short supply and why it is so worrisome for cancer patients. You are watching NBC News Daily.
free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family! There are new allegations against 2 elder care workers in Florida. According to law enforcement, the pair abused a dementia patient and live streamed the incident. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the details for us, but we do want to warn you, some of this footage is disturbing.
Alarming charges against 2 senior care workers in Florida.
Oh, for real, stop playing. Let's stop playing. No! You're peeing on yourself.
You're watching what the sheriff's office says is 2 women live streaming their abuse of a dementia patient on Snapchat and laughing about it.
So embarrassing. I'm sorry, yeah, she embarrassing. Let's go. Lock her in the closet.
Deputies arrested 2 nursing assistants, 20-year-old Shaitiana Bishop and 18-year-old Jada Harris, on counts including abuse and neglect of an elderly person and video voyeurism. Sheriff Wayne Ivey of Brevard County sounding off about the 2 suspects.
The perpetrators in this case are not only disgusting, but they're vile individuals who live stream themselves abusing one of our elderly citizens who suffers from dementia.
We were unable to reach Bishop or Harris for comment. They're both out on bond, according to the Brevard County Public Defender's Office. The sheriff saying the facility acted appropriately.
Contacted our agency, fired the 2 individuals, did everything right.
Market Street Memory Care Residences also telling NBC News the behavior is abhorrent and will not be tolerated, adding that the victim didn't suffer any injuries and they're providing support to the family of the victim. Incidents like this are rare, but Ann Sansevero, board president of the Aging Life Care Association, says she believes what we find out about is just the tip of the iceberg.
It's probably more common than we know because so many elders are ashamed of elder abuse.
And there are warning signs to look out for to make sure your loved one is getting quality care.
Is the clothing clean? Are they looking underfed? Are they poorly groomed? Is there an odor in the home, where it might be that they're not getting changed often enough? These are kind of telltale signs that the care is subpar.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Cancer drug shortages are upending hospital care and creating some life or death situations for many patients.
Yeah, 5 different medications are currently in short supply, according to the Food and Drug Administration and the American Society of Health System Pharmacists.
NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace joins us now. He's been digging into this. So, Berkeley, first of all, what are the specific medications that are in short supply? What's causing this? Why can't manufacturers or big pharma just produce more?
Yeah, so the drugs are Pluvicto, BCG, methotrexate, cisplatin, and fluorouracil. And so 3 of these drugs are chemotherapy drugs. One is for bladder cancer, one is for prostate cancer. And so the reasons for the shortages vary. There are poor manufacturing quality problems at some of these factories. Some can't keep up with demand. But I really think it has to do with a lack of investment. So many of these drugs are generic medications, and so they're not very profitable for drug makers. And so many drug companies are now reluctant to make these medications.
They're not prioritizing them.
Yes. And it's not going to make much money, but so now we have these shortages.
And yet these could be life or death medications for people. So for patients who are dealing with these shortages, facing difficult decisions, what can they do in the meantime as they're waiting to get their full dosages?
Yeah, so doctors will try to find alternative treatments. Those treatments may not work as well. And so essentially the patients are put on a waiting list. And so all they're left to do is just to hope. And so we spoke with one patient who had stage 4 prostate cancer. And he basically has been waiting for this medication for 2 months. His family is concerned, and his cancer is still progressing. And so he basically just has to hope that the medication that he needs comes in.
Where does that hope go toward? What is the most likely scenario here to help solve this problem?
So the FDA has currently released guidance for drug makers to basically explain why they're having these manufacturing problems. A lot of medications are now produced overseas, and so they don't have to disclose how they're sourcing these medications. So there's something there. And then also lawmakers are also pushing for more to be done. They've called this a national security risk, and so they're pushing for more investment in these medications.
Thank you for bringing a spotlight to us.
Hitting NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thousands of people have been evacuated, and there is no end in sight. Why fighting this massive toxic fire in Indiana is such a challenge for first responders. That's coming up. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las
From
Vegas.
Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
A murder trial is underway in Idaho for Lori Vallow. She's a mother accused of killing her two kids. Prosecutors say it was doomsday-focused religious beliefs that led Vallow and her husband to commit the murders. Vallow has pleaded not guilty. Erica Stapleton from our NBC affiliate KPNX has more on the trial.
Money, power, sex. That's how prosecutors opened to the jury, saying that's what this case is all about. They painted the picture that defendant Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her latest husband, Chad Daybell, and brother, Alex Cox, to kill her own kids and Chad's first wife, Tammy Daybell. We learned in court that Tammy died by asphyxiation just a few weeks before Chad married Lori at the end of 2019. The root of all the deaths, prosecutors argued, dark religious doomsday beliefs taught by Chad Daybell.
At this point, I'm not even asking why. Her why would never be justification.
Larry Woodcock, JJ's grandfather, made eye contact with Lori in the courtroom.
She looked away rather quickly.
A long time coming, after more than 3 years of searching for answers. Tylee and JJ disappeared after Lori moved them from Arizona to Idaho in September 2019. Months later, in June 2020, their bodies were found buried in Chad Daybell's backyard. The jury was shown photos of their shallow graves.
Now it's about justice.
Lori's team tight-lipped about strategy going in and out of the courthouse. Her attorney only saying he hoped she trusted him after weighing in on her potential lunch.
Probably have a bologna sandwich downstairs.
But in their opening remarks, they said Lori was, quote, a good, responsible mother to her kids, and urged the jury to judge based on Lori's actions, not those of Chad or her brother Alex.
We just want justice, that's all.
Larry's wife, Kay, JJ's grandmother, was the first witness called to the stand. They were the first to alert police that the kids were missing, and Lori's niece's ex-husband was the second witness, testifying to Lori's changes in religious beliefs and family dynamics. He also told the court that in October 2019, he was shot at near his home in Gilbert.
I don't want anything to do with that.
Police records show he believed that Lori's brother, Alex Cox, was trying to kill him. Gilbert police investigated that case and recommended attempted murder charges for Chad and Lori in 2021, but charges were never filed. Cox died at his home in Gilbert in December 2019, before murder charges in Idaho were filed. Chad Daybell, who is facing similar charges to Lori, including murder, will have a separate trial at a later time.
Give us our day in court. Let the truth be known.
That was Erica Stapleton from KPNX for us.
A man in San Diego is dead after he was infected with a rare flesh-eating bacteria. His mother says he caught it from wading into a pond with an open wound. Shondell Menes from our NBC affiliate KNSD reports on what doctors say you need to know.
Jeff Bova chased his dog into a pond that the rain created 3 weeks ago and picked up a flesh-eating bacteria.
He got some water on an open wound, and it caused the infection.
Jeff's mom, Susan, says the infection started as a small red spot on his arm, became swollen, and then turned into something much worse.
Oh, it was nasty.
And Jeff didn't like going to the doctors and tried to heal himself. By the time he couldn't handle the pain anymore and went to the hospital, it was too late. He died 2 days later.
It's hard. And everything just happened so fast.
The bacteria that killed him is called necrotizing fasciitis. Infectious disease Dr. Shweta Warner says it's not contagious and is rare but serious. This bacteria kills 20% of the people it infects.
It enters the body through your broken skin barrier, and it quickly reproduces in your tissue, moving through the tissues very rapidly and giving off toxins.
Dr. Warner says strep A, the bacteria that causes necrotizing fasciitis, is often found in warm, brackish water. It's especially dangerous for people like Jeff with weaker immune systems.
This is at our wedding.
Susan's message and Dr. Warner's is the same. If you notice a sore that turns red or swells, go get it checked immediately. This infection spreads within hours. In El Cajon, Shondell Menes, NBC 7.
Well, we have more NBC News Daily right after this, and you can watch us for free 24/7. Joe, check it out. You know our streaming network, NBC News Now. Look at all these places you can stream. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, Fire TV, Fubo. The news continues right after this.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back to NBC News Daily on this Wednesday. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. We're glad you're with us. Making news right now. A woman is being charged in federal court after her reported unruliness on an Alaska Airlines flight. It forced the plane to be diverted. According to court documents, 32-year-old Chloe Da Silva was abusive to a flight attendant and threatened him. Ultimately, Da Silva had to be restrained using zip ties. Her public defender did not immediately return a call seeking comment.
The top immigration official in Mexico will face criminal charges in the migrant detention fire that killed 40 people last month. Prosecutors say Francisco Garduño was careless in preventing the incident despite earlier indications of problems. Officials say other officers at his agency will also face charges.
E-cigarette maker Juul Labs is being ordered to pay $462 million to 6 states and Washington, D.C. The Office of New York's Attorney General made the announcement roughly an hour ago. This is the largest multi-state agreement involving Juul and its alleged role in the rise of e-cigarette vaping among young kids and teenagers.
Toxic smoke from a plastics recycling plant fire in Indiana has forced people nearby to evacuate from their homes.
Yeah, just take a look at the massive spread, the smoke coming out from this fire. It broke out nearly 24 hours ago in the city of Richmond, and it is still burning right now. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us with the very latest on this. So, Ron, the good news here, the fire is contained to that plant. It didn't spread to nearby neighborhoods, as you've been reporting. The bad news is this smoke is still billowing into the sky and, causing residents to have difficulty breathing. Do you have any idea on when firefighters expect to get a handle on that?
Fire chief said that he expects to be there at least until Saturday morning. Wow. So several more days of this. Now, whether it will be intense smoke and flames up to then remains to be seen. But it's a very intense fire. It's a huge area, some 14 acres, 6 buildings, and they're all apparently packed with plastic, and that's what's burning. And when the fire broke out yesterday afternoon, firefighters had difficulty getting there. And today they're using bulldozers and excavators to try and make their way into and get closer to the buildings so they can start trying to really get the flames under control. It is contained to that site. It's not spreading to a nearby neighborhood. Meanwhile, yes, they say that the air is definitely toxic. And so they've advised people to, within a half-mile radius, to evacuate. They're watching the way the wind blows because they may change the evacuation zone. They may increase it. If you're beyond that, well, they said if you can smell smoke and see smoke, you need to move. It's that simple. And that was by a health official who was in a press conference saying that she was getting a sore throat while she was talking about this whole thing.
So, I mean, this is a health risk. It is an inconvenience for people who have to evacuate, for those who are sheltering in place. What kind of help is being offered for people right now?
Well, it's also something that officials saw coming. The owner of this place had been warned on multiple occasions, I understand, that it was a fire hazard. And it wasn't a question of if, but when there'd be a fire, is the way I think it was the mayor of the town put it. There are shelters open where people can go if they need to. It's unclear whether they've been occupied that much just yet. And at this point, the officials say that they're doing testing constantly, 24 hours a day. They're testing the air, they're testing the water. And again, it's several days of this before it's under control, perhaps.
All right. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen, we know you'll stay on top of it. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Ron. Well, a veteran surfer, lucky to be alive today after he was attacked by an 8-foot tiger shark in Hawaii. Stay tuned, anchor Gadi Schwartz shows us how the surfer fought off the predator.
Hey there, the man you're about to meet, Mike Morita, says he has been surfing the same spot in Oahu for more than 20 years. Then Sunday, a sudden shark attack from below threw him into the fight of his life. Miraculously, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. He stayed calm, fought back, and started punching that shark right in its nose.
For a man who was just a whisper away from death, Mike Morita is in a pretty good mood.
So with the pain medication, and
this nice, soft hospital bed, I'm at about a 2 or a 3 as far as pain.
The 58-year-old surfer had been catching waves in Oahu this past Sunday when he felt what he first thought was a seal latching onto his leg.
I just felt the pressure and the strength of it.
The longtime surfer quickly realized he was face to face with an 8-foot tiger shark.
I started to pray to God, and I said, God, let this shark let go of my leg. And I was going back and forth with it. It didn't let go. So I guess God wanted me to fight.
So fight is exactly what he did.
I started punching it as hard as I could, but I felt my punches were so weak and slow.
The shark dragged him underwater with one leg in his mouth, so Marita says he wrapped his other leg around the shark like a bear hug and squeezed.
My hand went right to the gill, and as soon as I got to the gills, it released me.
While he bled heavily from his leg, other nearby surfers rushed to help.
I looked back, and I saw how bad my leg was. From my ankle to like almost, halfway to my knee, there was no meat. It was only the bone. My brave friends, they saved my life because they got the tourniquets on.
Without that first aid, lifeguards say Marita probably wouldn't have survived.
Very fortunate for this individual, too. The guys that he was surfing with, able to use that leash as a tourniquet, definitely saved his life.
Marita says his deep faith is what kept him calm.
At no point was I scared. At no point was I thinking that I was going to die.
Crediting his friends with saving his life.
I cannot believe the courage my friends had, because I'm getting attacked and they paddled towards me. They are my heroes.
Fortunately, Marita lost his right foot in that attack and is getting ready to go into surgery again this week to try to save as much of his leg as possible. But look, Marita is one of those unstoppable spirits. He says he's not only at peace, he can't be more grateful for his friends that saved his life, and he also can't wait to get back in the ocean. Back to you.
If you haven't done your taxes yet, you better get on it. The deadline now less than a week away. And if you need some help filing your taxes, well, you might not have to pay for it. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains the little-known service called IRS Free File.
Sabrina Fonseca, a social media manager from Miami, says she filed her federal taxes at no cost for the first time this year.
I chose Tax Act and I did the process very easy, very similar to TurboTax, but it was 100% free this time.
She's part of a small group using the IRS's little-known free file service. Only 2% used it last year, that according to the National Taxpayer Advocate's annual report to Congress. The program helps some folks who qualify prepare their federal return at no cost. Here's how it works. In a web browser, go to irs.gov. Once there, type into their site search box, free file. That will put you in touch with some of the 11 tax preparation partners that you can use to file your return.
Well, the key to Free File is using irs.gov as a portal to link into our site and out of our site once you choose the provider that you like. If you go out to the web and perhaps you go to Google or something and go that way, then you might find yourself in a position where it's not guaranteed free.
Keep in mind, IRS Free File is generally for those who make $73,000 or less each year, and you may still be charged for filing state taxes. The IRS's tax preparation partners have different requirements.
Make sure that you read the tax provider stipulations. Even though they are partnering with the IRS Free File program, they may have certain criteria that you must meet as a taxpayer in order to make sure that it's truly fully free.
But the service might be too complicated for some.
IRS Free File software program is designed for those who have access and who can navigate the tax system, but taxes are daunting and scary for many low-income filers. In addition, the rules are constantly changing every year.
There are alternatives to Free File. The volunteer income tax assistance and tax counseling for the elderly programs have physical sites around the country where trained volunteers help qualifying taxpayers with their returns, all for free. Check out irs.gov for more information on those programs. And for anyone with ambition, there are IRS fillable forms you can file at but no cost.
And that's more for the advanced taxpayer, if you will, somebody who knows their way around a 1040 form, because you're not using tax software, you're using the forms itself and filling them out directly on irs.gov.
But for taxpayers like Fonseca, IRS Free File is worth spreading the news about.
I've already told a lot of my friends, just use this tool. I don't want anyone to use their money that they should have when this is so easy and free to use.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
Well, nearly 2/3 of Americans say they want to make their home more organized after the pandemic. This is according to a recent SWNS Digital survey.
Sounds easy enough, right? It's because a cluttered home can increase stress and anxiety for some people. But today, anchor Jenna Bush Hager shows us why sometimes it's good to embrace the mess.
Do you ever feel like your life is literally a mess? Does clutter pile up more often than you clean up? If so, you're not alone. Experts say the average U.S. household contains 300,000 items, and millions of Americans can't seem to tidy up and let things go. Something we can all relate to around here.
It's like a landfill. Okay, is this neat or messy?
Messy. Okay, so I'm in Hoda's office. For some reason, there's a toilet paper roll. There's stuff everywhere.
But research shows a little spring cleaning can go a long way. A messy space can directly affect our mental health and lead to stress and anxiety.
Let's declutter and organize this kitchen. Here is our final result.
Perhaps all more the reason why decluttering has become a popular trend. According to a recent survey, 63% of Americans said they find home organization to be a significant de-stressor in their lives. The internet full of the latest tips and tricks.
Here's 3 tips for keeping your house clutter-free.
And shows like Get Organized with the Home Edit, showing people how it's done. The Home Edit girls, who've amassed nearly 7 million followers on Instagram, even taking on our big messes over the years.
It's kind of an obstacle course. I call it toy creep.
Ready?
Yes. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, I'm gonna faint.
And who could forget that time when Marie Kondo paid me a visit and taught me a thing or two about sparking joy at home.
Okay, sparks joy.
But even the queen of organizing has had a change of heart. Earlier this year, Kondo revealed that tidying up her own home has taken a back seat to life with 3 kids. And she's not the only one.
No matter what you do, there will always be a mess, and that does not mean you're a failure as a parent.
Many on social media now speaking out, saying it's better to embrace some of that clutter and focus on creating a functional space that works for you. Sometimes being messy is just more realistic than trying to be perfectly organized.
Jenna Bush Hager, NBC News.
For sure, you got to do what works for you, and don't let yourself feel less than when you're comparing to people online.
Absolutely. Nearly everyone experiences the mess.
Exactly.
So things do feel better when they're clean.
Agree. It does start with having less stuff, for sure. It's easier to organize when there are just fewer things to put in order.
Exactly.
But you give yourself some grace.
Get rid of something every time you get something.
All right. Yes.
If your child is struggling in school, there is a way to help. How to identify their learning style to help them improve in class. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Kids learn in a variety of different ways, whether it be through listening, seeing, or doing.
And figuring out the way that your child prefers to learn can be key to supporting them on their educational journey. Cognitive psychotherapist and parenting expert Nero Feliciano joins us now. Welcome back from vacation. We are so glad to have you with us. First, let's start off with just telling us about the different types of learning styles.
Yeah, so learning styles in general are the way that we learn organically best, how we retain information and process it. And there are four basic ones. Some will sound familiar. So visual, these are people who can see and read, and they process very quickly. Auditory, when we can hear information, maybe have a conversation and retain information that way. Kinesthetic is one you may not have heard of that often. These are kids who like to move. They learn through movement. They're often good athletes and dancers. And then there's tactile, people who like to touch and experience. They like hands-on learning. That's how they learn best.
Okay. So I'm guessing there are parents who could take a guess at which one their kids are, but what's the best way to actually identify which style is tied to your kid?
So observe what they do in their unstructured free time. The kid who loves to spend hours doing Lego, they are tactile for sure. Like I said, the athletes, dancers, tend to be kinesthetics. Kids who can lose themselves in books, we know they're visual learners. And auditory ones are the ones who, you can tell them to do something and they do it. This is so important because oftentimes we look at what challenges the kid. For example, kids who you're telling them to follow a rule and they don't. We might label them as not rule followers, but actually they're not auditory learners. They may need a chart. They might need to check things off if they're tactile. If they read and don't comprehend very well, we might label them as not as smart. But really, they just might not be visual learners. They might need another way to process and store that information.
That's interesting, because I'm most definitely not auditory, so hearing that is fascinating.
It makes a lot of sense. Now I'm wondering if my little 6-year-old is not auditory, because I'm always telling her things, and she's like, not processing.
Right, try another way to present that information.
Maybe I'll have to write it down and present it to her, and then have her check off about. I like that. That's really good to know. Once you do kind of figure out which style your child prefers and what really gets to them, how do you support that?
Yeah, you want to expose them to ways that fit their style. So, for example, visual learners, they love to underline, they love to rewrite, they like to color code things, and they learn through graphs and maps and things like that. Auditory learners, they like to have conversations. They like to talk things out, repeat information to store that information. Tactile, experiential, hands-on. For math, they like the counting. They have to kind of do it themselves to learn. And kinesthetic learners would do role-playing. They like acting things out. They like to use their whole body, 5 senses to learn.
Can anyone have multiple styles, and can your style change over time?
Absolutely. We usually have 1 or 2 primary, and they do change over time. In fact, as I was preparing for this segment, I realized at 47 years old, I'm an auditory learner. I'm a listener and hearer, although my husband might tell you differently. But it can change. I think I started off as a visual learner. So we can strengthen the areas that need strengthening, but we also, especially when we see our kids running up into a challenge, want to try and look at that information and present it in a way that is most organic for them.
And, work with your child's teacher, too, because I think a lot of school is visual, right? Visual and auditory.
Visual and
it's
auditory.
not really getting us to move around or maybe build or work with our hands.
That's right. And for the kids, for example, are kinesthetic, it's hard to sit still for so long. So there are options for those children, too, to move while learning.
That's fascinating. And you being auditory, you're in the perfect line of work then, right?
Yes, I guess so.
Very good. All right. Cognitive psychotherapist Nero Feliciano. Fascinating conversation. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. I learned a lot, too. You are watching NBC News Daily. That was awesome.
is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Today marks 100 days since new Congress members took over the U.S. House of Representatives.
NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee spoke with 3 West Point alumni who are now serving their home districts about how they're encouraging lawmakers to find common ground across the aisle.
So more than 20 years, and you think back to the young men that you were, how much different are these guys?
They're the exact same.
Freshman representatives Pat Ryan of New York, John James of Michigan, and Wesley Hunt of Texas are on different sides of the political aisle. Ryan is a Democrat, while James and Hunt are Republican. But the 3 men say they share a connection that goes far beyond politics. For 4 years, they were West Point classmates, brothers in arms. Graduating in 2004, they proudly served the nation in the years that followed.
Does it feel like you guys are kind of like family?
Anytime you go through this 4-year intense, kind of crazy experience, you form a bond.
We all wore the red, white, and blue. Our goal was to graduate, number one, beat the dean.
And beat Navy.
And beat Navy.
Young cadets, when the plane struck the World Trade Center, the 3 men say 9/11 pushed them towards a lifetime of service.
As those buildings fell, there was this cloud that was kind of over us. We all knew that this was no longer a training process. We are actually going to go fight a war for our country.
Today, they say it's those shared experiences that help them recognize the need to reach across the aisle at a time when many divides in Congress run deep.
Sometimes we'll get a little funny look when I go over to the other side, or John comes over to our side, or Wes comes over, and people are like, "Oh, you guys are actually, you're actually talking?" We're like, "Yeah, we're roommates across the halls."
During our orientation, we had a class photo, and they put on the cover of Politico. 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat taking a picture together because we have a bond that transcends all politics.
Trust is shot in this country, particularly between the political parties. But we come here with that trust already baked in. Patrick and I are not always going to agree, and neither Wes and I are always going to agree on things. But I know they will never deliberately hurt me.
The old friends say their hope now is to use their West Point bond for good, working to enact legislation that helps veterans.
For me, it's very personal. One of my soldiers, I brought him home safely from 12 months in combat, only to have him take his own life. And what a failure that is, that we couldn't get that right as a country.
We're beginning to work on veterans' mental health issues, and we're going to be working together as colleagues across the aisle to make sure that that the nation doesn't turn their back when folks come back from overseas.
Is it too idealistic to imagine that this might be the seeds of some bipartisanship?
If we cannot make that work, then shame on us, shame on our democracy. That's what we're here for.
Are we going to agree on everything? Absolutely not. Yes, we have some work to do, but I think the 3 men sitting up here right now are willing to do the work because I want to see the same progress that we've seen in the past few generations, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 generations from now.
Tremaine Lee, NBC News, Washington.
All right, here's what's trending now. There are some marvelous news for superhero fans. The trailer for The Marvels has officially dropped, and the sequel to the 2019 film Captain Marvel is led by a team of 3 female characters. Actress Brie Larson, she's back to reprise the starring role, and she is joined by WandaVision's Tiana Paris and Miss Marvel's Iman Vellani. Power trio.
Very cool. Good for them. All right, WNBA basketball star Brittany Griner is now writing a memoir following her 10 months in Russian detainment. In a statement yesterday, Griner says that readers will hear my story and understand why I'm so thankful for the outpouring of support from people across the world. Griner, of course, was wrongfully detained on drug-related charges after she was traveling in Russia last year.
Actor and former California governor, as we called him when we were there, the governator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, posted a video of himself filling a pothole in Los Angeles on Tuesday. He posted a tweet saying, quote, "Today, after the whole neighborhood has been upset about this giant pothole, I went out with my team and fixed it." A spokesperson for the former governor says people in the neighborhood have asked many times for roads to be repaired following a series of winter storms. You know what? Sometimes you just take matters into your own hands.
Of course, you need a team of pothole fillers to help you out.
Well, when you're the Terminator, I bet you have a lot of people willing to help join that team.
No kidding. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Your news continues right after this.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, April 12th, 2023. The bottom line, new numbers just out showing inflation is cooling across America. But what about the prices you pay every day? We'll crunch the numbers.
9 minutes of terror, the body cam video that captures the deadly bank shooting in Louisville as it unfolded, what it reveals, and what we're now hearing from the gunman's family.
Toxic inferno. Flames devour a recycling plant in Indiana, choking the sky with thick black smoke. The potential risks to people living nearby.
And the Trank threat, the new drug concoction that's become so dangerous, it's now getting the attention of the White House.
It is 11 a.m. in Portland, Oregon, 1 p.m. in Austin, 2 p.m. in New York.
That's right. We begin on this hour on your money and some surprising and promising news on the economy. New data shows inflation is steadily cooling off.
Yeah, let's walk you through it. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says consumer prices climbed 0.1% in March compared to February and climbed 5 5% compared to the same time last year. That may not sound very good, but take a look at this. This graph shows the change in inflation every month versus a year before. That bar in red on the right is where we were in March, and you can see inflation has dropped a lot since the peak at 9% last June.
Yeah, that graph really helps there. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Tom Costello on this. Hey, Tom, so break down this report. Tell us specifically where we are seeing prices improve. What is not inflating quite as much anymore?
Yeah, well, the good news is when you talk about month over month, we are starting to see this decline, as you suggested. Take a look at the change in prices that we put up here on a quick graphic. Electricity, yeah, that is up 10%. Food at home and groceries, this is year-over-year numbers now. So from a year ago, up 8.5%. But food and at home and groceries actually declined month over month. They declined from February to March. Shelter, this is a big one here. This is rent and mortgage, up 8.2%. Good news, gasoline. We all know we're not paying nearly what we paid last June when we hit $5 a gallon, now at $3.61 or so a gallon. And used car prices have started to slide down 11.2% there. So we are starting to see definitely some improvement. And guess what? Even in egg prices, this has been a big problem. Anybody shopping for dairy prices knows we've seen egg prices starting to decline ever so slightly. So today, $3.45 or so. Sunny side up, as the graphic says. Last month, $4.21 for a dozen eggs. And look at last year, $2.05. So certainly higher than a year ago. But again, it's the month-over-month number that is really encouraging, suggesting that maybe inflation is starting to tame as the Fed looks for that Goldilocks economy. Not too hot, not too cool.
Yeah, I like the sunny side up, Tom. So we know the Federal Reserve is going to meet again in early May, right, to talk interest rates. I was just talking to somebody about this morning. Do we expect this consumer price report to have any impact on interest rates?
Well, listen, they will certainly take it into consideration, and they also have to continue to weigh out those failing banks and what impact that has on the economy. And we still have unemployment rates that are very, very low in this country. Most economists now expect the Fed, if it hikes rates again in May, it will be by another quarter point. But listen, the president of the Federal Reserve Bank in Chicago is calling for a kind of a wait and pause approach. Look at all the data, see what comes in over the rest of April, and then make a decision, and maybe not rush towards another rate hike since inflation is starting to cool, certainly not as fast as they would like, but starting to cool down.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you.
You bet.
The Louisville community will gather for a prayer vigil later today to remember the 5 bank co-workers killed in Monday's mass shooting there. 3 survivors are still in the hospital, including a rookie police officer. Doctors say he remains in critical but stable condition. We're also now hearing from the family of the suspected shooter. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has been following the latest from Louisville for us. Morgan, what is the gunman's family saying about the attack?
Yeah, Kate, they shared a statement with NBC News overnight. And in these several sentences, they encapsulated really a lot of the shock that I think many of the people in the Louisville community feel, saying that they had no idea their son, Connor Sturgeon, could have been capable of such a horrific act. But they did take the time to acknowledge, Kate, that they were aware of their 25-year-old son's ongoing issues with mental health. And they add that they were even working to help him through some of those mental problems, and yet they thought everything was certainly at a point that it would not have led to what transpired Monday morning. They're not speaking on camera at this point in time, but that was their first acknowledgement of what took place here at Old National Bank on Monday morning. Kate?
And the Louisville Metro Police Department, Morgan, they've released body cam video showing the response to this shooting. I want to warn, the video that we're about to show is graphic. We should note that the department has also edited and blurred some of this footage. But Morgan, have we heard any community response to what they're seeing in this video?
What we're hearing is that this video essentially corroborates what so many of the witnesses here in Louisville have said, Kate, and that is that these officers, particularly Officer Galloway and Officer Nicholas Wiltz, did exactly what they were trained to do. That video shows them pulling up to the scene outside the bank and walking up towards the entrance and then taking heavy gunfire. One bullet striking Officer Wilt, who was knocked down. Another grazing Officer Galloway, who retreated to cover before returning fire. But after these police responded, Kate, there was a 4-minute window from the moment they responded until when that gunman was taken down. And at no point during that 4-minute window were any individuals inside threatened or shot at. Police say that it's the officer's responsibility to engage the gunman as quickly as possible to eliminate that threat and also to take their full attention away from potentially hurting other people. We know that there were multiple people hiding for cover inside, others running outside doors to try to escape to safety. These videos, as chilling as they are proof that these officers did exactly what they needed to do. And I want you to hear how the deputy chief described the actions yesterday. Take a listen.
It shakes the core to know that life was being lost and that a potential additional lives could have been lost. But to sit there with the pride that I had and the respect that came over me for my officers to actually immediately engage that individual and to exchange gunfire and to make every effort and attempt to stop that threat.
Now, police say this investigation remains very much ongoing. We do anticipate hearing some of the 911 calls at some point today, and that will paint an even clearer picture of the response and help build out a timeline so investigators can better understand where the gunman was and at what time going forward here. Kate?
I'm sure those will be harrowing to hear as well. Morgan Chesky, thank you.
Well, evacuations are underway in east central Indiana as flames rip through a plastic recycling plant. And now the town is filled with toxic smoke. Officials on the ground say it is likely to burn for days. Look at this video. At one point, the flames were so large they could be seen from space. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Richmond. Hey, Maggie, so what do we know about how this fire got started? I mean, you're wearing a mask. I'm assuming that has something to do with the air quality there. So walk us through that and tell us what is being done to try to get this under control.
Yeah, Savannah, absolutely. So I want to be very clear. We're wearing these out of an abundance of caution. You know, NBC is nothing if not safety minded. We are downwind from the fire, but I'll step out of the way and just show you how close we are to it. Again, this is blowing the other direction. Authorities say we're safe here. As far as how it started, officials today were very clear. They say they don't know, but they say they do know. It sparked yesterday afternoon around 2 p.m., basically on a giant plastic storage facility. Used to be a plastics recycling plant, and that's what's burning. It is just a 175,000 square foot facility filled with plastic. At times they say buildings and semi-tractor trailers filled with plastic, things that firefighters had a really tough time getting around. In fact, we had the chief earlier on MSNBC. Here's part of what he described about this battle.
Now we're using excavators and bulldozers and such to gain access into the rear of the complex where we can get our apparatus in to extinguish the fire.
And we should note, by the way, miraculously, looking at this smoke, looking at this fire, no serious injuries reported. One firefighter, we're told, actually fell amid the chaos and sprained his ankle. But officials say that's it at this point. So one shred of good news, guys, coming out of this scene.
Definitely. Really good news there. Maggie, of course, the concern when you see the color of that smoke and you hear it's essentially just plastic burning is what does that mean for people living there? What kind of chemicals is it? What can that do to your health?
Yeah, I'm looking down here because I'm a non-scientist, as you guys know, so I want to get these chemicals names right. Benzopyrene and polyaromatic hydrocarbons, basically, in short, potentially cancer-causing toxins that plastic can produce when it burns. Those are the things that officials are worried could be in the air. But today at the press conference, they were very clear. The EPA, the local environmental agencies and state environmental agencies are here on the ground testing air quality. They have not found those toxins in the air at this point. But again, they're very worried about it, and this continues to burn. They've also said some debris floating from this could contain asbestos. So again, urging people to evacuate if they're nearby and just take caution as this could burn for days, guys.
Maggie Vespa, please be safe. Thank you so much.
Well, a major media organization is flying the coop Get it away from Twitter. And a pair of Michael Jordan sneakers just broke a new record.
That's right. Bertha Coombs joins us now from CNBC with our Money Minute. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Savannah and Kate. And Kate, yes, I saw what you did there. So NPR says it will no longer post on Twitter after the news organization was labeled as a state-affiliated media under the platform's new rules. The Elon Musk-controlled social media platform company updated the labels for NPR's accounts to government-funded media, but the outlet says that is still inaccurate because it gets less than 1% of funding from government sources. NPR CEO says the decision to stop using Twitter will protect its credibility. Meantime, Juul has agreed to pay over $460 million to settle youth vaping claims for 6 states and D.C. The e-cigarette company has faced numerous lawsuits in recent years, claiming it marked its addictive e-cigarettes to underage teens. The money from this settlement will be paid out over 8 years and will go toward combating underage use and developing cessation programs. And a pair of shoes worn by one of the GOATs, Michael Jordan, just became the most expensive sneakers ever sold at Sotheby's. The winning bid came in at over $2.2 million for a pair of Air Jordan 13 sneakers worn by the basketball legend during the 1998 NBA Finals in his final season with the Chicago Bulls. And, you know, last year people were buying all this stuff in the metaverse, NFTs. Yeah. This, I would say, if I had the money to spare, that will hold its value. I mean, sneakers Michael Jordan wore. That is something.
I suppose.
$2 million for sneakers, though. Yeah. Okay. I don't know, but I see what you're saying. Bertha's a fan. Bertha, thank you so much.
The Biden administration raising a new red flag about a drug meant for animals that's being mixed with fentanyl. Coming up, what you need to know about Trank. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle. Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A dangerous drug concoction is now getting the attention of the White House. We first told you about this a few weeks ago. Fentanyl is often being cut now with xylazine. It's an animal tranquilizer known commonly as tranq. That combination is killing people, so much so the Biden administration's drug czar is now calling it an emerging threat. NBC's Julia Ainsley has been following this story for us. Julia, you know, I sat down with the drug czar just last week, and he told me that one of the biggest problems right now is that the drug supply is dynamic, meaning if you buy drugs, you don't know what's in there. You don't know what you're getting. How prevalent is this tranq?
Well, Kate, we've actually been learning so much about this from you, and I saw in your reporting that the DEA found tranq in 48 out of 50 states and that it's becoming increasingly powerful. They find it in fentanyl powder, and 20% of all fentanyl powder in 2022. Tranq was present in that, and 7% of fentanyl pills. Now, fentanyl is already something that sometimes surprisingly shows up in drugs that are considered to be less potent, and so people are taking fentanyl by surprise and now tranq by surprise. And of course, as you have educated us so much, Kate, tranq can leave people with really terrible wounds on their bodies as their skin and organs start to die as a result of what is supposed to be an animal tranquilizer, not a drug for human consumption.
Yeah, it's graphic, it's horrible, it looks bad, and it's potentially lethal. Talk about the policy change here, or the statement by the drug czar saying this is an emerging threat. Does that designation mean something in Washington? What is that designed to accomplish?
It does mean something, and the fact that it means that the Biden administration will now come up with a plan. They have 90 days to come up with a plan to address this emerging threat, and then 120 days to implement it. This is coming off of lessons learned from the opioid crisis and fentanyl, where these drugs become so widespread, it seems that it's almost too late for the government to really come in and get a handle on them. Hopefully now, with the right funding and cooperation and funding to DEA to go and weed this out, as well as international cooperation, there might be more that the government can do to stop tranq from getting into the drug supply, especially as you've pointed out, people are taking it without meaning to.
Yeah, and you just said international cooperation, so I have to ask you quickly, you've been reporting extensively on whether the U.S. and Mexico might be coming to some kind of an agreement about stopping some of the fentanyl coming into this country. Where does that stand?
That's right, Kate. They have not yet put anything to paper, but we understand the parameters of this deal have moved forward. There has been some cooperation on the part of Mexicans to sit down with officials from the U.S. to work on ways that they can weed out fentanyl that by and large is coming from China and raw materials, then being manufactured in Mexico before it comes across the border into the U.S. They are looking at trying to supply more of their law enforcement power to stop fentanyl trafficking and also to go after those manufacturers. But at the same time, there's a sticking point in those conversations where Mexican officials are asking the U.S. to do more to stop the gun trafficking that's coming from the U.S. into Mexico. These are all part of agreements and negotiations that are ongoing. In fact, we understand those conversations are continuing this week.
Okay, Julia Ainsley for us. Julia, thank you so much.
Well, the federal government is launching a full investigation after that trove of classified Pentagon documents ended up on social media last week. The dozens of leaked documents include sensitive details on Russia's war efforts in Ukraine, as well as intelligence gathering on American allies. The Department of Defense has now appointed a lead investigator to try to look at how the leak could impact national security. The Justice Department is also launching a criminal investigation into who could have been behind the breach.
Still ahead, after Nashville lawmakers kicked out two of their own, one is already back at the State House and the other could be on his way today. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Look at all these places you can find us: YouTube, Hulu, Peacock.
Keep going. Fire TV,
Plex, Pluto,
Zumo.
Roku. Watch us anywhere you stream live. That's the idea there. The news continues right after this.
see you tonight.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, we've got an important warning for you from the CDC. It's about a nationwide surge in strep throat cases, including an invasive strain that can actually lead to life-threatening illness.
This is all happening as doctors report a shortage of the antibiotic usually used for treatment of strep. Joining us now, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Good to see you, Natalie. What is driving this spike all of a sudden? It's springtime, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well, we saw a nice and expected decline in our triple-demic respiratory infections, including flu and RSV and COVID. But at the same time, we are seeing this sort of rise in strep cases. Right now, the number seems to be hovering at or a little higher than pre-pandemic levels. And the explanation, guys, is the same that it's been for all of the other respiratory viruses, and that is that when kids were at home, remember these 5-year-old, 6-year-old kids who are just little petri dishes, weren't in school, we weren't seeing as many cases. But now most all of children are back in school and no one's wearing masks, so we're seeing basically a rise to pre-pandemic levels, but it's definitely a spike from what we've seen in the last couple of years.
So I mean, everybody, for the most part, is familiar with strep throat. It's horrible when you feel like you can't swallow. It's something, though, that usually within a few days resolves itself if you're on the right medication. Tell us, though, that the scary warning that we just said there, potentially life-threatening illnesses. There was some stuff on that graphic there about how this is kind of turning into something different. And how do you know if that's what's going on and not just a sore throat?
Right. So, strep, as you said, Savannah, is something that we're all familiar with, causing that really sudden onset of a painful sore throat, maybe a red throat with white patches, painful swallowing, fever, even a rash. And that's typically when the bacteria stays where it's supposed to stay, and that is in the throat. If, however, it can get into the bloodstream, then we have a different story altogether. That can cause something called sepsis, which can lead to multi-organ failure and death really quickly. The symptoms to look for there would be a sudden significant high spike in fever or a very, very low fever, for example, especially in kids who are pre-verbal, not feeding well, very finicky, very unwell, a child who just is starting to look really sick. And I always say this, and you guys have heard this from me before, if you're a parent and you're wondering if this is run-of-the-mill strep or something more serious, you're picking up the phone and calling your pediatrician. You don't have to, play these guessing games on your own.
Yeah. Oh, don't be a hero. Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Good to see you.
Thank you. Well, a California man is dead after contracting a flesh-eating bacteria. He got infected after doing something that he thought was seemingly harmless. Shondell Moniz from our NBC station in San Diego explains how you can keep yourself safe.
Jeff Bova chased his dog into a pond that the rain created 3 weeks ago and picked up a flesh-eating bacteria.
He got some water on an open wound, and it caused the infection.
Jeff's mom, Susan, says the infection started as a small red spot on his arm, became swollen, and then turned into something much worse.
Oh, it was nasty.
Jeff didn't like going to the doctors and tried to heal himself. By the time he couldn't handle the pain anymore and went to the hospital, it was too late. He died 2 days later.
It's hard. And everything just happened so fast.
The bacteria that killed him is called necrotizing fasciitis. Infectious disease doctor Shweta Warner says it's not contagious and is rare but serious. This bacteria kills 20% of the people it infects.
It enters the body through your broken skin barrier, and it quickly reproduces in your tissue, moving through the tissues very rapidly and giving off toxins.
Dr. Warner says strep A, the bacteria that causes necrotizing fasciitis, is often found in warm, brackish water. It's especially dangerous for people like Jeff with weaker immune systems.
This is at our wedding.
Susan's message and Dr. Warner's is the same. If you notice a sore that turns red or swells, go get it checked immediately. This infection spreads within hours. In El Cajon, Shondell Moniz, NBC 7.
Wow. I mean, it's rare, but
Yeah.
Gosh, it sounds so horrifyingly scary.
Absolutely. And in those types of, little water reservoirs, you see it all over the place. So it's a very
I could
important
totally see
warning
chasing your dog into the water
no
and not
question.
realizing.
Yeah. Oh, and just heartbreaking thinking of that family.
Well, coming up, we're going to switch gears. We're going to talk about King Charles's coronation. It's coming up. But today we learned which family member will be skipping it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We are at the bottom half of the hour now, and here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
An 11-year-old boy was found dead in his Pennsylvania home. According to investigators, the boy's father called police after finding his son dead in bed. The mother was missing at the time. Officers found her SUV more than 100 miles away, submerged in the sand on the beach in Cape May, New Jersey. The mother has since been taken into custody and charged with first and second-degree murder.
Well, a truck carrying 20 tons of toxic soil from the East Palestine train derailment, it overturned on an Ohio highway. Emergency crews say around 20,000 pounds of contaminated soil spilled onto the roadway and the berm Monday. The Ohio EPA says the spill has been contained and is not a threat to nearby waterways.
There may be a new candidate in the 2024 race for president. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott announced that he has started an exploratory committee. Scott is the only black Republican in the U.S. Senate. He's also the second GOP candidate from South Carolina who may be in the running. You remember former Governor Nikki Haley announced her candidacy back in February. We are following breaking news this hour out of Memphis. A county board is about to meet on whether to reinstate expelled Democratic lawmaker Justin Pearson to the Tennessee legislature. Republicans had expelled Pearson and his colleague Justin Jones last week for protesting gun violence on the chamber floor. Jones was reinstated after a vote in Nashville on Monday. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joins us now from Memphis. So on the second lawmaker, where do things stand right now, Katie?
Well, Kate, just a few moments ago, we saw Justin Pearson and hundreds of supporters descend here on the plaza outside the Shelby County Commission meeting that's about to take place, where this vote will occur. Supposedly within minutes, they're going to be making this decision. And this board has 13 members, 9 of which are Democrats. It's going to take 7 to reinstate Pearson, but they are feeling very confident that that will happen today. We spoke to several members of this council, all who say there is enough support to get him back to the State House. Now, as you can tell, this crowd is fired up. They actually marched with Pearson from the Civil Rights Museum, which is just a short distance away, over here ahead of this meeting to be in place for this decision. They are expecting it to go their way and hopeful that by tomorrow morning he will be sworn back into office at the state capitol in Nashville and be able to go back onto the House floor for their first floor session since being reinstated. Now, keep in mind, both Pearson and Jones, though they perhaps could get this temporary reinstatement, will have to have a special election in coming months. So this is really the first step in fully regaining that seat, because this is only a temporary interim reinstatement. That special election will certainly be on their mind in coming months. But as you can see, the crowd now very much in support of reinstatement, supporting Pearson. Lots of signs and interesting people out here. One sign of a gentleman that says, "I marched in 1968 and I'm still marching." So that gives you an idea of sort of how diverse and interesting this crowd is.
All right, Katie Beck following that for us. Katie, thank you.
Well, President Biden is wrapping up the first full day of his Ireland tour by tackling the, quote, most diplomatically challenging work on his agenda. The president met with the British Prime Minister in Northern Ireland. He also delivered remarks in Belfast to mark the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Peace Agreement. Now, that pact helped end decades of violent conflict between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. Well, now the president is in Dundalk, Ireland, to trace his Irish roots. And that is where we find NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Hey, Mike, let's start first with the official business this morning in Northern Ireland. What was the president's message?
Well, Savannah, that Good Friday peace accord you mentioned was a major diplomatic breakthrough, but it's facing its biggest test at the moment as a consequence of Britain's decision to leave the European Union. President Biden coming back here today to mark the anniversary, but also try to lend his support and America's support for seeing that agreement stay in force. Listen to part of the president's message today.
This place is transformed by peace, made technicolor by peace, made whole by peace. So today, I come to Belfast to pledge to all the people of Northern Ireland, the United States of America will continue to be your partner in building the future the young people of our world deserve.
The president met with the British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, as well as the leader of each of the five Northern Ireland political parties, not to dictate terms or try to speak to how they should reach an agreement on their outstanding issues, largely over trade, but as the president himself said, to listen.
All right, Mike, and then I also mentioned the president being there to sort of trace his roots. You know, there's 23andMe, and then there's heading to Ireland to check it out for yourself. Tell me a little bit about the rest of his agenda for the trip. What's he up to?
Well, Savannah, about 175 years ago, a shoemaker by the name of Owen Finnegan left not far from here in County Louth, heading to the U.S. in search of a better life. Today, his great-great-grandson comes back here as president of the United States. It's a uniquely American story. It's part of what the president is really here to do, to trace his roots. I'm here in Dundalk, where despite the frankly miserable weather, thousands of people have come out to see the president. He's currently at a local restaurant. He's going to stop at a pub, maybe a few other places along the way. Asked about the weather earlier today, the president said, well, you know what? That's Ireland. The president's going to do a similar visit later this week in County Mayo. It's the Finnegans and the Blewitts. That's the Biden ancestry tour here of Ireland this week.
Wow, all right. And Mike Memoli along for the ride. You got anybody there you could visit?
I'll be heading to do my own tour later this week.
All right, Mike, enjoy. Thanks so much.
Anybody want to put dibs on how many times the president quotes an Irish saying during this trip? The guest list for the upcoming coronation of King Charles is out. After months of speculation, we now know Prince Harry will be attending. His wife, Meghan, however, will not. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins me now from London. Ali, do we know why Meghan won't be going along with her husband?
Hey, Kate, we don't know much beyond the statements that have been issued from Buckingham Palace and the spokesperson for Meghan and Harry that said that, that Harry will be attending the ceremony, but Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, will not be attending, will be staying in California with her children. Now, they haven't said why she won't be attending, but there's plenty of speculation going on here. And one of the main reasons is probably that the day that the ceremony is happening is also the same day that it's Prince Archie's birthday, the couple's son. He's celebrating his 4th birthday, and Meghan has made no secret about her life being in the United States, so she probably wants to spend that birthday with her son in the States with their friends and their families. And obviously it's no big secret that there is an enormous amount of tension between these families. There's a lot of palace intrigue going on here, especially amongst the media here, and there may be a sense that her presence here may overshadow King Charles's really most important day of his life, purely because of how much the media will be focusing on these two. And that's probably one of the reasons she's not attending, but nothing for sure. And obviously the palace intrigue continues here as to why she is or isn't going.
You know, and some question whether Harry would even attend. So the fact that he's going, does that say anything?
Well, I mean, look, it does show a family sort of coming together, but they are deeply ununited. I mean, we didn't even know till 3 weeks ago whether Harry was going to attend, you know, the biggest day of his father's life. You know, that bombshell memoir that he wrote highlighted a lot of rifts within this family. They're not very comfortable together. When the Queen's Jubilee happened, Harry and Meghan were not allowed to attend that traditional balcony ceremony. So they don't feel very much a part of this family, but just the fact that he's attending shows some unity, and that may create the groundwork for a unity between father and son sometime in the future.
The world will be watching. Ali Arouzi, thank you.
Well, lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer deaths in the U.S., according to the American Cancer Society, and that is for both men and women. Well, there is hope now that artificial intelligence could help drastically change that statistic. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres spoke with one team of doctors about just that. Hi, Dr. John. I mean, I'm so interested in this report. I lost a very close family member to lung cancer, part of it because she'd never smoked before, and it took a long time to find this, to detect it. What did you learn about the unique way this technology is being used to help with that?
And Savannah, the important part is that early detection, because early detection means early treatment, which means much more likely to get a cure of that cancer. And that's what this team is doing, using artificial intelligence as a tool. But the bottom line to all this, and they emphasize this over and over again, is saving lives.
Don Roberts is lucky to be alive.
No one ever thinks they're at risk for developing lung cancer.
During a treatment for a kidney stone, doctors found a mass in his lung and were able to operate before the cancer spread.
They would never have found it, and in all likelihood, I would not be here talking with you today.
Breathe in. The CDC recommends people at high risk for the disease get screened with a low-dose CT scan. But even with regular screening, the most skilled radiologists can't spot everything.
This looks normal to you. You
Correct.
Don't see a cancer here.
How often are we missing lung cancer diagnoses right now?
Well, most people who get diagnosed with lung cancer unfortunately present with stage 4 metastatic disease because it has spread someplace that is causing them a pain or a symptom, and then they go to their doctor. So we're missing most cases of early stage lung cancer when people don't have symptoms. The possibilities are limitless.
Dr. Leisha Sequest is part of a team of doctors and engineers from Massachusetts General Hospital and MIT trying to revolutionize cancer detection. Meet Sybil, an artificial intelligence program, the name inspired by the oracles of ancient Greece.
We developed Sybil, an algorithm that is able to tell who might be at risk for lung cancer 1, 3, 5 years down the road.
Lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer death in the U.S., killing more than 127,000 a year. The MassGen MIT study, using 3 sets of independent scans, found that Sybil could accurately predict whether a person will develop lung cancer in the next year, up to 94% of the time.
There's immense amount of data in a CAT scan, and we're only scratching the surface when we just look at it with our eyes.
Usually a radiologist is looking for nodules or a mass, but Sybil has the power to look so closely at a CT scan that it can identify patterns of data associated with cancer even before a tumor appears. So this is AI in action. What do we see here?
AI circled this area in red and said this area has a dangerous pattern. It looks like cancer might come up. 2 years later, there's a cancer right in that same spot where the AI predicted it would be.
That's not to say AI will replace radiologists, but the research team in Massachusetts believes Sybil's assistance is the future of the field. Is AI going to save lives?
Yes, it will save lives because it will enable us to do more, see more, and manage better than we did without AI.
Clinical trials for Sybil are ongoing. FDA approval likely years away. And while doctors are still studying the technology, Don Roberts, who is now cancer-free, believes technology like Sybil could help him live longer.
You need every weapon you can possibly get to combat cancer.
And AI could be a powerful one.
Absolutely.
And in addition to looking at lung cancer and using artificial intelligence to try and detect that early on, there are over 200 clinical trials right now looking at a variety of medical conditions, showing that artificial intelligence over the next few years is going to be a huge step forward in detecting and treating these types of conditions. Savannah,
Dr.
Kate?
John, fantastic stats there. Also, I mean, just one of the best ways I've seen AI described in a way that makes it really easy to understand, especially in a medical context. Amazing reporting. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it makes you think about the positive sides of AI
yes,
for once. We've been talking about so many negatives.
Yeah.
The White House is hitting the gas on new auto emission regulations, how the new rules could drastically impact the entire auto industry. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Biden administration is putting the pedal to the metal to boost electric vehicle sales. I'm all about the puns today.
I was just going to say, full of them. I love it. Well, the Environmental Protection Agency is out with a new proposal that they say could lead to as much as 67% of all new vehicles sold to be electric by 2032. That would be a huge jump from where we're at right now. Joining us now is CNBC auto industry reporter Phil LeBeau. Phil, thank you so much for joining us. So walk us through the details of this proposal.
Well, the important thing to keep in mind is that the EPA does not have the ability to mandate that an automaker build an electric vehicle. But it does have the power to say, we want the emissions of the vehicles you build to be at a certain level. And that's what they're doing here. Between 2027 and 2032, they want to cut tailpipe emissions by 56%. And the only way that the auto industry will be able to get there, they'll still be able to make some internal combustion engine vehicles that are powered by gasoline and some hybrids. But the bulk of the changes will have to come by building more electric vehicles, which obviously have zero tailpipe emissions. So that's essentially what the EPA has said here. And the question now is whether or not the auto industry and America overall is ready for this increase in what's expected to come when it comes to electric vehicles.
Yeah, and Phil, you wonder how realistic it is because, you know, automakers aren't configured right now with parts and everything to go ahead and just produce all kinds of EVs. So what are they saying?
Well, the interesting thing is that this announcement was supposed to be made by the EPA in Detroit, with a number of automakers in the background saying, we're all about going green. And I've talked with auto executives today, and all have said the same thing. Notice that the announcement was not done in Detroit. It was done in Washington. And the auto industry is not saying that it doesn't want to go electric. It's just saying, this is a little too ambitious too quick. We need to think about whether or not we can get to where you want us to go. And keep in mind, there's not only billions of dollars that still need to be spent in terms of battery facilities, EV assembly plants, battery component facilities. There's also the question of jobs and job losses, because it takes far fewer people to build an electric vehicle than it does an internal combustion engine vehicle. So now you've got the UAW, a big constituency of the Biden administration, that is coming out and saying, we're willing to go electric, but we don't want to lose a lot of jobs.
Ugh, also a concern. I mean, Phil, this is something we were just talking on our team about this today, about climate anxiety. And I think a lot of people who feel that way think, oh, we have this key. Why can't more people just drive green cars? And maybe we really will chip away at those emissions. What is it going to take to get more Americans to make that transition from gas to electric vehicles, especially when you put the price context around it?
Right. More models, and more models at a lower, more affordable price. The average electric vehicle in this country costs $58,000. And while there are more people who are buying those vehicles, we really need to see a vehicle priced between, let's say, $30,000 or $35,000 and $40,000 or $45,000. Now, the IRA tax credits, that certainly will help. That will bring more models into that mix. But you need to see more priced in that range for people to say, I'm ready to go electric.
Yeah. Phil, great reporting there. Really interesting topic. We'll keep talking about it. Thank you so much. Well, there is more news ahead, but we've got today's daily snapshot before we head to break. And today we're taking you to the beaches of Australia, where look at this beautiful picture. This photo is of a sulfur-crusted cockatoo.
Okay, but there's a problem with the sulfur-crusted cockatoo, you see, because some have apparently learned, stop laughing, how to open garbage cans and pick at the delicious goodies inside. And get this, scientists say once the bird learns, actually others follow. So, wow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest, a bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Police in New York City are getting some new recruits in their effort to get crime under control. The high-tech help is being deployed in the form of robots. Some of them look like dogs, some of them more like dogs rather than a police officer. Gus Rosendale from our New York City station explains what's behind the project.
First, there is DigiDog, sniffing out danger. Then there's the GPS Dart, tracking cars driven by people up to no good. And you might run into this roundish robot, keeping an eye on places like Times Square.
We want the public to know that the use of these technologies will be transparent, consistent, and always done in collaboration with the people that we serve.
The NYPD showcasing 3 new tools that will be rolled out in the coming months. Pilot programs, the department says, linking cops with new technology, especially during extreme situations.
In hostage negotiations, counterterrorism incidents, and other situations as needed.
DigiDog was originally launched during the de Blasio administration, but the program was suspended. Civil rights activists said it was an example of over-aggressive policing. Today, Mayor Adams barked back at those complaints.
DigiDog is out of the pound. DigiDog is now part of the toolkit that we are using.
Similar robots have been used in places like airports and college campuses, cameras and two-way communications, connecting police with people who need help. The GPS Dart, already in use, launched in some cases at so-called ghost cars, illegal rides using phony paper license plates.
And while we're doing this, it allows our officers to stay safe, limit pursuits, and let the GPS do its job.
So who pays for all this stuff? Well, police say $750,000 for 2 dogs comes from forfeiture money, additional funds from the capital budget. The mayor took a bite at reporters asking specific money questions.
This is an investment in our public safety.
The new recruits start popping up this summer.
That was Gus Rosendale reporting. Quite interesting. We'll see if we see more and more of that. Well, bars and restaurants are always looking for ways to bring in crowds on weeknights. Right. Well, one trend is helping to crack that code.
Weekly trivia nights are becoming big draws for business owners. I love trivia. Here's NBC News correspondent Joe Fryer.
Trailer, Ben Affleck and what other actor are both returning as the Caped Crusader in the movie The Flash?
If it's Tuesday night, it's trivia night at Lexington Public on Manhattan's Upper East Side.
Michael Keaton.
We've been coming here like pretty much every week. Tuesday night trivia brings me to the bar. I really love pop culture.
I love geography, like current events, politics, and sports.
Teams like this one meet up weekly for some friendly competition.
Gets us out on a Tuesday night, so it's nice to have a routine.
Owner Chloe Patelis added the trivia night as a way to draw customers to the newly opened bar. And she says it's a winning answer. Tuesday night business is up 50%.
It's brought in so many people that might not have found this location.
NYC Trivia League supplies bars like Lexington Public with equipment, hosts, everything they need to run their own trivia nights, besides the beers and wings. The group has seen a rush of interest post-pandemic and added 24 new trivia nights since November.
We've seen more players. We've seen them coming back more often.
And it's not just a New York City phenomenon. The company King Trivia runs events in about 35 states. They've gone from 200 weekly events before the pandemic to more than 300 now.
More different types of venues are open to it today. So the popularity has surged. It's way higher. But it's a much more difficult landscape today than it was before.
It's part of a larger trend combining eating and drinking with entertainment. More than 80% of Americans have tried it out. For customers watching their wallets, it provides added value, while bars get an influx of patrons and improve their bottom line.
Before the pandemic, is a trivia night something that you would have even considered?
I know a lot of bars did it, but that's not something that I would have considered. It's amazing. I would never go back.
And if you're looking to add a dose of competition to your nights out, trivia is not the only option. Some places, customers can throw an axe in between sips of beer or even play pickleball during happy hour. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Yep. Pickleball. Well, it takes a lot of space. You got to have the
I've
room
seen
for that.
bocce ball at
Yeah.
bars.
So cool. I know. Shuffleboard. All right, I've got a trivia question.
Okay.
What's the name of Kate Snow's band?
Backspin.
I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, April 12th, 2023, inside the terror. Police body cam video shedding new light on the race to subdue Louisville gunman. What we know now and what the shooter's family is saying about the massacre.
Cooling costs. New data shows that inflation appears to be slowing. So just how much is that changing the price you pay for some key everyday items?
Toxic smoke. An Indiana recycling plant turns into an inferno. Thousands of nearby residents told to evacuate. Details on what sparked that shocking scene.
And all in the family. Prince Harry will attend his father's coronation after all, but his wife, Meghan, will not. What it says about the royal family's rift. Well, we begin this hour in Louisville, Kentucky.
For the first time, we are hearing from the family of the gunman who killed 5 people in a bank on Monday morning. 3 survivors are still in the hospital, including a rookie police officer. Doctors say he is in critical but stable condition still. Later today, the community will hold a prayer vigil to remember the lives lost.
NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Louisville for us. Hey, Morgan, so I know we have this update from the gunman's family, a statement. What are they saying about the attack at this point?
Yeah, Kate, Savannah, good afternoon. For the first time since this shooting took place here at Old National Bank Monday morning, the family of Connor Sturgeon spoke out overnight to NBC News with a statement. It's several sentences, and some of which actually shares some of the shock that's being felt in this Louisville community. The family saying that they could have never imagined their son could have been capable of an act such as this one, where he took multiple innocent lives. They also did acknowledge in this statement that they were aware of their 25-year-old son battling some ongoing mental health issues, and that they were currently working with him to try to bring some sort of solution there. But at the time, there was no way they could conceive of what was to take place on Monday morning. The family's not speaking on camera at this time, but they did share that. And I do have to say that we're just now getting word of some 911 calls. In one of those calls, the mother, a woman identifies herself as the mother of the shooter, and she's calling police, warning them that her son might be capable of doing some harm to those here at Old National Bank, saying that she had heard about this secondhand, but she wanted to call authorities and let them know. That call coming in almost exactly at the same time that police were in the middle of a gunfight with that 25-year-old shooter inside the lobby of the bank behind me.
Morgan, I want to pick up on that because that's news, right? Yeah. We had not known this before, that the mother of the shooter herself reached out to police. That's what you're saying?
Correct. It was a short exchange. In fact, I have the verbatim in front of me. She says, "This is his mother. I'm so sorry. I'm getting details secondhand. I'm running to him now. Oh, my Lord." Going on to say, "I don't know what to do. I need your help." Talking to dispatch, adding, "He'd never hurt anyone. He's a really good kid. Please don't punish him." And going on to say, "We don't even own guns. I don't know where he would have gotten a gun." We've now learned that the 25-year-old gunman purchased that AR-15 legally from a Louisville gun store as recently as April 4th. And when you hear each new detail, it paints an even more frightening picture of what took place Monday morning.
Certainly. And that, of course, raises more questions about, you know, who knew what was happening when, which we know that you will stay on for us, Morgan.
Right, right. And the fact that she's saying, I don't even know where he got this gun from, that would point to the family not having knowledge that he had bought that weapon just days before. Morgan Chesky, thank you for following all that.
Yeah, thanks, Morgan. Well, brand new numbers show inflation is steadily cooling off. Let's walk you through them. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says consumer prices climbed 0.1% in March compared to February, and 5% compared to the same time last year. Now, that might not sound very good. Of course, inflation is still high, but let's take a look at this. This graph shows the change in inflation. This is every month versus a year before. That bar in red, all the way on the right, the smallest one, that shows where inflation was this past March. You can see it's dropped a lot since the peak of 9% last June. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello breaks it all down for us. Hey, Tom, so break down this report. Tell us specifically where we are seeing prices improve. What is not inflating quite as much anymore?
Yeah, well, the good news is when you talk about month over month, we are starting to see this decline, as you suggested. Take a look at the change in prices that we put up here on a quick graphic. Electricity, yeah, that is up 10%. Food at home and groceries, this is year-over-year numbers now. So from a year ago, up 8.5%. But food and at home and groceries actually declined month over month. They declined from February to March. Shelter, this is a big one here. This is rent and mortgage, up 8.2%. Good news, gasoline. We all know we're not paying nearly what we paid last June when we hit $5 a gallon, now at $3.61 or so a gallon. And used car prices have started to slide down 11.2% there. So we are starting to see definitely some improvement. And guess what? Even in egg prices, this has been a big problem. Anybody shopping for dairy prices knows we've seen egg prices starting to decline ever so slightly. So today, $3.45 or so. Sunny side up, as the graphic says. Last month, $4.21 for a dozen eggs. And look at last year, $2.05. So certainly higher than a year ago. But again, it's the month-over-month number that is really encouraging, suggesting that maybe inflation is starting to tame as the Fed looks for that Goldilocks economy. Not too hot, not too cool.
Yeah, I like the sunny side up, Tom. So we know the Federal Reserve is going to meet again in early May, right, to talk interest rates. I was just talking to somebody about this morning. Do we expect this consumer price report to have any impact on interest rates?
Well, listen, they will certainly take it into consideration, and they also have to continue to weigh out those failing banks and what impact that has on the economy. And we still have unemployment rates that are very, very low in this country. Most economists now expect the Fed, if it hikes rates again in May, it will be by another quarter point. But listen, the president of the Federal Reserve Bank in Chicago is calling for a kind of a wait and pause approach. Look at all the data, see what comes in over the rest of April, and then make a decision, and maybe not rush towards another rate hike, since inflation is starting to cool, certainly not as fast as they would like, but starting to cool down.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you.
You bet.
Well, big changes are coming to a popular streaming service. And how much would you pay for a grilled cheese sandwich? I'd probably pay more than the average because I love them.
Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. That's a good tease. Hi, Morgan.
Hi. Well, a new streaming service from Warner Brothers Discovery is launching in late May. The new service, dubbed Max, will combine HBO Max and Discovery Plus content in an effort to better compete with Netflix and Disney's suite of streaming services. Warner Brothers Discovery had more than 96 million global streaming subscribers across all of its platforms as of the end of the fourth quarter. Juul has agreed to pay over $460 million to settle youth vaping claims for 6 states and D.C. The e-cigarette company has faced numerous lawsuits in recent years, claiming it marketed its addictive e-cigarettes to underage teens. The money from this settlement will be paid out over 8 years, and it will go toward combating underage use and developing cessation programs. And a restaurant in New York is bringing back a record-breaking sandwich just in time for National Grilled Cheese Day. Serendipity 3's take on the classic sandwich costs, brace yourself, $214.
Come on.
It needs to be ordered almost 2 days in advance. Rare cheeses,
What's in it?
champagne, truffle butter, gold flakes. Those are some of the ingredients that apparently justify that lofty price tag.
I don't need
hope
gold
it comes
in my
with a
grilled
side
cheese.
of fries, though. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't need the gold flakes in something I'm eating.
Yeah. Does it add flavor? Who knows? I don't know. Again, I'd pay a lot. I don't need all that.
Just vying for attention, I think.
Morgan, thank
Brennan,
you.
Thank you. We are following some breaking news out of Memphis right now. A county board has just voted to reinstate one of the expelled Democratic lawmakers. Justin Pearson will go back to the Tennessee legislature. Republicans ousted Pearson and his colleague Justin Jones last week for protesting gun violence on the chamber floor. Ahead of all this today, Pearson led hundreds of supporters on a march from the Civil Rights Museum in Memphis to the Shelby County Board of Commissioners meeting. Pearson spoke out about his reinstatement a short time ago.
They didn't know that Justin J. Pearson was only standing with the moral courage of people who he come from. Yeah. Only standing with the moral courage that's built in Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah. Built in Shelby County. Only standing with the moral courage of people. Yeah. You know what it means to be in the fight.
NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has been following all of this, joins us from Memphis. So, Katie, what went down there?
Well, a lot of excitement, Kate, after this vote came down. Hundreds of supporters that, as you said, marched from that Civil Rights Museum here to the plaza were awaiting the decision of the commission, and it was a swift decision. It was the first thing they did when they gavelled in. 7 commissioners voting unanimously to reinstate Pearson. Keep in mind, this is a 13-member commission. There are 4 Republicans who simply did not show up today, and another 2 Democrats who were out of the country. So they had 7. That was a simple majority, just enough to get that reinstatement over the line. After the celebratory moments inside, after they had taken this vote, they heard from the public and they heard from Pearson himself, who is now outside speaking to the crowd about this victory. It is expected that tomorrow he will return to the Tennessee State Capitol and be sworn in on the steps, as Jones was, before heading back into the House chamber, which does have an open session tomorrow. So he will face all of those colleagues, the ones as well who expelled him, tomorrow on the House floor. It'll be pretty interesting to see what that reaction looks like.
Katie, I've wondered if you've been hearing from Republicans at all, because they removed these 2 lawmakers on Friday for a reason. How are they feeling about this reversal? Was this whole thing sort of worth it for Republicans?
I think the Speaker of the House had put out a statement after Jones' reinstatement, just saying that he believed, that to follow the Constitution, to follow the rules, that if these municipalities voted them back and reinstated them, that he would honor the rules and the systems that were in place. So I do think there has been some acknowledgement, but in terms of sort of weighing in on whether or not that was a worthy endeavor, I think they're sticking to their guns, that this was an issue of breaking rules, breaking decorum, and they needed to be taking action on that.
All right, Katie Beck in the middle of it all for us. Katie, thank you. Appreciate it. Coming up, the charges facing 2 elder care workers accused of live streaming themselves abusing a patient. You're watching NBC News Daily.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. A Pennsylvania mother is facing murder charges after her son was found dead. The search for her took place to another state. Miguel Martinez-Valle from our NBC station in Philadelphia has more on how this tragedy unfolded.
Police spent hours investigating the suspicious death of an 11-year-old boy.
My husband was up walking the dog and he heard two police cars going so fast, which doesn't usually happen around here.
Police posted this message on a community Facebook page, informing there was no threat to the community.
So we saw that our local police had posted that something really bad had happened, but to just be respectful, that the road was opened back up.
Here's what investigators tell us. A father noticed the door to the main bedroom in the home was locked, and his wife's Toyota Highlander was missing. He told police once he opened the door, he found his son dead and called 911. The 11-year-old had spent the night in the bedroom with his mother, but she wasn't in the home. As police in Horsham focused on the home, officials tell us Cape May police found the wife's SUV partially submerged in the ocean. Cape May officials shared these images of the car with us. They tell us police found and arrested the mom a bit later. They've been holding her ever since. Neighbors here saddened by news of the young boy's death.
I got 7 grandchildren and just had them all over the house on Sunday. It would be heartbreaking.
Miguel Martinez-Valle reporting for us. Troubling allegations as well against 2 Florida elder care workers. They're accused of abusing a dementia patient and live streaming it for others to watch. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has been following this disturbing story. He joins us now. Hey, Stephen.
Yeah, Kate, disturbing is the right word for it. And we've heard a lot of outrage about this story, in part because of the video we're about to show you. But we do want to warn you, you may find it disturbing as well.
Yo! Alarming charges against 2 senior care workers in Florida.
No, for real, stop You're peeing on yourself.
You're watching what the sheriff's office says is 2 women live streaming their abuse of a dementia patient on Snapchat and laughing about it.
So embarrassing. I'm sorry, yeah, she embarrassing. Let's go. Lock her in the closet.
Investigators providing an edited portion of that video blurring the victim.
Put your pants on.
Law enforcement says they got a tip from an employee at Market Street Memory Care Residences outside Orlando about the live stream from April 3rd. Deputies arrested 2 nursing assistants, 20-year-old Shaitiana Bishop and 18-year-old Jada Harris, on counts including abuse and neglect of an elderly person and video voyeurism.
I'm going to try and use restraint as I tell you about this case. And I say I'm going to try and use restraint because I'm disgusted.
Sheriff Wayne Ivey of Brevard County sounding off about the 2 suspects.
The perpetrators in this case are not only disgusting, but they're vile individuals who live stream themselves abusing one of our elderly citizens who suffers from dementia.
We were unable to reach Bishop or Harris for comment. They're both out on bond, according to the Brevard County Public Defender's Office. The sheriff saying the facility acted appropriately.
Contacted our agency, fired the 2 individuals, did everything right.
Market Street Memory Care Residences also telling NBC News the behavior is abhorrent and will not be tolerated, adding that the victim didn't suffer any injuries and they're providing support to the family of the victim. Incidents like this are rare, but Ann Sansevero, board president of the Aging Life Care Association, says she believes what we find out about is just the tip of the iceberg.
It's probably more common than we know because so many elders are ashamed of elder abuse. They feel humiliated. They want to hide it.
And there are warning signs to look out for to make sure your loved one is getting quality care.
Is the clothing clean? Are they looking underfed? Are they poorly groomed? Is there an odor in the home, where it might be that they're not getting changed often enough? These are kind of telltale signs that the care is subpar.
It's just disgusting. I wonder what if people, a lot of people have family members in these places. If they're worried that someone might be mistreated, what can you do?
Yeah, Kate, if you have someone in your family who's at one of these facilities watching a story like this, it's hard not to worry about them. That expert we talked to said she's the biggest advocate of surprise visits, just showing up at different times than the routine so you can see what's actually going on there. She says don't be afraid to complain and escalate that. By the way, the sheriff we talked to there says that if you're scrolling on social media and you see something like this, don't just keep scrolling. Report it, because you may be able to prevent this from happening to someone else.
That's a good point, too. Stephen Romo, thank you.
Two really good tips there. Great report. All right, coming up, what we know about the race to contain that massive fire at an Indiana recycling plant, still spewing toxic fumes into the air. Look at this video. Unbelievable. You are watching NBC News Daily.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back with some breaking news. Former President Donald Trump is suing his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, and seeking $500 million in damages. The lawsuit filed in federal court claims Cohen violated his attorney-client relationship and breached his contract. Cohen has been outspoken in his criticism of the former president in recent years. He has yet to respond to the suit.
Well, today marks 100 days of the new Congress, and some deep divisions between Democrats and Republicans have certainly been on full display since the start.
That's right. Well, listen to this story, though. Three freshman members and old friends from different parties and states share a serious bond. NBC's Tremaine Lee introduces us to this band of brothers.
So more than 20 years, and you think back to the young men that you were, how much different are these guys?
They're the exact same.
Freshman representatives Pat Ryan of New York, John James of Michigan, and Wesley Hunt of Texas are on different sides of the political aisle. Ryan is a Democrat, while James and Hunt are Republican. But the three men say they share a connection that goes far beyond politics. For 4 years, they were West Point classmates, brothers in arms. Graduating in 2004, they proudly served the nation in the years that followed.
Does it feel like you guys are kind of like family?
Anytime you go through this 4-year intense, kind of crazy experience,
You form a bond.
We all wore the red, white, and blue. Our goal was to graduate, number one, beat the dean.
And beat Navy.
And beat Navy.
Young cadets, when the plane struck the World Trade Center, the three men say 9/11 pushed them towards a lifetime of service.
As those buildings fell, there was this cloud that was kind of over us. We all knew that this was no longer a training process. We are actually going to go fight a war for our country.
Today, they say it's those shared experiences that help them recognize the need to reach across the aisle at a time when many divides in Congress run deep.
Sometimes we'll get a little funny look when I go over to the other side, or John comes over to our side, or Wes comes over, and people are like, "Oh, you guys are actually, you're actually talking?" We're like, "Yeah." We're roommates across the halls.
During our orientation, we had a class photo, and they put it on the cover of Politico. 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat taking a picture together because we have a bond that transcends all politics.
Trust is shot in this country, particularly between the political parties. But we come here with that trust already baked in. Patrick and I are not always going to agree, and neither Wes and I are always going to agree on things. But I know they will never deliberately hurt me.
The old friends say their hope now is to use their West Point bond for good, working to enact legislation that helps veterans.
For me, it's very personal. One of my soldiers, I brought him home safely from 12 months in combat, only to have him take his own life. And what a failure that is, that we couldn't get that right as a country.
We're beginning to work on veterans' mental health issues, and we're going to be working together as colleagues across the aisle to make sure that that the nation doesn't turn their back when folks come back from overseas.
Is it too idealistic to imagine that this might be the seeds of some bipartisanship?
If we cannot make that work, then shame on us, shame on our democracy. That's what we're here for.
Are we going to agree on everything? Absolutely not. Yes, we have some work to do, but I think the 3 men sitting up here right now are willing to do the work because I want to see the same progress that we've seen in the past few generations, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 generations from now.
Our thanks to Tremaine Lee for that report. Really, really cool to see that conversation. Shot beautifully also, by the way, so kudos to his whole team. Well, now to an incredible story of survival. Veteran surfer Mike Morita is recovering after being attacked by a shark.
Yeah, it happened in the waters off the coast of Oahu, Hawaii over the weekend. Morita says that he's been surfing there for more than 2 decades. He thought at first that a seal had latched onto his leg, but quickly he realized it was actually an 8-foot-long tiger shark. Morita fought back as the shark tried to drag him under.
I started punching it as hard as I could, but I felt my punches were so weak and slow. My hand went right to the gill, and as soon as I got to the gills, it released me. I looked back, and I saw how bad my leg was. From my ankle to like almost, halfway to my knee, there was no meat. It was only the bone.
Oh, the 58-year-old says that thanks to the quick action of friends and fellow surfers, they saved his life. He lost his right foot and will have another surgery this week to try and save as much of his leg as possible. Morita has a challenging recovery ahead, of course, but says he can't wait to get back on the ocean.
Yeah, unbelievable. You're watching NBC News.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
What is going to happen now? Going back and forth because they... Go ahead, this is it, right?
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Police in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, found 3 children shot to death inside a home Tuesday. Officers responded to reports of a shooting and said they found the body of the children's mother, and police say she died of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. The woman's 2 daughters, ages 9 and 12, as well as her 14-year-old son, had also been fatally shot.
Mexico's top immigration official will face criminal charges in connection with that fire that killed 40 migrants inside a government-run detention center last month. Federal prosecutors say the official failed to prevent the disaster despite earlier indications of problems. The announcement follows repeated calls from within Mexico and some Central American nations to investigate the case beyond the arrests of lower-level officials.
There may be a new candidate in the 2024 race for president. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott announced he has started an exploratory committee. Scott is the only Black Republican in the U.S. Senate. He's also the second GOP candidate from South Carolina who might be in the running because former Governor Nikki Haley announced her candidacy back in February.
Evacuations are underway in east central Indiana as flames rip through a plastic recycling plant there. The town has been filled with toxic smoke. Officials on the ground say it's likely to burn for days. At one point, the flames were so large they could be seen from space. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now following this. Ron, what do we know about how the fire started? What's being done to try to get it under control?
Well, the leading theory seems to be that there was a truck parked on the grounds of this factory, and somehow it ignited in flames. It was carrying a lot of plastic, and then the fire spread to the building. This is a massive scene. It's some 14 acres, 175,000 square feet. There are 6 buildings there that are this plastic recycling and storage facility. And officials have described it as just packed with plastic from ceiling to floor, from wall to wall. And it also had been already identified as a potential fire hazard. There's apparently been some discussions with the city and the plant owner about trying to make some changes to prevent a fire like this from happening. Not clear exactly what the extent of that is. But there you can see this awful cloud that's billowing out over the city of some 35,000 people. Here's the state fire marshal talking about his concerns about the smoke and flames.
There's a host of different chemicals plastics give off when they're on fire, and so it's concerning, and we want to make for sure that we give the people a heads up.
The fire department has had a lot of trouble trying to get to the fire. They said there was only one road in, one way to get to it, and it was, but they've contained it. They've contained it to the factory. You can see there's a nearby community just adjacent to it, and they were able to stop the fire from going into that residential area. So again, they're trying to battle it. They've said they've had some problems with the wind. There are water pressure problems, you name it. But today they're in there with bulldozers and big, heavy equipment trying to get to the heart of the fire and put it out. Kate?
Ron, I guess the big question is, when will people be able to go home who live nearby? Do we know?
The fire chief said that the soonest he could see that is Saturday morning. He thought that the fire would be under control or extinguished. And of course, yes, residents are very worried about health effects, long-term, short-term. Take a listen to what some of them have to say.
You're sitting there and you're watching this fire just move inch by inch and hearing those buildings fall. It's scary. I don't want to lose my home.
About 2,000 residents have been evacuated, and beyond the evacuation zone, officials are warning people to shelter in place, to keep their doors and windows closed. If they can, bring pets inside, because there is, they say, the air is toxic. The smoke is toxic. And they say if you can smell it, if you can see it, get out of that area. And this may be the case for some time to come. Kate?
All right, Ron Allen, thank you.
Now let's go to New Jersey, where there's some breaking news. Firefighters are scrambling to contain a massive wildfire. It is burning in a town about 50 miles north of Atlantic City. Take a look at those images. Well, NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is following the firefight, and she is in Manchester Township, New Jersey. Hey, Emily, so walk us through the details we have here. How fast is this fire growing, and has any progress been made in terms of containing it?
Okay, so the good news is firefighters say that they're making significant progress in containing the fire. We just wrapped a news conference with fire officials. They say the fire is now 60% contained. It has not expanded beyond the 3,900 acreage in size. And when we hear about the types of conditions they were up against, especially overnight, they say they were facing extreme fire behavior. So picture flames stretching 200 feet into the sky. It was moving at a rapid clip of about 4.5 miles an hour. And that's what's prompted those urgent emergency evacuations overnight. About 170 families in the nearby area were evacuated. I spoke with one woman who stepped outside of her home in shock to see the sky all aglow. She said the smoke was very thick. It was pungent. Here's more from fire officials, though, on the progress they're making. Take a listen.
We're very pleased with in terms of containment and control. Our containment lines are holding well, but we have confidence now that the fire is going to hold within that containment area.
So we did just learn from fire officials they are bringing in 2 more Black Hawk helicopters to help douse those flames, especially in the more interior sections of the wooded areas. We asked, what caused this massive blaze? They say that is still under investigation, but they pointed out the large majority of fires in New Jersey are human-caused, guys.
Yeah, and Emily, we've unfortunately been getting pretty used to talking about wild weather conditions creating all different types of natural disasters of concern. How is the weather playing a factor here? Is it complicating efforts to put out the flames?
Yeah, absolutely. It is windy. You can see my hair kind of going in the breeze. It is dry and it is hot. 81 degrees here today on this April day. Unseasonably warm weather. And so one of the main concerns is that with these dry conditions, the winds could come through, pick up embers and toss them beyond the containment lines. It's not just New Jersey facing these hot, windy, dry conditions, but other states across the country as well. More than 60 million people from the southwestern United States up to the northeast are under fire alerts today, guys.
All right, Emily Aketa, thanks for following this for us. Stay safe.
Well, the guest list for the upcoming coronation of King Charles is out. After months of speculation, Prince Harry will be attending. His wife, Meghan, will not. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now from London. Ali, was there any explanation given as to why Meghan won't be going with her husband?
Hey, Kate. Well, we've had a statement both from Buckingham Palace and the spokeswoman for Harry and Meghan, and it was a very similar statement. They said that the Duke of Sussex will be attending, but Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, will not be attending. She'll be staying in California with her 2 children, Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet. But I think one of the main reasons that Meghan won't be attending is that it's her son's 4th birthday on the same day as King Charles's coronation, and Meghan has made no secret of the fact that the United States is her home, and that's probably where she wants to be with her child and her child's friends. And obviously we all know that there is a huge rift amongst the family between Meghan and William and Kate and all of these people. So part of the speculation also is that they don't want Meghan's presence there to overshadow what is essentially King Charles's biggest day. That hasn't been said officially, but that is some of the speculation around why she won't be attending. So Harry will be flying solo to his father's coronation without his children or his wife, and it's not clear whether his children were invited as well, which could be another factor. Kate?
And quickly, the fact that he's going at all, Prince Harry, might be a good sign, no?
It certainly is a good sign. I mean, up until a few weeks ago, we didn't even know whether Prince Harry will be attending his father's big day. And if he didn't go, it certainly would have been a huge and very public snub of his father. So it certainly shows that there is some communication going on. He will be there, but he's not a working royal, so he probably isn't going to be playing much of a role in the coronation in itself, whereas William William, who is the heir to the throne, will be playing quite a prominent role in his father's coronation. Kate?
All right. Well, the world will be watching all of it, I'm sure. Ali Arouzi, thank you so much.
And unpacking every motion right afterwards. Well, President Biden is wrapping up his first full day of his tour of Ireland by tackling the most diplomatically challenging work on his agenda, taking that straight on first. The president met with the British Prime Minister in Northern Ireland. He also delivered remarks in Belfast to mark the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Peace Agreement. Now, that pact helped end decades of violent conflict between Northern Ireland and Great Britain. Well, now the president is in Dundalk, Ireland, to trace his Irish roots. NBC News correspondent Peter Alexander is joining us from Dublin on all this. Hey, Peter, so let's start with the official business this morning. Tell us about the president's remarks in Belfast and the rest of the agenda for his trip, tracing his roots.
Yeah, Savannah, that's right. Certainly a blustery evening here now in Dublin, but not enough to dissuade the president from heading out to the countryside a short time ago. More on that in a moment. But earlier today in Northern Ireland, as you know, the president did commemorate 25 years of the Good Friday Agreement that ended just decades of sectarian violence, what was known as the Troubles here. The president promising more American investment if they can maintain peace and stability in that region, and also offering a message of inspiration. Here's part of President Biden's message earlier today. Take a listen.
This place is transformed by peace, made technicolor by peace, made whole by peace. So today, I come to Belfast to pledge to all the people of Northern Ireland, the United States of America will continue to be your partner in building the future the young people of our world deserve.
President Biden's trip, part sentimental, certainly a little political, a little personal as well, retracing his roots earlier today in what's called County Louth there, meeting some of his fifth cousins, I guess. It's the home of his great-great-grandfather who emigrated to the United States in 1850. The president with a couple more days here as he heads elsewhere in the country to learn about his genealogy and to celebrate an Irish Catholic shrine. Back to you.
Well, that sounds fun. Peter Alexander, thank you very much.
The final day to file your taxes, it's less than a week away. Coming up, the tax tricks that parents need to know, which could save them thousands.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes. How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Well, in today's modern parenting, we're talking about your money, specifically your taxes. Do you still have to do them? The deadline is Tuesday.
Yeah, FYI. Well, the enhanced child tax credit many families received during the pandemic has expired, but that doesn't mean that there aren't deductions or other credits available for families that you should know about and take advantage of. Well, here with us is Jackson Hewitt Chief Tax Information Officer Mark Stieber. Mark, thank you so much for joining us on this important topic and
Very
timely,
important.
of course, until Tuesday, as Kate said. How much is this year's child tax credit? Walk us through some of this and who should be claiming it.
Well, the important thing to note is if you've got dependent family members, primarily children 16 or younger, but even older if you've got college children in education institutions, there's money on the tax return. There's money in the way of the child tax credit, the credit you asked about, $2,000, down from about $3,600 last year, but that was an anomaly put into place for the pandemic.
Right.
So it was about $2,000 for decades, then it went way up to help people, now it's back down. But there's a dependent care credit if you're working and you put your child or children in daycare to work. There's a dependent care credit. It's smaller as well, still a big number there. There are credits for earned income credit. If you've got children, the credit goes up to over $6,000 if you've got 3 or more children. There's filing status, head of household filing status, and the list goes on and on and on. So I'll just simply leave you with this. If you have children in your life, your children dependents, whether they're shared custody or contested custody, make sure you and your tax pro understand the rules, because there's thousands of dollars at stake and the misinformation out there in the tax ecosystem is enormous.
You can't just look online and necessarily get
and Uncle Bob, the tax pro,
answer.
says this is how it works, might or might not be correct.
Right. So what else do you want to look at from the previous year? If you're a parent and you're just getting down to this, what else do you want to consider when you're filing?
Well, one of the things that catches people off guard are life changes. I find it very rare today that your tax return's just like last year. If it is, great. You're the unicorn riding elf down the rainbow. But for most people, children's age change, they go to school, and the education credits, for which there are over a dozen of them. Some while they're in school and you can take a credit. Some as you save money while you're getting them ready for school, there's a benefit. So whether you've got young children, middle-aged children, or even older children as up to 21, there are a host of things you need to be aware of, the least of which is your filing status, especially if you're unmarried and you have a dependent. There's a big tax break for head of household status versus single. And a lot of single parents claim single. I'm single. Well, if you've got a dependent, you're head of household. Lower tax rates and other benefits, often overlooked. And here's your big secret for your viewers. The IRS doesn't say, hey, you know, you're really head of household. Here's more money.
Right.
You leave it off, it stays off. They accept what you have on the tax return unless you're missing income.
You're the what? Writing the what down the what?
Yeah, exactly.
Say it again.
70,
the unicorn?
The unicorn with the elf riding down the rainbow.
I love it. You're going to write that down. I'm
My
going to work
tax
that
return is simple. It hasn't changed.
The elf riding the unicorn down the rainbow. All right, what other tax credits, though, do parents need to know about? Maybe like some that aren't as widely known, that kind of thing that they can be taking advantage of.
Well, the dependent care credit is one that's often overlooked and shrouded in myth. You know, if you're working and you've got a child, and in fact, if you have 2 parents and you're working, summer camp can count as a dependent care credit qualified expense.
Wow.
Yeah, and so those are things like that people just tend to overlook. Well, he was in summer camp. Well, if you're working and you're paying, that can be a qualified expense.
Because it's like daycare.
It's like daycare, absolutely. And daycare is like daycare, but, you know, there's a lot of different things.
Wow.
And I'll finish by saying we're talking about dependent children, and that's a big topic, and it captures a lot. But dependents in and of themselves is a topic. If you're taking care of aged parents now, which many of us are, that can be a qualified dependent. You don't get the child credit for that, but you might get medical expenses, you might get the filing status, you might get the other dependent care credit. And so child credit, dependent care credit, you know, those are the 2 big ones. Filing status, earned income credit is also based on number of children. Those can add up very quickly and often overlooked.
And just quickly, we put it up on the screen there. If you're thinking ahead to next year already, what can you be doing right now to prepare for the 2023 tax?
Great question, and one of the best practices I see of the financial affluent, and that's not rich or super wealthy. It's people who just pay attention to their 20, 30, 40, 50 years of tax returns. Number 1 tip, mid-year tax checkup. You do it in July. You got about a half a year of stuff. You estimate the other half, multiply it by 2, see where you come out. If you got a big refund, consider lowering your withholding and getting more of that money. On the other hand, if you're going to owe $3,000 next tax day, maybe put a little bit more aside with each paycheck. Or more importantly, consider what you're doing on crypto or side gig or self-employment income. Start keeping better records. You don't have to be a financial savant, but you should pay attention to your biggest single financial transaction.
Oh, wow. I have so many questions. Oh, we could keep
That was eye-opening. That was eye-opening.
Yeah. We might need to hit after. Can you hang just
I will say as long as you need questions.
I'm, as a newly married person, just so many questions about all that kind of stuff.
Bigger life change than children, married. Yes.
Yeah, that's a whole other one we could unpack. Maybe in a mental health check-in, in addition to the modern parenting. Mark Stever, thank you so much. You were fantastic. Really important information for everyone to have.
There is more ahead, but we want to get to our daily snapshot real quick. We're going to take you to the beaches of Australia, where a photographer snapped this great photo of a sulfur-crested cockatoo.
Yeah, say that 3 times fast. Well, here's the thing with these particular birds. They've learned how to open the trash cans and pick out the treats inside. Scientists say once one bird learns the skill, the others watch and then pick it up. So then there's a whole pack looking for the snacks. Love it. You're watching.
But it's a good photo.
NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hey, remember all that record-breaking rain out in California?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it was terrible, but it has created a beautiful springtime surprise.
Look at this behind us. How beautiful. An explosion of wildflowers is sweeping across the state, bringing in tourists from around the country. NBC News correspondent and California local Jacob Soboroff got a first-hand look.
In the high desert north of Los Angeles, the hills are alive, literally bursting with color. Poppies, lilies, sunflowers, and more.
It's like a lot of color. It looks really cool.
It's known as a super bloom, a rare and unpredictable outpouring of nature's beauty.
We don't irrigate this, we don't seed this. About the only thing that we do artificially is manage the invasive species.
The way you get a super bloom is to have a bunch of dry years followed by a really wet one, because in those years of drought, you got seeds that don't germinate and they're all just sitting out here. And when we get the rain like we did this year, it creates the perfect conditions for a super bloom that looks just like this.
And thousands of visitors from all over the world are coming to experience the magic.
I would say it's absolutely amazing. Like, it's so many different flowers.
But anyone dreaming of rolling in the flower beds for a selfie should reconsider. Park rangers say this is a delicate ecosystem that needs to be protected.
The plants themselves are fairly fragile. If they get crushed, it is very unlikely that they will continue to bloom and grow seeds for the next year.
For people who are watching us and thinking about coming out and walking through the fields and taking a selfie, your message to them is?
So the message to them is don't doom the bloom. If you step on the... Don't doom the bloom. That is an official hashtag. We'll reference that as much as we can.
During the 2019 Super Bloom, also dubbed the Poppy Apocalypse, theme park-style crowds forced officials to limit the number of visitors to some areas. In state parks like this one, going out of bounds comes at a cost.
You don't want to cross the sergeant if you're coming out here to take selfies, everybody.
I've written enough tickets this year. I'd prefer not to write more.
Is that true? You can really get a ticket if you're walking in?
Absolutely.
Don't worry. You can get fantastic shots from the road. And the Super Bloom is happening all over the state, from Northern California to the desert.
When you see it ablaze in color like this, it reminds you of, just how beautiful and important it is.
The Golden State in rare spring form after a wild winter.
Man, it was so cool. If you want to see it, only a couple weeks left. And as incredible as all of these flowers are, that message, don't doom the bloom, it can't be stressed enough. If they are picked, not only do they wilt almost immediately, it destroys an entire seed bank, so they won't be able to reproduce next year. Please, just for me and my children, don't do it. But you got to go check it out, guys.
Leave the flowers alone.
Jacob, thanks. Wow, what an interesting fact, too, that it does that. All right, well, let's take a look at some other trending stories.
Actor Jeremy Renner walked his first red carpet last night since his near-fatal snowplow accident back in January. The Marvel star made an appearance at the premiere of Rennervations. He's a host and producer of the Disney Plus series. It repurposes vehicles for communities in need. Renner says his passion for that effort is one of the driving forces behind his recovery. He looks really good.
Nice, good.
A new milestone. Love this for the Star Wars franchise. Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy is set to become both the first woman and the first person of color to direct a Star Wars movie. Wow. She will direct one of 3 upcoming films. Yes, announced last week by Lucasfilm. I love this franchise. The 44-year-old won an Oscar for Best Documentary Short back in 2012.
3 new ones. Amazing. Yeah. Very exciting. Well, Daddy Yankee is going down in history. The global hit that will probably be stuck in your head now, Gasolina, has become the first reggaeton song inducted into the National Recording Registry at the Library of Congress. The Puerto Rican rapper released the song back in 2004. 24 other songs were also inducted this year, including Stairway to Heaven and Imagine. Well, a pair of shoes worn by Michael Jordan just became the most expensive sneakers ever sold. Can you guess?
Well, I already know. You told me.
You at home, take a guess. Someone paid $2.2 million in a Sotheby's auction.
That's insane.
The pair of Air Jordan 13 sneakers were worn by his Airness, as we call him, during Game 2 of the 1998 NBA Finals. They're also signed by Jordan. That's pretty cool. 1998 was MJ's 6th and final champion run with the Chicago Bulls. The old record was held by, you guessed it, a different pair of shoes worn by Jordan, but those were during his rookie season. I don't know, it's amazing that he wore them, but $2.2 million.
It's a lot of money, but my husband's a huge Bulls Jordan fan and lived through all of that. And would probably, I mean, we don't. $2 million for a pair of shoes, but he
the whole sneakerhead thing,
he
too,
would
is
get
just expensive, period. But that's awesome.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest film? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
If it's Wednesday, breaking news in Tennessee, where local officials just voted to reinstate the second Democrat who had been expelled by State House Republicans in Tennessee after protesting for stricter gun laws. As officials in neighboring Kentucky call for action in that state after this week's deadly mass shooting in Louisville. Plus, an appeals court could rule at any time on the Justice Department's effort to halt a Texas federal judge's ruling that would ban access to a commonly used abortion pill, as the Biden administration warns of irreparable harm if the ruling takes hold. And team arrival, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott moves closer toward an official bid for the White House as former President Trump tries to consolidate his party's support for the nomination. Happy Wednesday and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting from Washington, and we're going to begin today with the political backfire of enormous proportions for Republicans in Tennessee as Republicans nationally struggle with their messaging around important issues for voters, including guns, abortion, and democracy. On guns, what began in Tennessee with an unprecedented move to expel 2 Democratic members of the State House for violating rules of decorum during a demonstration for stricter gun laws has ended with the reinstatement of both members, a call by the Republican governor to strengthen gun laws, and a whole bunch of negative national headlines for the GOP. This was the dramatic scene a short time ago after the Shelby County Board of Commissioners voted to reinstate Justin J. Pearson to his seat in the Tennessee chamber 2 days after the Nashville Metro Council voted unanimously to restore fellow Democrat Justin Jones to his seat. After the vote, a defiant Pearson spoke to supporters outside, rallying them on the issue of stricter gun laws, while also lashing out at state Republicans. At one point, even accusing them of acting like white supremacists.
Now that the Shelby County Commission done their job, I'm so glad we get to get back to doing our job. And what is our job? It's to elevate the voices of the 6 kids, the 6 people in Nashville. The 3 children who were just 9 years old. To elevate the 5 folk in Louisville who died from gun violence that was preventable. We know it's preventable because there are good laws that exist. We know it's preventable because there are organizations advocating for the change of the law in order to save people's lives. They tried to kill democracy. They tried to expel the people's choice and the people's vote. And they awakened a sleeping giant.
Bottom line, in an effort to quiet dissent from the handful of Democrats in the Tennessee State House on the issue of gun reform, those Tennessee Republicans have instead given the so-called Tennessee 3 a national platform. And instead of relegating the gun debate, Republicans may have supercharged it. In fact, it's Republican Governor of Tennessee, Bill Lee, who just signed an executive order to strengthen background checks. And he also called on the legislature to pass the equivalent of a red flag law.
It is possible and it is important that we find a way to remove individuals who are a threat to themselves or to our society, to remove them from access to weapons. I'm asking the legislature to bring forth thoughtful, practical measures to do that, to strengthen our laws, to separate those dangerous people from firearms, while at the same time preserving the constitutional rights of the people of this state.
It's a notable move from a governor in a red state. In fact, the Tennessee Firearms Association has already accused Lee of, get this, of caving to the, quote, mob on gun control. Again, he just advocated a red flag law. Wasn't even talking about at all of restricting law-abiding citizens from purchasing a weapon. The proposed laws are a far cry from the kind of reforms that many Democrats and activists are calling for, including real bans on certain weapons. That's not what Governor Lee called for. It also comes in the wake of another mass shooting this week that killed 5 at a bank in neighboring Kentucky. That bank shooting in Louisville and last month's school shooting in Nashville that killed 6 have now become 2 of the latest tragic data points among the 147 mass shootings across the United States this calendar year alone, and it is only mid-April. 102 days, in fact. It's an issue that is not going away, and as we noted, it's another issue where Republicans could find themselves out of step with public opinion, which is often a politically perilous place to be, as they're finding out on the issue of abortion. Joining me now on the ground in Memphis is our own Katie Beck. Katie, this was a fascinating, what turned into a political rally, if you will. But a couple of days ago, there was still some question of whether the Shelby County Commission would do this because there was some reports that there was a lot of pressure being put on the Shelby County Council there not to reappoint Justin J. Pearson. That clearly seemed to erode pretty fast.
Well, it's important to note, Chuck, that this is actually a 13-member commission. There were 7 Democrats today who voted unanimously to reinstate Pearson. There were 2 Democrats that were actually out of the country and couldn't be present for the vote. And there were 4 Republicans that were absent today. They were not at the table. So it does sort of show you how the layout was here today, and the fact that they needed that simple majority. They needed 7 out of 13 to get it across the line, and they got just that. They did it extremely expeditiously. When they reinstated Jones, it happened in less than 5 minutes, and I think this was in less than 2 minutes of them gaveling into this meeting. They had quickly taken that vote. They actually put public comment behind the vote, which is unusual. Usually the comments come beforehand and then they take the vote, but it was almost symbolically saying to people, we've already decided on this and we want to let you have your say, but the vote has been determined.
You know, Katie, it's not lost on us that the very thing the Tennessee 3 were campaigning for, essentially, can we have a debate about some new gun reform laws? In some ways, the Republican governor has responded to their call. How are Tennessee State House Republicans reacting to Governor Lee's call for a red flag law and some action by that legislature?
Well, Republicans have been strangely sort of silent in the past few days. We haven't heard a lot of comments on gun control laws specifically. The Speaker of the House was questioned about these reinstatements after Jones' reinstatement Monday, and he said that he would honor the laws of the legislature, and that if these municipalities voted to reinstate them, that he would respect that and follow the rules. That has been about as far as they have gone. But these comments from Lee, and of course the executive order asking legislators to put politics and pride aside and really find a bipartisan road here to get this done, is unusual language coming from Lee, and I think that's been noted by not just Republicans but Democrats as well. They are certainly saying this is a step in the right direction, perhaps not as far as they would like to take it, but to hear him say these things has certainly been encouraging for their fight.
Katie Beck on the ground for us in Memphis, Tennessee. Katie, thank you. Turning now from Tennessee to Kentucky, where a vigil is set to begin next hour for the 5 people killed in Monday's shooting at a bank. The shooting has renewed calls in that state for action from Democratic lawmakers. It's a state with some of the laxest gun laws in the country on that front, and leading those efforts is the mayor of Louisville, who was a target himself of gun violence last year. And joining me now is the mayor of Louisville, Craig Greenberg. Mayor Greenberg, welcome to Meet the Press. You now join a whole bunch of mayors around this country who've been in this exact position. You've had this massive loss of life via gun violence. Sometimes it's one event, sometimes it's a lot of events over a period of time. And there's only so much you can do besides rhetoric, right? Because at the end of the day, it's state laws, it's federal laws. So let's start with, you said you need help from Frankfurt and Washington. That is rhetorically true. How do you make that statement a reality?
Well, I'm already hard at work at that. We've been doing everything we can at the local level, consistent with Kentucky law, to try to reduce the amount of gun violence since I took office. literally 100 days ago today. But now I'm calling on, as you mentioned, for more help. And so the good news is I am cautiously optimistic today that after our call yesterday to work together, putting politics aside and just focusing on areas of agreements and solutions to end the constant gun violence that we're seeing in cities like Louisville and across the country. I've heard from members of the state legislature, members of both political parties that want to talk, that want to work together to make some positive steps forward. And so we're going to have conversations in the coming days about what we can do together to take meaningful action.
Where do you do it? Because Kentucky passed a law, the General Assembly passed a law that literally makes the state a, quote, Second Amendment sanctuary state. And what the law means, according to Josh Bray, the state representative who wrote it, that it would that the law would bar local and state police from enforcing any federal firearm regulation that might attempt to ban guns or ammunition or firearm accessories like bump stocks that take effect after January 21st, 2021. So you throw that in there, that takes away a lot of things you could do having to do with the weapon itself. But it doesn't address waiting periods. And that to me seems to be maybe the best realistic place to start.
There's that. There's issues related to red flag laws. They're of many different shapes and sizes. But I'm asking for two things initially, and this list can and will grow. One is local autonomy. We in Louisville have a unique gun violence epidemic that is different from other parts of our state of Kentucky. Just like in other issues, give us local autonomy to address our unique, horrible gun violence epidemic that we're dealing with right now. And second, in addition to the law that you just mentioned, there are laws on the books right now that would make me a criminal for implementing any efforts to try to reduce the amount specifically of gun violence that the real criminals are using the guns. That would make me a criminal. And we also have a law on the books right now in Kentucky that AR-15 rifle that was used to murder 5 people 2 days ago, and that was used to shoot at the rescuing police officers, will one day be back on the streets. Because right now, under Kentucky law, we are required to turn that gun over to the state, who in turn is required to auction it off. That is insane. That's dangerous. That's absurd. It's got to change. So I'm asking.
What was that? Do you have any idea what the motivation was for that law? I mean, it's truly not to waste any weapon.
No, I have no idea. The only possible answer that I have is that the proceeds of those auctions are used to support police departments and give them the equipment that they need. I firmly support that. We have plenty of money at the state and local level that we will ensure that our police officers have the resources they need to do their job, to keep us safe and to keep themselves safe. That is, of course, the #1 priority. But we don't need to auction off weapons to do that. And so we should have the local ability that if we want to destroy weapons that have been used to commit violent crimes, weapons that are illegally confiscated, we should be able to destroy them. Right now, I'd be a criminal if I had our city do that.
Let me ask you this, though, about wanting local autonomy and gun laws. That, in theory, sounds great. Ask the city of Chicago. But at the end of the day, the Indiana-Chicago-Illinois line isn't very far from the city, and you know what that means. Plenty of guns come in. Wisconsin has very loose gun purchasing laws. So Chicago has some tough laws on the books. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't stop the flow of weapons into the city. So while I get wanting autonomy, can it even work if literally state law is working against you?
We have the same issue here. Indiana is right across the river from where we are here in Louisville, but we have to start somewhere. And so to me, if we can find areas of common ground where we can start having conversations and taking actions and steps to reduce the amount of gun violence, whether it's mass shootings or whether it's individual shootings that happen far too often in cities like Louisville, then let's take those first steps. And slowly over time, we will build on them. I would love to do more, but I'm also trying to be realistic about what we can do. And so let's focus on what we can do together.
This is an election year in the state. Governor's up for re-election, a lot of the assembly. Does that can sometimes help a cause like this or hurt a cause like this? What do you think it's going to do?
Well, I'm hopeful. I'm just hopeful that in the aftermath of this tragedy, which has now directly impacted so many people in our city, that elected officials are ready to take action. People who are elected to office, if they're not going to take action to save lives, to prevent tragedies, why be in office? And so now with this hitting so close to home and with the amount of gun violence that we're dealing with on a weekly basis in Louisville and in so many other cities, I am hopeful that now is the time. And based on the feedback I've gotten over the past 24 hours, I am cautiously optimistic.
And that means, but realistically, we're talking red flag laws, and you're not talking about messing with the weapon itself, right? That's probably a bridge too far in Kentucky.
Well, we'll see. In the coming days, we're having a vigil tonight at 5 p.m. to mourn the loss of our friends who have been murdered this week. Conversations will begin in the coming days, and so we'll see where they lead. I will certainly be advocating for significant action, but I definitely want to make sure that we have results, and so we'll see where that ends up.
Mayor Greenberg, I was saying to you this off camera. I mean, I think the toughest job in America these days is to be a mayor of a city of any significant size these days of population. It is not easy. Moments like this are just a reminder of that. Stay safe yourself. You were nearly a victim of gun violence yourself as a candidate. And here's hoping for the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chuck.
Coming up, an appeals court could now rule at any time involving that abortion pill drug as the Justice Department pushes to block the Texas court ruling from limiting access to that pill. Could take effect later this week. We have the latest on what to expect and when next. Plus, a primary state push, the newest potential Republican presidential candidate, hits the ground in an exploratory way in Iowa, and he's got company. We're on the ground in the Hawkeye State ahead. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide. how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals could be ruling at any time on whether or not it will halt a Texas judge's ruling to pull a common abortion drug off the shelves before it goes into effect on Saturday. In dueling court briefs, the Biden administration and the anti-abortion groups who originally brought the Texas case both fought to convince the court to take their side. The DOJ and the drug manufacturer are asking the court to keep the pill available while the case is decided. Pharmaceutical companies filed a new brief backing the administration last night, warning that the ruling could have disastrous implications. Quote, far from being limited to one drug, the logic of the district court's order overturns the long-settled legal basis of FDA's drug approval process. Unless stayed, the district court's lawless opinion will empower any plaintiff to grind drug approvals to a halt, disrupting patients' access to critical medicines. Joined now by our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. So, Laura, at this point, what more does the Fifth Circuit need to be doing before they issue their ruling? And look, the clock is ticking here. When do you expect this?
Yeah, they really could rule at any point now, Chuck. As you mentioned, the Justice Department and this pill manufacturer called Danco want essentially to get a hold on that order that's set to go into effect Saturday so they can at least have some breathing room, try to make their best arguments. It's called an administrative stay, and it would really just be a pause on everything. It wouldn't really be speaking to the merits of the actual legal arguments. It would just essentially be a freeze on Judge Kaczmarek's order. Remember, the other issue here is this other decision lurking in the background. So if in effect, let's play this out. If in effect Kaczmarek's order goes into effect, you have this conflicting ruling out of another federal court with the same jurisdiction in Washington State. And in that case, the judge said, let's just leave everything as is, maintain the status quo. And so the question is, how are you supposed to reconcile these two? Now, it's not clear that the Fifth Circuit will take that into account, if at all. The Justice Department has asked for clarification from that judge in Washington about how they're supposed to deal with this. But again, the Fifth Circuit could do whatever it wants. Or I should mention, it could just sit on this. In prior abortion cases that have come before the Fifth Circuit, they've essentially just done nothing, which would in effect be doing something, because then Kaczmarek's order would go into effect.
I was just going to say, if they do nothing, midnight Saturday, what happens?
Then we are in sort of uncharted territory, because remember, what he did was interesting. He put a stay, which is just a hold on the effective date of the drug. And what that means is as if the drug was never approved 23 years ago. And you might have heard some people calling it a ban or something like that. It's really different than that. And some have sort of posited that he did this on purpose, because by not ordering the FDA to do anything, the plaintiffs are saying that the Justice Department can't even really challenge this. And so they're trying to get the whole case tossed out in front of the Fifth Circuit, saying, look, this judge actually didn't order the FDA to do anything. Once the FDA stamp of approval on this drug is no longer, then potentially the drug manufacturers have something to say about that, but that's not an issue for the FDA. And so that's something that the Fifth Circuit could also potentially latch onto if it wants to.
Laura, I saw some speculation that as the Biden administration tries to figure out a response to resubmit the drug for current FDA approval, what would that do to this case?
I mean, you could try. Certainly, that's not going to be an ideal position for Danco, the drug manufacturer. But certainly nothing in the judge's order would prevent them from doing that. But, I mean, imagine that would take a really long time. And for a drug that's been on the market for 23 years, I think some would say that would be sort of untenable at this point. But certainly they could if they needed to. But I think this is part of why you see Big Pharma coming out in force against this decision, because for them it's terrifying that they could spend all this money and do all this research just to have one judge sort of throw it all out.
Look, before the Trump era, I would have said, oh, there is no chance that an appeals court lets this go through. I don't want to assume anything anymore. But what would be the rationale to allow this to go through? Because, again, one thing that I thought I understood about the judiciary, particularly on the federal level, particularly a circuit or a Supreme Court, is they certainly don't want to upend. If you think something is going to upend a market or upend society in a short-term way, you got to let it play out. I mean, this screams at a minimum, hey, we're going to set this, you know, it's not going to take effect, but let's hear the case.
Certainly, but I guess the argument in response would be if you truly believe that this drug is dangerous and if you truly believe that people are being harmed, then that's something you would want to block right away. If you truly believe that the people are actually at risks and their lives are at risk. Of course, the FDA would say we have a 23-year history proving that this drug is safe and effective, and so they would push back on that. But certainly the judge in Texas, he is very much convinced, or at least on paper says he's convinced by that evidence.
Well, there's a number of ways the Fifth Circuit could toss this. They could also just go to standing. No evidence yet whether they will do that, but that is also another way they could go. Laura Jarrett, our senior legal correspondent. Laura, thank you. Sure. We also got a quick development I wanted to share this afternoon on another legal case we've been watching closely. The Dominion Voting Systems lawsuit against Fox News is set to go to trial days from now. And Fox News is in some serious hot water with the judge who just sanctioned Fox officially for withholding evidence in the defamation case. According to a person who was in the Delaware courtroom today, Dominion played recordings of a now former Fox News producer she made during the 2020, which were not handed over to Dominion's lawyers during discovery. That producer, Abby Grossberg, is now also suing Fox News, claiming her deposition in this defamation case was coerced. The sanction against Fox gives Dominion a chance to conduct another deposition, and Fox has to pay for it. The judge, meanwhile, says he's also considering an additional investigation and censure. Fox News responded minutes ago in a statement saying, as counsel explained to the court, Fox produced the supplemental information from Ms. Grossberg when we first learned it. Up next, we are live in Iowa, where the Republican Senator Tim Scott just made his first official move towards launching a 2024 run against Donald Trump in a growing field of Republicans. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Turning to the 2024 presidential race, South Carolina Republican Senator Tim Scott is officially kind of considering throwing his hat in the ring. Scott formally announced an exploratory committee, which, as far as the FEC is concerned, there is no such thing. You're either a presidential campaign committee, which now Tim Scott is, or you're not. But they are calling it an exploratory committee. He set that up. He takes him to Iowa, New Hampshire, and his home state of South Carolina this week. Here's some footage of Scott at an event with Iowa Congresswoman Ashley Hinson this morning. By the way, she's a candidate that he has been paying for his own ads to support back in 2022. A favorite of his Senate colleagues, Scott was his caucus's point man on police reform negotiations with Democrats after the killing of George Floyd. But those bipartisan bona fides were nowhere to be found in his launch video that focused more on his own backstory and his contempt for the current version of the Democratic Party.
If the radical left gets their way, millions more families will be trapped in failing schools, crime-ridden neighborhoods, and crushing inflation. Not on my watch. This is personal to me. I will never back down in defense of the conservative values that make America exceptional. And that's why I'm announcing my exploratory committee for President of the United States.
Ali Vitale is following Tim Scott in Iowa. And Ali, I always like to say, you know, there's no such thing as an exploratory committee. You either have one, or you're either running for president or you're not. He opened a committee. He's running for president. But it's interesting that they're choosing to call it exploratory. Have they given any reason as to why he hasn't? Is there a final decision he's looking to contemplate here?
Yeah, and frankly, that's one of the questions that I was going to ask him this morning, if he had chosen to talk to press and if he had opened up his first event since announcing this exploratory committee, because I do think that's one of the open questions. You know, Chuck, we've watched him go around the country to the states that often pick up our attention, the Iowas, New Hampshires, South Carolinas, and Nevadas. He's been going to all of those states as part of this tour of America that he's done as a listening tour before the exploratory phase. Now we know that he's doing Iowa, New Hampshire, and then back to South Carolina for this weekend, where he's once again going to huddle with donors. He's someone who is a prolific fundraiser. That's never really been a problem for him. Putting the money together for this operation is not going to be the hard part. The hard part is going to be what his message actually is on the campaign trail and what resonates with a group of people who, at least here in Iowa, as I've been talking to them, are open to someone who is not Trump. I think that there might be some Trump fatigue, at least among the voters that I've found, but he's going to have to find a way to differentiate himself, and right now he's not doing that.
You know, it's interesting. He reminds me of candidates in the past where they're incredible on paper candidates, and then you see them play out and you're wondering, okay, is it on the Democratic side, Bill Bradley and John Glenn are two of my favorite examples. Incredible on paper candidates, and they just struggle to connect. Did you see evidence there? Is he connecting? Is there an audience there?
Or even Senator Kamala Harris, someone who I think of who struggled here in Iowa and then ultimately dropped out before ballots were even cast. I think there are a lot of those kinds of people. There's a question of if that's going to be Senator Tim Scott. I think there's a real question, as someone who's watched Governor Ron DeSantis over the course of 2 gubernatorial campaigns, if he's going to have that same kind of a problem of connecting in the kind of retail politics that is bread and butter here in Iowa and in New Hampshire. For Scott, though, I think the fact that he came in, did a closed press event for his first event here. We're going to do another event with him here later tonight in just a few hours behind me. It's going to be interesting to see the way that he actually talks with this crowd, the things that he isn't necessarily leading with in terms of the thing that we know him for on the Hill, leading on police reform in bipartisan fashion. He hasn't talked about that here yet. It's going to be interesting with what he leads with to connect here. Ali
Vitale on the ground for us in Iowa. Ali, thank you. Joining me now on set, Eugene Daniels, White House correspondent and playbook co-author at Politico. Also an NBC News political analyst, Maria Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of Voto Latino, also an NBC News contributor, and Jim Garrity, senior political correspondent for National Review, and he's a contributing columnist at our friends over at the Washington Post. I want to start things off here, Eugene, because Scott, in some ways, obviously, a unique biography, and he's leaning into it not in the way you'd necessarily assume. Let me play this portion of his video. Okay, here's what he says in the video. I thought we did cut this. They're promoting victimhood instead of personal responsibility. Apparently we have it. Let's go.
They're promoting victimhood instead of personal responsibility, and they're indoctrinating our children to believe we live in an evil country. And all too often, when they get called out for their failures, they weaponize race to divide us, to hold on to their power. When I fought back against their liberal agenda, they called me a prop, a token, because I disrupt their narrative. I threaten their control. They know the truth of my life disproves their lies.
Eugene, it was this portion of his video I thought, okay, this is his message, and it's a primary voter message. Nominate me, I control the left in a way that no other nominee can.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you hear from people of color who are Republicans often, right? And when I talk to Republicans who saw this video, but also he did something very similar when he was the counterpoint to Biden's State of the Union address a couple of years ago, right? Where he talked about the left calling him an Uncle Tom and that you can't talk about race with me, I'm black. That happens with people of color who are Republicans all the time. And for Republicans,
it resonates to a white audience, doesn't it?
Exactly, because it makes them feel like, see, I can't be racist. This guy, Tim Scott, said I'm not, right? And that is something that Republican strategists I've been talking to have said are going to be a huge part of both him, there's Vivek, but there's also Nikki Haley, who is talking about this similarly.
Is it enough, Jim? What else does he need to combine with that? Like, it feels like, okay, it gets you in the room.
Well, there's a lot to like about Tim Scott, but it's a very weird moment for a guy like him with that persona, the happy warrior, to be running for the nomination of a Republican Party that is angry, that is very upset about the state of the country. They're upset about immigration. They're upset about the state of the economy, inflation. They don't like all the money going over to Ukraine. This is a very frustrated, dark, dour, seething, base of the party.
It's a good observation.
And so it's like, I've never been cheerier, our future's brighter, but also things have never been worse.
No, it was odd to me. Maria Teresa, I just look at it and I'm like, you know what's funny about Tim Scott is he's the president of the Senate dining room.
Yep.
Right? Like, every Senate Republican I talk, oh, Tim Scott, please make it Tim. Okay, this is your nominee. I get it. Good luck. I mean, please, they're like almost begging voters to pick Tim Scott here. I don't think he's leading with his best self.
I don't think. Well,
but I understand why he's doing what he's doing.
Right, but I actually think it's doubling down on what Eugene is saying. It's basically trying to pacify a group of Republicans that are saying, I'm not that racist, and the other part saying, come on over, people of color, the water's warm. And I say this because what he talks about specifically in a lot of focus groups, what we're saying is that education is an untested issue that the Democrats have to address. We're coming out of a 2-year pandemic where moms, specifically moms of color, are finally recognizing that their kids are not up to level when it comes to reading and to reading and math. And they're like, well, maybe we need to have this conversation. And that is one of the reasons why you talk about crime. Crime, when it comes to places like even California and New York City, everybody's talking about it when I go on these, listening tours, so to speak. And so I think that what he led with is trying to siphon off some communities of color in different ways. And he's more trying to be used by the Republicans. But it's a strategy among the Republicans to bring more people. Is it going to work? He doesn't motivate. He doesn't have a base. And when it comes to taking out primary voters, he's not going to take out a primary voter to go vote for him.
I do. That's the thing I have. I understand the idea. Like I said, he strikes me, this feels like John Glenn, Bill Bradley, where the idea, you're like, the guy who orbited the moon, the Earth, of course you make him president. And he's from Ohio. You're like, oh my gosh. And then it didn't work. He doesn't, the thing he's best known for is not something that's going to sell to any Republican primary voter.
No, not at all. And the fact that he's not talking about it, he knows that. And it also failed, right? So it's not really something you want to lead with because it actually...
And he won't take on Trump. And I guess it comes back to this, Jim. How do you... The Ric Flair question. How do you be the man without beating the man?
Yeah, no, it has been frightening and a little unnerving for those of us who are not fans of Donald Trump to see Ron DeSantis hold back. He's not running yet. He's still handling stuff in the Florida State Legislature. Nikki Haley, not particularly interested in taking shots.
She took a shot on the memo. What did you make of the memo?
Okay. Sorry. Duck, that memo's coming for you. No. When you get up,
it's a strongly worded memo.
Maybe some of it will happen when they're on a debate stage, and they turn to you and say, "You're a maniac. You lost the race. Your time is over." Like maybe it'll happen, but I'm not. So far, we're not seeing it. And I don't think Asa Hutchinson is going to be the guy who's going to come out and bloody Trump's nose.
Ironically, the only place it can happen is on the debate stage. I actually agree that actually, as much as people want to see it on the stump, now people want to see you take Trump on when Trump's on the stage.
Well, you want to see more than anything is taking them on, but his reaction to it, and that's what they're going to have to figure out. Is like, how do you actually get him off his game where he is feeling disrespected, he is being dressed down, and that is going to have to be, I believe, someone that he thinks is good-looking and a little smarter than him.
Let me move to the political convention decision. I kind of think it doesn't matter. That I feel like the political convention that went away. Yeah. Like we just learned, there's a better way to do it, and why the city doesn't matter. But let me ask this: did the Democratic Party really let a couple of missing Union hotels in Atlanta decide which city gets this convention? Because if the party wants to grow itself and you do believe a convention serves that purpose, it actually makes more sense to put it in Atlanta and Chicago. And the only reason they did, I think they didn't pick Atlanta was due to the number of union hotels.
No, that's right. One of the things that people kept saying outside of just that, it's just harder to do a big event in Atlanta. Like basically the hotels, so it was like a lot of logistical.
It was too, the hotels aren't close enough together.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
so like a lot of
logistical,
logistical complaints. But I think you're right. The location doesn't matter as much. The DNC, everyone I talked to while this decision was being made was saying like it doesn't actually matter where you do it, right? If you go to Georgia, are you all of a sudden going to have voters who say, you know what, you came to my state, so I'm going to vote for Joe Biden? That's not going to happen. President Biden doesn't have any kind of primary, so none of that matters. None of the location matters at this point.
Well, the only way that I think that actually Chicago does make sense, though, is the media market that it surrounds. Right. Because it bleeds into Wisconsin and the other states that are closer.
Event, though.
No, but it bleeds in a different way when you're leading up to it. And I share with you because I've
heard this about Denver in 08.
No, yeah.
I mean, it mattered in Denver in 08.
Did you read my mind? I was about to use Denver in 08.
But that is, I think it's an exception that sort of, that was a first. It was the first time we'd gone out west that wasn't California.
Yeah,
so that was an interesting thing.
Yeah, no, but it was a drumming up of what is happening. And I think that there's going to be a contrast because if you think about it, Wisconsin, the Republicans lost that by like 20,000, 30,000 votes. It was very minimal. And that's why they're claiming to go there. In Chicago, yes, they won Illinois by over 1 million, but it's the surrounding media market that actually allows them to bleed into the other spaces that
but the
Atlanta would
Republicans
not allow that.
preferred Nashville. They're only in Milwaukee because the Nashville said no.
It's a little curious to not pick an absolutely totally safe state, but you're right. It's neighboring.
No, it is a done deal now. It's going to be Milwaukee.
What really resolved this was J.B. Pritzker coming around and saying, "How much money? You're going to run out of money? Here's some. Here's the petty cash drawer."
You're 100% right.
And Biden doesn't have to make a lot of calls.
Correct.
But making
these things are horrible. All the rules they've put into place of who can give money. Right,
you know,
which you're all aware of.
J.B. Pritzker, what's really interesting about that is that there have been rumors that he wants to run for president. So is he preparing his coffers for 2028? That could be the strategy.
Pritzker or J.B. Fixer? J.B. Fixer of the convention. Anyway, Eugene, Maria Teresa, and Jim, thank you all. After the break, I have a little data download for you. The Biden administration just unveiled an extremely ambitious proposal to rev up this country's move towards electric cars. The auto industry and the biggest auto union, the United Auto Workers, they're trying to both pump the brakes on this one. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City, from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Data download time. The Biden administration today announced a proposal for what would be the toughest auto emissions standards in U.S. history, and the White House's most ambitious push to date towards reaching some significant carbon reduction goals. If this is enacted, the plan aims to push the auto industry toward nearly full electrification, essentially by the middle of the next decade. It could mean that 67% of all new vehicles sold would be electric by 2032. And that's more than 2/3 of all new cars. Now, if successful, it would reduce 10 billion, with a B, tons of CO2 by 2055. It's the equivalent of erasing more than 2 full years of the CO2 emissions currently producing in the United States. So let's look to see how realistic and how we get here. So as we said, the percent of new car sales right now in 2032 has to hit 67%. Here's where we are in 2022. And look, we've had some significant jumps. 2020, 1.7%. It doubles in 2021, nearly doubles in 2022. So, you go on this doubling, and it's not as if we're not going to get close to 67% if we stick to that. But that's where we're going to have to be in order to get there. Now, just so you get, right now, what it would mean is your entire fleet. So if you're GM, it doesn't mean you can't have any gas cars. It just means overall, your net grams, essentially, of what you're emitting per mile. In 1975, it was 3.1. And then you can see, starting in 94, we really got stringent here. And right now, this 2025 number of 0.03, most of the fleets have already hit that. By about 2017, they hit this. So this means you got to take it down to 0.01 by 2032. That's the official sort of marker here of measurement that begins this process. So what stands in the way of making that? Well, we've got the old raw material issue. We have battery capacity that we're not yet. Are we going to have the batteries themselves? We also have a charging station issue. I'm going to show you that in a minute. And of course, the cost of electric vehicles. So let me show you one of those things. Right now, we only have about 130 charging stations. We need 2.3 by 2030 if we're going to have this amount of cars on the road. Now, that said, it means about, over the next 7 years, about 300,000 charging stations got to be added at a minimum per year to meet this number. Now, part of the Inflation Reduction Act was about doing that, and arguably, we have places to put these charging stations. They're called gas stations. So at some point, working with the oil companies to become charging stations is likely going to be a place we go. Then you look at vehicle costs, and this is, again, where the Inflation Reduction Act comes in. Right now, the average overall vehicle price, just under 50 grand. Average electric vehicle is just over 60 grand. This Inflation Reduction Act gives you a tax credit of $7,500. That brings the cost down here to about $5,400, so then you'd have a $5,000 difference. This, however, by the way, the amount now that we expect consumers to use this tax credit is going to be far higher than we expect, than what was budgeted for. That's going to be a hit on our own debt and deficit coming up. Still to come, as Pentagon officials scramble to control the damage after top secret intelligence information was leaked online, I'm going to talk to a former DOJ leak czar who led the investigation in the Edward Snowden leak, about what's happening right now behind the scenes in an attempt to find the leaker. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi!
Hi, family!
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Welcome back. The entire government, but the White House for sure, is focused on trying to find out who leaked sensitive and top-secret Pentagon documents online. The administration is also grappling with the fallout with both adversaries and allies, and the potential that intelligence sources and methods were compromised. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said his department will turn over every rock until they find the source and determine the extent of this leak. And last night, the CIA Director Bill Burns called the leak deeply unfortunate, but would not elaborate further because of the ongoing investigation by both the Pentagon and the DOJ. Obviously, all those reactions indicate that much of the actual leaked documents are accurate. Even as President Biden is abroad, my NBC News colleagues have new reporting about how the administration is looking to prevent this from happening again, including possibly by expanding how intelligence agencies monitor social media sites and online chat rooms where the classified Pentagon documents first started circulating. Joining me now is NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce, who broke that story. He's at the Pentagon Force right now. And Brandon Van Grack is a former senior national security official at the Department of Justice. He oversaw leak investigations, including being the lead prosecutor in the Edward Snowden investigation. So it's good to have Brandon's expertise with us. But Dan, let's start with the straight-up reporting. Let's start with this idea of monitoring. Who is it that they're monitoring? Are they going to be monitoring those with top secret credentials and what they do online, or monitoring the platform themselves for chatter? What's the idea behind this?
I think we are facing a very similar challenge that the U.S. has faced for the past 2 decades, even beyond, right? We heard about this before after the January 6th attack, right? You know, why didn't the FBI pick up on some of this chatter? So here these documents appeared in a private chat room weeks and weeks ago and then kind of migrated out of there. Now, yes, I think they're talking about looking at some of these social media sites, even these obscure gaming sites or apps, but there's a limit here legally to what the U.S. can do, as always, right? So if it's a private chat room, then it becomes very difficult. You've got to have probable cause. Right. As one former official said, you can't burst into the club for no reason. So it's still a challenge here, but they're scrambling because it's a bit embarrassing that this stuff was sort of circulating out there for a while.
Well, that's why I asked specifically, Dan, what's the monitoring aspect? Is it monitoring those with security clearance who could be going on these sites? Or is it about the sites themselves?
I think it's both. Okay. I think it's both. Now, of course, again, now there's another dilemma, once again, about how much do you share intelligence inside the government? Is the information being shared too broadly? Senator Warner and others are questioning that now. And of course, the pendulum swings back and forth, right? After 9/11, it was all about silos.
Brandon, let me bring you in here. You obviously lead prosecutor in the Edward Snowden case, so you know a lot about where do you begin in a leak case. And first, leak versus hack. Are you pretty convinced this is a leak, not a hack?
Oh Lord, I'm not convinced of anything. I think that based on all we know right now, we have physical documents, photos, and so that at least wouldn't necessarily be what we would expect to see for some sort of intrusion. But the reality is I think it seems clear, at least at this point, there's a lot we don't know, and so I don't think we can jump to conclusions either way.
I'm curious just to get your legal expertise and what I'm getting at with Dan here. So when you get a security clearance, do you sign any of your rights away?
Well, you certainly make certain commitments. There's an agreement, and the reality is there's limitations on what you can do with that in those documents. And I actually think to go to your specific point, there are I think somewhere like 3 million people that have an active security clearance. You can't monitor 3 million people, and you can't monitor what is endless amounts of classified
But do you have
information.
probable cause on going in there if you know somebody with a security clearance is going into that game room? Is that enough for probable cause to monitor that platform or not?
Well, I guess, so whether there is or isn't, there's an endless number of ways that people can disclose classified information. They don't need social media to do so. That is just one of endless numbers of ways that
it's just a place to disseminate.
It is, and so the point is, like, to some degree, the problem of monitorship, that's not necessarily the solution. That is, you know, a way to do it. But I do think this just goes to a broader point as well, which is because you can't monitor 3 million people and you can't monitor documents, part of this is enforcement. You have to enforce the laws to deter the conduct in the first place.
All right, let's go to the investigation itself. The only entity that I would think is more skeptical of DOJ messing around in their business, besides NSA, would be the Pentagon. So here, the FBI is conducting this investigation. How hard is it? I mean, you had to penetrate the NSA. Did you run into hurdles, or how cooperative does it get?
No, and I wouldn't even use the term penetration. I think these investigations, I mean, leak investigations happen all the time. And what happens is, even though the reporting is, Pentagon is leading sort of the review, the Department of Justice and the FBI are part of it. Like, it's completely collaborative. I wouldn't say penetrate, it's collaborative. This is one of those times when everyone is pointing in the right direction, in the same direction, and so I wouldn't say that there's any barriers. I'd be very surprised if there are any barriers there.
Are you surprised we don't have a suspect yet? Or that we don't, that it appears, and maybe we do and we don't, haven't heard about it, but please, everybody chatters. Like, I feel like if we had an idea that we were close to closing this down, that news would be out there. The fact that we don't, what does that tell you?
You know, even in investigations that we're aware of now, where it turns out very early on, it didn't seem like we had a suspect. The reality is they may in fact have a suspect, and they are sort of doing the diligence and investigation they need to make the arrest. And so it doesn't surprise me. I will say it concerns me because
yeah, we know so little. It feels like we knew about the Snowden thing pretty quick.
Well, I actually don't think we did, at least publicly.
The leaking happened a lot earlier than we thought.
Well, I would just say that in terms of the timeline, like, this is only a week. Less than a week since it came out, and I don't think if you look at the timeline when news.
But haven't we been investigating? I mean, people at the Pentagon knew something had gotten leaked. I mean, they knew a lot sooner, didn't they not?
I mean, maybe. Like, we don't know. I'm just saying publicly. If you actually look at the leak that began in the Edward Snowden case and the leak that began here, like, we're still less than a week into this investigation. But I do think it's concerning in terms of the damage. The threat is still live. Like, we can, even if we don't know what the motive is of this individual, the threat is still live.
Dan, I'm curious, because of that threat, what measures has the Pentagon taken?
Well, I think that's a key point here, that as far as we know, this threat is live. And there's only so much you can do with a live threat, right? So, yes, they are trying to restrict the pool of people who have access to sensitive or classified information. That's sort of a standard response in this case. And of course, they're going to be looking at who printed out classified documents. That is supposed to be something that is recorded. There's a track record of that. But, you know, there's another aspect of all this. A lot of former intelligence officials feel like this is unprecedented in some ways. It's different. You don't have a kind of classic double agent scenario where the documents are being passed to a foreign adversary in some way directly, and you don't have a classic whistleblower kind of scenario.
Like Reality Winner? Well, we might. The motive behind this might be a form of this, right? But we just don't know yet.
But if you're a whistleblower, why do you go to a private chat room to divulge your secrets to a few people, to a few thousand people, instead of the whole world, or to a media organization? So it is strange. It is unusual. Some people think it's amateurish, but I just think we still don't know.
Brendan, you have seen sort of this idea, and there's some chatter, we overclassify, there's too much of this, too many people have access to this. If you were king for a day, how would you clean up the classification process in our system?
You know, it is incredibly difficult. I mean, the reality is I don't know, because it is that difficult a problem. When I was even in the government, they really, even now, take pains to try to limit overclassification. It's a struggle. I think there's just an important point here. We don't know if that's the issue here. For all we know, the person that leaked that information had every right and need to have that information.
And they just took it upon themselves.
Exactly. So that would be a screening issue. That person, and so I think there is sometimes a rush to sort of conclude that's the problem, and we actually don't know that yet. And I think it makes this challenge even more difficult.
Right. We don't know getting the motive here, and we just don't have a motive.
Exactly.
All right. Dan DeLuce at the Pentagon, Brandon Van Grack, who led the Edward Snowden prosecution. Thank you both for being here. Thank you all for being with here this hour. By the way, for more discussion and analysis on the Pentagon leak story? Scan that QR code that's on the bottom of your screen right now to get today's episode of the Chuck Todd Cast. I've got Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube and former CIA Director John Brennan as my guests all throughout the whodunit on this one, so don't miss it. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Coming on the air with toxic smoke taking over a town in Indiana, forcing thousands of people out of their homes. No sign they can come back anytime soon. And that fire still burning. We're live on the ground with the new questions about who's responsible. We're also live in Louisville with 911 calls just released from that bank shooting that killed 5 people. One of the callers, the gunman's mother. The panic as she tried to warn police, and how Louisville right now is working to honor those lives lost. Plus, remember those Fisher-Price bouncy seats that are supposed to be recalled off the market? Turns out they're still in at least one, apparently, Facebook Marketplace, which is making the feds very upset. What the government wants Meta to do now. And a county in Texas has been told they can't ban books, so now they're trying to get rid of the library altogether. One of the librarians who just quit, speaking with our team exclusively on the front lines of this latest culture war fight. And a royally dramatic development ahead of King Charles's coronation, with new word tonight on Prince Harry's plans and Meghan's. We've got it covered a little bit later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight thousands of people cannot get back into their homes tonight because of huge clouds of toxic smoke blanketing Richmond, Indiana, and no timeline on when these evacuations will end. You've got the smoke, look at this, literally turning the sky black. It's coming from a fire burning even now as we speak, 24 hours after this thing started at an industrial building that stores plastic. Officials say the fire is under control, but it could keep burning until at least Saturday. We don't know how it started, and it's probably going to stay a mystery for days because it is obviously not safe enough for investigators to get inside to take a look. They say, we do know that the EPA is on the ground. And you can see here how many people in this town have been told to get out. This is the evacuation zone in red. Even people outside of that zone were told to shelter in place, keep their windows and doors closed, keep pets inside. Now, there are new questions tonight over who should be held accountable, with the town's mayor saying they've cited the business owner before because of what they saw as building conditions that weren't safe, and they've ordered him to clean up. Listen.
We were aware that what was operating here was a fire hazard. So this was a fear for us, and why we've taken so many steps to prevent this from happening. That business owner is fully responsible for all of this.
I want to bring in Maggie Vespa, who is live for us on the ground in Richmond. So, Maggie, schools are shut down today, right? Students are home. The fire may not be out until the weekend. That's several days away. What really has to happen next for people to be able to get some semblance of normalcy back into their lives?
Well, essentially, Hallie, I mean, firefighters are basically making progress inch by inch, and they've been telling us they're out there with bulldozers and excavators, really only able for a long time to get at this site from one side of it, because you talked about this is basically now being used as kind of a plastic storage warehouse, and we've been told there are semi-trailers and buildings literally filled with plastic. This is a 175,000 square foot facility, and they say it's just stacked up in some cases with plastic, and firefighters couldn't get to the scene. So that's why we're hearing until Saturday where they can really get this under control and get this fire out. And then it's going to be up to the EPA really saying that this air is indeed safe. They have said there are particulates in the air, but they haven't found the cancer-causing chemicals, which is huge. In the meantime, you have, as you said, at least 1,500 people evacuating from this site. That's what they're testing for there. Again, they say they found particulates, but no cancer-causing chemicals. 1,500 people evacuating. We talked to one earlier. Her name is Christina Cox. She told us she injured her back trying to flee her home, carrying her photos and her cat with her. Her home is 200 feet from this site, and she was so panicked when she was told she had to evacuate. Take a listen to part of our conversation.
Having to load up things, thinking I'm going to lose my home, picking pictures up, clothing, medicine, anything I could think of to make it better for myself and to be able to survive. I've never been that scared. I was in tears. I was calling my kids to come help me.
She went on to tell me that she's never laid her head down and cried like she did last night after she had to leave her home. So again, Hallie, we're told this fire will burn for days, and that if we're assuming, based on what we're told, that after it's put out, that's when we can start to get a timeline of when people can return, Hallie. But it all depends on the air quality.
Can I just ask you, Maggie, that's why you're wearing the mask, I assume, is because of the air quality issues. Are a lot of people doing that in town?
A lot of people are doing that, and I appreciate it. We should note that we're doing this really out of an abundance of caution. Like, we're kind of on the edge of the evacuation zone, and we just want to make sure we're being very careful. We're also upwind of it, so we should be fine just being safe.
It's good to know. The accountability piece of this is really important here, because we heard in the introduction to you the mayor basically pointing the finger at the building's owner here. Obviously, there are going to be a lot of eyes, not just in Indiana, but nationally, focused on what the response looks like, what the cleanup looks like. I think that East Palestine, Ohio, and different situation, it was a train derailment, but the sort of overall aftermath is still fresh in a lot of people's minds as it relates to any image when you see, I mean, look at this stuff, right? This cloud of smoke over this town.
I know, it's insane. And it's kind of like, to your point, sort of another back and forth battle that all these people here are caught in the middle of. It feels like it's reminiscent of East Palestine. So basically, in this case, the city of Richmond says they've cited the owner of this facility before. They declined, we should note, the city to release the documents that detail that to us. So they have not confirmed the name of the owner. We have court documents that show the last previous owner. We've reached out to that person. We haven't gotten back. So at this point, we're not going to say the name, but that accountability piece really interesting. And as you said, in the midst of all this, all these people caught in the middle, and just praying for progress soon. Hallie.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking to hear from those folks. Maggie Vespa, thank you very much for being on the ground for us in Richmond tonight. To Tennessee now, where a black state house Democrat is getting his job back after having been kicked out of his seat by Republicans for backing protesters demanding gun law changes. It's a local story that's gone national because of questions about race, democracy, what it means to represent your people. You're going to see some excitement from Justin Pearson in just a couple of minutes here after being reinstated to the Tennessee State House. Watch.
Let's get back to work! Yeah!
You can see the fist bumps, the cheers, right? The unanimous vote by the Shelby County commissioners who were present after Pearson led this 30-minute march from the National Civil Rights Museum, the site of the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., to the county commissioners building. And after accusing the state's Republicans of awakening, in his words, a sleeping giant.
They put Gloria Johnson and Justin Jones and me on trial. Yeah. The people's verdict is back. Yeah. Guilty. Yeah.
That is not the last time we're going to hear from Pearson and from Justin Jones, the other black Democrat who's getting his job back for now. In the next couple months, Governor Bill Lee will have to schedule 2 new elections for a full new term. And Democrats in Washington here, they are not done with this story either. Our team getting their hands on a letter from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the Senate, to the Attorney General, asking for an investigation to see if Tennessee Republicans may have violated the civil rights of not just these 2 lawmakers, but the majority black districts they represent. Katie Beck is live for us tonight in Memphis, where it is kind of an intense vibe on the ground here, as you saw people marching, people demanding that Justin Pearson be put back in office ASAP. When are we going to see his name flash back up on that big board at the Tennessee State House in Nashville?
Likely tomorrow, Hallie. It's expected that he is going to be on the steps of the Capitol at 8:30 tomorrow morning and will be sworn back in. And then that is also the first time since Jones has been reinstated that they're going to have a full House session, a floor session tomorrow, that both of them will return to their seats. As you stated, this is an interim temporary appointment. They both have a sort of another hill to climb in order to fully reclaim that seat. But as for tomorrow, they'll be walking back into the chamber facing those same Republicans that expelled them just days ago. It was a really, really excited and motivated crowd here, probably about 300 people that did that march you described from the Civil Rights Museum here to the plaza outside of that commission meeting. The decision was extremely fast. I mean, the decision to reinstate Jones on Monday took something like 4.5 minutes, and I'd say this time it was beat by another 2. As soon as they gavelled into the meeting, it was their first action they took. Typically, we hear public comment first and then the vote. They did it in the reverse order today. They took that vote, made a unanimous decision with the 7 Democrats present, and then moved on to public comment afterwards. Democrats. One thing to note is that this is a 13-member board. The 7 Democrats that were here today was just enough to establish that majority, but there were actually 4 Republicans who didn't show up at all and 2 other Democrats who happened to be out of the country.
I'm going to remind folks why this protest happened in the first place, right? The initial protest at the State House. It was, and those House Republicans say that's why Justin Pearson and Justin Jones were kicked out for breaking essentially rules of decorum by joining in on that protest with demonstrators who had showed up after the Covenant School shooting in Nashville, not far from where that State House is. People wanted to see changes to the state's gun laws. And in just the last 24 hours, we're seeing a little bit of movement from the state's governor on that. Republican Governor Bill Lee didn't bring it up gun law changes at all right after the school shooting, but he's now talked about the equivalent of a red flag law, maybe signing an executive order on background checks. What are you hearing from advocates for gun law changes on this? Do they see Bill Lee as kind of getting pushed to their position because of the spotlight here?
I mean, I think Democrats are surprised and frankly delighted that he's moving towards their side of this argument. I think they're saying, yeah, this is a step in the right direction and perhaps one we did not expect from Governor Bill Lee. This is certainly not a position we've seen him take before. And for him to say to the legislature, hey, let's put pride in politics aside and find a bipartisan road to solve this problem, and his sort of energy and faith that it can be done was certainly an unusual moment. I think Republicans are going to cling to the arguments that they have been making. We've seen the Tennessee Firearms Association putting out a statement today essentially saying this is not the time to answer those calls to action and that would be an emotional response from the Tennessee state government to do so. So I think you're going to see some of the people that are against this clinging to what they said before. I think, the Democrats are probably feeling a bit encouraged by the governor's actions, but what will now happen after this will be really the next chapter of the story, and it will certainly be interesting to see those 2 lawmakers enter the floor tomorrow morning, reinstated and facing those who expelled them.
A dramatic moment for sure. We will be watching it. I know you will be too. Katie Beck, thank you very much. Live for us tonight from Memphis. We are learning tonight from newly released 911 calls from Louisville that the shooter's mother tried to warn police he was on his way to the bank where he worked. In one of those frantic and terrifying calls now being made public after the attack in which that gunman killed 5 people this week. We want to warn you, what you're about to hear from her call and others is disturbing.
My son might be apparently has a gun and he's heading toward the Old National at on Main Street here in Louisville. Main Street, Old National? Yes, this is his mother. I'm so sorry. I'm getting details secondhand. I'm running to it now. Oh, my Lord.
Remember, the shooter had only bought the gun about a week ago. The Louisville's mayor saying that they released these calls because transparency is important, more so in times of crisis. With people in Louisville tonight turning their attention to the lives lost. You're looking live at a vigil at Louisville's Muhammad Ali Center. That's the mayor of Louisville speaking, with people turning out to pray for the victims, their families, anybody affected by gun violence. Morgan Chesky is joining us now live from Kentucky. So these 911 calls, Morgan, along with the body cam footage that's already been released, give us a better sense of how police were alerted and moved fast to try to save as many lives as they could.
Yeah, Hallie, you're absolutely right. And if I'm keeping my voice down, it's because this vigil is ongoing. Yeah. I can tell you that these 911 calls really corroborate what we saw on the body camera that was released yesterday. And that is an incredibly quick police response. And once they did arrive, the gunman turned his full attention on them. When we listen to these calls, Hallie, we hear one of the first callers acknowledge that she guessed 8 or 9 people had already been shot. When she called 911, we know that in total 9 people were injured as a result of this. And so that goes to show that the initial shooting appeared to happen rather quickly. And I want you to hear some more of what that caller had to say to dispatch. Take a listen.
I don't know. I don't know who's here. I'm in the closet with one person. Yeah, I hear gunshots. Is that shots fired? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Just stay quiet.
That one particular call, Hallie, lasts more than 5 minutes. The dispatcher, time and time again, asking the woman to breathe, to be quiet. As you hear gunshots in the background, you can't even begin to fathom the terror that was not just in that woman's mind, but in everyone within the vicinity of that shooter. And these calls, a second batch, in fact, has just been released in the last few minutes, really start filling in an even more disturbing timeline into how this incident played out. Allie.
You know, we heard the shooter's mother on one of the 911 calls. There's now a statement from his family.
That's right. In fact, this statement was the first acknowledgement they've made since the shooting took place. It was released to NBC News overnight. I'd like to share it. It reads, while Connor, referring to Connor Sturgeon, like many of his contemporaries, had mental health challenges, which we as a family were actively addressing, there were never any warning signs or indications he was capable of this shocking act. While we have many unanswered questions, we will continue to cooperate fully with law enforcement officials. Allie.
Morgan Chesky live for us there in Louisville. Morgan, thank you very much for that. Back here in Washington, the White House and its drug czar are sounding a first-of-its-kind alarm over what they say is a lethal cocktail of drugs, fentanyl laced with animal tranquilizer, calling that combo an emerging threat after seeing huge spikes of overdoses across the country. Why does that label, emerging threat, matter? It means the Biden administration has to start getting a public health response ready now. The mix of these two drugs is especially scary because unlike fentanyl alone, there's no antidote to reverse an overdose of this fentanyl plus xylazine. It's known as tranq. This order is just the latest push to try to slow down the horrifying number of deaths we see from opioid use in this country. The CDC saying at least 70,000 people die from overdoses involving synthetic opioids between 2021 and 2022. It's one of a flurry of new moves on this front. You've got a deal in the works with Mexico to stop the flow of fentanyl coming over the border, legalization of test strips for drug users, and the first ever approval of OTC medication to reverse overdoses, Narcan. NBC's Ken Delanian is joining us now. It is an indication, it is a significant sign from the government about the level of threat that this rises to here. The idea of tranq, this sort of a combo, this lethal cocktail of drugs here, to be an emerging threat.
That's absolutely right. That's the significance here, Hallie. Tranq is, of course, a veterinary tranquilizer that's used for mammal sedation and pain relief. And it's often now being found mixed with fentanyl and sold on the street. As you said, there's no antidote for its effects. It's been detected in 23% of fentanyl powder seized in 2022. And use of it can lead to flesh wounds, rotting tissue that requires amputation. It's spiking all over the country. This emerging threat designation suggests that the government is learning its lessons from what was really a slow realization and coming to grips with the opioid crisis that is now killing more than 100,000 Americans a year. In this case, they're acting quickly. They're going to develop a plan over the next 90 days to deal with this tranq crisis, hoping that they can somehow stem the tide of what is really a horrific set of physical ailments that is now afflicting many drug users across the country. Hallie.
Ken Delanian, thank you for that update. In just the last hour, President Biden is arriving back in Dublin after what's being described as a diplomatic toe dip into Northern Ireland, but focusing more on the personal than the political, seems safe to say. I mean, there's definitely some diplomacy. For the first time, he's meeting with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on UK soil. It was a coffee meeting, you see it here, with a focus on trade with Europe, on the war in Ukraine. But the focus quickly shifting to the president's ancestral history. Look at this. He's visiting a castle near where his grandparents lived. He's channeling his inner tourist-in-chief, grabbing a bite at a local restaurant, popping into the town pub. There's reportedly been one minor hiccup on the trip, though. USA Today saying a police document with pretty sensitive security info about the visit was found by a local on the streets of Belfast. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is with the president. She is traveling with him. Also personal and political for you, Kelly, live for us from Dublin. It was the New York Times with that toe dip analogy into Northern Ireland, and this meeting with Rishi Sunak, 45-minute coffee chat, was sort of quippily described as a bilatte instead of a bilateral. It feels like another instance of how this is, yes, a diplomatic visit, but it is also uniquely and deeply personal for this president. We heard him today. I listened to him repeatedly reference his kids, his grandkids, his family.
And one of the things I was really struck by, Hallie, is the president also took time to not only talk about the Irish roots, which will certainly get a lot of attention on this trip, but he also emphasized that part of his family history is, in fact, British. And that was part of the diplomacy, because in Northern Ireland, part of the United Kingdom, that is a piece of the Biden story they wanted to hear, because there were some concerns that the president might be, in fact, too green in the local parlance, too much associated with the Republic of Ireland. And so he did spend some time again today, making that link to his own connections and those of the United States with the United Kingdom, with British, with the Scottish people who were a part of our founding fathers and so forth. So there was attention to that, as well as talk about the economic development the United States can bring to Northern Ireland. And then, of course, meeting with the UK Prime Minister, an important relationship. They talked about things that go beyond this visit and the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, which ended the troubles in Ireland, the long civil fighting here, and the battle against Great Britain. And they talked about things like Ukraine and China and concerns that our two nations have. And so it's a relationship that will have an ongoing important effect. But as you pointed out, there is a lot of the personal. And back in the Republic of Ireland, here we're in Dublin and the president's on his way back here now, there's been a lot of the family ties and the connections. And you see the people of the Republic of Ireland coming out on the streets and seeing the president today. That's been a big part of this. The weather has not been so pleasant. It is colder. I know why my people left, Hallie. It is so cold today. But the spirit of welcoming President Biden has been very, very strong here, with people standing in the rain and in the cold for hours to welcome him. So he is enjoying that piece of his own family history, and the Irish people are welcoming him back. They call him Joe here. A number of people have said to me, you've brought Joe, and I thought they meant one of our colleagues. No, they meant the president. We don't call him that so informally, as you and I both know, but here he's Joe.
Not Joe Martin, Kel. I promise to let you seek shelter in a second, but help us close the loop on this lost police document here, right? This thing that was found by just somebody on the streets of Belfast. Not a sort of kind of a random nugget, but not a security concern, right? At least from the view of the Secret Service.
Right. I spoke with Secret Service today about this. What they believe this was a local law enforcement in Northern Ireland, a police document related to local police that was found on the street, had some names on it. It was turned in, and it might have been part of the planning that local police, this is a very complex kind of security situation where you have local police and so forth. Secret Service has made clear that none of the president's arrangements changed because of it, and that they have great confidence in their partners. They rely on local law enforcement at all different levels when a trip of this magnitude with all these locations are involved. So there was some kind of document, they call it, that was found and turned in, but they don't say that there was any concern with the president. Whenever these things happen, we always talk about it because it does raise the questions, especially because there's been an increased threat level here in recent days. And so that's closing the loop on that piece for you, Hallie.
Kelly O'Donnell in a breezy Dublin. We appreciate your service to the cause, Kel. Thank you very much. So listen, NBC News is learning tonight that intel agencies are looking to change how they monitor chat rooms and social media online, according to multiple sources familiar with this, after that huge leak of sensitive Pentagon documents on Discord. Apparently, they're looking to expand now how many kinds of sites like this they watch after all of that classified information was exposed. It was mostly related to the war in Ukraine. The Pentagon really showing it does not want a repeat at all of these super sensitive documents just hanging out for maybe weeks without anybody noticing. NBC's Dan DeLuce is joining us now. So, Dan, you are among the team reporting on this, you, Carol Lee, others. What are the changes that these intel agencies want to make here? Like, is this just a function of getting more staff looking at places like Discord, other corners of the internet, et cetera?
Yes, it is. And of course, there's no guarantee. It's still really difficult, right? And the problem is these documents appeared in a pretty obscure corner of the internet. And Discord, the social app where they first appeared, is known by cyber experts as a place where you can kind of move illicit data, that it's a place where sometimes criminals put out malware or stolen data. So some critics are saying the U.S. should have been a little bit more vigilant. On the other hand, we can't watch everything. So they're trying to now expand the number of sites they'll look at. They're also looking at restricting how many people get access to some of this classified information to try to reduce the risk.
What about privacy laws and how that plays a part in this? Because that's a factor here, too.
Absolutely, and it's complicated. It's not so easy. You cannot burst into a private chat room without probable cause, no matter what government agency you are. So just like after 9/11, there's going to be this balance here where they try to be vigilant, try to prevent this, but there still has to be some kind of legal authority if you're looking at a private chat room, and these documents started out on a private chat room. So there is no easy solution here. I should also add, this is kind of an unusual situation. This isn't like previous leaks, at least so far, right? You don't have, if you have a whistleblower, they want to take their information to a media outlet, for example. They want to broadcast it publicly. So why would a whistleblower go to a private chat room where a really small group of people see it, right? And if you're a spy and you want to pass it to a foreign government, why would you go to a chat room where you don't know everyone in the room? So it's a very odd case.
Dan DeLuce, interesting reporting. Thank you for staying on top of it. I appreciate it. A new and serious warning to Facebook's parent company tonight, with the government accusing Meta of not doing enough to keep a baby rocker linked to infant deaths off Facebook Marketplace. This is why the CPSC, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, wants Facebook to step it up and stop the Fisher-Price rock and play from being sold on that site, saying that staff has repeatedly tried to issue these warnings, takedown requests for this rock and play on Facebook Marketplace. You probably remember this. 4 million of them were recalled back in 2019, initially linked to about 30 infant deaths. And even after the recall, it was linked to about 70 more. In a statement to NBC News, Meta acknowledged that, similar to other resale sites, there are instances of people knowingly or unknowingly selling recalled goods on Marketplace, adding that when we find listings that violate our rules, we remove them. And Fisher-Price tells NBC News it's willing to up the cash refund for people to send them back, and has worked diligently to remove recalled products from the market. Nyala Charles is joining us now. And this is such, I think, a fascinating and important story here, because this is something that is still being sold out there, even with this link to nearly 100 babies dying, which is nightmarish here, Nyala. But there are some pieces that are sort of layered on this here, which is, if you're going on Facebook Marketplace and buying something, you might not know that what you're purchasing has in fact been recalled because of safety concerns.
Right, Hallie. It could be a concern for many recalled products. So apparently it's difficult for CPSC to enforce this, because even though thousands of requests already were sent, they say it's unlikely it caught all of those listings. And in most cases, the rock and play incline sleepers were already sold. Even now, the CPSC says the listings aren't slowing down. It says Facebook does take down the listings after they're alerted, but says they shouldn't be there in the first place. Hallie?
So, Nyala, the CPSC has tried to issue this warning before. I mean, this is not the first time they've done this. This is, of course, an intense and serious warning, but they say that based on some of the numbers here, there have been almost 10 per day of these takedown requests issued for this specific thing, this sort of sleeper, this seat, whatever you want to call it here, this rock and play. 4,000 takedown requests every year. What enforcement mechanism does the CPSC really have on this front? Is it just asking Facebook to do a better job trying to take this stuff down?
Well, the CPSC also sent a letter to Fisher-Price. They want Fisher-Price to re-announce the recall again, so for the second time, so more people know how dangerous these recalled sleepers are. But they also want Fisher-Price to create a stronger incentive for consumers to destroy them. As of now, the CPSC, like you said, says 100 infants have died because of these recalled sleepers, so they want more to be done on Fisher-Price's end and also on Meta's end. Hallie?
Nyla Charles, thank you very much for that reporting. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, tons of people in New Jersey are being forced to leave their homes after a big wildfire that's pretty rare for the state. Why officials there are worried it could get worse later this hour. Plus, a new study says how you think about aging has a lot to do with how you actually age. That's coming up in the 5 Things.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
A Texas county tonight is threatening to figuratively blow up its entire public library system rather than bring back a bunch of banned books like a judge ordered them to do with a librarian who quit after getting harassed, telling our team exclusively about the attacks she faced personally. This is happening in Llano County, Texas, right outside Austin, in a kind of culture war fight over about a dozen books, including kids' books. In the Night Kitchen, I should say, by Maurice Sendak. Larry the Farting Leprechaun. There are books on racism and history, like they called themselves the KKK, the birth of an American terrorist group. A federal judge said it was unconstitutional to ban them and that these books needed to be put back into circulation. So tomorrow, the county's commissioners are holding a special meeting to decide whether to shut down their libraries altogether and fire the librarians. Not everybody in Llano is happy about that. And some of the locals who originally sued the county over the book bans are planning to show up tomorrow at that meeting. Here's what that former librarian tells us about tomorrow's vote.
Cartoon butts and farts are not pornography. LGBTQ issues, race, classism, those are things that these children are going to encounter out in the real world. And why not encounter those in a book?
Aaron Gilchrist is joining us now here in our Washington studio with more. It's good to see you, Aaron. So walk us through how we got to this point where this county seems to be basically saying, well, if you can't ban the book, get rid of the whole library.
Yeah, it's going to be a packed house on both sides of this issue at that meeting tomorrow night. So this basically started back in December of 2021 when the county decided that they were going to dissolve the library board. They put an advisory group in place of that board and then took about a dozen or so books out of circulation. You had a group of citizens, library card holders, who said, no, we can't stand for this. They filed a federal lawsuit. They said, you know, this is a free speech violation. This is a 14th Amendment due process violation because there was no notice that these books were being taken out of circulation. And they said they were really targeted because of the content in these particular books. The judge just last month issued an injunction that said, yeah, we don't think this is going to hold up against constitutional muster, so put these books back in circulation. They did that for the most part with most of these books at the end of March. Fast forward to the last few days here, and you had somebody at a meeting, a county meeting, who said, you know what? If we can't keep these books off the shelves, just close the libraries altogether.
See ya. Right.
And so that's where we get to the meeting that's coming up tomorrow to see if that happens.
Is it going to pass? What do we think? I mean, do you think they're really going to shut down the library system here because of this fight over banned books?
So one of the in this lawsuit, one of the pieces of evidence that was that they came across in discovery was an email, rather a text message from somebody on the advisory board to another person that said essentially the judge, the county executive, says he'll shut down the libraries rather than let this porn back onto the shelves for kids to have access to. No
people couldn't see your air quotes around porn, but you were air quoting porn.
We don't know that there's actually anything that most people would judge as pornography in any of these books.
Well, that's a point that this now former librarian was making in this exclusive interview with our team, as she detailed, frankly, Aaron, what it was like for her having worked there under pressure. She says getting harassed and attacked.
Yeah, she and I had a nice long conversation today to talk about her time working at the library, 3 years as an employee at this library, in the place where she grew up. This was her library as a child.
Wow.
And she said, you know, she would leave there carrying armful of books every time she would go there as a child. And now she's in a place where she had to resign in the fall because people were coming in, she said, with overwhelming negativity and accusations about what she was doing in this library. I want to play a little bit of what she said to us earlier today.
People saying that I wasn't a safe person for you to bring your kids around. People saying that I was encouraging your kids to check out inappropriate books. Even so far as like I had heard people saying that I was a pedophile, I was grooming kids, just really negative things that didn't represent my whole purpose for working at the library to begin with.
So Tina says she's going to go to this meeting tomorrow. She does not plan to speak. She says the issue is just too emotional for her, but she wants to be there to see whatever happens tomorrow afternoon.
One of the pieces of this, right? I mean, this is happening in Llano County, Texas. it is also part of a broader national conversation and issue that people are having, I think, in lots of places around the country over what's appropriate, what, say, parents should have versus, let's say, librarians or teachers. I mean, this fits into a bigger so-called culture war issue.
Yeah, it really does. We've been looking at and hearing about these book bans in different places around the country for a couple of years now, really. And we particularly looked at some data from PEN America. It's an organization that supports literary and free expression, and they track book bans, school library book bans in particular. So you're looking at a map here in 21-22, that school year, there were 2,500 book bans impacting about 1,600 different titles. You see there primarily Texas, Florida, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, some of the places where we see most of the book bans in that particular school year. And we talked to the folks at PEN America about the growth in these bans. Listen.
Unfortunately, what we're seeing is that what started as a conversation, or at least a movement attacking public schools, has in many states now become about public libraries.
And we should mention, too, Hallie, that we did reach out to the county executive there, the county judge, and some other folks who are defendants in this case, and they didn't return our calls.
I was going to ask you.
Yeah, but we'll be watching the meeting tomorrow.
We sure will. We'll have you back. Let's book you now. Thank you, Aaron Gilchrist. Good to see you. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, former President Donald Trump is suing his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, for something like $500 million, according to a new court filing. Mr. Trump accuses Cohen of violating attorney-client privilege and of spreading falsehoods, in his words. Cohen testified in front of a New York grand jury that indicted Mr. Trump on 34 counts. The former president denies any wrongdoing. Number 2, e-cigarette maker Juul Labs has agreed to pay nearly $500 million to settle with a bunch of states and D.C., 6 states, for its alleged role in the surge in vaping among kids. These lawsuits had accused Juul of marketing to minors illegally and falsely saying that its product was less addictive than cigarettes. In this settlement, by the way, Juul did not admit to any wrongdoing. Number 3, a new study says people who think positively about getting old are more likely to get their memory back than people who think negatively about getting old. And people with a positive outlook were less likely to develop cognitive problems over the next 12 years, regardless of their physical health. Interesting, the power of positive thinking. Number 4, Arnold Schwarzenegger posting a video of himself filling in what he called a giant pothole in L.A., but city officials say he might have made a mistake. You can see the former actor and governor dumping asphalt into a hole he said had been bothering drivers and bicyclists in his neighborhood. The city says it wasn't a pothole, it was a service trench that was part of work being done by a gas company. Number 5, the Library of Congress putting some new songs into the National Recording Registry today. Songs like a Virgin by Madonna, All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey, the theme from the original 1985 Super Mario Brothers, and a song that is making history. I'm going to play you a bit of it. I know you know that song, Gasolina, 2004, Daddy Yankee. The first ever reggaeton song to be in the Library of Congress. There you go. Taking me back to my college days. When we come back here on the show, the group of Republicans who want to run for president in 2024 is getting bigger. We'll talk about that, and what we're learning tonight will be the first time they will face each other on stage in a debate. That's coming up.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family. We are learning more tonight about the first time we'll see the 2024 Republican presidential candidates go up against each other in a debate, even though we don't know who exactly will be on stage, with Fox News announcing the first primary debate in Milwaukee. It'll be in August. Exact date TBD, exact participants TBD, although you can bet Tim Scott will probably be a part of it. That's because the Republican senator from South Carolina is making his run for the White House official-ish with the launch of an exploratory committee ahead of 2024. So you know he is headed to, where else? Iowa, where he and officially declared Republican candidate Nikki Haley are. It is also where Ali Vitale is on the road in Cedar Rapids. The 2024 vibes are vibing in 2023, right? Tim Scott's talking education. Nikki Haley is there. Donald Trump is the only other official candidate in this race, although there are other candidates who are involved, Vivek Ramaswamy, et cetera. We think by August there could be plenty, right? Talk us through the field.
Yeah, there could be plenty at this point because you've listed the people who are mostly in, and at this point, Senator Tim Scott is mostly kind of sort of definitely running for president. It's just a question of semantics right now. He's saying he's launching the exploratory phase of his committee, but really there's no difference between that and the moment where he ultimately officially says he's in. Nevertheless, what it says to Iowa lawmakers who are getting involved with this field early is that this is going to be a state not only where candidates are, of course, going to come because of its proximity on the calendar, but it says a lot about what the party's going to focus on topic-wise, too. Here's Congresswoman Ashley Hinson, who was with Tim Scott earlier today. Watch. What does it say that this is the first stop that he made after announcing a presidential exploratory committee, too?
Yeah. Well, it clearly shows me that he cares about the future generation of this country. If anyone wants to come to Iowa and say, we're going to put up policies and ideas to move our country in the right direction for the economy, for education, for national security, I say welcome to Iowa.
So, look, she's going to be welcoming a lot of people to Iowa, Hallie, because you're right that the field right now, you can probably count them on one hand, but there's still a number of people who we're waiting to see if they get in. That includes former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, current New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu. Right now, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, of course, is regularly talked about as the number 2 in this field. A lot of other people who could jump in at this point. And frankly, it's vibing here in terms of 2024, but it's taken a little longer than I think some of us thought that it would, because you think of the number of people who in 2019 on the Democratic side had already been to this state. You've got a whole graphic full of faces. And the same was true in 2015 when you and I were out here. It was a lot busier then, but we're catching up now.
We got a long summer left to go, by the way, before that happens. There's this other interesting twist where you are in Iowa, which are these Republican lawmakers introducing a plan that would require people there to vote in person for the caucuses, so they'd have to physically show up at the caucus, which would be a real wrench in the plans for Democrats and mail-in voting. How big of a deal is this?
Well, it's a big deal on a few different fronts. First, it's just the way that the caucus actually works. Republicans are saying in this new bill that not only do you have to be there in person, but you have to be registered to the party that you're going to caucus with at least 70 days prior. That, I think, is actually the more consequential piece of this in terms of the actual process for how things are done on the ground. But the other piece of this, too, is Republicans and Democrats have very divergent views right now on the role that Iowa plays and where it should be in the calendar. Democrats are okay to push it later. Republicans still very much want it to be first. That's something that the RNC chair Jeff Kaufman was talking about last night, making clear that to be in person is to have a caucus, and mail-in could make them a primary. That means that they could go back-to-back with New Hampshire. It could get very, very messy. They're trying to avoid that.
Ali Vitale, thank you very much. Good to see you in Iowa, the first of many live shots I know you will be doing from there. Coming up here on the show, Elon Musk getting in his feelings in a new interview about Twitter. What he's saying about layoffs, sleeping at the office, and who's really in charge as NPR makes its own big Twitter move today. Plus, if you see these little guys on any beaches in California, experts say look, but do not touch. We'll explain in the local.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A forest fire in central New Jersey has already burned nearly 4,000 acres, with firefighters watching the weather because that could make things worse. People had to be evacuated overnight. Since then, they've been able to get back home with the flames contained at about 60%. There luckily have not been any injuries, but 20 buildings are still at risk in this. Look at this. They're making progress controlling the fire, but the weather could, of course, be a problem. It's part of this bigger threat sweeping through the country right now, putting more than 60 million people at risk from the four corners of the Southwest all the way to New England for fire alerts. Emily Aketa is in New Jersey, close to where this is happening.
Hey there, Hallie. Well, this is part of the path of devastation left by this fire, and I'll show you one of the points of concerns for firefighters at this point. It's little hot spots like this, and the concern is with these windy and dry conditions that embers could be picked up, thrown across the road, continuing to perpetuating this wildfire. The good news is fire officials say that they have made significant progress in containing this fire. It's about 60% contained, and they don't expect it to continue to expand beyond the 3,900 acres in this part of South New Jersey beyond that. But when you hear the types of conditions firefighters were up against, they're really quite staggering. Firefighters describe seeing 200-foot walls of flames stretching well up past the length of trees. Also, it was moving at a fast clip, especially overnight, about 4.5 miles an hour. And that is the reason we saw evacuations ordered or put in place in some of the surrounding communities and neighborhoods overnight. I spoke with one woman who talked about stepping outside her front door to see suddenly the sky aglow and thick plumes of smoke. Listen here.
It was just all red, and you could see it was getting closer and closer. It was the worst I've ever seen. I don't want to live through it again.
So here's the good news. There have been no injuries and no buildings burned by this wildfire in South New Jersey. We asked the question to fire officials, what caused this fire? At this point, they say it's still under investigation, but they do point out the large majority fires are caused by humans, so something to follow there. Also, they point out that the number of wildfires in New Jersey this year has been increasing compared to years past. Just yesterday, for instance, 15 fires reported. Hallie?
Our thanks to Emily Aketa for that reporting. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southern Bureau, a Texas woman missing for days has been found alive in a Jeep in a lake. Police say a fisherman called them saying he saw a car in the water. You see the top of it there, like 40 feet from a boat ramp. When deputies got there, they apparently saw a woman moving in the car. Officials say she was taken to a local hospital. Also from our Southern Bureau, Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders spending the morning welcoming students back to school in Wynn. Their first day back there since the end of March, when tornadoes, remember, just flattened that city. Tonight in Little Rock, there will be a benefit concert for tornado recovery with artists like Justin Moore and Colin Ray. From our Western Bureau, these little guys keep washing up on beaches in Southern California. Look at those. They kind of look like jellyfish. They're not. They're jellyfish-ish. They're called by-the-wind sailors, or Velella velella. Experts say you can look, but you shouldn't touch because they can sting. They usually live very far offshore, but storms and climate change have pushed them closer. So, NPR tonight making a big move by moving off Twitter, they're announcing, with the public radio station apparently done with the drama after Twitter labeled it government-funded media. The head of Twitter, Elon Musk, responding late today with this fairly simple two-word tweet: defund NPR. It is just the latest online controversy from Musk, who in a new interview says he's not actually the CEO anymore. Instead, his dog, Floki, is. Presumably a joke. The interview aired on Twitter, conducted by the BBC, another news organization that Twitter recently labeled as state-affiliated media.
I think we're adjusting the label to be publicly funded, which I think is perhaps not too objectionable. We're trying to be accurate. If we use the same words that the BBC uses to describe itself, that presumably would be okay.
As of today, the tag's been updated. There's been a lot of insights from that interview from Musk. He says he's been sleeping on a couch in the 7th floor library at the company's headquarters in San Francisco. He says buying Twitter has come with emotional strain and that running it has been painful.
Well, it's not been boring. It's been quite a roller coaster. So usage is up, growth is good, the site works mostly.
Caleb Silver is joining us now. So there are some lighter moments there, but also a fairly tense one regarding hate speech on Twitter. This BBC reporter saying there's been more hateful content on Twitter since Musk took over. Listen.
That's why I'm asking for examples. Can you name one example?
I honestly don't use. Honestly, I don't.
Can't name a single example.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't actually use that feed anymore. Because I just don't particularly like it. And actually, a lot of people are quite similar. I only look at my following.
You said you've seen more hateful content, but you can't name a single example, not even one.
I'm not sure I've used that feed for the last 3 or 4 weeks, and
how did you see the hateful content?
The point, Caleb, is hate speech, freedom of speech, a huge part of the conversation around Twitter under Elon Musk here.
Yeah, and the medium is the message, as a great philosopher once said, and now Elon Musk owns this huge medium, and he even said in that interview he wouldn't have gone through with the purchase, but he knew that a Delaware judge was going to make him go through it because of the bid he put up for the company. That was $44 billion. So a lot of controversy surrounding it. Plus, he says he's no longer the CEO. His dog is the CEO. He changed the logo to the Shiba Inu dog for Dogecoin. He's playing a lot of games with it. But this is a very important medium that a lot of people communicate through, and it has opened up to a lot more hate speech and a lot less control because there's a lot less people controlling Twitter today than there were 6 months ago.
Musk also is defending those big layoffs at the company. There are 1,500 Twitter staffers right now on payroll. That is down from about 8,000, just under 8,000 when Musk took over. There are also 9% fewer Twitter users now than when Musk got the company. Presumably, one might think those might be tough numbers to defend, Caleb.
Right, but he owns this company outright. This is not a publicly traded company. He does not have to answer to shareholders, so he can change the name, he can change his name, he can put his dog in charge, and he really doesn't care what happens. Don't forget, Twitter was set up as an alert mechanism first and then as an advertising delivery mechanism, but never delivered on that just because it never had the reach of a Facebook or an Instagram. So this is his company to do with what he pleases. He promised open source, open conversation. What I think we've gotten is a lot of controversy and a lot of Elon Musk being Elon Musk and having fun with it because he who has the gold makes the rules. He owns the site. He can do whatever he wants with the business.
The dog thing's a joke, yeah?
The dog thing is an absolute joke, but he's saying he would have replaced himself as CEO, but he hasn't done that yet. So he's saying, my dog is now the CEO. Everything's cool over here. Again, it's a privately held company. Call it what he wants and do whatever he wants with it.
Caleb Silver, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Still to come here on the show, we now have an answer to the will they or won't they debate over whether Prince Harry and Meghan Markle would attend the King's coronation coming up in just a few weeks. We got more on that and the royal drama next.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi!
My family!
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
After months of speculation, Prince Harry will go to the coronation of his father, King Charles, in just a few weeks. That's according to two separate but similar statements from both Buckingham Palace and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex today. Here's the thing. Harry's going to be flying solo. The couple's rep says Meghan will stay in California with their two kids. Coronation Day, May 6th, also happens to be their son, Prince Archie's 4th birthday. There had been a whole lot of will he or won't he going on leading up to this announcement, because in just the last 6 months, that Netflix series came out from Harry and Meghan in which they heavily criticized the royal family. Harry's book, Spare, basically described a breakdown in his relationships with both his father and his brother, Prince William. And the couple said they were asked to vacate their British home. Ali Arouzi joins us now from London. Ali, it has been clear that there has been a lot of drama between the Sussexes and the rest of the family for years. With the Sussexes, you know, Harry and Meghan laying out really intense accusations of racism on the part of the royal family and Buckingham Palace here. What is Harry's attendance like? How should we be reading that? And how are people where you are reading that?
Hey, Hallie, there's been no shortage of palace intrigue here. Look, Harry attending his father's ceremony is very important. If he didn't go, it would be a very public way of saying that he has dislocated from the family, and I don't think that would have gone down well. So just him attending is showing that there is some communication with the family. Both Buckingham Palace and Prince Harry and Meghan's spokesperson put out a very similar statement. I think we can put a full screen up of it, saying the Duke of Sussex will attend the coronation service at Westminster Abbey on the 6th of May, but the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan, will stay in